My name is Li Jieka, a traveler of realms. My martial spirit is a mere weed, inferior even to the blue-silver grass, and my innate soul power is a pitiful zero. One level so abysmal, it is almost beyond comprehension. Yet, I firmly believe that knowledge can alter one's fate and that humanity can triumph over the heavens. Thus, after years of relentless striving, I have ascended to the pinnacle of a 99th level Limit Douluo by the age of 100. I traverse the world, unmatched, hailed as the Sword God Douluo. Alas, the hope of achieving the 100th level and becoming a deity remains elusive, disillusioned. I have come to see through the illusions of the mortal realm. Returning to the humble village of my birth, I have taken on the role of village chief, awaiting the end in quiet resignation. Though my presence is absent from the martial world, my legend continues to echo. Little did I know that upon encountering a child named Tang San, a mechanical voice reverberated in my mind. Ding. The child of destiny has been sighted. The supreme master system of the myriad realms is now activating in that instant. Tears streamed down my aged face. Chapter 1. Reminiscing the past, the glorious years. In the Douluo continent, within the Heaven Do Empire, lies the Fasnuo province. Douluo Village, originally known as Holy Soul Village, earned its name due to the emergence of a soul saint a century ago. However, it is said that several decades past, a title Douluo arose from this village. Thus, Holy Soul Village was renamed Douluo Village, becoming renowned throughout the region, a beacon of prosperity. Yet, in truth, the advent of the title Douluo did not yield any substantial improvement in the village's plight. Despite its grandiose name, Douluo Village remains a modest settlement of merely 300 households, unchanged from centuries past. The presence of an extraordinary powerhouse has brought no tangible benefits to this village. The sole advantage lies in the allocation of 2 extra slots for Soul Master Academy students, totaling 3. However, for the impoverished villagers, this holds little significance. To attend the Soul Master Academy, one must possess the qualifications to become a Soul Master, a rarity among commoners. The odds are dismal among 1,000 individuals. One might be fortunate enough to possess such talent. Moreover, one cannot expect much from the future achievements of that fortunate soul. For merely becoming a Soul Master is already a tremendous blessing. Who would dare to aspire for more? As for the one who allegedly became a title Douluo, such individuals are anomalies that may not appear for centuries. Perhaps, due to the emergence of a title Douluo, the village has exhausted its fortunes over generations in recent years. Douluo Village has seen no new Soul Masters. This reality weighs heavily on the heart of Chief Old Jack, who feels a twinge of guilt. He wonders if it is indeed his presence that has drained the village's fortune, preventing any child from becoming a Soul Master. Indeed, Old Jack, the current village chief, is none other than the legendary title Douluo of the village. Old Jack, known as Li Jieka, is a traveler from the planet Waterblue. He is not the original Old Jack. His age surpasses that of the original, belonging to the era of Tang San's great-grandfather, Tang Chun, while the original Old Jack has been eliminated from a narrative. He is a reincarnation, born with nothing but memories of his past life, devoid of any advantages or extraordinary gifts. His awakened martial spirit is but a common green weed, with innate soul power barely qualifying as level 0. But he is unwilling to accept this fate. Having endured a life of poverty, he witnessed his parents perish of starvation when he was merely 3, forced to beg in the city. Clad in rags, he gazed at the vibrant city life, where people adorned in gold and silver thrived, while the villagers gnawed on tree bark, consuming bitter, blue silver grass roots. And even resorting to eating repugnant worms. The stark imbalance tormented his mind. He despised the injustice of the world, and loathed his own helplessness and weakness. He refused to remain a lowly insect. He yearned to ascend above the common folk. He desired opulence and indulgence, to wield power and influence. Becoming a Soul Master through the awakening of his martial spirit was his only escape. Regrettably, upon awakening, Jack's martial spirit was nothing more than a commonplace green weed, inferior even to the blue silver grass. His innate soul power was a woeful fraction of level 1, barely illuminating the soul power crystal ball with a faint glow, estimated around 0.1 level. With such meager innate soul power, attaining even a level 10 and acquiring a soul ring to become a Soul Master would be a monumental achievement. He was unwilling, intensely unwilling. Li Jieka firmly believed that knowledge could reshape destiny, that humanity could defy fate. Thus, upon entering the academy with his student quota, he devoted himself to relentless study, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. However, he soon realized that the knowledge provided by the school was of limited assistance, as it was primarily rooted in the foundation of martial spirits. His green weed martial spirit was almost beyond description. This inferior martial spirit had irreversibly capped his potential had he followed the traditional cultivation methods of the Douluo continent. Achieving the status of a soul master would have been a remarkable stroke of fortune. This path was untenable. Jack recognized this truth with clarity. Since the knowledge of this world could not aid him, he would explore whether the knowledge from his previous life could prove beneficial. Thus, Jack began to organize the knowledge from his past life, sifting through that which could apply to his current situation, eventually discovering that various martial arts, theories, and classic texts from Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism he had encountered online were, surprisingly, not entirely unattainable in this realm. He commenced experimenting with the creation of his own techniques based on those theories, initially wandering without direction, resorting to random trials, and combining them with knowledge from the library regarding martial spirits, diligently delving into their mysteries, seeking to merge the two. Gradually, he began to formulate an effective method. Initially, it was merely a framework, yet he improved it bit by bit. Ultimately, after nearly 30 years of relentless effort, traversing various secret realms of the Douluo continent, facing countless near-death experiences, and enduring trials of blood and fire, while utilizing his intellect and determination. At the age of 36, Jack finally shattered the limits of his innate talent, achieving the status of a titled Douluo. From that point, there was no turning back. By the age of 46, he became a 9th level Limit Douluo. At that time, he traversed the world unparalleled, capable of cleaving through the sun, moon, and stars with a mere weed. He was revered as the Sword God Douluo. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he had indeed attained the zenith of soul master potential. The next step was to contemplate achieving deification. The conventional means of ascension to divinity required the gathering of millennia of faith to coalesce into a divine position, with the possibility of failure looming large, which was far too protracted and perilous for him. He sought a shortcut. Thus, he began to scour the continent for places of divine inheritance and trials. From Sea God Island to the City of Slaughter, he visited every location, yet only received the most rudimentary tests, due to the abysmal potential of his weed martial spirit. Even as he labored to reach the 99th level Limit Douluo, no deity regarded him with favor or was willing to bestow a divine position upon him. Jack's mindset crumbled. Is it truly this merciless? Judged solely by my martial spirit, I am granted not even the slightest opportunity. Unyielding in his quest, he continued to search for the sacred grounds of the divine. Since the exalted deities deemed him unworthy, he resolved that even the lesser gods, or those of the most diminished rank, would suffice so long as he could attain a divine position that would liberate him from his constraints and grant him immortality. With the gift of eternal life, he believed he could ultimately transcend the limitations of a mediocre divine status, elevating a base godly rank into the highest echelon of divinity. Regrettably, in this world where the quality of one's martial soul was of paramount importance, Jack's mediocre and lackluster martial soul rendered him inherently incompatible with divinity. Thus, from the age of 46, he spiraled through the years until he reached 86, still ensnared at the pinnacle of the 99th level of peerless Douluo, having scoured the continent for any divine legacy, yet finding none that would acknowledge him. The proud and obstinate Jack resolved to stake everything on a desperate gamble to forcibly consolidate a divine position and break through the 100-level barrier. Little did he know, he had overestimated his own abilities. Ultimately, he failed to forge a divine position under the world's immutable laws, resulting in grievous injuries that were beyond repair. His life force waned rapidly. Although a peak Douluo could expect to live for a millennium, he now faced a mere 2 or 3 decades at most. Facing the inexorable passage of his remaining years and the realization that his hopes of divinity were utterly dashed, Jack felt a profound sense of disillusionment. The years of relentless effort culminated in what he perceived as a farcical outcome, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. In the end, Jack chose to return to his roots, retreating to the humble village of his birth, where he lived incognito as the village chief, patiently awaiting the end of his days. 10 years. Old Jack sat in his courtyard, reclining in a rocking chair, lazily basking in the sun. He could keenly sense the ebbing of his life force. His grievous injuries had rendered the aging of his body inevitable. At most, he had another 10 years before his vitality would be completely extinguished. When that time came, the legendary Sword God Douluo would quietly fade into oblivion. Chapter 2. The flames of passion rekindled. Alas, old Jack reclined his rocking chair, his eyes closed, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. Although he had not ascended to godhood, a source of regret, he reflected on a life well lived, replete with revelry and adventure, indulging in the company of exquisite beauties and sumptuous feasts, thus rendering his existence worthwhile. Just as Jack wallowed in self-pity, lamenting the twilight of his heroic days, an unexpected knock echoed from beyond the courtyard. "Village Chief, are you there?" called a youthful voice. "The door isn't locked. Please come in." Jack remained motionless, languidly basking in the sun. Upon receiving a positive response, the gate creaked open, and an unremarkable young man stepped inside. "Chief, you mentioned finding a blacksmith to forge tools for the village, and I have brought him to you." As the words left his lips, a tall figure followed closely behind. This was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, his weathered face bearing the marks of hardship. In his arms, he cradled a newborn, with bright, dark eyes and a rosy complexion, exuding an endearing charm. "Village Chief, this is Tang Hao, a blacksmith who fled from another village," the young man whispered. Upon hearing this, Jack opened his eyes and glanced casually at the taciturn man before shutting them once more, dismissively waving his hand. "Since you have confirmed there are no issues, you may proceed with the arrangements. Such trivial matters need not trouble me." Yet, beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior, Jack felt a flicker of surprise. The title Douluo had chosen to shroud his identity and reside in this humble village as a blacksmith. How intriguing. Was Tang Hao perhaps a descendant of the old Kut Tang Shen? As the two men exited the courtyard and closed the door behind them, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Jack's mind. "Beep. System loading complete. The ultimate master system of all realms is initializing." Jack promptly opened his eyes. Though his vision had been clouded by age, a spark of clarity ignited within them, illuminating his gaze. "The system," he murmured, tears of joy streaming down his face. It turned out he too was among the fortunate ones endowed with the system. Although it arrived somewhat belatedly, he felt fortunate it did not manifest only after his demise. The ultimate master system of all realms has been fully activated, displaying host information. Name, Lee Jack level. Level 99 Ultimate Douluo. Points, 0 items. 0 Gazing at the rudimentary data on the sci-fi panel visible only to himself, Jack focused his thoughts to explore the various functions, particularly the usage instructions of the system. After a while, he finally grasped the system's capabilities. As its name suggests, the Ultimate Master System enables the cultivation of disciples to earn points. The applications of these points are nearly limitless. For instance, he could utilize points to mend his injuries, extend his lifespan, enhance the longevity of his soul rings, expand his soul power capacity, or even assist in achieving divinity. Furthermore, he could purchase items from the system's interdimensional marketplace, which offered an abundance of goods, ranging from mundane daily necessities like toothpicks and toothpaste to an array of mystical skills, esoteric techniques, and even advanced sci-fi machinery. Anything imaginable could be found within this marketplace, including characters from the realms of anime that existed solely in the past. He spotted the Universal Angel series in the marketplace, featuring familiar female characters from his previous life: Icarus, Astrea, Nymph. Jack's heart fluttered at the sight, as these were akin to long-lost loves from his past life. He craved the emotional resonance, a yearning for something deeper than mere physical attraction. At his age, he had long transcended the superficiality of carnal desires. Now he sought profound spiritual connections. Yet the cheapest of these characters cost an exorbitant 100 million points, far beyond his current means. To earn points, he needed to take on disciples. Jack reclined once more in his rocking chair, gazing at the sky in contemplation. The Ultimate Master System did not permit just any disciple. They must meet stringent qualifications encompassing fate, fortune, character, disposition, and willpower. Only those who passed this rigorous assessment could be accepted as a disciple. At that moment, the system detected a qualified candidate, none other than the infant cradled in Tang Hao's arms, identified as Tang San. If Jack were to accept him as a disciple and cultivate him, upon Tang San absorbing his first soul ring and becoming an official soul master. Jack would earn 100 points. The point accumulation would escalate dramatically as Tang San progressed, ultimately reaching 1 billion points upon achieving divinity. However, within each realm, only one disciple could be accepted. Thus, in this world of Douluo continent, Jack could only take on one disciple, even when he ventured to other realms. The same limitation would apply, albeit the points earned might vary based on the realm and the disciple's potential. Once he successfully nurtured a disciple in this world, the system would unlock its interdimensional travel feature, allowing Jack to traverse to other worlds to find new disciples, with the coordinates of this realm retained for future return. This was the beginning of an exhilarating journey. An expression of excitement illuminated Jack's face, his entire being radiating with newfound vigor, as if rejuvenated. The long-lost flames of passion surged within him, reminiscent of his youthful days filled with ambition and vigor. Jack, would never be outshone in this life. Chapter 3. Taking on a disciple. Having resolved to accept Tang Hao's son, Tang San, as his disciple, Jack refrained from immediately proclaiming his identity as the legendary Sword God Douluo, demanding the child kneel before him in servitude. Such an approach would not only diminish his prestige, but also be rather premature, considering Tang San had only just been born. There was no rush. He would wait for the child to grow, observing his character and disposition to ascertain whether he would make a worthy disciple, one who would honor the teacher-student relationship. 6 years later, on a small, desolate hill, a diminutive figure stood against the rising sun, practicing a set of martial arts. This was a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, moving with the ferocity of a bull in each punch and kick. With every motion, his bones cracked and creaked as his small frame exhibited muscles akin to those of a young bull. With each punch and palm strike, a vigorous wind was generated, even producing a sonic boom. Not far from the child, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat serenely upon a rock, squinting his eyes to observe the boy's movements, occasionally stroking his long beard while nodding and smiling. This boy practicing his punches was none other than Tang San. Old Jack was renowned in the village as a kind-hearted man. Whenever a family faced difficulties, he would lend a helping hand, be it by providing clothing, food, or other daily necessities. When Tang Hao and his son settled in the village, Old Jack frequently visited them, always bringing along some food or clothes for the children. Over time, a close bond formed between Old Jack and young Tang San, who affectionately called him Grandpa Jack. One day, 3-year-old Tang San visited Old Jack's home and happened upon him practicing martial arts. The fluidity of his movements captivated him. Once Old Jack completed his routine, he noticed Tang San's mesmerized expression and casually inquired if he wished to learn. Initially, Tang San hesitated, perceiving the complexity of a martial art and believing that Old Jack must be a reclusive master. Observing from the sidelines felt like a transgression, and he could hardly gather the courage to ask for instruction. However, Old Jack reassured him, stating that there was nothing extraordinary about the martial art, merely a self-created system for strengthening the body, not a closely guarded secret. Given Old Jack's reassurances and his status as an elder, after all, it is said that one should not refuse the gifts of the elderly. Tang San began to learn from him daily. Yet, he insisted on formally apprenticing himself first. Old Jack feigned reluctance, but ultimately accepted the eager pupil, dedicating himself to nurturing Tang San's skills. Over the span of 3 years, Old Jack imparted 2 foundational martial arts techniques to Tang San: the Bull Demon Strength Fist and the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. The names alone suggested their focus on physical conditioning and the forging of a body as resilient as steel. Initially frail, Tang San transformed into a robust figure, surpassing even the strength of an ox, thanks to his rigorous training and the ample supply of spirit beast meat provided by Old Jack. As Tang San concluded his practice, he executed the final move, freezing in place before gradually settling into a stance. His skin flushed from exertion, sweat poured from his pores, and wisps of steam rose from his body. Indeed, after 3 years of diligent practice, he had made significant progress. Tomorrow, he would awaken his martial soul. And Old Jack pondered the potential of his disciple's aptitude to determine the path for his continued training. At that moment, Tang San approached respectfully and bowed. "Master," he greeted, "tomorrow is the day of martial soul awakening. I imagine you have many questions. Feel free to ask." Old Jack chuckled. The past 3 years have been primarily about laying a solid foundation, and he had delved deeply into the knowledge of spirit masters, believing it prudent to first solidify Tang San's skills. Master, what exactly is a martial soul? Tang San inquired, having heard snippets from villagers discussing martial souls, spirit rings, and soul skills, yet lacking a deeper understanding. Old Jack's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he delved into memories. A martial soul is a form of innate ability, the essence required to become a spirit master. In this world, every individual is born with a martial soul, which can be classified into 3 categories: beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, and entity martial souls. Beast martial souls pertain to animal forms: tigers, lions, wolves, spiders, ants, and the like. Weapon martial souls encompass tools such as swords, spears, sickles, and even plants. Entity martial souls, though rare, involve a part of the human body transforming into a martial soul, such as eyes, hands, feet, or even hair. Tang San was awestruck by the wonders of this world. And speaking of martial souls, Old Jack continued, one must mention innate soul power. This innate soul power is the strength bestowed by the martial soul. Typically, an individual with a powerful martial soul will possess considerable innate soul power. The level of innate soul power directly influences the speed of cultivation and the ultimate achievements one can attain. Generally, the highest innate soul power is level 10, also known as full innate soul power. Upon awakening their martial soul, one can directly acquire a spirit ring and officially become a spirit master. Tang San, curious, asked, Master, is level 10 really the maximum? Typically, yes, Old Jack explained patiently. That is a limitation of this world's rules. Spirit power cultivation is divided into 100 levels, requiring a spirit ring to progress every 10 levels. Otherwise, one cannot surpass level 10, no matter the effort. However, there are exceptions. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes as he recalled a certain individual from his past, one who had once attempted to challenge him, but met with dire consequences. I have encountered someone with innate soul power as high as level 20. Tang San's curiosity piqued. Master, who was that? How could he surpass the limit and possess level 20 innate soul power? His martial soul was not an ordinary one. It was a legacy granted by the divine. That innate level 20 soul power stemmed from such lineage. Old Jack then shifted the conversation. However, while higher innate soul power presents advantages, it is not the sole determinant of success. One's capabilities can be enhanced through diligent practice and the consumption of rare treasures, which can elevate innate soul power. Hearing this, Tang San felt a spark of inspiration, recalling the Xintian skill from his past life in the Tang sect. He finally understood why he had struggled to break through the first level. It was due to the absence of a spirit ring. Chapter 4. An intense desire for excellence. The following day marked the occasion of martial soul awakening in Douluo village. Early in the morning, Old Jack gathered the village's eligible children, including Tang San, and they set off in a spirited procession to the spirit hall established in the village, the designated site for awakening martial souls. The spirit hall, being a branch present in each village, was merely a humble wooden structure, far from opulent. At the entrance of the wooden hall, a young man clad in spirit hall attire awaited their arrival. This youth, named Su Yuntao, had assisted in awakening the village's children for many years, and thus he was well acquainted with Old Jack. A slight nod sufficed as a greeting upon their arrival. Old Jack felt no particular concern, instead beckoning the children. You may enter and follow this esteemed master from the spirit hall. Should you awaken a formidable spirit, it will serve you well throughout your life. One by one, the children ventured into the wooden cabin. Su Yuntao followed suit, and the door gradually closed, with only a voice emanating from within. Children, I am Su Yuntao, here to assist you in awakening your spirits. Outside, Old Jack stood, his formidable spiritual perception already enveloping the wooden structure, allowing him to witness every detail within. He observed child after child stepping into the awakening array, each emerging with a feeble spirit, a scythe, a hoe, or perhaps the blue silvergrass. With innate soul power at a dismal 0, it was not until Tang San that the situation shifted. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Old Jack's eyes. Under the vast reach of his terrifying perception, he discerned that while Tang San's left hand bore a blue silvergrass, the other hand clenched tightly, emanating a powerful aura. A dual spirit. Old Jack murmured softly to himself, an image of a charming little girl surfacing in his mind, the one who had been so attached to him, also possessing dual spirits. How was she faring now? Had she followed the methods he had devised, managing to suppress the backlash of her dual spirits? He resolved to visit her when time permitted. Moments later, the door swung open, and the children emerged one after another. Although old Jack was already aware of the outcomes, he approached Su Yuntao and inquired, "Master, might any of these children become soul masters?" "Indeed, there is one, but regrettably, it is the useless blue silvergrass." Su Yuntao replied, his face clouded with disappointment. "Blue silvergrass," old Jack echoed, scoffing inwardly at the notion of a useless spirit. Such ignorance. There are no useless spirits in this world, merely soul masters who lack understanding and cultivation. As someone who had risen to unparalleled heights, wielding a mere weed as a spirit, old Jack was qualified to make such assertions. Shortly thereafter, old Jack escorted the children back to their homes. When only he and Tang San remained, the latter eagerly revealed his secret. "Master, apart from the blue silvergrass, I possess another spirit." Trusting old Jack completely, he had no intention of concealing his dual spirit. "Little San, let me see both your spirits," old Jack said. Without hesitation, Tang San extended his hands, summoning his spirits. In his left hand, the blue silver grass appeared, while in his right, a black hammer manifested. "Indeed, the Haotian hammer. You are truly his descendant," old Jack murmured, casting a glance at the small hammer in Tang San's right hand, reminiscing about an acquaintance who was both a friend and rival. "Old friend, your great-grandson's future is boundless." Observing the two spirits in Tang San's hands, he felt a mix of pride and envy. Had he possessed such exceptional spirits, he would have attained divinity long ago, sparing himself the arduous journey of self-created techniques. Noticing his master's complex expression fixed upon his spirits, Tang San felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering whether possessing dual spirits was a misfortune. Otherwise, why would his master look so troubled? "Little San, put them away," old Jack instructed, regaining his composure. "Ah," Tang San replied, and with a thought, his spirits dissipated. "Master, regarding these two spirits," he hesitated. "Do not fret, little San," old Jack reassured, ruffling his hair with a hint of amusement. "Your dual spirits pose no issue. In fact, they offer you a significant advantage. However, cultivating spirits has never been a simple endeavor. If single spirits are challenging, dual spirits are even more so. Therefore, remember this." Old Jack's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "In the initial stages, never attempt to cultivate both spirits simultaneously, lest you provoke a violent clash that could lead to your demise." Tang San gasped in shock. While dual spirits were rare, they were not unheard of in the annals of the continent's history. There were accounts, albeit with less than perfect outcomes. Old Jack reminisced about past dual spirits who, driven by ambition, had attempted to cultivate both simultaneously, unable to control the internal forces, resulting in their tragic demise. "What should I do, master?" Tang San inquired anxiously. "Quite simply, in the beginning, focus on one spirit for cultivation. Do not engage the other until you have grown sufficiently strong to attempt its cultivation and add soul rings to it." Old Jack contemplated before continuing. "You should cultivate the blue silvergrass first. Do not use that hammer, and keep your dual spirit a secret from others." "Understood," Tang San nodded solemnly. He was aware that his master would never lead him astray. Furthermore, when it came to the cultivation of soul masters, he was entirely a novice. He knew following his master's guidance was the wisest path. The blacksmith shop, Tang San's home, welcomed them as old Jack noticed the door ajar. Upon entering, he found a disheveled, middle-aged man sprawled on the bed, intoxicated, clutching an empty bottle. "What a fine title, Douluo, reduced to this state. More disheartened than I. Truly absurd." He sighed, shaking his head in resignation before rapping sharply on the door. Bang! Bang! The loud knocking roused Tang Hao from his stupor. He opened his bleary eyes, recognizing the visitor, and fell back onto the bed, muttering, "Oh, it's old Jack. If you want water, pour it yourself. If you need farming tools, take them yourself." "Ah, Tang Hao, what a disgrace!" Old Jack exclaimed, exasperated. "I remember when this boy was not of such a character. What has transpired to lead him astray? Did his wife run off with another, leaving him with a green hat?" In the past, when Tang Hao had been a helpless infant, Old Jack had attended his full moon celebration at the Haotian clan, even having held him. Later, when Tang Hao was a teenager, they had met again. And he had been full of vigor, not the despondent figure he had become now. "Sigh, this lad is lost," Old Jack lamented, glancing at the small but robust Tang San beside him. "I suppose I must rely on the next generation." "Tang Hao!" Old Jack bellowed. Tang Hao, unable to endure the commotion, reluctantly rose and said, "Village chief, what is it?" "Little San possesses remarkable potential, and I intend to send him to the Nodding Academy as a working student in a few days," Old Jack stated bluntly. "Absolutely not," Tang Hao responded without a moment's thought. "What did you say?" Old Jack's expression reflected disbelief. "This is an opportunity to become a soul master. Only by becoming a soul master can one seize control over their fate. How can you deny little San this chance when he has the potential to become a soul master? Are you looking for a fight?" Old Jack felt a surge of impatience, his hands itching to move, contemplating whether now was the time to exercise his muscles. "I firmly believe that it is impossible." Tang Hao's face was etched with impatience. What does it matter to become a soul master? What use is there in being a powerful soul master? Even the mightiest martial spirits and the strongest soul masters are ultimately useless, mere waste, incapable of even protecting their own loved ones. This last thought, however, he refrained from voicing. "Hey, you can't simply ignore what I just said. As the mightiest soul master beneath the divine, Sword God Douluo, Old Jack, declared that he had something to say. Are soul masters truly worthless? Do you consider yourself the strongest? Have you ever reached the true pinnacle? To speak so arrogantly at such a young age." Old Jack's words flowed with fervor, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. What does it matter to be the strongest? As one directly involved, Old Jack felt he had the most authority to speak. Since becoming the mightiest soul master on the continent, life had been truly delightful. He could do as he pleased, for no power could stand in his way. Moreover, he was constantly surrounded by countless beautiful women who would fawn over him. Even after a brief encounter, if he chose to disregard them, they would remain infatuated. He reveled in both fame and fortune, indulging in earthly pleasures, surrounded by a veritable feast of delights. This was Old Jack's lived experience, one he still savored with nostalgia. All of this was possible because he was the strongest soul master. And now you dare to tell me that the strongest soul master is of no value? That the strongest is worthless? Young man, it would be an injustice if I did not give you a sound thrashing today. Turning to the side, Old Jack's face broke into an amused smile as he said, "Little San, I need to have a word with your father. Please step outside and close the door." Tang San glanced at the two, ultimately saying nothing as he swiftly exited and shut the door behind him. With the door's closure, only the two of them remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang Hao, who had previously appeared as a drunken man, underwent a transformation. The intoxication in his hazy eyes dissipated, replaced by a sharp and imposing gaze. Old Jack too changed. His previously hunched frame straightened, the habitual smile fading, his benevolent demeanor turning into an unyielding coldness. "Who are you, really?" Tang Hao's expression grew grave as he fixed his eyes on the elderly man across from him. Initially, he had thought this was merely an ordinary old man. But 2 or 3 years ago, after following Tang San to witness him teaching his son, he realized he had severely misjudged him. This old man was certainly no ordinary person. Now, in this tense atmosphere, was he preparing to reveal his true identity? Old Jack gazed steadily at the apprehensive Tang Hao, his expression neutral, yet exuding an unspoken sense of terror. "Little San is my disciple. His future is limitless, regardless of your tragic past. It does not justify you wasting his talent. I declare here and now that little San must attend the Nodding Academy." Tang Hao, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. "Threatening me? Am I the one to be threatened? Well, let me make my stance clear. It is impossible." "Oh, why must it be so?" Old Jack sighed, displaying a hint of helplessness. "The world is so beautiful. Why must it be filled with violence?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately summoned his martial spirit, revealing a large iron hammer in his hand. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang San's martial spirit, confirming their blood relation. Simultaneously, rings of soul energy began to manifest beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red. This was the universally recognized optimal configuration of soul rings. Particularly notable for the 9th ring being red, which represented a 100,000 year soul ring. Ah, no wonder he has such a gifted son Old Jack thought, his expression remaining unchanged as he slowly extended his right hand. Accompanied by a soft glow, a vibrant green blade of grass materialized. This grass, despite its exaggerated hue, looked like ordinary weeds, even inferior to blue silvergrass. A martial spirit of grass. Tang San, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had heard of this before. The moment Old Jack's soul rings emerged, however, he froze. Rings of purple, black, 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 red, 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 gold ascended around him. Clang! The hammer slipped from Tang Hao's grasp. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the astonishing configuration of soul rings surrounding Old Jack, as well as the seemingly inconspicuous grass in his hand, triggering memories of a legendary figure. Could it be that you are? Tang Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically, speaking cautiously. I am indeed the person you think I am, Old Jack replied with confidence. What, do you still wish to fight? And no, I do not wish to fight. Tang Hao hastily waved his hands. What a jest. This was a formidable figure from his grandfather's era. Decades ago, he had been undefeated across the land, only to later retreat from the world, his whereabouts unknown. Who would have believed he had become the village chief in this small village? Chapter 6. Identity and tokens. Upon learning that Old Jack was the legendary figure he had heard of, and coupled with the fact that Tang San possessed twin martial spirits, Tang Hao finally consented to allow him to become a soul master and attend the Nodding Academy. The following day, Old Jack donned his humble attire and arrived at Tang Hao's home to escort Tang San, their destination being the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. During their journey, inside the carriage, Old Jack produced an intricately patterned, ancient-looking belt for Tang San, saying, "Tomorrow marks your official start at school. Take this." Tang San accepted it with curiosity, examining it closely. Although the belt appeared unremarkable, it possessed a rare charm within its simplicity, and its material was of high quality, evoking a sense of antiquity, clearly indicating its age. Input your soul power to test it, Old Jack instructed. As Tang San complied, he immediately sensed a vast space within the belt, measuring approximately 100 meters in all directions. Master, what is this? Tang San exclaimed, astonished. This is known as a soul guidance device, an artifact from ancient times. Old Jack explained, I acquired this belt during my youth from an ancient ruin, and it is perfect for you to store items. Thank you, Master, Tang San replied, brimming with joy. This treasure would greatly facilitate the concealment of hidden weapons in the future. Seeing him fasten the belt around his waist, Old Jack nodded approvingly, then handed him a scroll, saying, This contains the methods for your subsequent cultivation and is the true legacy of my teachings. Once you settle in at the academy, find a quiet place free from interruptions to open it. Tang San respectfully accepted the scroll with both hands and stowed it in his storage belt. Old Jack continued, Little San, you possess innate full soul power. While others might immediately take you to acquire soul rings, I will not do so. At this stage, your physical strength has yet to reach its limit, and there remains room for growth. The number of years a soul master can endure with soul rings depends on various factors: physique, mental strength, martial spirit, and even willpower, among others. Generally, soul masters acquire their first soul ring, limited by factors such as physique and martial soul, which typically does not exceed 400 to 500 years. Thus, they hastily conclude that the optimal configuration for a soul master's soul rings is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. While this assertion holds some truth, it is only applicable to the ordinary. You, however, are not ordinary. As Old Jack spoke, a smile graced his face. The two sets of martial arts you practice since childhood are superior methods for honing the body and tempering the spirit. I estimate that at your current stage, absorbing a soul ring of 1,000 years would be a trivial endeavor, and your physique has yet to reach its limits, still possessing room for growth. Absorbing a soul ring too early would not be advantageous for you. With that, Old Jack produced a piece of white jade token and handed it to him. Tang San examined it closely, noting that the token was rectangular, resembling sheep fat jade, one side engraved with a black character Li, while the other depicted a small, vibrant green grass. Upon closer inspection, Tang San recognized the grass as a common wild variety, albeit unusually verdant, seemingly brimming with vitality. Master, what is this? Tang San inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Old Jack, understanding his intrigue, responded straightforwardly. This token represents my identity. Should you encounter formidable adversaries or obstacles in your journey, simply present this token. I still possess a modicum of influence. Few would dare disregard it. Furthermore, this token serves as a unique soul guide device capable of storing information. It contains years of my research findings, insights, various soul beast characteristics and weaknesses, and critical considerations for soul master training at each stage. You should review it whenever you have spare time. By channeling your soul power and focusing your mind, you can access the information within. Tang San respectfully accepted the white jade token with both hands, fully aware of its value and treating it with the utmost seriousness. Little San, do you understand why I am sending you to the Soul Master Academy instead of keeping you by my side for personal instruction? Old Jack suddenly posed a question. Tang San pondered for a moment before replying. Master likely wants me to become independent and not rely solely on you. Old Jack affirmed. Only when a fledgling eagle leaves the shelter of its parents can it soar high. While keeping you by my side would certainly accelerate your progress and help you avoid many detours, it would also inadvertently foster complacency, causing you to cease independent thought. Faced with difficulties, you would not strive to find solutions, which is detrimental. Being by my side may allow for a smooth growth process, but you would resemble a flower in a greenhouse, untested by the elements, far more fragile than wildflowers, easily crushed. Old Jack's eyes became distant, reflecting on the tribulations of his own life. To become a true powerhouse, one must endure countless hardships and trials, growing stronger with every setback. Only then can one be forged into steel. A life of ease and methodical training will not cultivate genuine strength. Moreover, within the academy, you will forge numerous friendships, learn beyond mere cultivation, and experience a complete childhood, things you could never attain while at my side. As they traveled, the master and disciple engaged in casual conversation, with old Jack speaking mostly while Tang San listened attentively, embodying a scene of benevolence and filial piety. The carriage moved swiftly, and after approximately 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. From afar, they could see the tall city walls. Although Nodding City is not particularly large, its proximity to the border of the Heaven Do Empire necessitated robust construction. Tang San and old Jack disembarked from the carriage and, like other travelers, underwent inspection before entering Nodding City. Little San, after I drop you off at the academy, I will return. You should make several friends while there. By the way, take this money, spend it freely, don't shortchange yourself. As old Jack spoke, he suddenly produced a bulging pouch of coins from his palm. Master, it's unnecessary. My father gave me money for this trip, and I can also find work, Tang San said, shaking his head. However, old Jack disregarded his protests and firmly placed the pouch in his hands. Take it, he insisted sternly. The costs in the city are not comparable to those in the countryside. There are many places where money is needed, and sometimes one must engage in reciprocity to forge connections. Your meager funds won't suffice. Heed my words, do not deprive yourself. Spend it without hesitation. I will come to fetch you when the semester concludes, just before the new year. By then, you should be ready to acquire your soul ring. With old Jack's insistence, Tang San had no choice but to comply, silently resolving to train diligently and repay his master's kindness in the future. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is located in the west of Nodding City. In the distance, the master and disciple saw a grand archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from solid rock, with 2 iron gates below, dark and sturdy, crafted from fine iron. Through the iron gates, they could see a winding path leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the arch, for large characters, read Nodding Academy. The grandeur of the Academy's entrance underscored the significance of the soul master profession in the Douluo continent, and this was merely a junior academy. At the entrance stood a gatekeeper. As old Jack and Tang San approached, the gatekeeper immediately stopped them. What do you want? Is this a place for you country folk? The gatekeeper exclaimed, looking down his nose at them. Having lived a simple life for many years, old Jack exuded an aura of humility, appearing like an ordinary old man, dressed plainly, which naturally garnered disdain from the gatekeeper. Old Jack remained composed, having endured countless humiliations and adversities in his long life. He was not about to lose his temper over the attitude of a mere doorkeeper. Thus, he replied kindly, "Young man, we come from Douluo village. This child is our village's work-study student for this year. Could you please inform us of the necessary procedures? The gatekeeper frowned, clearly displeased with old Jack's calm demeanor. As a countryman, he should be groveling and speaking in a sycophantic tone, yet old Jack's normal attitude deprived him of a sense of superiority. His irritation manifested in a sarcastic tone. Can a grass hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village even have someone with soul power? The academy hasn't had a work-study student in many years. Are you sure you're not an imposter? Chapter 7. The True Master. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's remarks, a flicker of discontent rose within old Jack, yet years of self-cultivation allowed him to endure. He retrieved the proof issued by the spirit hall and presented it to the gatekeeper, stating, "This is our verification." The gatekeeper examined the document, scoffing derisively. Martial soul, blue silver grass? Full innate soul power? How amusing. I've been a gatekeeper at this academy for 4 years and have never heard of a student with full innate soul power. This child's martial soul is blue silvergrass. How could it possibly be full soul power? I suspect this document is forged. At these words, the expressions of old Jack and Tang San shifted dramatically, anger ignited by the gatekeeper's insolent provocation. Young individuals may indulge in their appetites, but one must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Old Jack squinted slightly, concealing the brilliance within his eyes, and spoke in a calm tone. Have you ever heard the saying, trouble arises from the mouth? Beside him, Tang San, who appeared as robust as a young bull, clenched his fists, his muscular physique tensing. And the atmosphere around him began to shift, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a fierce tiger, ready to shred the doorman before him into pieces. Initially, the doorman was taken aback by Tang San's imposing aura, perceiving this boy, who resembled a young bull, as a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. He could almost sense the metallic scent of blood emanating from the tiger's gaping maw. However, once he regained his composure, a surge of anger welled within him, and his words became increasingly reckless. What, did I say something wrong? If I say you are a fraud, then you are a fraud. Not satisfied? I see you hailing from Douluo village. I reckon you're from beggar village with those patched clothes. You should find somewhere else to beg. Our nodding academy is no charity. Get lost, get lost. Tang San was utterly enraged. It was one thing to insult him, but to dare speak ill of his revered master was intolerable. The doorman's foul mouth warranted a lesson, and Tang San was prepared to deliver it. Just as he was about to stride forward and teach the insolent doorman a lesson, a hoarse voice interrupted the impending confrontation, saving the doorman from a beating. What are you doing? Initially stunned, the doorman's fury swiftly transformed into obsequiousness, his demeanor shifting so rapidly that it was almost unfathomable. He bowed and nodded to the newcomer. Master, you have returned. Tang San turned to see a slightly slender middle-aged man, whose appearance was rather ordinary. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement, though his eyes conveyed a hint of lethargy and despondency. Upon arriving, the middle-aged man merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, ignoring him entirely, and addressed old Jack. Old sir, may I see the proof from the spirit hall? Old Jack scrutinized the middle-aged man, and, with a single glance, discerned the essence of his being. The fluctuations in his aura suggested he was at most a great spirit master, with a weak martial spirit likely related to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. However, the blue lightning tyrant dragon was not typically so feeble, indicating a possible malignant mutation. Given his age, it seemed he would likely never surpass level 30. In mere moments, old Jack, a true master of both theory and practice, had assessed the middle-aged man's situation. Thus, he smiled and nodded, saying nothing as he handed over the proof. The middle-aged man examined it, his eyes widening in surprise, and quickly shifted his gaze to Tang San, regarding him with noticeable excitement. Oh, have you recognized that little San is extraordinary? Old Jack mused inwardly, though he remained silent. The proof is indeed authentic. Old sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for what just occurred. I shall take charge of this child. Old Jack nodded slightly, then turned to Tang San, saying, Little San, you shall accompany this teacher. Be sure to study diligently, understood? He patted Tang San's head before leisurely departing. Tang San watched his master's aging figure recede, clenching his fists and silently vowing to study hard, never to disappoint his master's teachings. The middle-aged man cast a casual glance at the doorman, stating, This is your first and last warning. Should you transgress again, You need not remain here. His voice was hoarse yet calm, carrying an undeniable authority. The doorman broke into a cold sweat, hastily retreating to the side. The middle-aged man then looked down at Tang San, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat stiff, rendering it less than pleasing. Shall we proceed? He reached for Tang San's hand, only to find it felt as solid as steel. The middle-aged man was taken aback from the mere touch of that hand and the strength of the boy-ass physique. He could ascertain how robust this 6-year-old child truly was. It appeared that his intervention had inadvertently saved the doorman from a beating. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Tang San finally entered the academy. "Thank you, teacher," he said. "Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy," the middle-aged man replied, glancing down at Tang San. "Not a teacher? But did you not just say you represent the academy?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. The middle-aged man shook his head, the awkward smile reappearing on his face. "Who said that only teachers of the academy can represent it?" Tang San realized, "I understand now. You must be the principal or some authority figure." The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "You are quite perceptive for a 6-year-old, but you are mistaken." Tang San, confused, asked, "Then who are you?" The middle-aged man replied, "I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how all refer to me. I have even forgotten my own name. The proof from the spirit hall states your name is Tang San, correct? You must understand that master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them in the future, unless," at this point, his voice trailed off as a fervent light sparkled in his eyes, "unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher. Do you wish to teach me how to cultivate my martial spirit?" Tang San queried. He halted, facing Tang San. "Are you willing?" Tang San paused, gazing up at the master before him. He remained silent, neither consenting nor rejecting. The master observed Tang San's calm demeanor, and the awkward smile returned. "Ah, you are indeed a clever child. Your silence conveys 2 meanings. 1, you are not in a hurry to refuse, lest you offend me. 2, you are inquiring through your actions why you should accept me as your master." The master, like old Jack, ruffled Tang San's hair with such extraordinary talent and intelligence. "It seems I must be persistent. After all, you are the 3rd dual martial spirit in nearly a century." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San felt a flicker of surprise. If this individual had gleaned such insights from the proof, it seemed this master possessed some knowledge after all. Yet, Tang San was resolute in his decision not to become a disciple. As for the unfolding narrative ahead, how would you prefer it to develop? Please leave a comment, and I shall consider it. If it surpasses my own plot design, I shall adopt it. Chapter 8. This is the truth. Yu Xiaojiang, observing Tang San's astonished expression with a composed demeanor, smiled and said, "Are you curious as to how I discerned you possess dual martial spirits?" While speaking, he shook the proof old Jack had given him. "It is due to this document. Perhaps others may overlook the flaws within, but if I were to miss them, I would not be worthy of the title master. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, of which only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Even among those with soul power, none exceeded level 1, yet you are innately endowed with a full 10 levels of soul power. According to my research on the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, the innate soul power correlates positively with the quality of the martial spirit. Clearly, blue-silver grass does not suffice. Hence, I can be certain you possess another martial spirit, one that is exceptionally powerful." He spoke with conviction. Tang San's gaze gradually settled, and he countered, "Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be a unique case?" Yu Xiaojiang nodded seriously and said, "Indeed, there are exceptions to every rule. However, given that your martial soul is blue-silver grass, it is evident that you do not belong to that exception. In the past century, although only 2 dual martial souls have emerged in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there have been 19 individuals born with full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their martial souls, and they are all formidable entities. The youngest among them has already reached the rank of Great Soul Master. Aside from 14 who inherited their powerful martial souls through family lineage, 5 are exceptions. Their origins are not noble, yet they possess innate full soul power. This anomaly is the existence of variant martial souls. Based on my extensive research on variant martial souls over the years, there is no known martial soul that can mutate into blue silver grass. Moreover, your blue silver grass is nothing extraordinary, so I can confidently affirm that my judgment is correct. Tang San nodded, discerning from the brief words of this individual referred to as master that he indeed possessed considerable knowledge and expertise. Regrettably, he had already pledged himself to another mentor. Thus, Tang San shook his head and said, "Master, your few words reveal your profound erudition. However, I regret to inform you that I have already taken another as my teacher and must decline your kind offer." "What? You have already taken a master?" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed in surprise. "At merely 6 years of age, you have already found a mentor? Who is this individual who acted so swiftly? It seems that in this day and age, one must seize the opportunity to take on disciples early." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Since you have already taken a master, then so be it. However, should you encounter any perplexing problems in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I have dedicated many years to the study of martial souls, and I believe I can still offer you some valuable advice." Meanwhile, the old Jack, who was secretly observing the two, felt a sense of comfort as he stroked his long beard upon seeing Tang San's resolute refusal. "Cool, I shall take you to the Academic Affairs office." Yu Xiaojiang once again took Tang San's hand. The nodding Junior Soul Master Academy did not appear as vast as it seemed, comprising several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located to the east of the playground. Despite being merely a Junior Soul Master Academy, the requirements for students here were rather stringent. Even those residing adjacent to the academy were required to stay on campus to receive standardized management. The Academic Affairs office was located on the first floor of the main teaching building. The reception was handled by a teacher who appeared to be in his 60s, assisted by 2 younger teachers in their 30s. Yu Xiaojiang placed the certificate on the table and addressed the elder teacher, Director Su. "This is a work-study student sent from Douluo village this year. I would appreciate your assistance in registering him." Director Su smiled broadly and said, "Master, what brings you here? It is a rare visit. Please have a seat." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and told Tang San, "You may register here on your own. These teachers will guide you through the process. I must take my leave, but if you have any questions later, feel free to consult me." Tang San nodded, acknowledging the goodwill extended to him, and responded respectfully, "Master, please take care." The master smiled, ruffled his hair, and turned to depart. At that moment, Director Su beckoned to Tang San with a smile. "Child, come here." Tang San approached as instructed. "You are now a student of this academy and must abide by its rules and regulations. Understood?" "Yes, I understand," Tang San replied, nodding. At this juncture, the other teachers in the office glanced at the certificate and were astounded. "Your name is Tang San, is it? Ah, you possess innate full soul power. What a pity that your martial soul is blue silvergrass." Upon seeing the words innate full soul power on the certificate, the expressions of the teachers shifted to one of astonishment, which quickly turned to regret upon noting the blue silvergrass. "What a pity!" Indeed, several teachers lamented, shaking their heads. Such high innate soul power. Yet the martial soul is that of blue silvergrass, a rather inferior martial soul. Tang San paid little heed to the teacher's lamentations, for his master, Old Jack, had once told him that the strength of a martial soul does not define everything. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. If this statement were uttered by the original text master, who could not surpass level 30, it would be mere boastful nonsense. However, when spoken by the protagonist, whose martial soul was deemed utterly lacking, yet persevered to become the strongest soul master in the world, its credibility ascends to the level of universal truth. For he himself is a living testament. A mere weed, even less formidable than blue silvergrass, could rise to become the strongest in the world. Does that not convey something profound? Of course, at this moment, Tang San remained oblivious to Old Jack's true identity and strength. He merely understood that his master was an enigmatic figure, though the extent of his prowess was beyond his comprehension. "Very well, here are your belongings. The academy provides these free of charge. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory. The responsible teacher there will assign you your work as a work-study student. Off you go." After completing the registration process, Director Su handed him some items. "Thank you," Tang San said, accepting the items from Director Su and bowing before turning to leave the Academic Affairs office. What Director Su provided him was a standard uniform of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the white fabric appearing quite pristine. Regardless of the material, it was certainly an improvement over the tattered clothing he wore. In truth, Tang San could have opted not to be a work-study student, However, old Jack insisted on this path to temper him and prevent him from developing a sense of entitlement. Naturally, he was compensated adequately, while tempering was essential. His apprentice should not suffer unduly. Chapter 9. Sharp and Fierce. The Academy's dormitory consisted of a single building, easily identifiable, housing both students and teachers. The number of students and teachers in the Academy was not extensive, thus one dormitory building sufficed. Room 7 was a rather unique establishment among the 7 student dormitories, characterized by inferior conditions, specifically designated for work-study students. After all, the Academy was not a charitable institution, although work-study students enjoyed tuition waivers. Their treatment could not match that of regular students. Room 7 was also the only dormitory with a mixed age group, accommodating all work-study students, regardless of their grade. As Tang San approached the entrance of Room 7, he could hear the raucous sounds emanating from within. The door stood ajar, allowing him a glimpse inside. The room was spacious, nearly 300 square meters, containing a total of 50 beds, though only 11 were furnished with bedding. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were creating a commotion. As Tang San knocked on the door, the children who had been conversing turned their gazes toward him. One of the older boys approached, observing Tang San's tattered attire. This boy appeared to be of similar height to Tang San, with a physique that could be described as somewhat muscular. Yet in comparison to Tang San, whose muscles were defined and robust, he seemed rather lacking. The boy approached Tang San, initially intending to adopt a condescending tone, but as he drew nearer and noticed Tang San's well-defined muscles beneath his ragged clothing, as well as the fierce sharpness in his demeanor developed from years of training, his tone softened. "Are you the new work-study student?" Tang San offered a friendly smile, the fierceness in his expression dissipating. "Hello, I'm the work-study student from Douluo village. My name is Wang Sheng. My martial soul is the Battle Tiger, destined to become a battle soul master, and I am also the leader here. What is your name, and what is your martial soul?" he asked, seemingly regaining his confidence as he held his head high. "My name is Tang San, and my martial soul is the blue silvergrass." Blue silvergrass? When did it become possible to cultivate the blue silvergrass martial soul? Wang Sheng displayed an expression of extreme surprise, and the children in the dormitory erupted into laughter, looking at Tang San as if he were a fool. A flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within Tang San, yet his good-natured disposition kept a smile on his face. "Could you please step aside?" he requested. Wang Sheng disregarded Tang San's words, asserting, "Little Sanzi, I am the boss here, and you will listen to me from now on. Understood?" The smile on Tang San's face gradually faded, and the previously absent fierceness returned to his brow. "My name is Tang San, not Little Sanzi." While he would not mind if his elders affectionately referred to him as Little San, the so-called boss before him was clearly attempting to assert dominance, which he could not tolerate. Wang Sheng raised his hand to push Tang San's shoulder. "I will call you Little Sanzi. So what? Are you dissatisfied?" However, as soon as his hand made contact with Tang San's shoulder, it felt as though he had pressed against steel. At that moment, a blur crossed his vision, and it felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. Bang! A figure flew backward. At the entrance, Tang San slowly retracted his fist, his expression remarkably calm. Years of training in 2 martial arts had inevitably influenced his temperament. The ox demon strength and tiger demon bone refinement. The presence of the word demon in both martial arts suggests a heavy intent to kill. These 2 styles were born from old Jack's early youth, forged through countless battles and hardships. Back then, old Jack's martial soul had no offensive power whatsoever. It was not until later that even that humble plant could cleave through the sun, moon, and stars. Thus, his primary means of attack was his self-created martial arts, defeating all adversaries with his fists and feet. The ox demon and tiger demon techniques were inspired by many fierce bovine and feline soul beasts, which he frequently observed and learned from. It is easy to imagine how ferocious and violent these 2 martial arts would be. In those early days, old Jack earned the title of Fist Demon, implying that when he fought, he did so recklessly, akin to a mad beast. However, as his soul power improved and his martial soul gained considerable strength, others gradually overlooked his formidable martial skills. At this moment, the rest of the dormitory was rendered speechless. "That wretched boy." Wang Sheng's mouth bled as he crashed against the wall after being struck. However, he was not seriously injured. Tang San had instinctively restrained his strength. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his full power, Wang Sheng would have been left in a far worse state. Yet, Wang Sheng was oblivious to this, believing instead that he had simply been caught off guard, which fueled his fury. A low growl erupted from his throat, one that should not be uttered by a child. Faintly, a layer of pale yellow light shimmered around him, and his body suddenly sprang into action, both speed and strength far surpassing what he had previously demonstrated. He lunged forward like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain. It was evident that he had tapped into the power of his martial soul. As Tang San faced Wang Sheng, who had transformed into a tiger, he found the whole situation rather amusing. He had trained rigorously in the ox demon strength and tiger demon bone refinement techniques, often observing real bovine and feline soul beasts to confront their ferocity firsthand. Thus, he understood the true essence of the ox demon and tiger demon. In contrast to actual soul beasts, Wang Sheng's display was merely a fade, lacking any genuine intimidation. I shall let you experience what a real tiger feels like. After years of training, Tang San had already grasped the essence of the tiger. Therefore, he merely tightened his expression and instinctively assumed the stance of the tiger demon punch, immediately altering the aura he exuded. This shift was most keenly felt by Wang Sheng. In a daze, he perceived that before him stood not a mere boy, but a powerful tiger poised to pounce, baring its fangs. Roar! Wang Sheng felt as though this great tiger was about to devour him, emitting a thunderous roar. A gust of wind, accompanied by a metallic scent, bore down upon him. The terrifying aura enveloped him. Thud! Wang Sheng was so frightened that he immediately exited the state of martial soul manifestation. Then he was struck again in the chest. Bang! He staggered backward several paces. Do you want to continue fighting? Tang San inquired calmly as he withdrew his stance. You! Wang Sheng's face turned pale as he recalled the overwhelming pressure he had felt, akin to facing a ferocious beast. Trembling, he asked, Is your martial soul also a tiger? No, Tang San shook his head. My martial soul is merely an ordinary blue silvergrass. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a delicate blue glowing blade of grass appeared. Indeed, it truly is blue silvergrass. Wang Sheng muttered in disbelief, clearly shaken by the revelation. Tang San picked up his school uniform, which he had carelessly tossed aside, and calmly stated, Now may I pass? As Tang San approached him, Wang Sheng instinctively stepped aside, allowing Tang San to find a bed near the door, placing his uniform upon it. Oh no, Tang San, did you use a soul skill just now? Wang Sheng tentatively inquired. Soul skill? Tang San shook his head. That was merely some martial arts technique. Then why did I feel as if I was facing a great tiger when I looked at you? Wang Sheng, still shaken, recalled the sensation of potentially being devoured. That was merely a product of your own psychological pressure, Tang San replied succinctly. He refrained from elaborating, for even if he explained, he doubted these children would comprehend. At that moment, upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around. Someone asked, Was that really a soul skill? It was incredible. Even Wang Sheng was no match for you. Tang San shook his head. I have said, it is not a soul skill, merely a combat technique. Do we not have any betting here? A student slightly older than Tang San looked downcast. We are just work-study students. Our tuition has been waived, so we do not have any betting. We brought what little we could from home. If you need, you can use mine. Tang San waved his hand. No need. Thank you. I will find a way. His father and master had given him ample pocket money before his departure, enough to allow him to spend freely in the city. Thus, he was not short on funds. Acquiring betting would be a simple task. This piece was penned rather spontaneously, inspired by a moment of creativity, and I was astonished to receive a contract notification after writing just a few pages. Is this what they call an accidental success? I wonder how the subsequent chapters will fare, and if my readers could lend their support with a vote, it would greatly motivate me. Chapter 10. The impulsive Tang San. Wang Sheng stepped before Tang San, asking, Why did you hold back just now? Having studied at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy for 5 years, if he could not discern Tang San's restraint, it would render his training futile. Tang San replied nonchalantly, We are classmates, not enemies. Although years of practicing two martial arts had influenced his temperament, it had only made him more inclined to resolve conflicts with his fists rather than endure or resort to hidden weapons. In simple terms, One's temperament has become somewhat impulsive and irritable, yet it does not reach the severity of lethality. A complex glimmer flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes, as he realized he had been remiss earlier. Every work-study student arriving here must confront such challenges. We, the work-study students, are often looked down upon by other trainees. Thus we must unite. I merely hope that you, the newcomer, can join us in solidarity. Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "So, you wish to impose a test of strength upon me?" Wang Sheng's cheeks flushed, revealing a hint of earnestness in his smile. "It was indeed you who bestowed upon me such a challenge. However, I must admit, you are quite formidable. By the way, how old are you?" Having practiced martial arts from a young age, coupled with the ample nutrition derived from Old Jack's supply of soul beast meat, Tang San's physique had developed remarkably. He was no longer the frail and diminutive figure depicted in the original narrative. His body had undergone unprecedented growth. Not only was he muscular, but his height was comparable to that of boys aged 12 or 13, despite being merely 6 years old. It is evident that Old Jack has devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing his apprentice for the sake of accumulating points. The multiverse master system possesses its own assessment mechanism. The apprentices cultivated must be those capable of overcoming the strong and challenging beyond their ranks. Simply relying on potions for upgrades, leading to a hollow foundation, is deemed inadequate within the system's judgment. Thus, in pursuit of points, Old Jack has imparted his most cherished techniques and diligently guided Tang San over the years. "I am 6 years old," Tang San replied. "What? You're only 6? Wang Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed Tang San was of similar age, or perhaps even older. To be so powerful at such a tender age, this individual's future seemed boundless. With this thought, Wang Sheng pulled a fellow student aside and, without hesitation, took a seat next to Tang San. "Tang San, having defeated me, you shall henceforth be the leader of our dormitory." Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, "I am here to learn." He had no interest in assuming the role of a leader among these children. For him, the path of diligent study, not disappointing his master or father's expectations, was paramount. He found the idea of being aching of children rather trivial. Wang Sheng asserted with seriousness, "This is the rule. Whoever possesses the strongest fist is the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I'm not being modest. Look." As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his uniform, revealing several bruises on his arms. "What happened?" Tang San inquired, frowning. As future dormitory roommates, it was only right to show concern upon witnessing someone being bullied. Wang Sheng sighed. "These were inflicted yesterday upon my arrival at the academy. We work-study students come from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitory students often bully those of us in room 7. As the leader, I must stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility on to you." The other students nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a glimmer of hope as they looked at Tang San. A sense of justice is an essential trait of a hero, naturally encompassing the protection of the weak. The education Tang San received in the Tang sect regarding these values was abundant, and having practiced martial arts from a young age, he possessed a certain valor. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Thus, he decided not to refuse any longer. "Very well, I will not stand idly by while my dormitory classmates are bullied." At that moment, a sweet voice called from outside, "Is this room 7? Everyone turned towards the door, their eyes widening in surprise. A charming little girl stood at the entrance, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old. Her delicate face was a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her black hair was styled in a scorpion braid, and her large, glistening eyes sparkled with curiosity as she held a brand new set of uniforms. The boys in the dormitory were taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a lovely girl, each one, except for Tang San, staring in astonishment. Tang San leaned towards Wang Sheng and whispered, "Are boys and girls allowed to reside together here?" Wang Sheng nodded, lowering his voice in reply, "We're all still children." The school does not differentiate between genders in any dormitory. It is said that only at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy will they separate them. How curious. There were no work-study students last year, yet now 2 have appeared. "Boss, let us give her a taste of our strength." Maybe that's unnecessary." Tang San had not anticipated that he would face such a dilemma immediately after being dubbed the leader of Room 7. The idea of bullying a girl was something he could not reconcile with, given the values instilled in him in both his past and present lives. The girl at the door blinked her big eyes, noticing no one was addressing her. She glanced up at the sign for room 7 and smiled sweetly, saying, "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu," as in dancing. Wang Sheng poked Tang San in the back, signaling him not to disrupt the dormitory's customs. Tang San rose and approached the girl. "Hello, I am Tang San. I am the leader here. You can just call me by my name. What is your martial soul?" Due to the influence of his character, Tang San had become somewhat straightforward, expressing thoughts that would have previously felt awkward to voice with ease. Xiao Wu blinked back at him, smiling. "My martial soul is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit. What about you?" Her smile revealed 2 adorable dimples, making her all the more enchanting. Tang San, captivated by her smile, blurted out without thinking, "A little white rabbit? How adorable. I love eating rabbits, especially spicy rabbit heads. They are simply irresistible." Old Jack would often provide him with rabbit and chicken meat, but he particularly relished the spicy rabbit heads made from tender rabbits, as the fiery flavor reminded him of the Sichuan cuisine famed in his former life, where the Tang sect was renowned for its affinity for spice. Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of indignation. "How can you say that? Rabbits are so cute. How could anyone eat them?" Before Tang San could respond, she bent her right knee, her toes springing forth to kick at his chin. While the force appeared minimal, the speed was astounding. Tang San was startled, yet years of martial training had ingrained a reflex within him. He instinctively dodged to the left and retaliated with a swift, powerful punch. This move, a close-range technique from the bull demon fist, harnessed the strength of the earth, channeling power from his feet through his waist and into his fist. In that instant, Xiao Wu perceived a muscular bull charging toward her with unrelenting ferocity, its formidable horns seemingly capable of piercing mountains. Not good. Tang San's instincts flared, prompting him to temper his strength. Yet, even with his restraint, his punch landed solidly against Xiao Wu's chest. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wu was sent flying, her petite form resembling a ragged sack. "Xiao Wu," Tang San exclaimed in alarm, rushing over. "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry, it was instinctive." Although Tang San had instinctively moderated most of his strength, the impact still caused Xiao Wu to spit blood, leaving her in a rather pitiful state. In an instant, even the other residents of the dormitory regarded Tang San with an unusual gaze. How could such an adorable girl be subjected to such brutality? Meanwhile, old Jack, who had been secretly observing Tang San's enrollment, could hardly bear to watch and covered his forehead, thinking that the boy was too reckless. How could he lay such a heavy hand on such a charming little girl? Although she was not human, but rather a 100,000-year-old soul beast, specifically a soft-bone rabbit. Experienced as he was, old Jack merely glanced at Xiao Wu and quickly deduced her situation. Well, he decided to observe a little longer. If he confirmed that the girl harbored ill intentions, he would capture her and imprison her until Tang San possessed sufficient soul power to eliminate her and claim her ring. With this resolution, he pondered. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that Tang San had inadvertently injured Xiao Wu, causing her to spit blood. Although it appeared serious, due to his retraction of most of his power, she was not gravely harmed. This minor injury could be easily healed by a soul master's recovery abilities in no time. Feeling unjustly beaten, Xiao Wu decided to throw a tantrum, collapsing to the ground and feigning severe injury, insisting that Tang San take responsibility. Of course, she did not mean for him to take on a lifelong commitment, but rather to become her little brother at her beck and call. Despite knowing she was being unreasonable, Tang San's heart softened at the sight of her pitiful face, with blood trickling from her mouth. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, he agreed, relinquishing the position of leader to her, thus allowing Xiao Wu to become the head of the 7th dormitory, much like in the original story. It is worth noting that this was also due to her being such a charming girl. Had it been a boy, it would have been entirely impossible. It simply illustrates that girls enjoy certain privileges in any world. At this moment, noticing that it was still early and mealtime was some time away, Tang San decided to venture out to purchase some daily necessities, such as toothpaste and a toothbrush, as well as bedding for the night, and, by the way, a few new outfits. He would be living in this city for a while, and wearing these patched-up clothes, though bearable in the village, would attract undue attention here. Though Tang San was not one to feel inferior about his patched clothing, being subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of others was rather unpleasant. With sufficient funds at his disposal, he certainly did not intend to compromise his comfort. Upon seeing Tang San preparing to go shopping, Xiao Wu immediately insisted on accompanying him. It can be said that girls, in any world, derive immense joy from shopping. Although Tang San initially hesitated to agree, he found himself softening at the sight of her tear-filled eyes, ultimately conceding. It felt like a fateful entanglement. He discovered that he could never harden his heart against this girl. While shopping, Tang San realized that Xiao Wu was astonishingly naive and innocent. She did not even understand the necessity of paying for her purchases. In the end, he had to cover the cost for her, which included a new set of bedding. By the time they returned to the school, Tang San's storage belt was overflowing with items, including Xiao Wu's belongings, since she had taken the liberty of leaving her things with him after discovering his storage capabilities. As Xiao Wu put it was only natural for a little brother to help the big sister keep her items safe. This left Tang San exasperated. Had she not been so endearing, he might have lost his patience long ago. Once they settled back into the dormitory and organized their belongings, they realized it was mealtime. The group decided to head to the cafeteria, but since Xiao Wu had no money, Tang San ended up treating everyone. 11 of them left the 7th dormitory, led by Wang Sheng, making their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria, located within the academic building, required crossing the entire playground. By this time, the playground was bustling with activity, with many students clad in academy uniforms heading towards the dining hall. The cafeteria at Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. Just as they entered, an unpleasant voice rang out. "Aren't those the paupers from the 7th dormitory?" Looking in the direction of the voice, Tang San saw a group of upperclassmen standing on the stairs between the 1st and 2nd floors, looking down at them with disdain. The speaker, a handsome young man around 11 or 12 years old, displayed a strong sense of contempt, gesturing mockingly at Wang Sheng, insinuating that the paupers would never be able to dine on the 2nd floor. Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the unwritten rule that the leader of the 7th dormitory would protect the work-study students. Xiao Wu readily agreed. But upon hearing the provocation, her anger flared. "Who do you think you are? What is so great about the 2nd floor?" A nearby work-study student whispered to her. "The 2nd floor is an exclusive dining area with expensive la carte options. We truly cannot afford it." Xiao Wu, petite and previously shielded by Wang Sheng, stepped into view, drawing the attention of the upperclassmen. The speaking boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the beautiful little girl, lamenting her status as a work-study student. "Wang Sheng, I'm going to eat now. Consider yourself lucky this time." With that, the group ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Xiao was about to pursue them when Tang San pulled her back. "Let's just go eat." Xiao Wu shot him a disdainful look. "Are you that afraid?" Without explaining, Tang San moved to the back of the line for food. According to the Tang sect's rules, disciples should not easily provoke conflict, but if attacked, they were to respond with great force. From an adult's perspective, the academy's students, regardless of their personalities, were merely children. Tang San had no interest in engaging in a rivalry with a child barely over 10 years old. However, Xiao Wu's spirited demeanor only endeared her more to Wang Sheng. Thus, the group enjoyed a peaceful meal in the cafeteria, and the day passed without further incident. Night fell in a small grove within Nodding Academy. Tang San ventured here alone, ensuring the surroundings were deserted, illuminated only by the hazy moonlight, which offered a faint glow to help him discern his environment. He found a relatively open space where a large blue stone lay, and leaped onto it, settling into a meditative posture. He brushed his hand against his waist, producing a scroll. Gazing at the scroll, Tang San's eyes sparkled with a violet hue. Although his current level of purple extreme magic eyes was insufficient to pierce through the darkness, the moonlight aided him in deciphering the contents of the scroll. Holding the scroll with both hands, he took a deep breath, pinching one end before gradually unfurling it from the other end. The first thing that caught his eye was the 4 striking characters, myriad transformations, and 3 absolutes. Tang San halted abruptly, then continued to unfold the scroll, revealing not further text but an illustration, a massive bull with horns raised skyward, its muscular form defined and robust. This great bull had crimson eyes, its dark hide taut with explosive muscles, poised as if ready to charge. The entire painting emanates an inexplicable spirituality, with the fierce bull depicted within seemingly poised to charge forth at any moment. Tang San gazed at this artwork, feeling as though the world around him was spinning. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a peculiar realm, where a colossal bull with crimson eyes was glaring at him. and then it came barreling towards him. Moo! With no power to resist, Tang San was utterly crushed. Bang! A thunderous noise echoed in his mind. To his astonishment, he realized he had returned to reality. Everything had merely been an illusion. A new incantation now resonated in his mind. Bull Demon's mighty strength, trapped in the mire. With the emergence of this phrase, Tang San suddenly comprehended the many perplexing aspects of his previous training in the Bull Demon's mighty fist, which he had once considered superfluous. Previously, the Bull Demon's mighty fist was merely a method to hone the body and circulate vitality. However, upon receiving this incantation, it felt as if he had achieved a profound enlightenment. He discovered that the Bull Demon's mighty fist was not just a simple martial art, but a supreme technique capable of unlocking human potential and forging an unparalleled physique. Now, he truly understood the essence of the Bull Demon's mighty fist. What he had learned before was merely a framework, filled with techniques yet devoid of the essential principles, preventing him from grasping the true core of the art. The Bull Demon's mighty fist is divided into 9 realms, corresponding to the levels from a 10th rank Soul Master to a 90 rank title Douluo. Although he currently possessed a 10th rank soul power, he had yet to attain even the first realm in the training of the Bull Demon's mighty fist. No wonder his master had said he was far from reaching his limits, and his physique still had room for improvement. Chapter 12. Main Study. The true Bull Demon's mighty fist is divided into 9 realms, corresponding to the levels of 10th rank Soul Masters to 90 rank title Douluos in this world. Although he currently possessed a 10th rank soul power, he had yet to reach even the first realm of the Bull Demon's mighty fist, illustrating why his master stated that he had not yet reached his limits, and his physique still had potential for enhancement. Tang San could not help but marvel at the extraordinary mastery of the creator of such a technique. At that moment, he noticed that the scroll in his hand had reverted to a blank state, the image of the bull having vanished. Knowing that the remaining portion of the scroll had yet to be fully unfurled, he steadied his emotions and slowly opened it once more. As expected, the next image depicted a fierce tiger. This great tiger, with its coat of deep black fur and dark purple stripes, stood poised, its claws dug into the ground, ready to pounce, baring its teeth and glaring with blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of savagery. Merely gazing upon this image, Tang San felt a surge of agitation rise within him, his eyes glimmering with a hint of bloodlust, igniting an impulse to recklessly destroy everything around him. At that moment, the illusion returned. In a daze, Tang San saw a ferocious black tiger lunging towards him. Boom! A resounding echo reverberated in his mind. When he regained his senses, the tiger's image on the scroll had indeed vanished. Concurrently, a new incantation appeared in his mind. Tiger Demon, forge the bone, heart like a fury. This too was divided into 9 realms. If the former Bull Demon primarily focused on honing the body and unlocking physical potential to forge an unparalleled physique, then the Tiger Demon concentrated on condensing the aura of combat, embodying the path of battle and slaughter. The essence of the Tiger Demon lies in forging a heart of slaughter, brave and unyielding, charging forth without hesitation. In a narrow encounter, the courageous triumph. A true strong man emerges from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the early days, it was the Bull Demon and Tiger Demon that established Jack's name as the Fist Demon. However, while these two techniques are immensely powerful, their excessive killing intent can prove detrimental. Thus, a third image emerged. Tang San gradually unfurled the remaining portion of the scroll. This time, a heavily armored turtle appeared. Merely gazing at this unremarkable turtle, Tang San felt his once agitated heart slowly calm, his gaze becoming serene, enveloped in an indescribable sense of tranquility. Suddenly, the familiar illusion materialized again. This time, the backdrop was an expansive ocean. Waves surged, towering to heights of several thousand meters, accompanied by a terrifying storm. The sky was overcast, with raindrops as dark as ink. Just then, 4 pillar-like giant legs descended from the heavens, gently stepping into the sea like 4 divine needles stabilizing the ocean. A colossal turtle emerged. As this giant turtle appeared, the tumultuous waves calmed, the horrific storm dissipated, and sunlight streamed down from above, creating a serene tableau where water and sky merged as one. Buzz! Tang San's consciousness returned to reality once more. At this moment, a corresponding third incantation surged in his mind. Spirit turtle, calming the sea, portending fortune and misfortune. The bull demon and tiger demon, being excessively fierce and extreme, risk self-harm. Thus, a third entity is required for balance. The tranquil and serene spirit turtle serves as the perfect harmonizer, allowing the three techniques to complement one another. The bull demon cultivates the body. The tiger demon embodies slaughter. The spirit turtle calms the sea, stabilizes the spirit, and harmonizes the heart. Thus, the so-called three supreme transformations is realized. Each of these three techniques possesses 9 realms, working in concert, resulting in an extraordinarily pure and profound inner strength. Should one solely practice any one of them, such as the tiger demon, one would be overwhelmed by killing intent, ultimately degenerating into a bloodthirsty fiend. If one only trains in the bull demon, one's temperament may become reckless, disfavoring intellect, and ultimately leading to a muddled existence. Should one only cultivate the spirit turtle, while the mindset remains calm and composed, desires would gradually fade, ultimately transforming one into a heartless and desireless individual. Such a loss of desire is indeed a frightening prospect. Therefore, only through the integration of these three can one attain the true, supreme method. At this moment, having accepted the inheritance of the three supreme transformations, Tang San increasingly perceived the profound depths of his master. What kind of person could create such an astonishing technique, and what status does his master truly hold? Tang San's days at the academy were remarkably tranquil. During this period, he discovered that the knowledge taught regarding soul masters was largely encompassed within the tokens bestowed by his master, and even more detailed than what the school provided, penetrating deeply. He could say that he gained little from the academy. However, his master had long stated that the purpose of his attending school was not to learn, but to cultivate independence, make friends, and enjoy a relatively free and joyous childhood. Thus, even though he learned little at school, Tang San actively integrated into the collective, refraining from any eccentric behavior. During this time, his martial skills naturally did not wane. After receiving the true inheritance, he realized that compared to the Xiantian skill brought by the Tang sect in his past life, the three supreme transformations passed down by Old Jack held even greater potential and profound mysteries. The soul power cultivated through the three supreme transformations far surpassed the quality of that derived from the Xiantian skill, and Tang San was no fool. He knew exactly how to make his choices. Human energy is finite. One cannot be half-hearted and excel in all things. Therefore, he commenced his major in the three absolute transformations, while dedicating his spare time to practice the other esoteric arts of the Tang sect, merely revisiting them as needed. After all, there was no inherent conflict between the two pursuits, nor did he need to engage in any form of reallocation of his energies. There was no requirement for him to relinquish the Tang sect's teachings. With the presence of superior martial arts, what reason was there not to practice? As he delved into the three absolute transformations, Tang San discovered that although the quantity of his internal soul power remained unchanged, still at level 10, its quality became increasingly refined. If his previous soul power could be likened to a thin mist, it had now transformed into a flowing liquid. Perhaps when he reached the first level of the three absolute transformations, his soul power would fully liquefy. This was something the original Xiantian Gong could never achieve, and he grew increasingly grateful for having acquired such an exceptional mentor. It is noteworthy that while Yu Xiaojiang was aware of Tang San's apprenticeship, he was reluctant to relinquish his hold on this rare, dual martial soul genius, often attempting to cultivate a closer relationship. Through their interactions, coupled with the depth of Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge, whenever Tang San encountered minor issues he struggled with, he would seek his guidance, and their bond gradually deepened. The token bestowed upon Tang San by Old Jack contained an abundance of knowledge, ranging from the simple to the complex, addressing a wide array of queries that soul masters might encounter throughout their development. Yet, it was inevitable that some fundamental questions might be overlooked, as he subconsciously considered them to be common knowledge. However, these elementary concepts were utterly foreign to Tang San, who had never been exposed to such information before, leading him to seek assistance from others. Given that Yu Xiaojiang had previously indicated that he could be consulted for matters of confusion, Tang San approached him without hesitation. Thus, Their relationship continued to flourish. Chapter 13. A super fan. On this day, Tang San encountered yet another conundrum and sought the counsel of Yu Xiaojiang. The master's residence was located in a modest room at the corner of the top floor of the dormitory, approximately 30 square meters in size. Knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door and announced, "Master, are you there? It is Tang San, and I have some questions to ask you." "The door is unlocked. Please come in," came a hoarse voice from within. Without pretense, Tang San opened the door and stepped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a large bookshelf filled with books, along with a few simple pieces of furniture, such as a bed and a table. "Ah, it's you, little San. What is it that you do not understand this time?" Yu Xiaojiang managed to smile. His previously stoic demeanor softened. Through their conversations over time, he had abandoned any thoughts of taking on Tang San as a disciple, as he realized that the questions Tang San posed were primarily basic inquiries. In contrast, he found himself more knowledgeable about the more profound topics. Upon learning that the information recorded in the soul guide left to Tang San by his master was quite extensive, Yu Xiaojiang understood that this child's mentor was no ordinary individual. Indeed, his expertise might surpass his own. When he inquired why Tang San's master had not taken him to acquire soul rings, Tang San articulated a plethora of theories, particularly regarding the concept of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level, as if he had unlocked a gateway to a new realm of understanding. From this alone, Yu Xiaojiang surmised that Tang San's enigmatic mentor was indeed unfathomable. With mere theoretical knowledge and lacking practical prowess, how could he even begin to compete? "Master, here is the situation," Tang San began, articulating his doubts. Yu Xiaojiang listened attentively, patiently sharing his insights once Tang San had finished. Observing the dawning realization on Tang San's face, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Tang San was familiar with these theories. He merely lacked some inconsequential details. Like a chain missing a link, it could never form a complete loop. However, once that link was restored, everything would seamlessly connect. After a leisurely exchange, Tang San suddenly remembered something. Hesitating briefly, he reached to his waist and produced a white jade token, the private identity insignia of Old Jack. "Master, may I inquire if you know the origin of this token?" His curiosity piqued. He handed the token to Yu Xiaojiang, eager to discover if the master recognized the identity of his mentor. Yu Xiaojiang instinctively took it and was immediately struck by the character Li, which seemed familiar. Flipping it over, he beheld a lush green blade of grass. "This is..." Yu Xiaojiang sprang to his feet, his gaze riveted on the token as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. "Where did you acquire this token?" His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent as he stared intently at Tang San. "This was given to me by my master," Tang San replied, surprised to witness Yu Xiaojiang's uncharacteristic display of agitation. "Master," Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and fixed Tang San with an envious gaze, realizing, "So you are indeed his disciple. Master, do you know what my mentor's identity truly is?" Tang San inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "He did not inform you?" Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Tang San shook his head, explaining, "My master has never disclosed his name. He merely entrusted me with this token, instructing me to present it should I encounter an insurmountable foe." Yu Xiaojiang exhaled deeply, shaking his head as he remarked, "Since that esteemed individual has chosen not to reveal his identity, he must have his reasons. I shall refrain from further commentary. In due time, you shall come to know." At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's emotions were particularly complex. Unlike the original narrative, it was Old Jack, rather than Tang Hao, who stood as his lifelong idol. Li Jack, the legendary Sword God Douluo, the strongest being in the world. This man was his eternal hero, a figure of reverence. In stark contrast to Tang Hao, who enjoyed a prestigious lineage and abundant resources for cultivation, coupled with extraordinary talent, Old Jack hailed from humble beginnings, having to earn every resource through sheer effort. Most importantly, he possessed a remarkably poor innate talent, with a starting soul power of merely 0.1, rendering him seemingly unfit to become a soul master. In fact, Old Jack was even less capable than Tang Hao, yet he never surrendered his aspirations of becoming a soul master. Through relentless determination, he ultimately shattered the limitations imposed upon him, emerging as the continent's mightiest warrior. His journey was nothing short of a legendary tale of an underdog triumphing against all odds. Yu Xiaojing had grown up hearing the stories of Old Jack's exploits. It was precisely because of Old Jack's legendary narrative that he had not relinquished hope after his martial soul underwent a malignant transformation. Instead, he diligently researched martial souls, striving to emulate his idol. Although he ultimately fell short and achieved little, he at least earned the title of master. While both were once seen as failures, Old Jack accomplished feats that Yu Xiaojing could never hope to match, rekindling hope in his own heart and imparting the lesson that human determination could conquer the heavens. Especially resonant was Old Jack's oft-repeated adage, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Even a blade of grass can cleave through the sun and stars." This saying inspired him to never relinquish hope. Thus, Yu Xiaojing was undeniably a fervent admirer of Old Jack, a superfan in every sense. His numerous theoretical studies were derived from the life experiences of the legendary Sword God Douluo, which ultimately conferred upon him the esteemed title of master. Such a remarkable figure surely warrants veneration and admiration, becoming an idol for a lifetime, does it not? In comparison, Tang Hao pales in insignificance. Thus, upon learning that Tang San was the disciple of his idol, Yu Xiaojing, as a fervent admirer, naturally adopted an increasingly amicable demeanor towards him. He generously imparted all that he had learned, and although his theories could not rival the experiential wisdom of Old Jack, they were nonetheless immensely beneficial to the current Tang San, aiding him in filling gaps in his knowledge and accelerating his learning process. Time passed, and the semester at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy neared its conclusion. A semester here is equivalent to a year, during which students are prohibited from returning home, although family members are allowed to visit. Tang San had hoped for his father's arrival on multiple occasions, yet as the term came to an end, Tang Hao remained absent. Fortunately, his life was sufficiently fulfilling, leaving little room for longing. "Xiao Wu, the holidays start tomorrow. Are you going home?" In their dormitory, Tang San methodically packed his belongings into his belt while casually inquiring. Xiao Wu leaned against her bed, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to her usual vivacity. "I want to be going home. Perhaps I'll stay at the academy." Tang San was taken aback and replied, "It's been a year. Aren't you going to visit home?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Xiao San, I ascend to your home near the academy. How about I come with you to play? After all, Wang Sheng and Xiao Chenyu have gone to take the exam at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and the rest want to play with me." Tang San smiled. After a year of interaction, he had come to understand her well. This lively girl was always brimming with energy, appearing as though she thrived on chaos. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable doll, yet when provoked, her reputation as Sister Xiao Wu was well earned. Countless students had felt the brunt of her wrath within the academy. "Come if you wish. However, my family is quite poor, and I have nothing to offer you." "Don't be ridiculous. I've never seen you short of money." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. "By the way, Xiao San." She hesitated before finally asking, "What level of strength does your master possess?" As a being transformed from a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu's identity, if revealed, would attract the ire of soul masters, as her current strength was non-existent, forcing her to start anew. This meant that a moderately powerful soul master could easily kill her to obtain an exceedingly rare 10,000-year soul ring. Thus, her situation was perilous. She navigated the human world with extreme caution, for a single misstep could lead to her downfall. Fortunately, not every soul master could discern her true identity. Typically, those who reached the rank of Soul Douluo had a certain probability of unraveling her secret, while a title Douluo could undoubtedly see through it. If Tang San's master were to be of such caliber, she would have to consider whether to remain there or to distance herself from him, for her identity could easily be exposed under the scrutiny of Tang San's master, leading to dire consequences. "My master?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback by the question. He pondered, recalling that Old Jack had never displayed his soul rings to him. Thus, he only knew from the teachings passed down to him that Old Jack was indeed formidable. However, the extent of his strength remained a mystery. The various experiences encapsulated within the token conveyed knowledge and taboos necessary for soul masters, from the weakest to the highest title Douluo, suggesting that Old Jack was undoubtedly a title Douluo. However, would stating this truth frighten Xiao Wu? After all, in this small town, even a soul king was considered an exceptional powerhouse, let alone the legendary title Douluo. After some thought, Tang San decided to tell a benevolent lie. My master is a soul sage. A soul sage. Xiao Wu exhaled in relief, thinking she need not flee from here after all. The next day, as Tang San embarked on his journey back to the village, a lively young girl in nodding academy uniform accompanied him, heading towards Douluo village. The past year had been profoundly fulfilling for Tang San, who felt a sense of satisfaction after receiving the true legacy. Through diligent training, and owing to his prior foundation in 2 forms of martial arts, he progressed rapidly in cultivating the myriad transformations and reached the pinnacle of the first heaven half a month ago. At present, his soul power had completely liquefied, achieving an astonishing quality. He was finally ready to acquire a soul ring. How much farther? Xiao Wu asked, glancing around. We're nearly there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our Douluo village is at its foot. We are almost home, Tang San replied, excitement bubbling within him as he neared the little mountain village where he had lived for 6 years. An inexplicable emotion began to rise within him as they approached. Soon, they entered Douluo village, and Tang San pointed to the dilapidated sign atop his home, smiling as he said, Look, that's my house. As they neared his home, Tang San felt a surge of exhilaration, quickening his pace as he rushed to the door. The entrance, as he had left it, remained ajar, a habit of Tang Hao's, for there was little of value to steal in his blacksmith shop. Dad, I'm back, Tang San shouted excitedly. Xiao Wu had never seen Tang San display such emotion. She stood behind him, curiously observing. In her mind, Tang San was a gentle friend, usually quiet yet perpetually busy with something. Only during their sparring could she witness his earnest side, albeit with her consistently on the losing end. As he called out, Tang San quickly stepped inside. The blacksmith shop was just as chaotic, if not more so, than before, cluttered with a mess of items, evoking a sense of familiarity. Oh, Xiao San is back, came a warm voice. Inside, old Jack and Tang Hao were leisurely enjoying their drinks. Master, Dad, Tang San exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing the 2 closest people to him after a year apart. Welcome back, Tang Hao, usually taciturn, offered a rare note of concern. Yes, I'm back, Dad, Tang San nodded, his emotions beginning to settle. By the way, Xiao San, who is this little girl behind you? Old Jack casually inquired. Oh, right. Master, let me introduce her. This is Xiao Wu, my classmate, Tang San said, turning to Xiao Wu. These 2 are my master and my dad. Hello, grandfather. Hello, uncle. Xiao Wu stepped forward, greeting them with a charming demeanor. Very well, old Jack chuckled, stroking his beard. What a well-mannered child. Xiao San has indeed been fortunate to have you looking after him this past year. Not at all. It's actually Xiao San who has taken care of me, she replied. Xiao Wu's face displayed a perfectly measured shyness as she humbly replied. In truth, old Jack's words were merely a formality. Throughout the past year, although he was not always by Tang San's side, he would secretly visit him 2 or 3 times a month to ascertain his well-being. Thus, he was aware that it was Tang San who, like an elder brother, cared for this transformed 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Observing their amicable relationship, which bore a hint of childhood sweethearts, old Jack realized that this spirit beast was beyond reach. What a twisted fate. Old Jack thought of Tang San's father, Tang Hao, who had also fallen for a spirit beast, resulting in a similarly tragic outcome. He mused on the undeniable resemblance between father and son. Nevertheless, he resolved to let go of his concerns. What business did an old man nearing the grave have in meddling? The most pressing matter was to nurture this disciple into a capable individual, amass points, heal his injuries, and prolong his life. Everything else was mere triviality. Chapter 15. Romantic Tales. The night sky was adorned with a luminous moon. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, bestowing a refreshing ambience upon the quaint village. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, old Jack and Tang Hao had set up a table outside the blacksmith shop, adorned with several small dishes and a fine jug of wine. They sat there, sipping wine under the celestial moonlight. Senior, after a year of observation, it seems this girl harbors no ill intentions toward Xiao San. Had it been otherwise, I would have long since confined this spirit beast, leaving it for Xiao San to claim a spirit ring. Old Jack contemplated aloud. But is it truly wise to allow them to continue this way? Tang Hao, unusually hesitant, questioned, what harm could come of it? Children will find their own fortunes. Besides, you're no different, are you? Or do you harbor regrets? After a small sip, old Jack spoke matter-of-factly. Regrets? I scoff at the notion. The one thing in my life I do not regret is meeting her, Tang Hao declared, and silence enveloped the scene. After a long pause, old Jack continued, "Tomorrow, I shall take Xiao San to hunt for a spirit ring, and we will return within a day. You must ensure the girl does not feel scared in your absence. Remember, do not reveal your identity." "I am well aware of that," Tang Hao replied dismissively. Though he appeared perpetually intoxicated, one should not mistake him for a mere drunken fool. After all, who among those who achieved the rank of title Douluo was ever simple? Very well then. Old Jack nodded slightly. The following day, early in the morning, old Jack informed Tang San of his plan to take him hunting for a spirit ring, marking the beginning of his journey as a spirit master. To old Jack's surprise, Tang San hesitated and said, "Master, Xiao Wu is only familiar with me here. If I leave, it would not be right to leave her alone." "Do not worry," old Jack reassured him. "With me accompanying you, we shall procure the spirit ring within a single day." A sigh of relief escaped Tang San. A day was manageable. He had feared it would take several days. "Then I shall go inform Xiao Wu," he said, turning to rush into the house. Old Jack watched his spirited figure, reminiscing about the innocent and pure bond they shared, and stroked his long beard, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing. I too was once young. Throughout his life, he had encountered and possessed numerous women, yet most were fleeting romances. Only a rare few had truly touched his heart. Suddenly, the exquisite silhouette of a regal woman, Poseidon Duo Bo Saishi, materialized in his mind. He recalled the promise they had shared and the fervent declaration he had made upon leaving that he would not return unless he had attained divinity. A bitter smile crept across his face. When he achieved the pinnacle of title Douluo, the next step was to ascend to godhood. Thus, he ventured to the renowned divine inheritance site, the Sea God Island, which lay within the ocean. He was accompanied by two others, Tang Chun, the leader of the Haotian school, and Qian Daolu, the Pope of the Spear Hall. Although both hailed from illustrious lineages and wielded top-tier spirit abilities, they paled in comparison to him, a peerless warrior forged in blood and slaughter. While their levels were equal in terms of combat experience, spirit ring configurations, spirit power quality, and overall capabilities, they were no match for him. In a true battle, even united, they would not stand a chance against him. The trio journeyed to Sea God Island, the realm of the Sea God's inheritance. Each individual could challenge it, and Sea God Island would administer trials of varying degrees: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, based on one's attributes. Beyond these 5 levels lay the supreme 8 trials and, most crucially, the 9 trials of the Sea God. To pass the 9 trials of the Sea God signified that the deity had taken notice of you, wishing to select you as a successor. Tang Chun and Qian Daolu both received the red level 7 trials, while Bo Saishi attained the supreme 8 trials, which was essentially the highest level of challenge beneath the 9 trials of the Sea God. Old Jack had initially believed that even if he could not achieve the 9 trials, he would at least manage a red level 7 trials like Tang Chun and Qian Daolu. However, to his utter humiliation, he ended up with only the lowest level white trial. Can you believe that? Yet, that was the bitter reality. The shame, such an unabashed humiliation. At that moment, Old Jack was so furious that he nearly unleashed his spirit to cleave Sea God Island in two. Ultimately, for the sake of the woman he cherished and the fact that Sea God Island was a divine inheritance site, where there might be unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from acting. Nevertheless, he left with a parting remark, seething with anger. "If I am unwelcome here, I shall seek refuge elsewhere." Since the Sea God had no use for him, he would pursue other deities. Surely, not all gods would reject him. Little did he anticipate that the divine realms of this world were so rigidly biased against spirits that they regarded his spirit as merely ordinary weeds, offering him nothing but the most basic of trials. Old Jack could not endure such indignity. He consistently refused to accept the trials, turning away in disdain, even when the assessments were as easy as a walk in the park. He had long vowed never to beg again. Time and again, he faced the silent humiliation that only fueled his growing rage. After scouring nearly all the divine inheritance sites on the continent without a single deity recognizing his worth, Old Jack's pride ignited. He resolved to forge his own divinity rather than depend on divine legacies. Yet, the conventional method of achieving divinity required centuries of devotion to gather the faith of the people, something he could endure. However, Bo Saishi could not wait that long. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, Her duty was to sacrifice her life to unlock the 9th trial whenever someone achieved the 9 trials of the sea god. Although achieving the 9 trials of the sea god was exceedingly rare, who could guarantee that no prodigious talent would emerge during a millennium? By then, it would likely be too late. Thus, old Jack understood that only by becoming a god could he negotiate terms with the sea god. To assist the beloved woman in escaping her destined fate of sacrifice, old Jack resolutely decided to take drastic measures. At that time, his self-created technique, the 10 transformations, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th heaven. The quality of his soul power had nearly reached the level of divine power, even exceeding that of an ordinary divine entity in purity. This was why he dared to entertain the thought of cleaving Sea God Island in two. It was confidence born from strength. Old Jack intended to forcibly absorb an extraordinarily aged soul ring, leveraging the pure energy to transcend the 9th heaven and reach a realm that existed only in theory, the 10th heaven. The outcome, however, was painfully evident. He failed. Not only did he fail to condense the 10th soul ring, but the redispersed soul power within him nearly caused him to explode. Though his robust physique spared him from immediate death, it inflicted irreparable damage upon his body. His vitality continued to wane. Once blessed with a millennium of life, he no longer resembled the youthful, dashing figure adored by countless maidens. Instead, he had aged into a frail old man. It was all over. At that moment, old Jack could think of nothing but this. Feeling the countless wounds on his body, he could not help but smile bitterly, ridiculing his own arrogance and lamenting his pitiable fate. Disheartened, he dragged his broken body back to the village of his birth, returning to his roots, awaiting death until the system appeared. Chapter 16. The Birth of Divine Powers. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Tang San was accompanied by old Jack to the edge of a small lake. Gazing at the crystal-clear waters, Tang San curiously inquired, "Master, what brings us here?" The nearest soul beast forest required several days, even by horse-drawn carriage, so to make a round trip within a day, unconventional means would be necessary. Old Jack, his eyes gleaming with insight as he observed the pristine lake, finally extended his hand and gently waved. Buzz! In an instant, ripples surged across the clear surface of the lake. Tang San was astonished to discover that the lake, which had initially reflected the blue sky and white clouds, now appeared to connect to another world as the ripples spread. The scene reflected on the surface, once showing the azure sky, transformed into a vast forest filled with towering green trees, adorned with vibrant wildflowers and verdant vines that coiled around the trunks like gigantic serpents. It was a wild and primal sight. "Let us go," old Jack declared, hands clasped behind his back, taking a deliberate step forward. As he stepped into the mirror-like lake, he did not plunge into the water. Instead, it was as though he traversed a mist, entering the scene unveiled by the lake's surface. Witnessing this miracle, Tang San followed suit, stepping onto the lake's surface. A moment of blurriness overtook him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a lush forest, filled with the refreshing scent of nature and the fragrance of wildflowers. "Remarkable!" Tang San could not help but exclaim. The ability to transform the lake's surface into a portal to another location had opened his eyes to new possibilities. "Master, is this your sole skill?" he asked, brimming with curiosity. "Not quite," old Jack replied with a gentle smile and a shake of his head. "This is a natural manifestation of the divine powers that emerged after I refined the 10 transformations to a certain degree. Little San, do not envy. With diligent practice, you too shall one day give birth to your own divine powers, just as I have, traversing vast distances and wielding abilities that seem inconceivable to ordinary folk." "Indeed," Tang San affirmed, clenching his fists and nodding earnestly, grateful for his decision to become old Jack's disciple. They were now within the Stardow Forest, rich with diverse soul beasts, some over 1,000 years old, and even the core areas harbored soul beasts of 100,000 years, and perhaps even 1,000,000 years. As they walked, old Jack elaborated on these remarkable creatures. 1,000,000-year soul beast. At the mention of this unfamiliar term, Tang San's breath caught in his throat. Just the notion of a 100,000-year soul beast was legendary. He could hardly fathom the existence of a 1,000,000-year beast, which must surely rival divine beings in power. Thus, the master and disciple ambled leisurely through the perilous forest. For ordinary individuals, this place would be fraught with danger. However, With the unparalleled strength of old Jack by his side, it felt more like a stroll through a garden devoid of any tension. Old Jack reminded him, in the soul beast forest, one must remain vigilant. Danger lurks not only in the form of hidden soul beasts, but also from soul masters who may be lurking as potential foes. As they walked, he imparted his life experiences to Tang San. The latter listened intently, committing every word to memory, knowing these lessons were the invaluable fruits of old Jack's lifetime of experience, earned through countless brushes with death. Old Jack continued to share his wisdom on survival in the wild and various precautions to take. Tang San followed closely behind, absorbing every detail. Along their path, they encountered soul beasts of various ages, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and even 10,000 years. Yet old Jack seemed dissatisfied, explaining to Tang San, a soul ring is not better simply because it is older. It must resonate with your martial spirit, as the derived soul skill will only be meaningful if it aligns with your intentions. Little San, your blue-silver grass martial spirit, is currently just the most ordinary variant. It is inherently weak, yet its very weakness grants it greater versatility. With the right soul rings and thoughtful combinations, even the most seemingly useless martial spirit can become extraordinarily powerful. As he spoke, old Jack raised his hand, and a small blade of grass appeared, radiating a verdant glow. This is my martial spirit, a common weed, weaker even than your blue-silver grass. When I awakened my martial spirit, my innate soul power was merely a faint trace. Deemed level 0. 1. Tang San stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He had assumed his master possessed an overwhelmingly powerful martial spirit, only to discover was an unremarkable weed. After a year of learning, he was no longer the naive novice he once was. He understood how remarkable it was to cultivate a weed martial spirit to the level of title de law. Thus, his gaze toward old Jack brimmed with newfound respect. Had I followed the conventional path of soul masters, I would likely have never reached level 10 soul power. Instead, I charted a new course and developed the 10 transformations. Old Jack spoke with pride, a sentiment he justifiably held. The 10 transformations had elevated his body, soul, and were far beyond the ordinary. Even without employing soul skills, he possessed formidable combat prowess. Realizing he had digressed, he returned the focus to martial spirits. My weed martial spirit is fundamentally weak, yet this very weakness grants it non-exclusivity. It does not reject any attribute of soul rings, instead integrating them harmoniously. Thus, the soul skills obtained are often the most intrinsic abilities of the soul beasts themselves. Thus, when I first sought to attach a soul ring, I meticulously selected a 3,000-year-old Janya bamboo. This particular bamboo is entirely silver-white, with its leaves forged from purest gold and iron, exceedingly sharp, resembling daggers. The Janya bamboo, once consolidated into a forest, embodies its very essence. Upon launching an attack, the bamboo leaves, akin to sword blades, cascade down like a torrential storm. Although it is a plant-type martial soul, it possesses a sharpness that ordinary plants lack, a quality my master's feeble weed martial soul sorely misses. Fortunately, I succeeded. As old Jack spoke, he presented his weed martial soul to Tang San. Upon careful examination, Tang San noticed that although this weed appeared indistinguishable from ordinary roadside grass at first glance, a closer look revealed its leaves were remarkably sharp, akin to the edge of a sword, glimmering with a faint cold light. The soul ring of the Jenya bamboo bestowed upon the weed martial soul this cutting characteristic, sharpening its leaves to a knife-like precision. At last, it possessed some degree of attack power, albeit minimal, due to the inherently inferior nature of the martial soul. Old Jack's expression was complex. Heaven knows how devastated he felt at that moment. After enduring countless hardships, he had nearly lost his life in the pursuit of the 3,000-year-old Jenya bamboo, only to absorb the soul ring and emerge with such a rudimentary trait. Upon absorbing the Jenya bamboo's soul ring, the weed martial soul acquired its first soul skill, the slash. The leaves became as sharp as daggers, capable of unleashing faint sword energy. As he spoke, Tang San observed the weed in old Jack's hand gently tremble, its sharp leaves slicing through the air, releasing wisps of weak sword energy, accompanied by the soft sound of cutting wind. These delicate strands of sword energy effortlessly pierce through a tree large enough for several individuals to embrace, creating small holes. Although this power seemed impressive, the thought that it originated from a 3,000-year-old Jenya bamboo's soul ring made Tang San feel that this ability was unworthy of such a ring. What transpired afterward with the master? He turned his curious gaze towards old Jack, who smiled slightly and said, "From then on, I resolutely chose to walk a singular path. Henceforth, every time I acquire soul ring, I would no longer limit myself to plant-type rings, but intentionally select those that could enhance the sharpness of my martial soul, even absorbing those from animal soul beasts without hesitation. Thus, I continuously fortified this ability. To this day, all 9 soul rings of the weed martial soul share the same soul skill, the fundamental slash. However, with the stacking of 9 soul rings and 9 identical soul skills, even the most basic slash becomes extraordinarily formidable. This principle of one trick to rule them all holds true. If old Jack's weed martial soul had a base slashing power of 0 before attaching the first soul ring, the first soul skill elevated it to a basic 1. The second soul ring's skill doubled the slashing power to 3. The third ring tripled it to 9. The fourth ring quadrupled it to 36. The fifth ring quintupled it to 180. The sixth ring sextupled it to 1,080. The seventh ring septupled it to 7,200. The eighth ring octupled it to 57,600. Finally, the ninth ring nonupled it to 518,400. Thus, through this cumulative enhancement, even if his martial soul were fundamentally inferior, the attack power reached an astonishing level under the influence of 9 soul skills. This is the secret behind old Jack's bold claim that even a blade of grass could cleave the sun, moon, and stars. Conversely, other powerful martial souls, such as the Haotian hammer, find it challenging to replicate this phenomenon. Their inherent strength complicates the singular enhancement process. Unlike the weak and simplistic nature of his weed martial soul, which is easily shaped by soul rings. Let's not digress. Noticing Tang San's dawning comprehension, old Jack continued, "However, your martial soul is different from mine. Your blue-silver grass is not ordinary. It is the yet-to-awaken blue-silver emperor martial soul. Once you undergo a second awakening, your blue-silver grass will transcend into the most exalted form of the blue-silver emperor martial soul." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned to one of astonishment. He felt an increasing sense of his extraordinary lineage. Whether it be his seemingly disheveled father or his unknown mother, they could not merely be ordinary soul masters. Therefore, regarding your blue-silver grass martial soul, the singular enhancement path I chose is not suitable for you. You are more inclined towards a diversified approach, leaning towards control and support, especially since you possess a second martial soul, which boasts unparalleled offensive power on the continent. Once soul rings are attached later, you will undoubtedly wield formidable offensive capabilities. As old Jack spoke, he felt an overwhelming mix of envy and admiration. If only he possessed such an exceptional martial soul, he would not have faced so many closed doors in the realms of divine inheritance. He would have long been beseeched by deities to inherit their divine positions. Subsequently, old Jack continued to guide Tang San in searching for soul beasts, moving deeper into the core region of the Stardow Forest, where soul beasts aged thousands of years abound. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The master and disciple simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Tang San's eyes sparkled with purple light, a manifestation of the Tang sect's secret art, the purple extreme magic eye, enabling him to see far and discern the flaws of his enemies. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still lacking, allowing him only to glimpse vague outlines in the distance. Meanwhile, old Jack's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, sharp and fierce, akin to a ravenous tiger ready to pounce. This was the Tiger Demon Eye, derived from the 10,000 transformations and 3 absolute techniques. This extraordinary ability possesses numerous remarkable uses, one of which is the power of distant sight. Upon its application, one can perceive far-off places. There are other profound mysteries that will be revealed later, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Old Jack's crimson eyes fixated on the source of the sound, and at a glance, it seemed as if his vision transcended mountains and rivers, allowing him to discern the nature of the furious roar. Before him stood an enormous gorilla, a titan giant ape, aged 100,000 years. Gazing at the creature, old Jack observed the flickering red light upon its form and, with a single glance, comprehended its essence completely. Chapter 18. The Inexplicable Beauty of Violence. In old Jack's eyes, this creature resembled a mountain, a colossal beast, its fur a deep black. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders towered far above 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, its height would likely exceed 15 meters. To the untrained eye, it bore resemblance to both a monkey and a chimpanzee, its entire body shrouded in darkness, save for its lantern-sized eyes, which shimmered with a crystalline glow. The sheer magnitude of this beast was astonishing, its physique remarkably robust. Every inch of its form adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Undoubtedly, this was a titan giant ape. Within any soul beast forest, the titan giant ape stands as a sovereign entity. No soul beast would dare to offend it, for the consequence would be death. Even a titan giant ape merely a century old could contend with soul beasts a millennium in age. These creatures possess unparalleled strength and speed, with their attacks and defenses nearly flawless. Most terrifyingly, they can execute skills akin to soul techniques. No one knows the true extent of the titan giant ape's powers, for those who have witnessed them have perished. As a soul beast of a millennium, its strength is markedly distinct, attributable to its intrinsic attributes. The titan giant ape is among the exceedingly few soul beasts perched atop the apex of the pyramid. The terror it invokes is the stuff of nightmares for all soul masters. Countless soul masters have coveted the might of the titan giant ape, hoping to slay it to claim its soul ring. Yet those who have harbored such ambitions have all vanished from this world. Before them stood a titan giant ape of 100,000 years, undoubtedly one of the most formidable soul beasts in this forest. "Master, what is happening over there?" Tang San, having only glimpsed a vague shadow, finally relinquished his futile efforts and inquired of his master. "It's merely someone who has provoked a young monkey," old Jack replied, his eyes gleaming with a piercing red light. To him, even this titan giant ape of 100,000 years was merely a slightly larger monkey. A young monkey? Tang San's forehead seemed to sprout several question marks. He sensed that his master's reference to a young monkey was anything but simple. "Come, little San, let master take you to witness the commotion," old Jack said, grasping Tang San by the nape and stepping forward. In that moment, ripples akin to water spread through the air, and the master and disciple vanished within the undulating space. Meanwhile, at the source of the thunderous roar, a colossal titan giant ape was swinging its massive fists, wreaking havoc and uprooting countless towering trees, leaving chaos in its wake. At this moment, 3 individuals were scrambling for safety beneath the onslaught of the giant ape, their plight dire. Among them were an elderly couple and a young girl, approximately 8 or 9 years of age. Each of the elderly couple wielded a long staff, one adorned with a dragon's head and the other with a serpent's head. They were the legendary dragon and serpent couple of the Soul Master realm. The man, known as Meng Shu, nicknamed Dragon Lord, was a formidable Sword Douluo. His wife, named Chao Tianxiang, was a Soul Emperor, known as the Serpent Matron. Their martial spirits were highly compatible, allowing them to unleash a fusion technique potent enough to rival an ordinary title Douluo. However, before the 100,000-year Titan giant ape, they were woefully outmatched. For even an ordinary title Douluo would be no match for this Titan giant ape. Consequently, upon unexpectedly encountering the Titan giant ape, the couple instinctively attempted to retreat with their granddaughter, only to inadvertently attract the attention of the giant ape. With no other recourse, the couple had no choice but to leap through the towering trees, fleeing for their lives. The Titan giant ape relentlessly pursued them, uprooting trees and hurling them towards the fleeing trio. After narrowly evading numerous descending trees, the couple found themselves inevitably caught by the Titan giant ape. In desperation, they flung their granddaughter away. "Run quickly!" A surge of soul power enveloped the little girl, propelling her away. "Grandpa! Grandma!" The little girl, enveloped in soul power, cried out in anguish as she watched her guardians confront the soul beast alone. In that moment, the dragon and serpent couple faced the charging Titan giant ape. Their hands clasped tightly, their minds in sync, as the dragon-headed and serpent-headed staffs emanated a brilliant glow. Dragon staff, serpent blade. Around them appear the ethereal forms of a serpent and a dragon, entwining and beginning to rotate, merging into a formidable force, the dragon and serpent fusion technique. Ultimately, the two spirits combined into a single massive dragon, enveloping the couple. With a thunderous roar, the dragon ascended, soaring high above, unleashing a fearsome cry directed at the titan giant ape, radiating an awe-inspiring dragon might, accompanied by the venom of the serpent, which blanketed the surroundings and caused the nearby trees to wither instantly. The titan giant ape, momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the dragon, was not truly daunted, and soon its fury surged as it pounded its muscular chest, producing a resounding drum-like sound. The dragon, undeterred by the titan giant ape's defiance, opened its mouth and unleashed a deep green breath. The terrifying exhalation, tinged with a foul odor, enveloped the titan giant ape. The beast shook its massive head and sneezed violently, clearly only reacting to the odor, showing no sign of poisoning. The dragon above was equally astonished, having not anticipated the titan giant ape's remarkable resistance to toxins. It seemed that merely using poisonous mist was insufficient to afflict this creature. It appeared they would need to confront it directly. The dragon, with its serpentine form coiling, executed a final dive, aiming its head at the titan giant ape with great force. The titan giant ape, enraged, extended its massive hand to grasp the descending dragon's head, disregarding the intense toxins. Even as its palm began to tingle, its inherent resistance allowed the poison to only temporarily spread to its hand, not permeating its entire body. Thus, the titan giant ape firmly seized the dragon's head and began to strike it mercilessly. The colossal dragon, wielded like a long whip by the titan giant ape, was swung mercilessly, wreaking havoc upon countless towering trees in its vicinity. To old Jack and his disciple Tang San, who observed from the shadows, this scene was imbued with an inexplicable beauty of violence. Chapter 19. Old Jack's Subtle Emotions. In the darkness, old Jack remarked to the awestruck Tang San, "Do you see, little San? This is the battle between spirit masters and spirit beasts. True combat can effortlessly determine a victor. Those drawn-out duels of 300 rounds, where no lives are at stake, are mere trifles. Real life-and-death struggles can often conclude with a single strike." Having experienced countless battles, old Jack was adamant. Do not be misled by online novels. Authentic combat lacks the embellishments that could stretch over dozens of chapters. Oftentimes, a mere exchange can bring an encounter to an abrupt end. As for spirit masters reciting the names of their abilities mid-fight, he found it utterly foolish, treating battle as child's play. Tang San, transfixed by the battlefield, nodded vacantly, his mind captivated by the ferocity of the clash. Though he had faced battles in his past life, he had never witnessed such a display of brutal beauty. It was akin to a celestial duel. In the arena, after several vigorous swings of the dragon, the titan giant ape seemed to tire of the game and casually discarded the creature. As the dragon was thrown, it radiated a glow before gradually shrinking, ultimately transforming into a couple, battered and bruised, clearly bearing the brunt of the earlier dragon's assaults. "Old man, are you all right?" the serpent lady inquired, her injuries evidently less severe, as the dragon's form had been led by the more powerful dragon lord. Thus the damage was primarily reflected upon him. "I'm fine," the dragon lord replied, though he immediately coughed up blood. "Old man," the serpent lady exclaimed, anxiously supporting him. "Do not worry. It is merely a bit of stagnant blood." He waved off, eyeing the titan giant ape, which was now toying with them, aware that the beast refrained from delivering a fatal blow likely for its own amusement. Why else would it refrain from utilizing its innate abilities? Since the beginning, the titan giant ape had solely relied on its overwhelming physical prowess. Yet, even that raw strength rendered them utterly defenseless, illustrating the true terror of the titan giant ape's might. "Wife, I shall stay behind to confront this beast. You must flee at once," the dragon lord urged, his expression grave. "No, old man, we leave together," the serpent lady protested, unwilling to abandon him. After decades of partnership, they were united in heart and spirit. They would face death together if it came to that. "Listen," the dragon lord insisted, his tone serious. "Although we have sent her away, she is in grave danger alone in this forest and will not find her way out. You must find her and lead her to safety." The serpent lady hesitated, But the gravity of the situation silenced her objections. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Upon reaching a decision, the Dragon Lord surprisingly calmed himself. Instead of brandishing his dragon-headed staff spirit, he gazed at the colossal titan giant ape, murmuring to himself, "The world knows us as the unparalleled dragon and serpent, capable of contending with tidal Douluo through our combined might. Yet they are unaware that Meng Shu possesses another spirit." With a slow extension of his right hand, accompanied by a misty glow, a verdant blade of grass appeared. As the grass manifested, Tang San was taken aback. It bore an uncanny resemblance to his master-esque spirit. Old Jack, too, was stunned, gazing at the vibrant grass in the Dragon Lord's hand. Memories surged forth, transporting him back to a sweltering midnight 70 or 80 years prior, where a perpetually melancholic woman had crossed his path during a night of drunken revelry. At that time, he was merely 20, a soul sage, and their encounter was one of heroic rescue. The long-absent widow and the impetuous youth, coupled with the heroics of the moment, led to an inevitable outcome. After 3 months of dalliance, old Jack had moved on, continuing his journey, their connection nothing more than a fleeting romance. To describe it as love would be a stretch. It was merely a mutual agreement driven by desire, devoid of genuine affection. They were drawn to each other's beauty, and thus their union ensued naturally. After leaving, old Jack had promptly forgotten her. Yet now, witnessing the Dragon Lord wielding this humble grass spirit, a unique and singular spirit, old Jack realized that he had likely fathered a child during that time. This meant that the individual before him, the Dragon Lord, was indeed his son. Old Jack's emotions were complex. Accustomed to solitude, the revelation that he had an elder son and potentially numerous grandchildren left him at a loss. Despite his seasoned demeanor, he could not shake the disorientation that enveloped him. His certainty that this spirit was inherited stemmed from the fact that his own grass spirit, having been enhanced by numerous soul rings, had transcended the ordinary. The sharpness imparted by those rings had long since penetrated his very marrow, intertwining with his bloodline. Thus, even from a distance, old Jack could sense the striking similarity and sharpness emanating from the grass in the Dragon Lord's hand. Who else in this world could cultivate a mere blade of grass into something so formidable? There was no doubt this was indeed his lineage. However, dual spirits? Old Jack furrowed his brow, pondering how this child could possibly possess dual spirits. The conditions for such a phenomenon were exceedingly stringent, rendering it seemingly impossible. According to ancient texts, to possess dual spirits, 2 criteria must be met. First, the spirits of both parents must differ significantly in nature. Second, their qualities must be closely aligned. From this, it was clear that the conditions for dual spirits were incredibly rare. Not only must the spirits differ in essence, but their qualities must also be in close proximity. Taking Tang San as an example, this theory validated that his blue silvergrass was anything but ordinary, as the Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass represented the duality of hard and soft, embodying both weapon and plant spirits, thus satisfying the condition of differing natures. However, the second condition was entirely unconnected. After all, how could the strongest weapon spirit possibly share a quality similar to the typical inferior blue silvergrass? Thus, the true identity of Tang San's blue silvergrass is revealed. It is none other than the supreme blue-silver emperor among plant-type martial spirits. Suddenly, old Jack recalled a young girl, reminiscent of the exceptional cases of twin martial spirits that manifest during martial spirit awakening. Among these twin martial spirits, there exists a peculiar instance involving a little girl. Old Jack remembered that this girl was the saintess of the spirit hall, possessing twin martial spirits that were both spider-related. Therefore, regardless of whether the second quality condition aligns, the first condition of differing martial spirit properties is not met. However, since twin martial spirits are inherently scarce, it is inevitable that the theories documented in ancient texts may harbor inaccuracies. After all, such manifestations occur only once every few centuries, leaving scant avenues for research. Consequently, these two theories hold only a modicum of reference value. It is not necessarily required for the martial spirits to share similar qualities in order to form twin martial spirits. Otherwise, how could one explain the existence of the twin martial spirits held by Long Gong, consisting of a dragon-headed staff and roadside weeds? Although the martial spirit and plant spirit meet the first condition of property divergence, they are vastly disparate in quality. While old Jack's martial spirit has been augmented with numerous soul rings, granting it immense power, its quality remains lackluster, still a mere scrap. If one were to compare the quality of martial spirits to bloodline ranks, then old Jack's weed martial spirit would be the lowest tier, with an exceedingly low ceiling. Augmenting soul rings does not enhance bloodline rank. Even a level 99 Limit Douluo is already the pinnacle for a weed martial spirit. There is no further external enhancement possible, which explains why the deities look down upon him. His weed martial spirit has reached its limit and cannot withstand divine power. Any forced infusion would result in the shattering of the martial spirit. Thus, for old Jack, inheriting a divine position is unfeasible. The true path to transcending to the divine level lies in systematically gathering faith over millennia, allowing the power of belief to gradually nourish his martial spirit, leading to its slow metamorphosis into a true divine martial spirit. In due course, the divine position will naturally coalesce, and his weed martial spirit will undergo a complete transformation. Regrettably, old Jack at that time was oblivious to all this, and the deities would not benevolently disclose it to him. Upon realizing that he could not inherit their divine positions, they merely subjected him to the most rudimentary of tests as a facade. After all, old Jack had already reached the zenith beneath the divine realm. Even ordinary low-tier gods were no match for him. Without the ability to inherit a divine position, any higher tests would merely be embellishments. He must hasten to gather faith and ascend to divinity. This was the implicit suggestion conveyed to him through the rudimentary white-level examination by those deities. Unfortunately, he could not decipher such subtle hints. Thus, when he confidently attempted to forcefully break through the bloodline limit of his weed martial spirit, the outcome was of course catastrophic, utterly disastrous. Fortunately, he now possessed an external aid. As long as he accumulated sufficient points, he could transcend the limits of his martial spirit at any moment, saving a millennium's worth of time, transforming his weed martial spirit into a true divine martial spirit. At this moment, confronted by the Titan giant ape and facing a life-and-death crisis, Long Gong finally unveiled his closely guarded second martial spirit, a seemingly ordinary green weed. As this weed was revealed, 3 black soul rings materialized around him. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 black 10,000-year soul rings encircled him. It was not that he wished to attach more soul rings, but rather that his body could no longer endure the weight of additional rings. He was simply too old. His physical potential had been exhausted. Each added soul ring would impose an additional burden on his body. Typically, a martial soul user possesses 1 martial spirit, and from soul master to title Douluo, one can attach up to 9 soul rings. However, theoretically, a twin martial spirit could accommodate 18 soul rings. While this seems appealing, the reality is far from simple. As a soul master's body is augmented with soul rings, it simultaneously experiences both enhancement and strain. It is akin to adding weight to a person. There is a limit to how much weight the body can bear, and it cannot be increased indefinitely. Clearly, even though Long Gong is a formidable soul Douluo, after attaching 3 10,000-year soul rings to his second martial spirit, combined with the 8 soul rings of his first martial spirit, he bears a total of 11 soul rings, which has pushed his body to its limits. Unless he breaks through to title Douluo and enhances his endurance once more, he cannot continue to add soul rings to his second martial spirit. Otherwise, attempting to attach a 4th soul ring after acquiring 3 would inevitably result in being unable to withstand the power of the soul rings, leading to death by explosion. There is absolutely no alternative. The solution to this predicament is rather straightforward. One must begin practicing cultivation techniques from a young age, strengthening one's physical body, soul, and willpower in all aspects, thus laying an incredibly solid foundation. For instance, old Jack, despite having only 1 martial spirit, can easily attach a 1,000-year soul ring to his first soul ring, while the second soul ring begins at 10,000 years, and the 5th at a staggering 100,000 years, culminating in the 9th soul ring directly at 1,000,000 years. Who among ordinary individuals can absorb soul rings of such high antiquity? I digress. Let us return to Long Gong, who, upon revealing his martial spirit, manifested 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. The massive Titan giant ape, upon witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment in its large, yellow, crystal-like eyes. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Its intelligence is nearly on par with that of humans. It naturally understands just how rare the talent of twin martial spirits is among humanity. It was unexpected to encounter one now. Chapter 21. Taste the Blade of an Elder. 3 updates, seeking recommendations. Roar. The Titan giant ape let out an excited roar, its massive fists pounding fiercely against its chest, producing a resonant sound. Clearly, the prospect of annihilating a human with twin martial spirits exhilarated it immensely. A beast is but a beast. A shadow flickered in Long Gong's eyes, and he unleashed the brilliance of his weed. A vibrant emerald light radiated forth. At that moment, the 3 black soul rings surrounding him lit up in succession. Concerning the origins of his weed martial spirit, Long Gong was indeed aware. His mother had informed him before her passing that the legendary Sword God Douluo was in fact his biological father. She also imparted the method for cultivating his second martial spirit, as well as the secret behind why the Sword God Douluo was the strongest in the world. The key lies in focusing on a singular soul skill, ensuring that all techniques of this martial spirit are of the same kind, thereby doubling their potency. Regardless of how simple the technique may be, when perfected, its power is formidable. This was evident in the prowess of his father, whom he had never met. He had single-handedly traversed the world undefeated using a mere weed martial spirit, claiming the title of the strongest, an absolute subversion of all conventional wisdom held by martial soul users of that era. Thus, after becoming a soul, Douluo Long Gong, realizing he could not advance to title Douluo, decided to formally attach soul rings to his second martial spirit. Consequently, his first soul ring for the weed martial spirit was a 10,000-year ring, carefully selected, and, as anticipated, the integrated soul skill was the most ordinary slash, akin to that of his legendary father. The first soul ring showed little, but once the second soul ring was attached, its power doubled. Following that, the third soul ring further enhanced its strength exponentially. Now, even with just 3 soul rings, the terrifying power of this slash has become his most formidable weapon. In terms of power, it surpassed even the soul fusion technique of the couple. The Dragon Lord's eyes widened in fury, his hair standing on end, as the grass-like soul in his hand radiated brilliance. Receive this sword strike. The verdant blade of grass, sharp as a dagger, trembled slightly. A fierce sword aura was unleashed. Roar. The Titan giant ape felt its fur bristle, a sense of impending doom rising within its heart. The sword light flashed. With a muffled sound, a mist of blood erupted from the broad chest of the Titan giant ape, even bursting forth from its back, clearly pierced through by the sword energy, leaving it feeling chilled to the bone. The speed and sharpness of this sword aura were astonishing. Even the Titan giant ape's formidable physical defense was effortlessly penetrated. Run, the Dragon Lord commanded, urging the Serpent Lady to take the opportunity to escape. Though the sword aura could breach the Titan giant ape's defenses and inflict harm, it did not imply that he could match it in strength. It was akin to a 3-year-old wielding a knife, striking an adult unexpectedly, while it might cause injury. The adult would not be foolish enough to be overpowered by a mere child. The Dragon Lord was, in essence, that child. Although the sword energy had wounded the Titan giant ape by catching it off guard, the notion of killing it was utterly unrealistic. The vitality of spirit beasts is exceedingly resilient. Some can continue fighting even with shattered hearts or skulls. Moreover, that sword energy had merely pierced the Titan giant ape's chest, not striking its vital organs. Initially aimed at its heart, the Titan giant ape's primal instincts had allowed it to instinctively evade the attack. Had it struck true, it would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage or even killed it. Roar! The intense pain from its chest jolted the Titan giant ape back to reality, prompting a furious roar to erupt from its mouth. It was enraged. It had never anticipated being wounded by such a seemingly insignificant creature. Moreover, had it not been for its instinctive reaction, it would have already suffered a grievous injury to its heart. Hood, hood, hood! The Titan giant ape pounded its chest with its fists. The wound that had pierced through its chest was inconsequential, healing completely in mere moments. Simultaneously, an invisible force field surged forth. The Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady were caught off guard, feeling as if the air around them had been imbued with a gravity several times heavier, rendering them almost immobile. The gravity domain. The Dragon Lord's complexion turned pale. It was over, utterly over. He never expected this Titan giant ape to possess a domain. Under the influence of this gravitational field, they could scarcely move, their bodies and soul power rendered ineffective. Roar! The enraged Titan giant ape swung its massive fist towards them. Even before the fist reached its target, the ferocious wind generated uprooted trees nearby. It was the end. They could do nothing but watch in horror as that fist, colossal as a mountain, descended upon them. Time seemed to slow at that moment. They could only stare as the massive fist drew closer, filling their field of vision, until it completely overshadowed everything around them. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just as the enormous fist was about to crush them, an aged figure suddenly appeared. The Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady were taken aback. Upon the appearance of this figure, it merely extended a withered hand to gently meet the oncoming massive fist. Bang! In an instant, the raging winds ceased. The fist, as heavy as a mountain, was surprisingly halted by that frail, aged arm. The couple stood in stunned silence, as though trapped in a dream. Even the Titan giant ape was momentarily stunned. It felt as if its powerful blow had struck nothing but cotton, all its might dissipated against that small arm. "Who are you?" The enormous Titan giant ape roared, its tone shifting from a growl to a rough voice. Clearly, it was capable of speech, but had previously deemed the Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady beneath its notice. As it spoke, the Titan giant ape abruptly withdrew its fist, its massive form involuntarily taking several steps back, its eyes, like amber crystals, fixated on the frail figure with trepidation, its fur standing on end. A sense of unprecedented danger enveloped it. It felt it could truly die at this moment. Old Jack, however, did not respond to the Titan giant ape's inquiry. Instead, he turned to the battered Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady, a long-buried anger rising within him. When old Jack turned back, the Titan giant ape's gargantuan body could not help but retreat a few steps, for at that moment, his gaze resembled that of a tiger hunting its prey. "My son is not someone you can harm." Boom! It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. The Titan giant ape's massive body was instantly pressed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady, alongside Tang San lurking in the shadows, were left speechless as they gazed upward at the Titan giant ape, which was now firmly pinned to the ground. Above it loomed an immense hoof, akin to a mountain. This hoof seemed to have descended from the void, visible, yet the body of the creature remained unseen. Yet even this single hoof was larger than the entire Titan giant ape, pinning it down like a mere mouse. The three could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the creature to which this hoof belonged. Suddenly, a distant bellow echoed. Moments later, an overwhelming pressure descended. From afar, a figure resembling a divine dragon sped towards them, exuding a tremendous aura. It was a colossal beast with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent. The legendary 10,000-year spirit beast, the heavenly blue bull python. Begone! Old Jack merely glared at the approaching heavenly blue bull python. In the void, a chilling and ferocious roar seemed to resonate. The flying heavenly blue bull python let out a mournful cry, plummeting to the ground as if it had lost its wings. Boom! Even from a distance, the Dragon Lord, Serpent Lady, and Tang San could hear the colossal sound of its fall. The couple stood in shock, realizing that with just a glance, the renowned 10,000-year spirit beast, the heavenly blue bull python, had been rendered utterly defenseless and brought crashing down. What kind of power could this individual possess? After utilizing the spiritual assault from the tiger's nightmare, to incapacitate the azure bull python, old Jack turned his gaze toward the Titan great ape, which lay gasping for breath beneath the weight of a colossal hoof. He fell into contemplation. Should he slay it or spare its life? If he chose to kill, a mere thought would suffice, and that mountain-like hoof would descend gently, causing the rare 100,000-year-old Titan great ape to burst like a ripe tomato. Yet, beyond momentary satisfaction, such an act would yield no true benefit. For here, no one could absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. He would only acquire a fragment of the 100,000-year spirit bone, rendering the spirit ring utterly wasted. It is essential to recognize how exceedingly rare a 100,000-year spirit beast is. Killing one means one less in existence. Publicly, only a handful are known, and with the hidden ones, the total likely does not exceed a few dozen across the entire world. One can thus imagine the degree of rarity involved. Moreover, the most critical aspect is the compatibility of this Titan Great Ape's attributes with Tang San's Haotian Hammer martial spirit, both being power-oriented. Although many 100,000-year spirit beasts remain, finding a spirit ring that aligns so perfectly with one's martial spirit is not guaranteed. In the past, he had initially refrained from hunting a million-year spirit beast for his final spirit ring, as even with his formidable physique, recklessly absorbing a nearly divine million-year spirit ring posed significant risks. However, with no suitable 100,000-year spirit beasts left that matched his martial spirit, he ultimately had no choice but to set his sights on a million-year spirit beast. The only known million-year spirit beast in the world was the deep-sea demon whale king. At that time, old Jack was merely at the pinnacle of Sword God Douluo, and confronting it head-on was out of the question. Thus, he devised a plan over several years, employing poison, setting traps, and exhausting all means, enduring near-death experiences, and finally, with a stroke of crucial luck, he managed to slay the deep-sea demon whale king. However, this was not the end. He still faced the peril of absorbing the million-year spirit ring, which could lead to his demise. Fortunately, his luck held, and despite pushing his body to the brink of explosion, he barely managed to absorb the million-year spirit ring, attaining the title of Douluo at the age of 36. This crisis was arguably the greatest he had ever faced in his life. Yet he triumphed. After overcoming it, he soared to unprecedented heights. Having experienced the embarrassment of lacking suitable spirit rings to absorb, old Jack understood deeply how invaluable each 100,000-year spirit beast truly was, a precious resource for any soul master. Ultimately, he decided to leave this little monkey and that small snake for Tang San. With that thought, the massive hoof slowly vanished, revealing the bloodied and broken Titan Great Ape beneath. As soon as the hoof disappeared, the seemingly dying Titan Great Ape suddenly erupted with a fierce surge of soul power. And with a swift motion of its limbs, it fled in a panic. The Titan Great Ape tumbled and scrambled away, desperately fleeing into the distance. Old Jack showed no surprise and allowed it to escape, watching as its massive form gradually disappeared from view. "Thank you for saving us, esteemed elder." At that moment, the Dragon King and Snake Lady approached, struggling to bow with their battered bodies. It was but a trifling effort. Old Jack waved his hand, his tone indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant. A trifling effort. The Dragon King and Snake Lady exchanged wry smiles, for to him, it indeed seemed a mere trifle. Yet for them, it was an immense act of grace. At that moment, Tang San stepped forth from the shadows. "Master, why did you not kill just now?" he inquired, pointing toward the direction the Titan Great Ape had fled. The Dragon King and Snake Lady were equally perplexed, for that was a 100,000-year spirit beast. Even disregarding the spirit ring, the inevitable spirit bone it would yield was enough to drive one to madness. Yet this esteemed figure appeared seemingly disinterested. "My dear San," old Jack spoke earnestly, "you must understand a principle. 100,000-year spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. Each one slain means one less in existence. While I could have easily annihilated it today, such an act would only serve to vent my frustration, rendering that spirit ring wasted. The most valuable aspect is the high compatibility of this Titan Great Ape's spirit ring with your martial spirit attributes. To kill it thus would be a genuine pity. Today, I shall leave it for you. When your level rises in the future, you may return to claim the spirit ring of this creature. Consider it a test for you." His words, though casually spoken, left the Dragon King and Snake Lady profoundly shaken. What immense audacity! His tone suggested that a 100,000-year spirit beast could be dispatched at will, and he framed it as a challenge for his disciple to undertake in the future. Such a display of prowess was utterly revolutionary for the Dragon King couple. Their previous experiences in acquiring spirit rings had been fraught with peril. How could they possibly fathom such ease, as if obtaining a spirit ring were as simple as squashing an ant? It could only be said that their limitations stemmed from their weakness. As old Jack gazed at the retreating figures of the Dragon King, Snake Lady, and their granddaughter, his expression turned contemplative, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. From beginning to end, he had no intention of revealing his identity. After all, would he truly approach the aged Dragon King and say, "Child, I am your long-lost father. Come, call me Dad"? There was no need for such a revelation. The Dragon King was no longer a child. Approaching 70 or 80 years of age, he was nearing the end of his days. Having weathered life's storms and surrounded by numerous descendants, he no longer required his father's affection or protection. Although the Dragon King's strength might not impress old Jack, he was still a formidable figure beneath the title of Douluo. Few dared to provoke his family, for the reputation of the dragon snake was not one to be trifled with. Thus, old Jack's existence as a father was somewhat superfluous. A genuine reunion would likely induce awkwardness on both sides. The pretense of ignorance in their parting was the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, being his son, old Jack found it fitting to pass on to him a self-developed internal cultivation technique, the everlasting spring technique which he had honed over the years. As the name suggests, this technique is gentle in nature, designed to solidify one's foundation and invigorate the body. It is capable of prolonging life and revitalizing one's physique, akin to a withered tree regaining spring. After cultivation, not only could it improve the elderly Dragon King's frail body, but it also harmonized exceptionally well with the grass martial spirit. With diligent practice, it could potentially allow him to add 1 or 2 more spirit rings. Regrettably, the Dragon King was already too old, having missed the optimal age for foundational training. Had he cultivated the everlasting spring technique from a young age, while he could not have reached old Jack's current heights, he might have achieved the rank of Douluo and added spirit rings to both of his martial spirits, rather than being limited to just 3 rings for his second martial spirit due to his body's inability to bear the burden. After observing for a long while, until the figures of the trio were no longer visible, old Jack finally turned and declared, "Come now, my disciple, let us continue hunting for spirit rings." Tang San followed old Jack obediently, though he remained silent, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his master's unusual behavior and the elderly man whose martial spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to his master's. It was evident to him that this old man was undoubtedly connected to his master. Yet, why would his master choose not to reveal his identity? This conundrum eluded him. Suddenly, a serpentine creature, measuring over 20 meters in length and resplendent in deep green, crashed to the ground. Its scales shattered, and emerald blood gushed forth, splattering the earth with a hissing sound of corrosion. This indicated that the serpent harbored a venom of terrifying potency. "All right, Xiao San, go and slay it," old Jack instructed, handing Tang San a long sword to avoid the risk of poisoning from the serpent's toxic essence. Tang San accepted the sword and strolled toward the serpentine beast, which was writhing in its death throes. He had just witnessed his master disregard the venom with ease, lifting the serpent's head and striking it down like a whip, leaving it barely alive. To him, this colossal serpent seemed no more formidable than a mere worm, and he couldn't help but feel grateful for having such a remarkable master. This serpent was not only venomous, but also possessed formidable physical strength. With his current abilities, even using hidden weapons against it would be a perilous endeavor, let alone attempting to kill it for a soul ring. The 3,000-year-old green scale serpent would undoubtedly yield a soul skill centered around poison. Before awakening as the blue-silver emperor, blue-silver grass was inherently fragile. Any binding or offensive soul skills would be unsuitable. Only poison could fully exploit the advantages of blue-silver grass. Old Jack watched as Tang San plunged the sword into the serpent's vital spot, ending its life. A purple ring tinged with green ascended from the lifeless serpent. Each time old Jack witnessed such a scene, he couldn't help but think that the elevation of soul masters resembled a game. Without a soul ring, one could not level up, and he wondered if such a peculiar stipulation was decreed by some whimsical deity. If so, that deity must be a recluse, perhaps a gaming enthusiast. As Tang San settled into a meditative position, drawing the purple and green soul ring into himself, old Jack's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, attentively monitoring the situation. Although he estimated that absorbing a 3,000-year soul ring would pose no challenge, he remained cautious. It was vital that he did not lose his prized disciple to a mishap during the absorption process, for the consequences would be dire. After assuming his meditative posture, Tang San raised his right hand, and the blue light emanating from his blue-silver grass martial spirit gradually materialized in his palm. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement at absorbing his first soul ring, he summoned the light of the blue-silver grass towards the purple-green soul ring of the green-scale serpent. The purple-green soul ring, as if having awaited this moment, burst forth in a torrent of soul power, converging upon Tang San like a raging sea. The rich hues enveloped his form completely, obscuring him from view. Moments later, a cacophony of cracking bones and explosive sounds echoed from within the light. Old Jack, though aware of the high probability of success, felt a twinge of anxiety. For he had invested everything in this disciple. His own bodily injuries had worsened over the years. Without a remedy, he feared he would not see another few months. Inside the radiant cocoon, Tang San felt a tremendous surge of heat flooding into his body, and before he could react, it ignited like a searing flame, scorching him. The green-scale serpent was an exceedingly fierce and volatile soul beast, its inherently sinister nature manifested in the ferocity of its soul ring. As this potent energy entered Tang San's being, it began to forcefully transform his body, completely beyond his control. Amidst the tumult of soul power, Tang San felt as though his body might explode, the unbearable pain causing him to expel a copious amount of blood. "Spirit turtle calms the sea." A voice resonated within his mind. Enlightened by this reminder, Tang San persevered through the excruciating agony, beginning to visualize the spirit turtle, seeking tranquility in the chaos. As he envisioned the spirit turtle, the workings of his heart and mind brought forth a sense of serenity, as if he had truly transformed into a divine turtle capable of calming the seas. The tumultuous soul power within him felt insignificant, akin to turbulent waves in a vast ocean, easily subdued with a mere thought. Indeed, as Tang San invoked the spirit turtle's technique, the ferocious, tumultuous soul power began to subside, transforming from a fierce tiger into a docile lamb, seamlessly integrating into his being and nourishing him, simultaneously fortifying his physique and enhancing his blue silvergrass. Observing Tang San's trembling form gradually stabilize, old Jack nodded in approval, stroking his long beard with satisfaction. It seemed they were on solid ground. Half an hour later, a series of notifications echoed in old Jack's ears, bringing forth a smile. Ding! Disciple Tang San has reached the level of Soul Master. Assessment complete. Qualification confirmed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 points. Astonished by the extent of his injuries, old Jack inquired, System, how many points are required to heal my current wounds? Assessment complete. 1,000 points required. The revelation startled him, emphasizing the severity of his condition. Yet, he had not anticipated that a mere 100 points would suffice for his own healing. He merely wished to confirm the situation. Then, how many years will 100 points extend my lifespan? He queried once more. Ding! Assessment complete. Host lifespan extended by 5 years, 6 months, 8 days, 3 hours, 6 minutes, and 8 seconds. The precision of the time assessment was remarkable, and 5 years was indeed sufficient. Finally, old Jack felt a sense of relief. Within this time frame, it was reasonable to expect Tang San to reach the level of a 20-level Soul Master, which would yield 1,000 points. With a concerted effort, achieving the 30th level was also within reach, potentially granting him 10,000 points. Thus, from his current perspective, the burdens of his past injuries no longer posed a significant concern, as long as Tang San did not meet an untimely end in the interim. Old Jack's future appeared promising. Douluo continent is merely the beginning of his journey, not the conclusion. Old Jack's aspiration is to become a Saint Master of all realms. He yearns for the vistas of countless worlds, with his sights set on the infinite multiverse. Therefore, at this moment, he commanded, immediately use these 100 points to heal my wounds. Beep. Points deducted. Healing in progress. At the same time, old Jack felt an indescribable force surging from the void into his body. After his injuries, his physique had been riddled with countless wounds, as if his body was full of holes, with life force continuously leaking from him. Yet now this power began to mend some of those breaches, significantly slowing the loss of his vitality. It was not merely a temporary fix, but a fundamental restoration of the root cause of his life force depletion. Although only half of it was repaired, it considerably reduced the rate at which his vitality drained, thus prolonging his lifespan. However, much of his life force had already been lost. Even if he were to fully recover, old Jack's lifespan would be considerably shortened. Originally capable of living for a millennium, he now estimated he would last only 200 to 300 years. Nevertheless, treasures that replenish life force are not non-existent in this world, and given his prowess, finding one would not pose much difficulty. Hence, it is not a significant concern. At this juncture, Tang San, having stabilized his soul power, slowly opened his eyes. A verdant light shimmering within. It soon dimmed, and his eyes returned to their original pitch-black hue. Xiao San, how do you feel? Old Jack inquired with a smile, stepping forward with concern. Master? Tang San looked at Old Jack with a hint of hesitation. He felt an inexplicable change had occurred in his master during his absorption of the soul ring. Although Old Jack appeared unchanged externally, his complexion seemed much healthier. His face flushed as if he had consumed a potent restorative. What is your soul skill? Old Jack knew Tang San had noticed his transformation but chose not to elaborate. After all, it was not a matter of great significance, and although his reasons for taking on this disciple were somewhat self-serving, he genuinely devoted himself to nurturing him, imparting his lifelong expertise. Old Jack had not harmed him. He truly regarded him as an heir worthy of cultivation. So what was there to feel guilty about? Moreover, Tang San's character was beyond reproach. He revered his master and was unlikely to act against him. In summary, taking on this disciple brought only benefits without any drawbacks. Thus, gradually, through years of companionship, Old Jack genuinely began to regard this disciple, whom he had watched grow since childhood, as family. Furthermore, Old Jack was aware that Tang San was a transmigrator, having observed his growth and noting the maturity of his thoughts and actions, which seemed abnormal. In various aspects, he appeared out of place in this world, such as the martial arts he practiced secretly in his spare time and the hidden weapons that Old Jack was certain did not belong in this realm. He suspected that Tang San was a person of innate wisdom, akin to himself, but from a world akin to ancient martial arts. Despite not hailing from the same world, this similarity fostered a sense of kinship in Old Jack, as they were both outsiders. Perhaps they had both forgotten to drink Mangpa soup at the time of reincarnation, retaining memories of their previous lives. To be master and disciple in this life, was this not fate? Master, my first soul skill is poison. As Tang San spoke, he raised his right hand, and a blue-silver grass glowing with emerald light appeared. Upon absorbing the soul ring, a martial soul undergoes transformations. For instance, Old Jack's weed martial soul became sharp like blades after absorbing the soul ring of the sword leaf bamboo. Likewise, after absorbing the soul ring of the emerald scale snake, Tang San's blue-silver grass transformed from an ordinary plant into a poisonous one. Chapter 25. The Drawbacks of Blue-Silver Grass. After absorbing the soul ring of the emerald scale snake, Tang San's blue-silver grass turned deep green, appearing less striking than its original blue, exuding an air of ordinariness. However, to underestimate it would be a grave error. The emerald scale snake is known for its potent venom, ranking high among all poisons. After absorbing the soul ring, the blue-silver grass inherited its venomous capabilities, now possessing terrifying toxicity. First soul skill, venom. A purple soul ring materialized around Tang San, and a drop of emerald dew began to seep from the leaves of his blue-silver grass. With a gentle flick, he unleashed the dew, which shot forth like a projectile. This small drop of emerald dew struck a large tree with alarming force. A horrific scene unfolded. Sizzle. That seemingly inconspicuous drop of dew, in reality, contained dreadful toxicity. Upon contact with the tree bark, it instantly corroded a large hole, and the emerald light rapidly spread. In mere moments, a tree, thick enough for several people to embrace, and standing 30 to 40 meters tall, was utterly consumed by the emerald glow. Even Tang San was taken aback by the terrifying potency of the venom. Should it make contact with a person, it could likely reduce them to a puddle of pus within moments. Xiao San, conjuring that drop of venom must have cost you considerable soul power, Old Jack remarked. Observing the scene. Master, this drop of venom is the strongest I can currently produce, consuming 10% of my soul power, Tang San replied after a moment of reflection. Could you perhaps dilute the venom to conserve soul power? Old Jack suggested. I will give it a try. Tang San responded, and once more, the emerald blue-silver grass began to seep venom, albeit this time the liquid was lighter in color. With a flick of his hand, he released it toward another tree. Sizzle. Upon contact with the bark, the venom began to corrode rapidly, and the emerald light appeared as the toxicity spread. However, this time, the spread was slower, and the corrosive effect was weaker, taking a full minute to cover the entire tree, transforming it into a vibrant green. 5 minutes later, the tree, tainted by the venom, appeared as if centuries had passed, completely decaying into a rotting stump. This soul skill proved effective both at range and in close combat. As long as there was sufficient soul power, or if the toxicity was diluted, the venom could be produced continuously. Moreover, the blue-silver grass martial soul inherently possesses toxicity, allowing its leaves to serve as hidden weapons, capable of inflicting harm. The venom contained within the small leaves is lethal. Old Jack stroked his long beard, pondering. In summary, this soul skill is quite impressive as a first soul skill. After all, before awakening as the blue-silver emperor, blue-silver grass is indeed deserving of its reputation as a useless martial soul, ranking only slightly above his weed martial soul in terms of worthlessness. As a plant-type martial soul, it lacks offensive capability. Its sole function is to extend and ensnare foes like a vine. However, the material itself is too fragile, and a normal person can easily snap it with a slight tug. With no offensive power and inferior material, it poses significant limitations. If one desires to enhance this martial soul toward a support and control type, the first step must be to fortify its resilience, ensuring it is not easily severed, as its auxiliary function primarily lies in binding enemies. However, this approach is constrained by the inferior quality of the blue-silver grass, without consistently acquiring exceptionally aged soul rings. Its potency remains limited. When facing soul masters of comparable rank, the binding capability may not yield significant results. Consequently, Old Jack has resolved to develop it in a supportive direction, albeit requiring a modicum of basic offensive power at this stage. How then can the inherently fragile blue-silver grass attain even the slightest offensive capability? The answer lies in poison. In nature, certain herbs, despite their lackluster quality, harbor potent toxins, endowing them with terrifying lethality. Once imbued with toxicity, the inherent frailty of the blue-silver grass ceases to be a concern. Sometimes, a singular, straightforward method of attack suffices. Tang San's first soul skill is poison, while the subsequent skills are intended for support, such as healing injuries, restoring soul power, or temporarily augmenting his own soul skills by drawing energy from the external world to craft a martial soul that leans towards support, yet possesses a degree of offensive ability. After all, the very nature of the blue-silver grass dictates that it excels solely in support, with poison alone sufficing for lethality. Even a simple poison, given time for research, can yield remarkable results. Moreover, let us not forget that Tang San, aside from his blue-silver grass martial soul, wields the immensely destructive Haotian hammer. Not to mention his master-taught skills of the 3 ultimate transformations, he is certainly not lacking in offensive means. Thus, while Tang San is replete with offensive capabilities, he lacks certain supportive resources. For instance, when his soul power is depleted or his body is injured, if the blue-silver grass martial soul possesses restorative abilities, it could prove decisive. In contrast, the offensive potential of the blue-silver grass is somewhat superfluous. It is better to faithfully serve as a support. After absorbing the 3,000-year-old blue phosphor snake soul ring, Tang San's soul power level reached 13th. A feat attributed to the superior quality of his soul power due to his training in the 3 ultimate transformations. Otherwise, an ordinary individual could effortlessly elevate their soul power to level 20. The master and disciple were exceedingly pleased with their harvest from this journey, and upon noticing the encroaching night, they decided to return to the village. From a moment they departed in the morning until the acquisition of the soul ring. All transpired within a single day. In contrast, other teams would typically require at least 10 days to traverse such a distance. However, with the incomparable prowess of Old Jack, everything became remarkably simple. As night fell, he guided Tang San to the edge of a small puddle, where the moonlit sky reflected upon its surface. With a casual gesture, Old Jack disturbed the water's mirror-like quality, revealing an image of the smithy, a sight Tang San knew all too well. A little girl with a scorpion braid was perched at the entrance, resting her chin on her hands, bathed in moonlight, seemingly awaiting someone's return. Chapter 26. Missed opportunities. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang San felt an indescribable flutter in his heart. The adorable girl waiting by the door was etched deeply into his soul, an image he could never forget. "Let us go," Old Jack said, his gaze carrying a profound significance. He said nothing further, beckoning Tang San and stepping into the puddle first. As the dreamlike scene unfolded, Old Jack seamlessly entered the realm within the puddle. Once more, Tang San marveled at the surreal spectacle, pondering when he might acquire such abilities as his master. This seemingly effortless act was akin to the legendary arts of transcending distance. As he contemplated, he slowly stepped into the puddle, and with a ripple, both master and disciple vanished. The small puddle returned to its original form, the moon's reflection reappearing as if unchanged. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Stardow Forest, the Dragon King, Snake Lady, and their granddaughter, Meng Iran, were gathered around a campfire. The little girl had long since fallen asleep, while the Snake Lady closed her eyes in meditation. Only the Dragon King remained vigilant. The precious long spring technique, shared so readily, left the Dragon King in a state of bewilderment, muttering softly to himself. After acquiring the long spring technique and experimenting with it briefly, he realized the immense value of this martial art. It was no exaggeration to assert that any soul master family fortunate enough to possess this technique would inevitably rise to become the foremost clan in the world. For by nurturing this technique from a young age, one could not only build a solid foundation, but also enhance innate soul power. Even those with waste martial souls and low soul power could, if they practiced the long spring technique to a certain level before awakening their martial soul, have the potential to transform from useless to extraordinary. Such a precious technique could fundamentally alter the long-standing belief that innate soul power is immutable. What was even more astonishing was that the senior had so freely imparted it. How could this be? Why was he so generous towards me? It felt as if he were compensating for something. We are not related by blood. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the Dragon King suddenly froze. He recalled the strange affinity between the long spring technique and his own weedy martial soul. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Who could create such a technique without a profound understanding of the characteristics of the weedy martial soul? Once all impossibilities were ruled out, what remained, however unlikely, must be the truth. Reflecting on the overwhelming strength displayed by that senior, who effortlessly subdued a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the Dragon King could think of no one besides that legendary figure capable of such feats. This realization left him with a complex array of emotions. How should one describe this sentiment? It felt like encountering the world's greatest father during a life-and-death moment, yet he seemed unwilling to acknowledge me. Perhaps this was the essence of such a nuanced feeling. Alongside this was a profound sense of regret. Had he known that Senior's true identity, he would have shamelessly acted like a spoiled child, pleading to acknowledge his lineage, regardless of the consequences. To miss such a colossal opportunity would be foolish. As for the pride of a powerful individual, for a man of his years, what mattered more than a golden opportunity? If he could secure a connection to that figure, his family would thrive on the Douluo continent, untouchable by anyone. After all, the Sword God Douluo is my father. Would you dare to challenge that? Alas, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. He knew well that the senior had always been a solitary figure. Even if he were to reveal his identity and declare himself as his son, it was uncertain whether he could truly grasp that golden opportunity. For the senior's reputation as a charming figure resonated throughout the Douluo continent, and surely there were countless illegitimate children like himself. Adding one more would not make a difference. And, considering his age, he had already lost his value for cultivation. Yet what if? What if that figure cherished familial bonds? What if he were the only illegitimate child? Then he would truly soar. Under the guidance of that esteemed individual, the prospect of attaining the title of Douluo seems promising, even if one cannot receive such mentorship directly. The protection offered by their family is undoubtedly advantageous. For someone like Long Gong, who has endured the harsh realities of life and possesses the wisdom of age, the concept of face is but a fleeting illusion. Tangible benefits are paramount. Unfortunately, all of this remains a mere fantasy. Upon realizing the identity of that enigmatic elder and acknowledging the golden opportunity he has missed, Long Gong gazes at the Changchun Gong transmitted to him, feeling a sense of discontent. With a heavy sigh, he reflects on his situation. Despite the lingering regret, the memory of the Changchun Gong brings him a modicum of solace. One must not be overly greedy. Surviving another day and acquiring such a remarkable technique is already a stroke of fortune. With this thought, Long Gong's mindset begins to stabilize. The Changchun Gong is indeed an extraordinary art, not to be carelessly disseminated, for should it fall into the wrong hands, it could invite peril. Long Gong furrows his brow in contemplation, ultimately deciding to pass it on only to the most talented junior in the family, postponing the decision for others. Among the younger generation, the most promising is Iran, who, like him, has inherited the dual martial spirits of that esteemed individual. Being young and possessing the Changchun Gong, she stands a chance at becoming a titled Douluo in the future, potentially revitalizing the family. He turns to look at the little girl curled up beside her grandmother, peacefully asleep, and his gaze softens with affection. Now is not the time to widely share this technique, as it is prone to exposure. Once revealed, the family's strength would be insufficient against the top-tier families. Only when a formidable powerhouse emerges from the family can they consider imparting the Changchun Gong to others. To teach it directly to family members at this stage would be detrimental. With so many voices, one cannot guarantee that secrets would not slip. Therefore, it is prudent to keep it confidential for the time being. 5 years later, in the Kingdom of Barak, located to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasnu province, lies the city of Sodo. As midday approaches, the sun blazes overhead, and two young individuals enter through the western gate of Sodo. Appearing to be in their teens, they carry no luggage, one male and one female. The young man towers at 2 meters, his physique resembling that of a powerful beast, with long, disheveled hair cascading to his waist and exaggerated muscles. His rugged features exude masculinity, and his gait is commanding. Those who meet his gaze instinctively look away, as if their eyes have been pierced. In stark contrast stands a young girl beside him, petite and charming, with silky black hair intricately braided into a scorpion tail that flows past her calves. She appears to be in her teens as well, skipping along like a lively rabbit. Her height barely reaches the man's chest, and her slender waist seems almost frail next to the towering figure, creating a delightful contrast reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. As they stroll through the streets, they draw the attention of passers-by. Yet upon meeting the man's gaze, many avert their eyes, unable to withstand the intensity. This pair is none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. The growth of soul masters is inherently swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Thus, it is common to find those in their teens boasting physiques akin to that of mature men. In the realm of soul masters, age is often discerned through one's countenance and demeanor, along with soul rings or soul power levels, as individuals typically exhibit power correlating with their age. Barring the exceptional talents who advance rapidly, having been meticulously nurtured by Old Jack, Tang San's physique and temperament diverge significantly from the original narrative, and his constant practice of body cultivation has resulted in remarkable physical development. Observing his impressive musculature, one can only surmise the extent of his strength. Old Jack's training philosophy for Tang San was one of robust masculinity, believing that true warriors should engage in physical combat, relying on strength rather than subterfuge. He regarded hidden weapons as mere tricks, unworthy of a true warrior's reliance. Thus, Old Jack advised Tang San to avoid overdependence on such tactics, as they are ultimately superficial in the face of genuine strength. Years of Old Jack's teachings, coupled with his training, have inevitably shaped Tang San's character, leading him to adopt a more straightforward demeanor, often opting for physical solutions over cerebral ones, a testament to his absorption of Old Jack philosophy of brute strength. Xiao Wu, glancing up at the blazing sun, wipes the perspiration from her brow and complains, "Finally, we've arrived in Sodo City. I can hardly fathom Master S reasoning. Several mid-level Soul Master Academies express their willingness to accept us unconditionally, yet he insists we take the entrance exam at this inferior institution without even a proper ranking." Tang San chuckles. "Master asked me to take the exam, not you. Who told you to tag along? Fortunately, Barak Kingdom borders Fasnu province. Otherwise, I can only imagine your complaints would multiply." Xiao Wu rolls her eyes. "You're rather ungrateful, you know. I'm merely here for you, considering you my brother. Regardless, the exam is in 2 days. You must accompany me around Sodo City to alleviate the trauma to my young heart." Tang San laughs. "The illustrious big sister of Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, and yet you speak of a wounded heart? I wonder how your little followers would react if they heard that." 5 years have passed, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu have successfully graduated from Nodding Academy. Given their talents, the Academy had intended to recommend them directly for mid-level institutions, with several prestigious academies extending invitations. During this time, Tang San found himself indecisive and sought counsel from Master. Over the years, He had learned much from Master and regarded him as a respected elder, instinctively turning to him for guidance in uncertain matters. Upon hearing Tang San's dilemma, Master expressed surprise. Has that esteemed individual not made arrangements for you? Tang San shook his head. Master advised me to make my own decision, stating that it ultimately matters little which school I attend. Old Jack's nurturing approach towards Tang San has always been one of fostering independence. Impart the techniques to him, and then occasionally offer guidance. There is no need to interfere with his choice of academy. As long as Tang San diligently practices his techniques, he will steadily enhance his strength, regardless of the institution he attends. After listening to Tang San, the master fell into contemplation, realizing that for the unparalleled great figure, indeed, no school in the world holds any significance. Thus, after some reflection, he rejected several intermediate soul master academies and instead recommended an obscure institution named Shrek Academy, located in the southern part of Soto City. After 6 years of companionship, although there was no formal master-disciple relationship, Tang San had developed profound respect for the master, akin to that of teacher. He firmly believed that the master would not lead him astray, thus he readily agreed. Naturally, since Tang San chose this place, Xiao Wu followed suit. The past 6 years in Nodding have been exceptionally fulfilling for Tang San, attending classes in the morning, practicing the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon Fist in the afternoon, and cultivating the Spirit Turtle's Tranquil Sea technique in the evening, leaving him virtually no free time. His diligence bore fruit. Now at 12, he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of the second layer of the 10,000 transformations and 3 absolutes, with his soul power already at level 30, poised to acquire a soul ring. However, he felt that he had not yet attained the true zenith of the 10,000 transformations and 3 absolutes, which was why he had refrained from seeking a soul ring. Chapter 28. Imbalance of the 3 absolutes. The 3 absolutes of the 10,000 transformations and 3 absolutes, taught by Old Jack, are the Ox Demon, Tiger Demon, and Spirit Turtle. Each of these techniques is independently developed, possessing its own set of mental methods and a series of techniques. Thus, one can choose to cultivate a single absolute, but this inevitably affects the practitioner. The Ox Demon can render one clumsy and dull, disinclined to think. The Tiger Demon fosters impulsiveness and wrath, harboring a murderous intent. The Spirit Turtle, on the other hand, cultivates a gentle disposition, dissipating killing intent and fostering indifference to worldly matters, resulting in a rather zen-like character. These 3 are excessively extreme, each with its own shortcomings, and only through simultaneous cultivation can one achieve perfection. The training methods for the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon involve boxing, during which the mental method operates automatically, embodying a combat-oriented practice. The Spirit Turtle requires a tranquil mind for internal cultivation, allowing one to practice even while lying down. The key is a peaceful spirit. Over the years, Tang San had already cultivated the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon to the peak of the second layer. However, he still lagged slightly behind with the Spirit Turtle. Although he had reached the second layer, he had not yet attained its peak state. Thus, the Spirit Turtle, not yet at its pinnacle, could not perfectly harmonize the shortcomings of the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon, leading Tang San's temperament to lean toward irritability. This situation would only rectify itself once the Spirit Turtle reached the peak of the second layer, allowing him to regain a normal state of mind. Tang San planned to hunt for the 3rd soul ring only after all 3 absolutes were simultaneously cultivated to their second layer peak, as Old Jack had informed him that only then would his foundation be the most perfect and stable. In response to Tang San's teasing, Xiao Wu pouted and asked, "So, will you agree?" Tang San chuckled and replied, "It's up to you. However, after traveling such a distance, don't you feel tired? Shouldn't we find a place to rest first? It's almost noon. Let's have a meal first." Now that sounds reasonable, Xiao Wu smiled. Soto City was far larger and more bustling than Nodding City. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and throngs of people bustled about. After a simple meal, they began searching for accommodation. It wasn't long before Xiao Wu discovered a quaint hotel. The hotel, 3 stories high, though not overly large, was adorned in a striking rose-red hue, and its architectural style resembled a gigantic rose, instantly captivating the eye. "Brother, let us stay here," Xiao Wu pointed out. Tang San shrugged nonchalantly, "Whatever you prefer." Since becoming Old Jack's disciple, he had never had to worry about finances. His storage belt brimmed with gold coins, so much so that he could not even count them. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by a delightful fragrance of roses, a soothing aroma that brought comfort to the soul. The interior featured only 3 colors, white silver and rose red, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that was instantly pleasing. Tang San, robust as a tower, approached the counter and calmly requested, "Please, could we have 2 rooms?" The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing between the brawny Tang San and the petite Xiao Wu. Their pairing resembled a beauty and a beast. A hint of envy flickered in his eyes as he asked, "Sir, are you certain you want 2 rooms?" Tang San nodded. "Is something wrong?" The attendant, with a glimmer of ambiguity in his eyes, replied, "I'm afraid we only have 1 room left." "One?" Tang San frowned. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu when they were younger without any issue, but now they had both matured into adult forms. And propriety dictated that males and females should not share close quarters. The attendant emphasized, "Yes, only 1 room. But rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped. 2 people can comfortably stay." He conveyed a knowing look to Tang San that was lost on him, as he was decidedly oblivious to such implications. Xiao Wu, however, was unperturbed and boldly stated, "Then let us take 1 room. We've always shared a dormitory," and nodding. "So what's the difference? We could save some money for pretty clothes." Tang San shook his head in resignation. He was not a stubborn person. At worst, he would sleep on the floor, as he usually practiced the spirit turtle-esque tranquil sea technique at night, which provided the best sleep. "All right then, please arrange for that room." Just as the attendant was preparing to finalize their arrangements, an unexpected voice interrupted. "I believe that room is meant for me." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned simultaneously to see 3 individuals approaching, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls were resplendent, appearing to be around 17 or 18, tall and slightly taller than Xiao Wu. Most astonishingly, they bore identical features, unmistakably twins. Yet, Tang San's attention was not drawn to the 2 women, but rather to the man in the center. He stood around 6 feet tall, not quite matching Tang San's towering height of nearly 7 feet, but still tall among ordinary people. He appeared youthful, but what captivated attention were his striking eyes, dual pupils, with deep blue irises that emanated a chilling gaze, a coldness that seemed to stem from the depths of his being. His eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief as they half closed. "This person possesses considerable strength," was Tang San's first thought upon seeing him, quickly followed by the desire to engage him in combat. Frankly, he felt a twinge of excitement. Ignoring Tang San, the man's gaze flickered over Xiao Wu, revealing a momentary spark of intrigue before vanishing. Approaching the counter, he addressed the attendant. "Are you new here? Surely you know to reserve a room for me?" The waiter paused for a moment, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" Dai Mu Bai, with an air of impatience, replied, "Call your manager." A chill ran through the waiter's heart as he hurriedly rushed to summon his superior. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, yet reason compelled him to suppress his dissatisfaction. Speaking in a calm tone, "Brother, it seems we arrived first." Without turning, Dai Mu Bai coldly responded, "And what of it?" He was never one to offer explanations. Tang San's temper flared at this attitude. Currently, he was in a state of imbalance with his 3 absolutes, and the spirit turtle could not perfectly reconcile the natures of the bull demon and tiger demon within him, particularly the latter's ferocity. This transformation had undeniably influenced his temperament and approach. In the past, he might have chosen to defuse the situation, but now, in this state of imbalance, he was not inclined to do so. "Not much, just get lost," Tang San said bluntly. Xiao Wu nestled beside him, her demeanor sweet and gentle. For Tang San had already voiced what she wished to say. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai finally turned around, his cold and sinister gaze landing on Tang San. He nodded slightly. "Very well. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You both possess soul power fluctuations, indicating you are soul masters. Then, let us see how you fare against me. If you can defeat me, I shall leave at once. Otherwise, please demonstrate how to roll." At that moment, the waiter returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Let us talk this over. Please don't resort to violence." Dai Mu Bai shot him a sidelong glance. "Manager Wong, you seem to have become quite adept at business." Manager Wong wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. "Young Master Dai, please don't say that. It's my subordinate's fault. This lad just started yesterday and is unaware of the rules. I apologize sincerely. I will arrange a room for you immediately." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he added apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, esteemed guests. That room was reserved by young Master Dai, so I kindly ask you to choose another establishment. If it were the old Tang San, you have acquiesced, for there were plenty of hotels to choose from. However, in his current state of imbalance, the spirit turtle could not fully suppress the aggression of the other two. Thus, the tiger demon's domineering and ferocious nature took precedence, causing his eyes to flash with a crimson glint." Chapter 29. The Grinding Stone. Had it been the Tang San of old, he would have simply let it go, but now, in this state of imbalance, the spirit turtle could not entirely temper the wrath of the others. The tiger demon's dominance and ferocity surged forth, causing his eyes to blaze with a crimson light. The others present felt an immediate chill, as if they were being stalked by a ferocious tiger, their hearts racing in terror as they stared aghast at Tang San, whose eyes glimmered with red. The tiger, the king of beasts, by nature fierce and combative, thrives on conflict and bloodshed, embodying the notion that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If even ordinary tigers exhibit such traits, how much more so a tiger demon? Coincidentally, Dai Mu Bai's martial soul was also that of a tiger, a supreme white tiger at that. When two tigers encounter one another, instinctual hostility arises. Sensing the threat emanating from Tang San, as well as a feeling of repulsion akin to encountering a kindred spirit, Dai Mu Bai understood. "It seems you possess a tiger-type martial soul as well. This is even better. I shall see who is stronger." His battle intent ignited. He flung his arms, causing the twin spirits clinging to his arms to instinctively step back, opting for a safer vantage point to observe. "White tiger, manifest!" A brilliant white light erupted from him, transforming his golden hair into a striking mix of black and white, with the white predominating and a few strands of black standing out distinctly. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings of light ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The surging soul power creating a palpable pressure that enveloped the area. 1,000-year soul ring. A peculiar glimmer flashed in Tang San's eyes, and even Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Dai Mu Bai, martial soul, white tiger, rank 37 soul sovereign. I welcome your guidance. Amidst the imposing aura, Dai Mu Bai declared his martial soul and rank, signifying an official challenge. Tang San's expression became somewhat unusual as he stood still, hesitating to release his own martial soul. Noting this, Dai Mu Bai frowned. "Why not unleash your martial soul? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Tang San and Xiao Wu nearly laughed. "I fear I might shatter your confidence." Initially contemplating whether to show him some mercy, he decided to reveal his strength since he had insisted so fervently. Tang San, rank 30 Soul Master. As he spoke, a circle of purple soul rings slowly illuminated beneath his feet. Dai Mu Bai's pupils constricted, but the moment the second black soul ring appeared, he was left utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the purple and black rings beneath Tang San, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Am I mad, or is this world insane? How can anyone possess a 1,000-year purple soul ring as their first, and a 10,000-year as their second? Surely, you are not some ancient being pretending to be young to toy with me? It is essential to note that a 10,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed by a soul king of at least rank 50. Such a second soul ring was unheard of. Suddenly, Dai Mu Bai realized this might be an illusion, considering the myriad unusual martial souls in Douluo continent. Was it so strange for a martial soul or skill to disguise the color of soul rings? "You think to frighten me?" Dai Mu Bai seethed with anger, then lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, transforming into a fierce beast as he charged at Tang San. With a roar, the air seemed to resonate with the sound of a tiger's roar. A bloodthirsty glimmer shone in Tang San's eyes, provoked by the incoming challenge. The ferocious tiger within him could no longer be contained. Seeking death, a surge of crimson light enveloped him. Unconsciously, he bared his teeth, revealing a set of fangs. As though he truly possessed a tiger's martial soul, his body began to exhibit the characteristics of a tiger, with his fingernails elongating and bulging, transforming into real tiger claws. In the next moment, a pitch-black phantom tiger, its fur seemingly ablaze with blood flames and eyes glowing red, appeared behind him, roaring fiercely as it confronted the advancing Dai Mu Bai. The entire hotel trembled with the force of this tiger's roar, and the terrifying sound waves radiated outward. Everyone present felt as if their eardrums might burst, their hearts racing in terror, losing control of their bodies amid the tiger's roar. If others were affected thus, how much more so Dai Mu Bai, who faced the full brunt of the tiger's roar. Caught unprepared, he was struck by the sound and immediately lost his hearing, his head ringing violently as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. When the roar finally subsided, the hotel lobby lay in utter disarray, with individuals sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The only ones remaining standing were Tang San, Xiao Wu, who had prudently retreated to a corner, clutching her ears tightly, and Dai Mu Bai, who faced the onslaught of sound waves. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai's appearance was truly dismal. His clothes were in disarray, and what once was a graceful hairstyle now resembled a bird's nest. Blood trickled from his mouth, nose, and even his ears, while his eyes bulged wide open, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit refusing to rest. "Is this your second soul skill?" he managed to ask, forcing the words out. "No," Tang San replied, shaking his head. "This is merely a rudimentary application I grasped through years of cultivation of the 10,000 transformations. I shall call it the Tiger Roar Sonic Wave." Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai, overwhelmed by rage and despair, could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. After releasing his pent-up emotions, Tang San felt a sense of relief as he gazed at the cracks in the hall's walls and the shattered furniture and vases around him. Unable to suppress a scratch of his head, looking at the multitude of people lying around, he felt a pang of regret for employing the Tiger Roar Sonic Wave. Though its lethality was formidable, its expansive reach meant countless lives and objects were inevitably affected. Clearly, he would have to wield it with greater caution in the future. Meanwhile, old Jack, secretly observing his disciple, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Little San's progress remains too slow. He is yet to break through to the third tier. The 10,000 transformations can only be honed effectively in battle, but his peers are hardly his match, which complicates matters. Simply overpowering opponents is futile. It seems I must create more challenges for him to expedite his growth." As he pondered, his gaze shifted to the unconscious Dai Mu Bai on the ground. Although this lad possessed exceptional talent among ordinary folk, he paled in comparison to the true prodigies, making him a suitable honing stone for Little San. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he was concocting a scheme. Chapter 30. Dai Mu Bai's choice. Dai Mu Bai's current state was remarkably peculiar. He felt as though his soul had transcended time and space, arriving in a distant past. Roar! Before him stood a colossal white tiger, its head held high against the azure sky, its paws firmly planted on the ground. A single paw was sufficient to encompass an entire kingdom. The tiger's crimson eyes radiated a merciless ferocity. Beneath its feet lay countless bones, and the world around was drenched in blood, painted a vivid crimson. Opposite it, a similarly massive purple-striped black tiger stood in defiance. The two terrifying behemoths were clearly adversaries, and after a brief respite, they resumed their ferocious battle. The clouds were shattered by the tiger's roar. The air was effortlessly torn apart by its lethal claws. The ground collapsed beneath a single stomp, creating terrifying fissures. Their clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, capable of annihilating all. At long last, after a protracted struggle, the white tiger emerged victorious. Boom! The battered black tiger crashed to the ground, causing vast cracks to form in the earth. The white tiger gazed upon the lifeless black beast, opened its gaping maw, and inhaled with great force. Whoosh! A tempest arose, giving rise to a catastrophic windstorm. The deceased black tiger rapidly shriveled before the naked eye, its energy, vitality, and blood essence drawn forth, flowing into the mouth of the white tiger, which quickly healed its wounds and grew ever larger and more formidable. Eventually, the black tiger was reduced to nothing but bones. With a sense of unfulfilled hunger, the white tiger closed its massive jaws and turned its gaze toward a certain direction. Dai Mu Bai was momentarily stunned, for he realized that the white tiger's crimson gaze was fixated upon him, as if it were poised to devour him whole. Roar! Accompanied by the terrifying roar of the tiger, Dai Mu Bai's consciousness was forcefully expelled from this illusion, and darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a familiar luxurious bed, the decor around him revealing that he was in the upscale suite he had long reserved at the Rose Hotel. However, Dai Mubai merely glanced around before closing his eyes again, his entire consciousness immersed in a newly acquired martial art, the White Tiger Killing Heart Technique. This was a gift from the White Tiger in the earlier illusion, promising rapid growth through relentless battle, slaughter, and the consumption of others' soul power. Yet, it was peculiarly noted at the outset of the technique that it bore the risk of harming the heavens and, if mastered to its fullest, could lead to losing one's true self and being consumed by it. Anyone wishing to practice it must proceed with caution, prepared for the possibility of exploding or succumbing to madness in the midst of slaughter. This was old Jack's final act of kindness. After all, while he was not a virtuous man, he was not a villain either. He would never force someone to practice malevolent arts. He left the choice to Dai Mubai, clearly stating the technique's inherent issues. Although it could enhance one's power rapidly, it carried significant flaws. The deeper one delved into it, the more severe the drawbacks became, with the constant risk of explosive death looming. Was this technique genuine? Why was it bestowed upon me? What was the nature of that illusion? Dai Mubai's mind was filled with questions that remained unanswered. As he considered the description of the technique in his mind and reflected on his precarious existence, he found himself hesitating despite knowing the grave flaws it possessed. Dai Mubai hailed from the royal Dai family of the Star Luo Empire, the third prince. The competition within the imperial family was fierce. As the emperor's child, even if one had no desire for the throne, one could not remain aloof from the struggle. To prevent fratricidal conflict, the Star Luo Empire upheld a tradition. When the princes came of age, they would gather, and the one with the strongest power would ascend as emperor, while the losers faced dire consequences. Thus, Dai Mubai was bound by family rules, destined to compete with his elder brother for the throne, with the cost of failure being severe, including being stripped of soul power or confined to prevent familial strife. His brother, possessing far superior talent and being older, made Dai Mubai acutely aware that he stood no chance in the family rivalry. Consequently, he had despaired and escaped the Star Luo Empire, retreating to a small village in the Heaven Do Empire to lead a mundane life in an obscure academy. He spent his days indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in pleasures. Yet now, he had acquired this astonishing technique. To practice or not to practice? If he did, he might bask in glory initially, but the later risks were daunting, culminating in the threat of explosive death or becoming a murderous fiend. Conversely, if he refrained, upon coming of age, he could not escape the fate of being stripped of his soul power, imprisoned like a swine, or worse, being effortlessly slain by his brother. What should he do? Should he seek a moment of brilliance or resign himself to a stifled demise? Dai Mubai was deeply conflicted, but suddenly realized that he didn't even know if this technique was genuine, rendering his turmoil futile. Why not give a try and find out? With that thought, he began to recall the operational flow of the White Tiger Killing Heart Technique, controlling his soul power to circulate along the prescribed path, and immediately discovered that the flow was swifter, at least 3 times faster than his original meditative practice. This was merely the most basic characteristic of the technique, while the core essence lay in the slaughter and the consumption of the deceased's soul power. Dai Mubai's breathing grew heavy. If this technique proved to be authentic, reclaiming the throne of the Star Luo Empire would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, the crucial question remained, was this technique truly real? Dai Mubai had never heard of such a miraculous technique that could enhance one's soul power through battle and the slaughter of others. If it were true, then this method would be exceedingly sinister. Should it become known, it would likely plunge the entire world into chaos. Perhaps I should find someone to test it? Dai Mubai felt a mix of eagerness and hesitation. He feared the hidden dangers mentioned in the technique and was even more terrified of becoming a mindless killer. At that moment, the door to the room was gently opened. "Young Master Dai, you have finally awakened," said the hotel manager, who hurried over with a bow and a flurry of greetings upon seeing Dai Mubai regain consciousness. "How long have I been unconscious?" Dai Mubai inquired. "You have been in a coma for the better part of a day," the hotel manager replied. "And the person I fought?" he asked, furrowing his brow. It was indeed quite humiliating to have been taken down by someone with a lower soul power level. That individual, after you fell unconscious, summoned us and used a soul technique to heal your injuries, leaving behind a large bag of gold coins to compensate the hotel before departing. The manager answered, lowering his head. "Departed? Dai Mubai frowned. He believed that had he been prepared, he would not have been so easily defeated. He had originally hoped to have another bout upon waking, but now it seemed that would not be possible. With that thought, he threw off the covers and rose, only to find that he felt unusually well, completely unlike someone who had been injured. "Did you summon a soul master to treat me?" he asked casually. "Not at all. It was the person you fought who used a soul technique to heal your injuries," the hotel manager replied, still looking down. "Healing?" Dai Mubai keenly detected something amiss. Generally speaking, beast martial souls, especially those like tigers, primarily wield destructive techniques. He had never heard of one that possessed healing abilities. "Surely you are not deceiving me?" Upon hearing this, the hotel manager suddenly knelt, trembling in fear. "Young Master Dai, we would never dare. It truly was that individual who used a soul technique to heal you." Enough. Dai Mubai had no desire to dwell on such matters. He was eager to seek out a soul master to test whether the technique in his mind was indeed real. He had no time to waste on trivialities. In a secluded harbor, a middle-aged man with a lecherous appearance and 2 white soul rings beneath his feet let out a shriek as Dai Mubai, empowered by his martial soul, struck him with a heart-piercing blow that pierced his chest. As death loomed, Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with intensity, and the technique within him began to operate. He opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully. A formless suction emanated from his lips. The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he struggled desperately, but ultimately succumbed to his grievous injury and ceased to fight. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai felt a chaotic surge of soul power being drawn into him, coursing through his meridians and following the pathway of the white tiger's killing heart technique. The power diminished in quantity but grew increasingly pure as the impurities were gradually expelled through the operation of the technique. With a decisive motion, Dai Mubai discarded the lifeless body. Feeling an approximate 1,000th increase in his soul power, he could not help but grin, and his smile broadened with certainty. Witnessing the miraculous efficacy of the technique, Dai Mubai's mind was set. Rather than languish in a pitiful demise, he would seek a moment of brilliance. Even if it ultimately led to his own destruction or transformation into a frenzied killer, what did it matter? After my death, who cares if the floods rage? Ha ha ha. In the harbor, the sound of his slightly deranged laughter grew louder. Dai Mubai had been stifled for too long. The pressure from his elder brother had become a psychological demon. Now, having finally glimpsed the hope of defeating his brother, he was unwilling to relinquish it. Even if he knew that this hope was flawed. If death awaited him, so be it. In the shadows, old Jack observed his actions with a mysterious smile. As he had anticipated, Dai Mubai ultimately chose the path of cultivation. "Look, everyone, this is his own choice. I, old Jack, have not coerced him," he mused, having already noted the various flaws in the technique. If he chose to proceed despite them, it indicated that he was prepared to bear the consequences. Whether he lived or died was no longer old Jack's concern. In fact, he might even have reason to be grateful to him. Chapter 31. The Instrument in the Shadows. Old Jack witnessed Dai Mubai's act of murder and the absorption of soul power, his face adorned with a knowing smile. The illusions that appeared in Dai Mubai's dreams were creations of his design, and the technique was one he had provided. The purpose was to create adversaries for Tang San, aiding in his rapid growth. Dai Mubai was merely the first of many pawns he had selected. There would be second, third, and countless more. The White Tiger's killing heart technique that old Jack imparted to Dai Mubai was, in fact, a precursor to the Tiger Demon Bone refining fist. An early framework yet to be perfected, though it appeared formidable, allowing one to enhance their soul power by killing and absorbing the soul power of others. It was fraught with peril, a veritable demonic art. While it promised explosive growth in soul power upon the death of an opponent and the absorption of their essence, the technique's inherent dangers were substantial. The excess of murderous intent, without the temperance of the spirit turtle, would inevitably recoil upon the wielder. Moreover, absorbing another's soul power, regardless of how it was transformed or purified, would always contain fragments of foreign spiritual impurities. As these impurities accumulated, the risks would escalate, leading to a potential catastrophic explosion. Even those fortunate enough to avoid such a fate would find their minds increasingly twisted by the growing mental contaminants, eventually culminating in either becoming a mindless killing machine or a complete lunatic. Why else would old Jack so generously offer to share his techniques? Dai Mubai was not his grandson, There was no familial bond to warrant such kindness. To him, Dai Mubai was merely a tool to refine Tang San. The White Tiger's killing heart technique, as a flawed precursor to the Tiger Demoness techniques, would inevitably create conflict between Dai Mubai and Tang San, akin to a rivalry between a counterfeit and the genuine article. As Dai Mubai delved deeper into the cultivation of the White Tiger's killing heart, enmity would naturally arise against the authentic tiger demon within Tang San. This inherent discord would culminate in a confrontation. If Dai Mubai could consume Tang San, he would gain the true legacy of the 10,000 transformations. Conversely, if Tang San were to slay Dai Mubai, he could absorb the pure essence of his dark arts, significantly advancing his own cultivation. Moreover, with Dai Mubai serving as a filter, the soul power absorbed would be devoid of any impurities, allowing for a swift and safe enhancement of strength. Certainly, if Dai Mubai, the tool of fate, were ultimately able to turn the tables on Tang San, not only would his own latent dangers be entirely eradicated, but he could also seize Tang San's unparalleled foundation, leading to a future of limitless possibilities. Let us return our gaze to the moment when Tang San unleashed a fierce tiger roar, instantly vanquishing Dai Mubai. After venting his emotions through the sonic wave, Tang San felt a sense of relief. He observed the cracks in the hall's walls and the surrounding furniture and vases shattered by the sound waves, along with the many individuals strewn about. A pang of regret washed over him for having utilized the tiger roar. Although its destructive power was formidable, the wide-reaching impact meant that countless people and items were affected. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future. Recognizing that many in the hall had suffered unwarranted misfortune, he felt a twinge of guilt. He decided to provide them with healing. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a soft blue glow, a vibrant blue-silver grass materialized before him, accompanied by 2 soul rings, one purple and one black. The second soul skill, derived from a millennia-old evergreen willow tree, was healing. It could mend physical injuries, allowing even severed limbs to regenerate. By this measure alone, the soul skill was undoubtedly worthy of its ancient origin. The green blue-silver grass radiated a life-giving light, and then the black soul ring illuminated. Buzz! From the blue-silver grass emanated small green lights, vibrant and full of life, which dispersed and merged into the bodies of those lying on the ground, including Dai Mubai. The tiger roar's might was indeed considerable. While these individuals appeared outwardly unscathed, with only minor bleeding from their mouths and noses, their internal organs had sustained hidden injuries. Without Tang San's intervention, they might awaken and seem fine, but their internal wounds would remain unhealed, leading to ailments as they aged. Though Tang San's temperament had become somewhat reckless, he remained fundamentally a person of chivalry, unwilling to abandon those who suffered unjustly. As the healing concluded, the individuals in the hall began to stir, emitting soft groans as they regained consciousness. Only Dai Mubai remained unconscious, not due to a lack of healing, but rather because he was ensnared in a dream by Old Jack's dream-invoking technique. Seeing this, Tang San furrowed his brow and knelt beside Dai Mubai, grasping his wrist to check his pulse, which was strong. The reason he hadn't awakened was simply that he was asleep. Releasing his grip, Tang San chose not to dwell on him further. The others who had awakened regarded Tang San with fearful eyes, none daring to approach him, clearly shaken by the reverberations of the tiger roar. Given the circumstances, coupled with the damage to the hotel, Tang San decided it was best not to linger. He approached the hotel manager, who appeared timid and apprehensive. Without uttering a word, Tang San reached to his waist, revealing a substantial pouch of gold coins. "This should suffice to cover your hotel's losses," he said, extending the pouch towards the manager. However, the manager recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. No, it's unnecessary. This incident was our hotel's fault. We cannot let you bear the cost." Tang San frowned, insisting, "Take it. I have never owed anyone anything, and I bear some responsibility in this matter. I cannot allow the hotel to shoulder it alone." Startled, the manager hastily accepted the pouch of coins. Tang San, satisfied, turned and made his way toward the door. "Let us go, Xiaowu." "Coming," Xiaowu replied cheerfully, skipping along behind him. Chapter 32. Natural adversaries in the blink of an eye. The day of enrollment arrived. Tang San and Xiaowu rose early, departing from their newly found hotel to embark on their journey to Shrek Academy. "Brother, do you know where Shrek Academy is? As they exited Soto City, heading south along the road, they were flanked by vast expanses of farmland. Soto City indeed earned its reputation as the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom. However, apart from the fields, there were no signs of any academy structures in sight. The master mentioned that Shrek Academy is just beyond the southern gate of Soto City. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, but let us continue south. We will surely find it, Tang San replied, shaking his head. Brother. Xiao was suddenly called out sweetly. Over the years of their companionship, Tang San had come to view the quirky Xiao Wu as a younger sister. Seeing her in this playful mood brought a mix of exasperation and fondness to his expression. You're not a child anymore. You can walk on your own. With a giggle, Xiao responded, No way, you're my brother? With that, she leaped onto Tang San's broad back. Tang San, accustomed to her antics, leaned slightly forward, allowing her to clamber onto his back. Standing at 2 meters tall and possessing a muscular build, carrying her felt like he was bearing a small child. This scene, oddly amusing, radiated warmth. Though Xiao Wu was a soul master and would not tire from walking, she relished the comfort of riding on Tang San's back, pointing out sights around her, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. In moments like these, Tang San felt an indescribable warmth in his heart, convinced that even if he were to carry her for a lifetime, he would never grow weary of it. After traveling for some time, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Brother, look over there. There's a small village. While she was perched on his back, her sweetness was at its peak. Normally, she referred to him as Sange, but in this moment, it felt more intimate. Tang San followed her pointed finger and saw a small village about a mile away. Narrowing his eyes, a glimmer of red light sparked within. For reasons unknown, ever since he had cultivated the 3 transformations of 10,000 changes. Many of Tang San's unique skills had undergone remarkable transformations, seemingly absorbed into his new system. This included the purple extreme magic eyes. He realized he could no longer enhance its power by absorbing the morning sun's purple energy. Now, whenever he activated the purple extreme magic eyes, they no longer shone with a purple light, but had shifted to a crimson hue. Perhaps it was time to rename them. They could be called the Tiger Nightmare Magic Eyes. However, his rendition of the Tiger Nightmare was still not as refined as old Jack's. Merely an improvement over the original purple extreme magic eyes. At this moment, the enhanced vision of the Tiger Nightmare Magic Eyes allowed him to clearly see that the village comprised around 100 households, slightly smaller than Douluo Village. Encircled by a wooden fence, presumably to ward off wild beasts, a crowd had gathered at the village entrance, seemingly in the midst of some commotion. Tang San smiled and suggested, Let us go ask them. Perhaps the villagers will know where Shrek Academy is. It should be quite well known. Xiao Wu pointed ahead, playfully urging, Brother, speed up. Tang San, feeling somewhat irritated, playfully smacked her pert backside and exerted a slight force with his feet as he swiftly made his way towards the village. Upon approaching, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed that something was amiss. A considerable crowd had gathered at the village entrance, mostly comprised of youths around their age, many accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To Tang San and Xiao Wu's astonishment, a rather tattered sign hung from an archway made of wood, inscribed with the simple words, Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao Wu exclaimed as she jumped down from Tang San's back, staring in disbelief at the sign before glancing back at Tang San, both of them equally bewildered. Even the scale of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was far grander than this. Moreover, this clearly resembled an ordinary small village. The wooden arch was not only rustic, but also less than a third of the size of the Nodding Academy. Could this truly be a Soul Master Academy? Brother, did Master make a mistake? This doesn't seem like an academy at all. It can't be a scam, can it? Tang San replied with a wry smile. Since we are already here, let us wait and see. At this moment, there were approximately 100 applicants ahead of them in line, many of whom wore frowns, evidently harboring sentiments similar to Xiao Wu's. Is this really the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that claims its graduates become barons of the empire? The Spirit Hall wouldn't lie, would they? Yet this academy appears rather dilapidated. Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius at the Junior Academy. Since we've come this far, we might as well wait. Perhaps this is a test. The Real Academy might not be here. Similar conversations echoed among the applicants, with disappointment evident on the faces of most youths and their parents. At that moment, Tang San's gaze fell upon the front of the line, where the registration was taking place. He was taken aback upon recognizing a familiar, yet unfamiliar youth. "Is that Dai Mubai?" Tang San observed him closely, sensing something peculiar about him, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai, standing at the front of the line, instinctively turned his gaze towards the back, precisely meeting Tang San's eyes. For a brief moment, both were stunned. "It's him. I remember his name is Tang San." Dai Mubai looked at the towering figure at the rear of the line, a person whose height suggested he could easily be in his 20s or 30s, and felt incredulous. "He is here to register too? That means he's younger than I am? How infuriating." Originally thinking Tang San was of a similar age or older, he was shocked to find that Tang San was, in fact, younger. However, his jealousy quickly subsided as he recalled the White Tiger's killing intent he had acquired. "Now that I possess the White Tiger's killing intent, as long as I endure enough battles and bloodshed, my future achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. Surpassing Tang San is merely a matter of time." He felt a surge of pride, completely dismissing the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Tang San felt a strange sensation within himself. Upon locking eyes with Dai Mubai, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain, as if he were gazing down upon a lesser being, a sentiment of superiority. What is happening? This unwarranted contempt. Has the balance of the three absolutes worsened? It seems I should pause my training in the bull demon and tiger demon techniques and focus on perfecting the spirit turtle. He mused silently, then returned his gaze to the line, patiently waiting. After some time, Tang San resumed his place in line. Many events transpired, leading him to significantly alter his perception of the academy. The so-called monsters only Shrek Academy proved to be rather intriguing. He began to lower his initial disdain, realizing that this academy might be more than just a shabby institution. Perhaps attending this academy would be far more entertaining than enrolling in a conventional intermediate soul master academy. With idle time on his hands, he began to observe the applicants in line, noticing that most appeared quite ordinary, except for two girls who caught his attention. Coincidentally, both were females. One was ahead of him, currently undergoing an entrance examination. The elderly man in charge of the registration displayed a look of uncertainty on his face as he regarded the girl, who was alone without parental accompaniment. With her sleek bob haircut and simple white dress, she exuded an air of innocence. However, Tang San keenly sensed that this was not her true self. There was a certain artificiality in her demeanor. "Excuse me, may I pass the preliminary test?" The girl's voice was melodious, lacking in assertiveness yet soft and endearing, evoking a sense of tenderness. The elder's surprise gradually faded, and he furrowed his brow, asking, "Are your family members aware that you are here?" The girl did not directly answer, but instead smiled. "It is said that there are no restrictions on education, as long as I meet the academy's requirements. You have no reason to refuse me." The elder hesitated for a moment before gesturing to Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." Dai Mubai's expression remained neutral. For some reason, the charm that girls typically held for him seemed absent at that moment. He merely nodded slightly and turned to escort the girl into the academy. Aside from a short-haired girl, another girl caught his eye, positioned just behind them. Judging by her facial features, she appeared even younger than Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face was slightly lowered, and she stood at a height similar to that of the previous girl. Her skin almost as fair, yet this girl projected a distinctly different aura. Her exceptionally voluptuous figure seemed incongruous with her age, if one overlooked her face. They might mistake her for a mature young woman, particularly due to her prominent curves, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of many men. Contrasting her alluring physique was the cold expression on her face, a genuine chill radiating from her. Her dark eyes held no trace of warmth, which clashed with her otherwise strikingly beautiful visage. The icy demeanor she exuded was almost unsettling. "Are you registering or not? If not, please do not block the way." The elder's voice jolted Tang San from his contemplation. At that moment, he felt a sharp grip on his arm and turned to see Xiao Wu glaring at him fiercely. However, his sturdy physique rendered her grip inconsequential as he casually withdrew 20 gold coins and placed them into the wooden box. "We're registering together." Tang San and Xiao Wu extended their hands simultaneously. The elder first tested Xiao Wu, who passed, and then it was Tang San's turn. The elder regarded the towering figure before him with a look of intrigue, yet he proceeded to grasp Tang San's hand. To his astonishment, it felt as if he were gripping steel. The elder's heart raced. What a formidable physique. Have you practiced any soul techniques? He examined the applicant's hands to ascertain their true ages, as this was a reliable method that could not be faked. Yet, Tang San's hand felt as solid as iron, making it impossible to discern the skeletal structure. Tang San nodded calmly, affirming, indeed. The old man furrowed his brow, then gestured for Tang San to lift his calf. Following his instruction, Tang San raised his leg and placed it upon the table. The elder pinched his calf through the fabric of his trousers, yet his brow creased once more. The texture was as unyielding as steel, rendering any assessment of his skeletal development impossible. This posed a significant challenge. Never mind. The elder contemplated merely giving Tang San a cursory evaluation, stating that he was unqualified, and remarked, "Muscle development is commendable, and bone age is appropriate. Now, unleash your martial spirits." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their soul power. Green and red lights surged forth, and their soul rings spiraled upwards. While Xiao Wu's circumstances were momentarily set aside, the instant Tang San revealed his purple and black soul rings, the elder sprang to his feet. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the two rings hovering around him, feeling as though his understanding of the world had been shattered. How could this be? How could someone have a 1,000-year first soul ring and a 10,000-year second? He muttered in a daze, the oppressive aura of those soul rings unmistakably real, far beyond mere illusion. "Teacher, would you consider me a monster?" Tang San inquired with a smile. Indeed, without a doubt. The elder's gaze shifted, now filled with a newfound reverence, as if he were beholding an extraordinary treasure. "Well then, both of you are qualified. Please proceed." The elder pointed towards the entrance, instructing, "Continue straight in that direction." Together, Tang San and Xiao Wu ventured into the village, which was characterized solely by wooden structures. A description of simple and unadorned would be most fitting. They had not traveled far when they arrived at a clearing. Candidates who had passed the preliminary test were gathered ahead, their palpable fluctuations of soul power causing the air to tremble irregularly. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached, his gaze complex as he fixed it upon Tang San. "I never expected to see you here," he stated, "nor did I anticipate you being a student of this academy." Tang San replied with a neutral expression. Though he was indeed surprised, their history bore no deep-seated animosity, merely a quarrel over room arrangements that had escalated into a fight. Thus, Dai Mubai did not greet him with hostility. Although reluctantly, he accepted his defeat, recognizing it as a part of life. He did not seek to make things difficult for them. Instead, he pointed towards the queue of candidates, saying, "You will conduct your second examination here. The teacher will guide you on what to do." After delivering these words, Dai Mubai hurried away. Once he had distanced himself, he turned back to glance at Tang San's imposing figure, pondering with a hint of confusion. How strange. Why does seeing Tang San evoke such an inexplicable impulse within me? It feels as if he is a fated adversary. Truly perplexing. Chapter 34, The Second Tool. Following Dai Mubai's instructions, Tang San and Xiao Wu positioned themselves at the back of the line of candidates. Just then, a soft, melodious voice rose above the commotion. "Sausages for sale. Come and have a look. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced affordably at just 5 copper coins each. Consuming Oscar sausages guarantees you a better chance of passing the entrance exam." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see a figure nearby, pushing a cart as he called out his wares. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and some of the candidates in line had already approached to make a purchase. The individual behind the cart was clad in simple gray clothing, his short hair neat. Yet his face was adorned with a thick beard, complemented by large, expressive eyes that lingered on the female candidates in an unsettling manner. Xiao Wu, of course, was not exempt from his inappropriate gaze. Noticing this, Tang San instinctively frowned, his expression shifting to one of protectiveness, as if guarding a precious treasure. Abruptly, Oscar, the vendor, felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. He instinctively glanced around, only to meet Tang San's fierce crimson gaze, which seemed to pierce through him. With a sheepish smile, he abandoned his sausages and hastily fled with his cart. Tang San, satisfied with Oscar's retreat, shifted his gaze away. The vendor's earlier demeanor had been excessively sleazy. Any man would likely have felt the urge to confront him. Elsewhere, having dashed to a secluded spot, Oscar finally felt the tremors of fear dissipate and exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief. That was terrifying. The intensity of that man's gaze was truly fierce. Had I not made a quick escape, he might have come over to confront me. Despite his bushy beard, Oscar was merely 14 years old, and if he were to shave it off, he would reveal a handsome young lad. He simply had been too lazy to remove his facial hair. His martial spirit was, in fact, the sausages he had been peddling, belonging to the food category of martial spirits, and he possessed an innate soul power level of 10, an unprecedented talent. After all, it was unheard of for a food-type martial spirit to possess innate full soul power, highlighting his exceptional abilities. In the shadows, old Jack observed him with satisfaction, stroking his long beard, realizing that a second tool had emerged. It appeared that selling here was no longer viable. With a glance at the cart filled with sausages, Oscar decided to take a detour into the city to sell his goods. In Soto City, he resumed his enthusiastic sales pitch, sausages for sale. Come and have a look. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages delicious and sweet, priced affordably at just 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar's sausages guarantees you won't feel sore or tired. It's a surefire way to boost your stamina. Oscar peddled his wares with great fervor, his voice booming in the streets. Though the sausages were indeed manifestations of his soul abilities, they did not possess the miraculous properties he claimed. At most, they would provide a quick recovery of soul power and physical injuries. Naive buyers, convinced by his exaggerated claims, would feel invigorated after consuming them, and the enhanced recovery effects played into their psychology, leading to noticeable improvements during their endeavors. As a result, his sausages had gained considerable renown in Soto City, creating a demand that far exceeded supply. Oscar, you're back. A chorus of men eagerly surrounded his cart, clamoring for his sausages. Give me 3. I want 4. I'll take 6. Each man jostled for their turn, as if fearing they would miss out. Hold on. There's plenty for everyone. Oscar's face lit up with glee as he handed out sausages and collected payment. In no time, his entire cart of sausages was sold out. Those who had missed out sighed in disappointment, dispersing with a sense of longing, resigned to wait until next time. Standing by his empty cart, Oscar counted his earnings, a broad smile illuminating his face. He anticipated such popularity for his sausages. What began as mere boasting seemed to bear fruit. After all, why would people rush to buy them if they didn't work? However, he himself had not experienced any remarkable effects. Having counted his money, Oscar contentedly pushed his cart towards Shrek Academy, ready to head home. A voice called out from behind, "Hey there, young brother. Don't walk away." Oscar turned to see a disheveled old beggar gazing intently at him, shaking his head in disbelief as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wow! This old beggar approached, scrutinizing Oscar from head to toe, exclaiming in wonder, "Incredible! Incredible!" The intense scrutiny made Oscar feel uneasy, and he asked, "Old man, what is so incredible? Why did you stop me? You know you have a divine aura emanating from the top of your head?" The old beggar continued to marvel at Oscar, noting his remarkable physique, which he deemed a rare martial talent. "If one day you manage to open the meridians, you will soar to the heavens like a dragon." Oscar's expression revealed a mix of confusion and disbelief as he regarded the rambling, eccentric beggar, akin to observing a madman. Just as the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? The beggar's demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness, as if making a solemn vow. He looked at Oscar and declared, "It is your duty to uphold justice and maintain world peace. Will you accept this task?" Oscar, now convinced that the beggar was indeed mad, thought to himself how unfortunate it was to be accosted by a lunatic. He resolved to find an opportunity to escape. The old beggar then produced a tattered ancient manual from his robe, proclaiming, "This indestructible skill is priceless. I sense a connection with you, and I will teach it to you for 10 gold coins." Initially indifferent, Oscar's attention was immediately captured by the 4 characters "indestructible" inscribed on the manual, as if they were a vortex drawing him in. In a daze, he handed over 10 gold coins to the beggar and accepted the worn manual. By the time he regained his senses, the old beggar had vanished. Holding the moldy, indestructible manual, Oscar felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chapter 35, The Fourth Challenge. The entrance examination of Shrek Academy consists of 4 stages. The first eliminates candidates with soul power below level 20 or those older than 13. The second assesses soul power and martial soul. The third tests candidates' application of their martial souls. The first 3 stages eliminate over 90% of candidates. Currently, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and 2 other extraordinary girls have advanced through these stages. The 4th stage tests practical combat experience, which involves fighting opponents assigned by the academy, with teachers observing the battles. If they pass, they will succeed in the test, under the guidance of Dai Mubai. The 4 are now heading to the venue for the 4th challenge. It is an open space of approximately 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, dozes in a chair. He is clearly the teacher responsible for the 4th challenge. Teacher Zhao, I brought students for the 4th assessment. Dai Mubai called out loudly. We have candidates for the 4th stage this year? 4 of them? The middle-aged man awakened, squinting at the 4 young individuals in surprise, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Dai Mubai replied, not only do we have these 4, but they also bypass the 2nd and 3rd assessments. Teacher Zhao's eyes brightened as he stood up. Though of average height and appearance, he was remarkably sturdy. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and his expression, though amiable, exuded an undeniable sense of pressure due to his muscular build. This teacher's martial soul must be related to augmenting physical strength, Tang San surmised, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him, almost wishing to engage in a sparring match. All 4 have exceeded level 25, impressive. This year seems to have many little prodigies. This is the final challenge. Pass my test, and you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master. My assessment will focus on your abilities in this regard. He smiled, his gaze sweeping over Tang San and the others, lingering especially on the towering figure of Tang San. I am Zhao Wujin. Since you 4 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd assessments, I will personally engage with you. You now have an incense stick's time to get to know each other and strategize. After the incense stick burns out, the test will commence. The task is to withstand my attacks for the duration of the incense stick. If just one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand. Do not attempt any tricks. No one can escape this area using speed. Furthermore, relying solely on individual strength will not suffice against my attacks. Coordination and teamwork are your only paths to success, Zhao Wujin stated. Teacher Zhao, is this appropriate? Dai Mubai hesitated. Zhao Wujin shot him a glare and replied, what is inappropriate? The dean is absent, and I hold the highest authority in the academy. What I say goes. You have little time. Prepare yourselves. Xiao Bai, you may share my strengths with them to aid in their preparation. With that, he produced an incense stick and swiftly planted it in the ground. Dai Mubai sighed, realizing the challenge had escalated. Originally, Teacher Zhao was only supposed to oversee the 4th stage. Your opponent was meant to be me. As long as you could last for an incense stick's duration against me, you would have passed. Who knew today he would choose to engage directly? Teacher Zhao is a soul sage of level 76, with a beast martial soul, the battle bear, making him the deputy dean of the academy and second only to the dean in overall strength. The pupils of Tang San and the others constricted simultaneously upon hearing the level 76. In their minds, such strength could dominate even a multitude of adversaries. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. He is level 76? But he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. Age is never an accurate indicator of strength. Time is short. I will briefly inform you about Teacher Zhao's abilities, after which you must devise a strategy against him immediately. Otherwise, you won't even withstand his first wave of attacks, let alone the duration of the incense stick. The expressions of Tang San and the others grew serious. Facing a level 76 soul sage was no trivial matter, even with Tang San's mastery of the profound techniques. He would not dare to boast that he could challenge a soul sage with over 40 levels of difference. Of course, if they resorted to poison or other underhanded tactics, that would be a different story. Here we are discussing pure, unadulterated strength. Dai Mubai explained, Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the mighty diamond bear, a formidable beast martial soul. His defenses are incredibly formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for even similarly ranked soul masters to breach his defenses and inflict harm. Although speed is not Zhao Wujin's forte, given the vast disparity in soul power, you cannot hope to outpace him. His greatest strengths lie in his offensive power and defense. He is known in the academy as the unyielding king. Do not speak of the 4 of you. Even with my addition, we may not withstand his assault for even the duration of a single incense stick. At present, I can only hope that teacher Zhao does not take his attack on you too seriously. No weaknesses. Such a simple phrase encapsulates Zhao Wujia's formidable prowess. At this moment, the short-haired, graceful maiden suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. He is indeed the indomitable king Zhao Wujia. After a decade of disappearance from the continent, it is astonishing to discover that he has become a teacher at Shrek Academy. In the past, the indomitable king Zhao Wujia had a feud with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him, yet he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Eventually, that matter dissipated without resolution. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are all formidable soul emperors, at least at level 60 and above, whereas Zhao Wujia was likely only in his 60s at that time. Now, he must be even more powerful. Dai Mubai nodded and remarked, at the very least, I have never witnessed teacher Zhao unleashing his full strength. Therefore, you should prepare yourselves. Teacher Zhao's 7 soul rings consist of 200-year rings, 2,000-year rings, and 3 10,000-year rings. As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Tang San, then continued, Chapter 36, after the old friends. Dai Mubai added, moreover, the abilities conferred by his 7 soul rings are all focused on attack and defense. You can imagine the terror he embodies. Now, let us introduce ourselves, share our names and abilities, and devise a strategy to best withstand teacher Zhao's examination. Upon hearing his words, the 4 exchanged glances, and it was Tang San who spoke first. I am Tang San, possessing the weapon Spirit Blue Silvergrass, a level 30 strong attack system battle soul master. Seeing Tang San speak, Xiao Wu followed suit. Xiao Wu, be Spirit Rabbit, a level 29 strong attack system battle soul master. The short-haired maiden hesitated briefly before saying, Ning Rong Rong, weapon Spirit 7 treasure glazed tower, a level 29 auxiliary system weapon soul master. The final cold maiden remained indifferent and stated flatly, Zhu Zhuqing, be Spirit Ghost Cat, a level 27 agile attack system battle soul master. After the 4 had introduced themselves, all eyes, including Dai Mubai's, were focused on the short-haired maiden. Ning Rong Rong, Tang San, somewhat astonished, remarked, your spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tower. Thus, you hail from the 7 treasure glazed sect? The lineage of the 7 treasure glazed tower is such that only direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed sect across the entire Douluo continent are likely to possess it. In the shadows, old Jack gazed at Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing with a complex expression, observing the youthful faces that bore familiar features, reminiscent of a time long past. He recalled those days of youthful exuberance, adorned in white, with long, flowing hair. Sighing, old Jack touched his now dull, white hair, feeling the passage of time that had left him behind. In his youth, he had been reckless and naive, enamored with every beauty, seduced by the tales of harem from previous lives, foolishly desiring a multitude of wives. Yet, he failed to consider the pride of those women. How could they ever share a husband? The result was naturally a bitter parting. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been gravely mistaken. He wondered how those women fared now. Had they become wives and mothers? He silently prayed for their happiness, hoping none would remain unmarried and alone due to him. Such a fate would haunt him with guilt for a lifetime. Yet upon reflection, it seemed improbable. Those proud women, having chosen to part ways with him, would certainly seek new companionship. How could any be foolish enough to remain chaste for a man who so easily cast aside commitments? It was impossible, utterly impossible. As he regarded Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze softened with kindness, a blend of remorse and affection blossoming within him. The sight of these 2 girls increasingly warmed his heart, as if they were his own granddaughters. Initially intending to impart some flawed techniques to satisfy the occasion, old Jack abandoned that notion. After all, one ought not to treat the offspring of old acquaintances with such disregard. Meanwhile, on Tang San's side, the 4 devised a strategy after much discussion. Tang San would take the lead in offense, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would provide support and disruption, with Ning Rong Rong in a supportive role. Given the brevity of their preparations, they could only resort to such a simple tactic. The effectiveness of their plan would only be revealed through actual combat. Regardless of the outcome, they had never encountered an opponent of such strength. Only through confrontation would they comprehend the true extent of their adversary's might. Have you finalized your strategy? Zhao Wujia's booming voice resonated, prompting the 4 to turn as they noticed the incense on the ground had nearly burned away. Teacher, we are ready to begin, Dai Mubai affirmed with a nod. stepping aside to watch. Despite the disparity in their combat abilities, witnessing Zhao Wujia's prowess was an opportunity he could not afford to miss as a fellow strength-based soul master. Zhao Wujia stood once more, clasping his hands together, and began to stretch his wrists, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously, intensifying the invisible pressure in the air. A new incense appeared in his hand, and before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already made her move. 7 treasures, glazed illumination. Her slender form twirled gracefully. A burst of vibrant, multicolored light emanating from her being. In the heart of that radiant glow, a 7-colored treasure tower, over a foot tall, materialized in her palm. The brilliance shimmered, exuding an air of nobility. With a smile illuminating her face, she appeared ethereal. 2 rings of yellow light ascended from beneath her feet, swirling around her in a quiet dance. 7 treasures. First, strength. The first soul ring rose, enveloping the 7-colored treasure tower. At a gesture from Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 beams of colored light simultaneously burst forth, enveloping Tang San and the others. Instantly, a wave of warm energy surged through their limbs, filling them with vitality, as their internal soul power seemed to boil and surge forth. Zhao Wujia gazed at Ning Rongrong with surprise. It was remarkable to find a candidate from the 7-treasure glazed family among this year's examinees. Very good. Old Flander will surely be thrilled this time. As he spoke, the incense in his hand ignited, and he casually tossed it to the ground, embedding it into the earth. 7 treasures. Second, speed. Another 3 beams of colored light floated forth, activating Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul ring. The newfound lightness in Tang San's body made him feel as though he had shed all weight, and he silently marveled at the 7-treasure glazed tower's unparalleled reputation. With both speed and strength enhanced by 30%, he felt a significant boost in his capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Wujia sprang into action, not charging toward Tang San and the others, but rather crouching slightly, his fist crashing down toward the ground. Tang San's brow furrowed as he perceived the intent behind his opponent's movements. Zhao Wujia clearly aimed to unleash a wide-ranging attack to disrupt Ning Rongrong's support from the 7-treasure glazed tower. Not a chance. Tiger roar sound wave. The words did not escape Tang San's lips. Instead, he opted for swift action. His chest swelled, and he unleashed a powerful roar. Roar. In an instant, a tiger's roar manifested, its sound waves visibly expanding outward in a conical shape, surging toward Zhao Wujia with formidable force. Caught off guard, even Zhao Wujin felt his eardrums resonate with a buzzing sound, momentarily interrupting his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San propelled himself upward with a powerful push of his legs, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing. Black Tiger's heart extraction. His hands transformed into claws, lunging fiercely towards Zhao Wujin's chest. However, to his astonishment, his claws seemed to grip steel, barely breaking the skin, as Zhao Wujin remained utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm. Tang San's heart sank. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of Soul Sage. His defensive prowess terrifyingly formidable. Chapter 37. The Absolute Disparity in Strength. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched their attacks. One targeted his neck, while the other aimed for his waist, but it felt as futile as striking a statue, failing to breach his defenses or even ruffle him, a testament to his moniker. The Unmoving King, Zhao Wujin, renowned for his strength and defense, demonstrated astonishing resilience, relying solely on his physical instincts without invoking his martial soul or soul power. Seeing this, Tang San grounded himself, firmly planting his feet. As the saying goes, strength arises from the earth. With a punch unleashed, the accumulated power erupted like a volcano. Boom! Zhao Wujin was launched off the ground as if struck by a rampaging bull. Seizing the momentum, Tang San leaped once more towards him. What a formidable lad! Zhao Wujin, feeling the weight of Tang San's powerful punch, experienced a moment of breathlessness, finally deciding to unleash his full strength. With a low growl, his body swelled in midair. His already impressive muscles nearly doubled in size, and he grew an entire meter taller, transforming into a truly imposing figure. Bang! The sudden increase in weight caused him to plummet rapidly to the ground. Now, Zhao Wujin stood over 2.5 meters tall, his body covered in a thick layer of brown fur, muscles bulging, with fierce brown eyes radiating dominance as 7 soul rings pulsed rhythmically around him. Ding 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 ding. The sharp sounds pierced the air. It was Zhu Zhuqing's swift assault. Remarkably, every movement she made was utterly silent, her presence barely discernible as she launched her attacks, without any energy release or the sound of soul power cutting through the air. Alas, once Zhao Wujin became serious and activated his martial soul, his already abnormal defense escalated to another level, rendering Zhu Zhuqing's strikes akin to mere tickles, failing to inflict even the slightest harm, unable to break through his skin. At that moment, Tang San's attack arrived. Bull Demon Horn. He dashed in front of Zhao Wujin, instantly stabilizing his stance, his legs seemingly glued to the ground, drawing power from the earth. The force surged from his calves to his thighs and then to his waist, culminating in a powerful pressing move. The Bull Demon Horn technique emphasizes that anywhere on the body can serve as a bull's horn. This ordinary move possesses boundless variations, not limited to mere fists and feet. With a mighty push, Tang San channeled all his strength into one strike. Bang! Zhao Wujin felt as if he had been struck heavily in the chest. Tang San's gentle push felt like an entire mountain crashing down upon him. Even in his martial, soul-empowered state, his massive body was sent reeling as if tossed like a rag doll, his internal organs vibrating violently, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. He had underestimated them. Zhao Wujin recognized that he had misjudged these new students. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's 2 yellow soul rings illuminated simultaneously, propelling her forward with silent acceleration. She soared into the air, enveloped in soul power, and spun rapidly towards the airborne Zhao Wujin. Within her swirling figure, claw shadows flitted about, her second soul skill, Phantom Claw of the Underworld. Utilizing her rapid spin and the penetrating sharpness of her claws, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking the same spot over 100 times in mere moments, delivering devastating force. As Zhao Wujin was knocked into the air by Tang San's Bull Demon Horn, it was precisely at that moment when Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw struck his back. The Phantom Claw resembled a rapidly rotating serrated gear, swiftly slicing into Zhao Wujin's back. A furious roar erupted from him. With no leverage in midair, Zhao Wujin's eyes gleamed with cold light as he clenched his fists tightly. Among his 7 soul rings, the first yellow ring glowed instantly. A brilliant golden light erupted almost instantaneously, sending Zhu Zhuqing, who was employing her Phantom Claw, flying back with a pained cry. Xiao Wu, nearby, swiftly moved to catch her, landing safely. However, she discovered that Zhu Zhuqing had fainted from the impact, her arms dislocated. In the shadows, old Jack's eyes glinted coldly, resembling a parent witnessing their child bullied by larger kids. Zhao Wujin had just activated his first soul skill, the unmoving King Body. Although it was merely a century-old soul ring, the effects varied significantly depending on the user's soul power. With a soul power level of 76, this century-old soul ring skill proved remarkably effective. A harmonious blend of offense and defense allowed him to eliminate Zhu Zhuqing with the sheer force of recoil. This was the essence of true strength, the genuine power of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong, observing one of their own being swiftly defeated, felt a surge of panic. The incense had barely burned halfway, and though her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda provided various supportive attributes, healing was not among them. With only 2 soul rings, her augmentations were limited, rendering her urgency futile. Third brother, what should we do? Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San, cradling Zhu Zhuqing. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. Once Zhao Wujin became serious, they struggled to breach his defenses. Zhu Zhuqing was the perfect testament to this. In the midst of battle, their opponent would not grant them a moment's respite. At that moment, Zhao Wujin charged forth. His speed suddenly intensified, appearing before Tang San in the blink of an eye. A massive hand raised, his second soul ring glowing simultaneously. His palm transformed into a golden bear paw, swelling in size, poised to strike Tang San's head with tremendous force. There was no time to react. Tang San, in a split second, felt his pupils turn crimson as blood. Tiger's nightmare eyes. Zhao Wujin's gaze met his blood-red eyes directly. Thud! Zhao Wujin emitted a muffled groan, feeling as if his head had been struck by a hammer. Instinctively halting his attack, one hand clutching his head as he shook it vigorously. Buzz. In stark contrast, Tang San felt as though his head had collided with a massive bell, a cacophony resonating within him. Blood began to seep from his mouth, nose, ears, and even his eyes, an unmistakable sign of severe injury. The power of a soul sage's mental prowess was immense. How could a mere 30-level soul master like him hope to contend? In his attempt to harm, he had only succeeded in injuring himself. After shaking off the dizziness, Zhao Wujin's mild discomfort faded, while Tang San found himself bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices, starkly highlighting the disparity between them. Chapter 38. Out of Control. Well, I must admit, I underestimated you, young lad. I didn't expect you to possess such a spiritual assault soul skill. Zhao Wujia's head spun momentarily before the dizziness subsided, and he refrained from launching another attack. He gazed at Tang San, whose face was a pitiful sight, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Although such soul skills are indeed potent, the disparity in our soul power is vast. Should you forcefully employ it against someone of higher soul power, you will inevitably suffer backlash. The greater the difference, the more severe the repercussions. At that moment, however, Tang San could no longer hear his words. The mental backlash from the soul sage left his thoughts in chaos, awakening the long-suppressed darkness within him. In the shadows, old Jack stroked his long beard, murmuring to himself, "The balance of the 3 absolutes is disrupted. The darkness is awakening." At that instant, Tang San began to undergo a remarkable transformation, a thick crimson mist emanating from him, gradually enveloping his entire being. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, intently observing the towering figure within the blood mist, sensing the emergence of a terrifying beast. Thump! A powerful heartbeat reverberated through the air, causing all present to collectively gasp, their gazes fixated on the silhouette shrouded in the crimson fog. Particularly, Dai Mubai's reaction was the most exaggerated. He pressed firmly against his chest, his eyes gradually glowing with a blood-red hue. Thump! 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 As the heartbeat intensified, a primal urge to unleash a massacre surged within Dai Mubai. Just as he could no longer contain himself and was about to summon his martial spirit with a roar, a wild, primal roar erupted, resonating in his mind. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the center of the arena. The blood mist surrounding Tang San had dissipated, revealing a colossal creature standing 3 meters tall, with massive horns arching skyward. Its body, resembling that of a tiger, yet as robust as a bull, was covered in black, fur adorned with red stripes. Its forepaws were like tiger claws, while its hind legs bore hooves like those of a bull. This was a creature that embodied both bull and tiger. What in the world is that? Ning Rongrong gasped, her face pale. "This is my brother. This is my brother transformed." Xiao was also greatly shaken. Dai Mubai remained silent, his eyes locked on the bull-tiger beast, a surge of battle intent swelling within him. Zhao Wujia frowned, muttering, "The soul skill has gone out of control." Roar! The bull-tiger beast suddenly threw its head back and roared. The sound sharp as a tiger's, yet elongated like that of a wild bull. The echoing, primal roar traveled far and wide. In the next moment, the creature's blood-red vertical pupils fixed intently on Zhao Wujia, its hind hooves beginning to stomp the ground, its body crouching slightly, preparing to charge. Zhao Wujia felt an invisible force locking onto him. No matter how he tried to evade, he would ultimately be struck by the bull's charge. Yet, did a dignified soul sage of level 76 need to dodge? Thump! 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 The bull-tiger beast charged forward, its limbs pounding the ground, causing a thunderous cacophony. With its scarlet vertical pupils fixed on Zhao Wujia, it declared, "Well, let me entertain you." Intrigued, Zhao Wujia activated his 3rd soul ring, unleashing the 3rd soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Instantly, the bull-tiger beast's rapid charge came to a sudden halt. Thump! Thump! With each step it took, the effort multiplied, and the sound grew increasingly thunderous. Yet this did not deter the beast's charge. It merely slowed its pace considerably. Roar! The bull-tiger beast, from a distance, opened its massive maw filled with fangs and let out a long, furious roar. Accompanying this were terrifying sound waves. A line of destruction spread forth. Wherever the sound waves traveled, the earth cracked and soil was upturned. After its berserk transformation, The power of its roar surpassed the normal tiger's roar by an unfathomable magnitude. Zhao Wujia, witnessing the encroaching sound waves, acted decisively, activating his first soul ring, unmoving king body. A radiant golden light shielded him from the oncoming invisible sound waves. However, at that moment, the bull's charge had also arrived. The towering horns aimed directly at Zhao Wujia's abdomen. His eyes twitched, despite activating the unmoving king body. This area was his most vulnerable, and while injury was not guaranteed, the pain would be undeniable. Thus, he activated his second ring, causing his palm to swell, transforming into a true bear paw. With a resounding slap, he struck the bull-tiger beast's head. The powerful strike of a level 70 soul sage sent the charging beast crashing to the ground, its mouth filled with dirt. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wujia reached out and grasped the bull-tiger beast's long tail, mercilessly swinging it about. Bang, bang, bang. A 2.5-meter-tall giant dragged the 3-meter-tall beast's tail, treating it as a mere toy. The onlookers, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the recently revived Zhu Zhiqing, were left dumbfounded, absorbing the sheer brutality of the spectacle before them. Finally, Xiao Wu snapped back to reality, gazing at the bull-tiger beast, which was now battered and bloodied, covered in mud, and utterly pitiful. She suddenly recalled that this was her brother, transformed, and cried out, "Stop! Stop! You're going to kill my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia, who had been caught up in the thrill of battle, finally regained his senses, promptly ceasing his assault and releasing the tail of the bull-tiger beast. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at the creature, which was now in such a dire state, he thought to himself that he hadn't fought in so long that he had inadvertently gone too far. At that moment, the released bull-tiger beast seemed to break free from its constraints. Accompanied by a misty white light, it began to shrink, its fur receding to reveal a bloodied, muscular naked man. However, Tang San appeared severely bruised, his skin marked with shades of blue and purple, covered in blood and mud. A sight that could only be described as tragic. "It's over. This time I've truly messed up," Zhao Wujia thought, realizing the severity of the situation. He had inadvertently inflicted severe injuries on such a talented student. This was a calamity. In the shadows, old Jack shook his head, realizing he must step in to remedy the situation. Truly an untroublesome disciple, he mused. With a flick of his hand, he produced a small glass vial, revealing a faint green liquid within. "One drop should suffice," he muttered, uncorking the vial. A single drop of the pale green liquid leaped from the bottle, seamlessly merging with Tang San's body unnoticed by the others. Chapter 39. Fortuitous Gains. Zhao Wujia, observing the unexpectedly gravely injured Tang San, felt a wave of panic wash over him. He was just about to summon a support-type colleague to stabilize his injuries and swiftly transport him to a more advanced healing soul master, when, to his astonishment, the bloodied Tang San began to radiate a faint white light, accompanied by a refreshing aura that permeated the air. All present inhaled this essence, feeling a sense of rejuvenation, as even their minor injuries seemed to mend under its influence. "What is happening?" Zhao Wujia pondered, utterly baffled. The rest of the onlookers were fixated on Tang San, enveloped in a radiant white light. Suddenly, a vibrant green glow surged forth, and Tang San's injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Fractured bones realigned, swollen and bruised flesh faded rapidly, and gaping wounds quickly scabbed over, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath. At that moment, while Tang San lay unconscious, a wondrous transformation was unfolding within him. It was as though his consciousness traversed through time and space, arriving in a blood-hued, misty realm. In this world, a fierce battle raged between a colossal bull and a formidable tiger. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared. Though blinding, it was not harsh. Rather, it enveloped the surroundings in an ethereal softness. With the emergence of this light, the entire crimson world underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. A hint of blue appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding until the blood-red earth transformed into an endless azure sea. The tumultuous waves effortlessly engulfed the two titanic beasts, who struggled in the depths, emitting reluctant roars. At that moment, celestial pillars descended from the heavens. As these pillars touched the ocean, the ferocious waves instantly calmed. Upon closer inspection, these pillars were unmistakably massive turtle legs, resembling mountains in their grandeur. Gazing upward, one could see a colossal turtle shell nearly covering the entire sky. Its intricate patterns exuding an air of profound wisdom, seemingly filled with the essence of the universe. This was an enormous spirit turtle. Its vast head bore no ferocity. Its emerald green eyes radiated kindness and compassion, observing the submerged beasts with a gaze reminiscent of a parent watching over mischievous children. Although not stern, there was an inherent majesty in its presence. The bull and tiger, once intent on battle, gradually subdued under the turtle's gaze, bowing their heads in submission as if acknowledging their wrongdoing. In a hazy reverie, Tang San realized he had reached the pinnacle of the second level of the spirit turtle's sea suppression. This mastery allowed the spirit turtle to effortlessly subdue the bull and tiger. When Tang San reopened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, indicating it was night. He lay in a humble room, where the pitch-black surroundings did not hinder his vision. To him, it was as bright as day. Instinctively, he sat up, causing the blanket draped over him to slip away, revealing a body that, while still robust, had become notably leaner. What has happened to me? Tang San pondered, extending his hands in bewilderment to examine his slender, pale palms. A thorough inspection of his physique revealed that his previously exaggerated muscular build had vanished, replaced by a more refined and toned form. Even his height had diminished from 2 meters to just under 180. He felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. The restive and combative impulses that had once flickered in his heart had dissipated, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Tang San understood that this transformation was undoubtedly the result of achieving balance after surpassing the pinnacle of the spirit turtle's second level. Just then, the door creaked open, and a petite figure entered, carrying a basin of water. As she lit the lamp by the door, the dark room was instantly illuminated. Upon seeing Tang San sitting on the bed, bare-chested, the basin slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor and splattering water everywhere. "Brother, you're finally awake," Xiao Wu exclaimed as she leapt into Tang San's arms, clinging to him tightly, her voice tinged with tears. "You've been unconscious for an entire day. No matter how much I called, you wouldn't wake up. I was so afraid you might never come to again." Feeling the tremor of her body and hearing her sobs, Tang San's expression softened. He embraced her petite form tightly, gently stroking her hair to soothe her distress. "Xiao Wu, do not fear. I'm all right now." As the night deepened, the Shrek Academy settled into silence. Earlier that day, upon witnessing Tang San's injuries fully healed and his robust health restored, Zhao Wujin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the reason for this miraculous recovery eluded him, he was grateful that Tang San was unharmed. He then announced the successful completion of the exam for Tang San and his companions, noting that none of the other candidates had passed the preliminary challenges. This year marked the highest enrollment at Shrek Academy in many years. Zhao Wujin, as the vice principal, had his own quarters and was now lying in bed, peacefully asleep. Suddenly, an otherworldly voice reverberated in his ears, an explosive sound that was deafeningly loud. Zhao Wujin jolted upright, clutching his ringing head in shock. As a level 76 soul sage, he was a formidable presence within the Douluo continent's soul master community, possessing the ability to create a unique aura around himself and discern even the faintest sounds within a 100-meter radius. Yet, at this moment, he felt no one nearby, and the voice had pierced his ears with a thunderous effect. This power raised Zhao Wujin's alertness. He did not recognize the voice, but he was certain that its owner was at least his equal, if not superior. "Who goes there?" Zhao Wujin's gaze turned steely. He had not enjoyed a good reputation in the Soul Master community, and he harbored many enemies. Although he had found peace at Shrek Academy for years, the sudden appearance of a powerful figure was unsettling. "Show yourself." A faint yet palpable aura locked onto Zhao Wujin. Without hesitation, he leaped through the window and into the night, channeling his soul power to its peak and remaining vigilant while scanning his surroundings. What manner of man was Zhao Wujin? The unmoved king, a figure who had taken countless lives. Provoked by an unknown adversary, he could not remain passive. Retreating like a turtle was not in his nature. He would not concede without a fight, even if he suspected his opponent might be stronger. Only the brave triumph in narrow paths. Without the courage to confront his foes, he would never have attained his current strength. He pursued the source of the aura with determination, quickly leaving the confines of Shrek Academy and entering a nearby forest. "Come forth. I know you are here." Zhao Wujin called out sternly. At the same time, he summoned his martial soul, the powerful Great Bear, as 7 soul rings encircled him, pulsating with dazzling light. Among them, the 3 black 10,000-year rings appeared particularly deep and mesmerizing. A shadowy figure emerged slowly from behind a tree, cloaked entirely in black. The only discernible feature was the imposing stature of a man. "Who are you?" Zhao Wujin demanded coldly, fully embracing the power of his martial soul, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a word of anger. The figure cloaked in black did not respond directly to his words, but merely remarked, "To encounter the immutable king in this modest place. I simply wish to engage in a sparring match. It has been quite some time since I last exercised my limbs." As he spoke, the black-clad man slowly raised his right hand, and instantly, a black radiance coalesced in his palm, transforming into a massive hammer. Concurrently, 9 soul rings silently manifested around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. Unlike Zhao Wujia's soul rings, which pulsated, the 9 rings remained still, enveloping the black figure entirely. The mere presence of these 9 soul rings was terrifying, especially the final red one, signifying a rare 100,000-year soul ring. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 9 soul rings, Zhao Wujia felt a cold wave wash over him, sending shivers down his spine. As a soul sage, he was acutely aware of the disparities between high-ranking soul masters. Beyond level 60, even a single level's difference could yield a significant gap in strength. While it appeared that he and the black-clad figure were separated by roughly 20 levels, he understood that the chasm between them was even greater than that between Tang San and himself. "Title Douluo," Zhao Wujia stammered, his body trembling at the mere utterance of those words. If he was a high-ranking soul master, then a title Douluo was the pinnacle of their kind. In an instant, Zhao Wujia's bravado evaporated, and he hastily bowed, smiling nervously as he asked, "May I inquire as to which esteemed elder graces us with their presence? Please, do not jest with me. I am unworthy of sparring with you." Tang Hao replied coolly, "What does worthiness matter? During the day, did you not bully those children with great ease? I find that exerting power over others seems rather pleasant. Allow me to exert my strength over you as well. Of course, you may interpret this as me taking advantage of my strength." Without any overt display of dominance, Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, stepped closer to Zhao Wujia. Thoughts raced through Zhao Wujia's mind. On the continent, title Douluos were exceedingly rare, each known by name. This title Douluo, before him, clearly possessed a weapon spirit, and those who cultivated to the level of title Douluo with a weapon spirit were even fewer. Who could he possibly be? Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted 10 meters from Zhao Wujia. "Since you have come, you might as well reveal yourself. 1 or 2 makes no difference." In the blink of an eye, another figure appeared beside Zhao Wujia, Flander, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Upon his arrival, Zhao Wujia's expression relaxed somewhat. "Boss, this esteemed elder." Flander gestured for Zhao Wujia to remain silent, acknowledging the invisible pressure emanating from Tang Hao. He released his own martial spirit, unfurling a pair of massive wings that enveloped him in feathers. His orange-yellow eyes, with vertical pupils, revealed 7 soul rings that danced around him. "Greetings under the Haotian crown," Flander said respectfully, showing no intention of engaging in combat. Zhao Wujia gasped. Hearing his companion's words, he finally recognized the identity of the individual before him. His heart raced in trepidation. When did I offend this formidable figure? The martial spirit development path of this man mirrored his own, but his strength was akin to that of a firefly compared to the sun. Tang Hao spoke coldly. "No need for excessive courtesy. I have come seeking trouble." Cat Eagle Martial Spirit, level 78, truly deserving of the title of the main combatant in the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander. "This Shrek Academy is yours, is it not?" Flander nodded. "Yes, your majesty. May I inquire as to what grievance Zhao Wujia has caused you? Could you grant me some leniency?" Tang Hao replied indifferently. "Spare me the pleasantries. Step aside. Otherwise, I shall include you in my reckoning." "Zhao Wujia, I offer you a chance. I shall refrain from using my martial spirit. If you can endure for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I will depart without further ado. If not, you must fulfill a request of mine." Zhao Wujia chuckled bitterly. "Your Majesty Haotian, I truly do not understand how I have offended you. Could you clarify?" His intent was clear, even in death. He wished to comprehend the why. Yet, Flander, standing beside Zhao Wujia, promptly distanced himself, evidently unwilling to intervene further. Tang Hao scoffed. Do I need to elaborate? If one strikes the young, the elder naturally must seek justice. It is only right. Let's commence. With that, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand and the 9 soul rings around him vanished simultaneously, and in the next instant, he was before Zhao Wujia. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh echoed, accompanied by the overwhelming force of energy, groans, and cries that reverberated through the forest. Flander, with his wings unfurled, could not help but cover his eyes, turning away in distress. There was no need to burn an incense stick. The battle concluded within 10 breaths. Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired. His black attire bore no signs of disturbance. In stark contrast, the unfortunate Zhao Wujia lay on the ground, his head swollen significantly, his eyes darkened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Zhao Wujia, do you understand now? Tang Hao said coolly. Flander approached cautiously to assist Zhao Wujia to his feet. Surprisingly, Zhao Wujia's face was filled with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty Haotian. Tang Hao nodded at both of them, murmuring a few words. Zhao Wujia and Flander exchanged serious glances, their expressions earnest. What transpired earlier was your compensation. I shall rely on you henceforth. With that, Tang Hao's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind only his final words echoing. I have released my anger. Henceforth, you shall fend for yourselves. Left in silence, Zhao Wujia and Flander exchanged bewildered looks, utterly perplexed by Tang Hao's last statement. What does His Majesty Haotian mean? Zhao Wujia, still bruised and battered, questioned hesitantly. Did we not already fight? Why must we now seek our own fortune? Who knows? Flander replied, equally confounded. Such a powerful individual must have deeper intentions behind his words, perhaps beyond our comprehension. Suddenly, an aged figure appeared before them. Who? Zhao Wujia and Flander exclaimed, startled, fearing that the formidable figure had returned. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the figure was an old man. He wore simple clothing akin to that of a rural elder, with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, but his eyes were unexpectedly profound, leaving a lasting impression. May I inquire who you are? Flander asked cautiously, regarding the old man with reverence. The old man, known as Old Jack, did not respond verbally, but demonstrated his identity through action. A humming resonated from the void, and beneath Old Jack's feet, rings of soul energy began to illuminate. Purple, black, 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 red, 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 gold. 1 purple, 3 black, 4 red, and 1 gold. This extraordinary configuration of soul rings nearly terrified both Flander and Zhao Wujia, leaving them wide-eyed and speechless as if they had encountered myth. Flander seemed to recall something, and his gaze towards Old Jack shifted from disbelief to a hint of trepidation. Ultimately, he hesitantly inquired, could it be that you are the Sword God? What? The Sword God Douluo? Zhao Wujia exclaimed in shock. Although Old Jack had long since retreated from the world due to severe injuries, tales of his life and deeds continued to circulate within the spirit master community, enduring and growing ever more mythical. Some even claim that the Sword God Douluo had ascended to divinity, journeying to the fabled realm of the gods. The sudden appearance of such a legendary figure left both Flander and Zhao Wujia utterly astounded, especially Zhao Wujia, who was on the verge of tears. Reflecting on Tang Hao's words before his departure, he realized that this esteemed individual had likely come to defend his junior. But which of the 4 children was this illustrious figure's descendant? Surely it couldn't be Tang San? If that were the case, Tang San's fortune was simply extraordinary. Having a father who was a titled Douluo, and now being taken under the wing of the world's foremost expert. It felt as though all the good fortune in the world had converged upon him, marking him as the chosen one. Were you here for Tang San? Zhao Wujia asked, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. What do you think? A benevolent smile broke across Old Jack's wrinkled face, so warm that it sent shivers down the spines of both Flander and Zhao Wujia. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded grove, the sounds of impact echoed, accompanied by 2 anguished cries. Occasionally, a figure would be hurled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, only to be thrown aloft again in a relentless cycle. Time slipped by unnoticed. When it was all over, the grove lay in disarray, with broken trees and scattered stones. the ground marked by the imprints of bodies that had fallen from above. At that moment, Zhao Wuji and Flander collapsed to the earth, their clothes tattered and bloodied, resembling beggars in their pitiful state. Why was I struck as well? It's one thing for old Zhao to endure it, but why me? Lamented Flander, his swollen face reflecting his despair. He felt as though he had suffered an undeserved calamity. You are the Academy's principal. As the teacher, you bear responsibility for your mistakes. If I don't strike you, whom should I? Old Jack seemed to read his thoughts and kindly explained. However, this explanation only deepened Flander's desire to weep. Enough. Old Jack clapped his hands and said with a smile, the old man's frustrations are now released. He then retrieved a small vial, uncorked it, and a refreshing aroma wafted through the air. Upon inhaling this fragrance, both Flander and Zhao Wujia felt their injuries slightly ameliorate, astonished at the sensation. Zhao Wujia suddenly recalled the white light that had emanated from Tang San earlier that day, along with the accompanying green light that bore a striking resemblance to this newfound scent. He realized that the old man had likely been observing the earlier confrontation in secret. The thought that he had thrown Tang San around without facing dire consequences felt like a stroke of fortune. In comparison, enduring a beating now seemed a trivial matter. Old Jack gently swayed the vial, and a drop of light green liquid leaped forth, suspended in midair. He tucked the vial away and gently exhaled. As he did so, that single drop transformed into a mist, enveloping the battered Flander and Zhao Wujia. Within this mist, they felt a surge of vibrant energy coursing into their bodies, invigorating their soul power and healing their myriad injuries. In that moment, they sensed a subtle push toward a potential breakthrough in their abilities. This revelation filled them with astonishment, followed by elation. For individuals of their caliber, advancing a single level in soul power was an arduous task. Old Jack's breath had effectively saved them 2 or 3 years of grueling effort. Finally, after absorbing the mist, both men naturally experienced a breakthrough in their soul power. Like lazy donkeys springing to life, Flander and Zhao Wujia swiftly rose to their feet, their injuries seemingly healed, their earlier battered state a distant memory. Thank you, esteemed elder. They both expressed in unison, their gratitude genuine. They felt that the beating they had received was well worth it. They would gladly endure it again without hesitation. After all, for soul masters, the elevation of soul power was paramount, and they were willing to endure any hardship for such advancement. Hold on before you thank me. Old Jack waved his hand dismissively. This is not a gift without strings attached. Those 4 children are closely tied to me, and their attendance at your academy is a matter of fate. I trust you will take good care of them going forward. Absolutely. Rest assured, esteemed elder. I will treat those 4 children as if they were my own kin, Flander and Zhao Wujia assured him, recognizing that even without mentioning their exceptional talents, the mere association with such a powerful figure demanded their utmost diligence. Furthermore, with these children enrolled in the academy, Shrek Academy had effectively forged a connection to this formidable elder, potentially leveraging his influence in times of crisis. Old Jack's keen eyes scanned Flander's thoughts, but he remained indifferent. As long as they diligently fulfilled the tasks he entrusted to them, he had no qualms about them utilizing his name. After all, it was merely a matter of reputation. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, true power is the only undeniable truth. Chapter 42. Blossoming emotions in the early morning, Tang San had risen early, as it had become essential for him to practice his punches each day. The Bull Demon Power Punch and the Tiger Demon Bone Punch were both martial arts techniques that required vigorous practice and battle to advance swiftly. In contrast, the Spirit Turtle's Ocean Settling technique was a cultivation method that demanded tranquility and focus, best practiced in the stillness of night, allowing even moments of rest to contribute to its mastery, provided that the mind remained serene. The previous day's battle had seen his Bull Demon and Tiger Demon powers spiral into chaos, overtaken by a demonic influence that rendered him a soulless beast driven solely by destruction. The situation had been perilously dangerous. Fortunately, with Zhao Wujia present, his irrational fury had been redirected toward Zhao Wujia himself. Otherwise, if left unchecked, the entire village could have faced devastation, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences for him. This incident would forever serve as a haunting specter in his heart, hindering his path to greater power. Therefore, rather than harboring resentment for the beating he received from Zhao Wujia, Tang San felt a sense of gratitude. It was precisely because of that thrashing that his demonic tendencies were temporarily subdued, allowing the spirit turtle's ocean settling technique the opportunity to evolve, reaching its pinnacle at the second tier. However, according to Xiao Wu, he had first emitted a white light, followed by a green glow, after which his injuries had miraculously healed. This was all rather perplexing. If he had indeed transitioned from the second tier to the third, then the restoration of his wounds would not be astonishing, for with each breakthrough in the 10,000 transformations, his physical qualities would undergo a metamorphosis. The healing of his injuries was merely standard procedure. However, the crux of the matter is that he merely ascended to a pinnacle state from the second realm, at most achieving a balance of the three extremes, thereby reaching a state of completeness. This allowed him to genuinely attain the utmost of the second realm. Yet such a breakthrough is insufficient to evoke such astonishing phenomena, unless someone is covertly assisting him. Could it be the master? The image of old Jack flashed through Tang San's mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The truth was likely close at hand. As the sun rose, having completed his morning practice, Tang San returned to the dormitory. At that moment, the entire dorm was deserted, yet 2 beds were present, clearly indicating that it housed 2 individuals. Since the previous night, Tang San had not encountered his mysterious roommate, who was evidently out and about, unaware of where he might be wandering. After sweating profusely from his early morning routine, Tang San took a shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. However, glancing at the oversized garments retrieved from his belt, he realized he needed to purchase a few properly fitting outfits. Oh well, he thought, I'll make do with what I have for now. Dressed, he stepped out of the dormitory, turned left, and walked about 30 meters until he came upon a wooden cottage. This was the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy, where Xiao Wu resided. Shrek Academy occupied a third of this village, with the other side being the villagers' residences. Thus, it was essentially a dilapidated academy situated within a mountain village, having merely rented a portion of the village's land for simple construction, even less impressive than the nodding junior academy. The so-called school buildings were merely the former wooden homes of villagers. Fortunately, this location was relatively close to Soto City, making shopping rather convenient. Perhaps he would invite Xiao Wu to accompany him to purchase some suitable clothing. Standing before the girls' dormitory, Tang San refrained from simply pushing the door open, mindful of the distinction between genders. Instead, he softly called out, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. He did not have to wait long. The door soon opened. Xiao Wu emerged, still clad in what appeared to be yesterday's attire, but Tang San, with his keen sense of smell, detected a faint hint of shower gel on her, clearly indicating that she had changed her clothes after bathing the previous night. Once outside, Xiao Wu quietly gestured for silence, indicating that Rong Rong was still in meditation and should not be disturbed. They should speak elsewhere. For some reason, Tang San felt that Xiao Wu's gaze towards him today seemed somewhat different. He could not pinpoint the change. Could it be due to his current shorter and leaner appearance? As they distanced themselves from the wooden cottage, Xiao Wu finally burst into laughter, glancing at Tang San's oversized clothing. Brother, you look quite peculiar in those clothes. Like a child wearing an adult's outfit. Is that so? Tang San scratched his head sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, let me take you to the city to choose some nice clothes today. After sharing a laugh, Xiao Wu slipped her arm through Tang San's, the softness of her touch sending a flutter through his heart. Strangely, after achieving the balance of the 3 extremes, aspects he had previously overlooked began to surface in his mind. Xiao Wu had grown as well. He sighed inwardly, sensing that something was beginning to take root in his heart. With Xiao Wu holding on his arm, they bounced along cheerfully. Unlike before, the restored Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared to others no longer as the beauty and the beast, but rather as a pair of strikingly handsome youth and beauty. After walking a distance, they suddenly spotted a boy and a girl ahead, engaged in a heated argument. The pair, seemingly quite young, had the girl appearing around 14 or 15, with an ordinary appearance typical of a rural girl. The boy, arguing with her, looked even younger, perhaps around 11 or 12. Stout yet sturdy, his short hair, small eyes, and chubby cheeks gave him a somewhat endearing appearance. And amusingly, he sported 2 tufts of hair above his lip, reminiscent of a mouse's whiskers. The girl, looking at the chubby boy with a hint of fear in her eyes, exclaimed, Ma Hongjun, don't seek me out again. I won't be with you anymore. The boy retorted in a strange tone. So, Haven T, I treated you well? Why do you want to break up? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes. The The youth of today certainly began romantic entanglements early, discussing breakups at such a tender age. They could not help but pause, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Suewa's face flushed. You've been good to me, but I truly cannot bear it anymore. We are not suited for each other. Find someone else, please. Ma Hongjun, indignant, declared, What do you mean you cannot bear it? I simply don't understand what girls like you are thinking. If you want to break up, fine. If you come back to me, I'll break up with you. Otherwise, no way. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Suewa's hand. She, like a startled rabbit, hastily retreated, yet Ma Hongjun's speed was quick, and he managed to seize her hand. Suehua pleaded, No, please let me go. Are you even human? Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xiao Wu jumped forward. Stop. Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned in surprise to look at her. Ma Hongjun blinked his small eyes, his whiskers quivering slightly, and his gaze lit up with interest. What a beautiful girl. So, do you want to take her place as my girlfriend? Fine, I agree. How absurd. Xiao Wu retorted angrily, kicking his hand away from Suehua. You little scoundrel. At such a young age, you should learn to behave. In broad daylight. Do you really intend to force a girl? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. This is our business. It's none of your concern. If you're not going to be my woman, then step aside. Xiao Wu, ready to take action, was restrained by Tang San, who interjected, You must be Ma Hongjun. Please refrain from troubling this young lady any further. Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing that this chubby boy was no ordinary character, yet he could not turn a blind eye. After all, it is not the mark of a gentleman to stand idly by in the face of injustice. Ma Hongjun scoffed disdainfully. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Looking for trouble? Tang San's expression darkened, his previously calm demeanor shifting dramatically. Who do you think you are? A terrifying roar seemed to reverberate through the air, filling the surroundings with an oppressive aura. Ma Hongjun's whiskers trembled involuntarily, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. Yet he defiantly retorted, Whoever meddles is my superior. You're courting death. Tang San's eyes narrowed, revealing a fierce visage, like a harmless kitten transforming into a ferocious tiger in an instant. No one, no matter how good-natured, could tolerate such insults. His gaze turned crimson, and a mental shock wave surged forth. Bang! Ma Hongjun felt as though his head was struck by a hammer. A violent wave of dizziness and pain surged through him, causing him to emit a desperate cry. He collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head and rolling in agony. Hongjun, what is wrong? Are you okay? Upon witnessing his torment, Suehua rushed forward to help him, only to be pushed away by his frantic gestures, overwhelmed by his suffering. Please, spare him. Hongjun is a good person. Watching his anguish, she turned to Tang San and pleaded, Hongjun is a good person. We simply are not meant to be together. That is why I had to break up with him. He never intended to be a rogue. I implore you, let him be. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged surprised glances, realizing that their earlier assumptions had been misguided. However, the foul-mouthed chubby boy warranted some form of reprimand. It was simply intolerable not to teach him a lesson. This is merely a consequence for his loathsome words, Tang San declared with a stern expression. In due time, as he acclimates, the pain will subside. This serves as a punishment for his foul tongue. With that, he took Xiao Wu's hand and walked away, leaving Suehua in a state of confusion as she watched their retreating figures. She glanced back at the writhing Ma Hongjun, then stomped her foot in frustration. Turning, she dashed off to seek assistance, determined to carry Ma Hongjun to the teachers for examination, for he was far too heavy for her delicate frame to manage alone. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly forgot about the chubby boy and made their way to a shop in Suatawa City to select new garments. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Wu used Tang San as a makeshift mannequin, constantly urging him to try on various outfits, yet never appearing entirely satisfied. They visited shop after shop, and while Tang San, the muscular young man, began to feel fatigued, Xiao Wu, the seemingly fragile girl, remained vibrant and full of energy, as if she could shop for 7 days and nights without weariness. It can be said that women possess an innate talent for shopping, as they seem perpetually invigorated by the activity, defying all logic. In a quiet chamber, old Jack surveyed Ma Hongjun, who lay silently on the bed. He pondered which cultivation method would be appropriate to impart to him. If he refrained from teaching him any skills, this peer would merely be a victim of Tang San's glare, suffering unbearable pain and fainting immediately, utterly devoid of challenge. Over time, he would grow complacent, believing himself invincible among his peers, belittling the world around him. Such arrogance would not do. It was essential for him to face some contemporaries who could challenge him, allowing him to recognize his shortcomings and continuously motivate himself to strive for improvement. Should he impart the indestructible diamond technique, a method that could enhance his abilities merely by relying on it? Old Jack contemplated as he looked at the unconscious boy. He indeed possessed this technique, one he had developed in his youth while naively attempting to establish a harem. He had long since abandoned it. No, no. Old Jack shook his head. That would be far too lenient. Moreover, how could a child harbor such unhealthy thoughts? Drowning in the company of women, how could he hope to become a formidable force? What use is soul power without a heart to match? An individual without a strong will is akin to a giant with feet of clay, destined to collapse with the slightest disturbance. True strength never indulges excessively in carnal desires. One must understand the virtue of moderation. Eureka! Old Jack's eyes suddenly lit up as he clapped his hands. He decided upon a particular technique. Ah, young man, we shall meet in our dreams. A peculiar smile crept across his wrinkled face as Ma Hongjun, still in slumber, shivered instinctively, contorting his face as if caught in a nightmarish vision. Now, let us shift our focus to Oscar, who had acquired the coveted manual in a secluded grove. Bang! A towering tree, reaching over 100 meters, shook violently. Bang! 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 It sounded as though someone wielding a massive iron hammer was relentlessly striking the great tree. 9,997. Bang! 9,998. Bang! 9,999. Bang! 10,000. At last, with the declaration of 10,000, the incessant thuds ceased. We draw our gaze closer to the base of the towering tree, where a young man, bare-chested and bald, slowly lifted his head from the tree trunk. The area where his head had been rested was battered and ravaged. The first level of the indestructible diamond technique. Black iron body. Stage 1. Iron head. He had finally achieved it. Oscar felt his smooth yet unyielding head and could not help but smile. The pain endured over these days had been worth it. He was unaware of what had possessed him. After spending 10 gold coins to purchase the indestructible diamond technique from the old beggar, his curiosity had surged. And upon opening it, he felt as though he had stumbled into a new realm, a world of martial arts and physical divinity. The manual described a world so extraordinary that it reshaped Oscar's perceptions. As an auxiliary soul master, he found himself unable to contain his excitement and immediately began training. Every auxiliary soul master harbors the heart of a powerful attacker. What man would wish to be relegated to mere helplessness, requiring protection as an auxiliary soul master? Alas, he was constrained by his martial spirit. Yet now, this technique promised the ability to cultivate an indestructible body. Who could resist such temptation? Certainly not Oscar. Thus, he commenced the first stage of cultivation as described in the manual. The indestructible diamond technique is divided into 3 realms. The first realm, known as the black iron body, is further subdivided into 5 phases: iron head, iron arms, iron legs, iron torso, and ultimately iron body. Iron head refers to the head, iron arms to the arms, iron legs to the thighs, iron torso to the trunk, and the final iron body represents the unification of the preceding 4 elements, achieving a state of completeness. According to the text, achieving the first stage of the black iron body would enable one to match the physical strength of a level 60 soul emperor. Chapter 44. Like a dream or a bubble, the indestructible diamond technique is a method of physical training. The training process is straightforward. Endure blows. Constantly endure blows. Treating the body as a block of iron, ceaselessly hammering and refining it to eliminate impurities. This process strengthens the body through destruction and repair, gradually transforming it into something beyond human. The first stage of the black iron body, iron head, is remarkably simple to practice. One must first circulate internal energy, then strike the head against a tree. Once the head has become as solid as steel, the iron head is deemed mastered. Thus, Oscar foolishly ventured into this secluded grove, stripped off his shirt, and began to collide his head against the tree. Initially, he felt an excruciating headache. His scalp split and bled profusely, which was merely a common occurrence. He was striking not this towering tree, but rather smaller trees of merely 10 meters in height. As he continued, He even managed to break some of them. On the first day, Oscar endured only a few dozen strikes before he could no longer continue. His head felt as if it would split open, nearly bursting, and he was soaked in blood, yet under the protection of the indestructible diamond technique. His consciousness remained intensely alert. The following day, upon awakening, Oscar discovered that the injury on his head had astonishingly healed overnight. This miraculous ability solidified his belief in the authenticity of the technique he was practicing. Thus, he persevered. One day turned into 2, then 3. Initially, he could only manage a few dozen repetitions, but soon he progressed to hundreds, then thousands. His advancement became increasingly evident with each passing day, and the injuries on his head diminished correspondingly, leading to a noticeable thinning of his hair, which now gleamed as brightly as a polished egg. However, the sacrifice of his hair was a small price to pay for newfound strength. After colliding with trees for several consecutive days, Oscar finally mastered the first stage of the iron head technique within the black iron body. It was time to return to the academy. He wondered how the dean would chastise him for disappearing for so long. He lightly tapped his head, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Listening to the sound, Oscar felt that even a reprimand would be worth it. As Oscar gathered his belongings and stepped out of the small forest, he was suddenly taken aback, as if the dust clouding his mind had been swept away. He stood there, momentarily dazed. How had he even found this secluded grove for training? Why had he been so eager to practice such an obscure technique without consulting the dean or his instructors? And why had he immersed himself in training for dozens of days without considering returning to assure them of his safety? Something was amiss. The forest was suspicious. No, it was the manual that was questionable. In a flurry, Oscar reached into his clothing, only to find it empty. The manual had vanished without a trace. Yet, having memorized its contents thoroughly over the past few weeks, he was not entirely at a loss for how to continue his training. Indeed, something was wrong. Oscar spun around, only to discover that behind him lay not a forest, but a shimmering emerald lake. What on earth was happening? Confusion flickered in his eyes, and he shook his head vigorously. Never mind. The immediate priority was to return to the academy and report his safety. He could only imagine how frantic the dean and teachers must have been during his absence. Resolving to find his way, Oscar took off in the direction of Shrek Academy. As he ran, he immediately sensed a transformation in his body. He felt as light as a feather. Although his training primarily focused on his head, other parts of his body had also benefited from the rigorous regimen, enhancing his physical prowess to at least double what it had been before. This was merely the foundational level of training. One could only marvel at the formidable nature of the indestructible Vajra technique. Upon his return to the academy, Oscar found everything to be normal, seemingly unchanged from the time he had left. Instinctively heading to his dormitory, he noted that aside from an additional bed, his personal belongings were untouched, as if he had never left at all. This peculiar situation led Oscar to entertain an unbelievable hypothesis. When he inquired with the academy staff, he was met with a shocking revelation. He had not been gone for days, but merely for one night. How could this be? Oscar was unwilling to accept it. Those days spent diligently striking trees, the relentless headaches he endured while steadfastly pushing forward. Surely they constituted one of the most arduous experiences of his life. If all of this was merely an illusion, a figment of his imagination, how then had he achieved mastery of the iron head? Dazed, Oscar stumbled back to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, his mind swirling in chaos. A torrent of conflicting thoughts surged within him, causing him great distress. Perhaps it was best to sleep. A good rest would surely resolve everything. As Oscar's eyes gradually closed and his breathing steadied, an observer in the shadows, old Jack, shook his head. If not for his intervention, Oscar, with his natural abilities, would have required years to reach the first realm of the indestructible Vajra technique. It was inconceivable that he could achieve such mastery in a mere few days. Moreover, old Jack had only gone to such lengths to establish a foundation for Oscar, enabling him to enter the discipline swiftly. This involved hypnosis, psychological suggestions, and the deliberate creation of a separate space in reality where time flowed at a drastically different rate, allowing Oscar ample time for his training. All of this was orchestrated to provide Tang San with worthy peers to sharpen his skills. One could only commend old Jack's dedication as a mentor, tirelessly employing various methods for the growth of his disciple. Meanwhile, in the presence of the chubby Mahong Jun, Another manifestation of Old Jack was at work. Even as Tang San and Xiao Wu strolled about, a version of Old Jack shadowed them as well. In truth, these manifestations were merely extensions of Old Jack, a being capable of rivaling deities. It was entirely rational that he possessed such abilities. Currently, Old Jack was employing a dream-inducing technique on Ma Hongjun, imparting unparalleled martial arts skills within the realm of dreams. Much like Dai Mubai, he transmitted the essence of martial arts through the dreamscape. However, Ma Hongjun's state in this dream appeared rather tumultuous, oscillating between lewd smiles, tears of despair, moments of enlightenment, and fits of ecstatic joy, akin to the dramatic transformations in a Sichuan opera, a spectacle indeed. With one hand hovering above Ma Hongjun's head, Old Jack, eyes closed, silently wove a dream, while discreetly adjusting the content. A mere 12-year-old child filled with inappropriate thoughts would never become an unparalleled powerhouse, nor a worthy opponent for Tang San. Thus, in order to aid him in overcoming his carnal desires, Old Jack resorted to extreme measures. The subsequent chapter unfolds with Ma Hongjun immersed in dreams, unknowingly traversing through alternate lives. In these dreams, he adopts various identities, each culminating in tragic outcomes due to his obsession with women, imparting upon him a profound understanding of the ephemeral nature of beauty and desire. Upon awakening from his dream, though the memories of the 1,000 lifetimes of peach blossom tribulations may fade, leaving only faint impressions, the accumulated pain from these millennia will eternally linger in his heart, serving as a constant reminder of the folly of indulging in the allure of feminine beauty. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, seated in the southern-facing Master-S seat on the northern side, was an individual of refined and gentle demeanor, appearing to be in his 40s. His soft gaze and scholarly aura suggested he was a cultured gentleman, well-versed in the classics. His flowing black hair cascaded casually down his back, exuding an effortless elegance and authority. This person was none other than Ning Fengji, the current leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Not far from Ning Fengji, a young man clad in white attire was kneeling on the ground. "How is the young lady?" he inquired respectfully. "Report to the sect leader. The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully passed the entrance examination," the young man replied with deference. Ning Fengji nodded, a hint of helplessness crossing his visage. It is perhaps good for this little ancestor to venture out and gain experience. Otherwise, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school may find itself turned upside down by her. "What is the situation at Shrek Academy?" he asked further. "Please forgive me, sect leader. There is at least one soul sage and several soul emperors within Shrek Academy. I am unable to probe further due to my limitations. However, I have delivered your correspondence to the instructors, which will certainly reach the hands of their principal," the young man explained, lowering his head. A smile flickered across Ning Fengji's face as he mused. "Ah, Flanders, I am quite eager to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps only through facing some trials away from home will this little witch learn to be more sensible." "Very well, you may withdraw," he gestured dismissively. "Yes, sect leader." The young man promptly retreated. Shortly after the young man departed, a robust voice reverberated through the hall, as if emanating from all directions, causing the very walls to tremble. "Fengji, are you truly so at ease allowing Rongrong to fend for herself out there? Can the teachings of Shrek Academy truly surpass our own?" Accompanying this voice, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the rear hall. "No, I must go retrieve Rongrong. I cannot rest easy knowing she is out there." This individual was none other than the renowned titled Sword Douluo Chen, one of the two pillars of support for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Having joined the sect decades ago, he had watched Ning Fengji grow up, thus holding a senior status. Without hesitation, Sword Douluo took a seat beside Ning Fengji, disregarding any need for formality. Ning Fengji, displaying a look of exasperation, replied, "Uncle Jian, for your sake and that of Uncle Gu, I cannot permit this girl to remain within the sect. You have spoiled her too much. She has become unmanageable at home due to her talents. Allowing her to experience education outside may bring about some change." Sword Douluo retorted, "Who says we have spoiled Rongrong? You only see her playful side, not her obedient nature. Moreover, with her innate talent, it is not far-fetched for her to eventually break through to the titled Douluo level, thereby overcoming the limitations that plague the sole masters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school." She is the hope for our sect's future. Can you truly bear to let her suffer out there? If something were to happen, you would regret it. Although Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, in truth, he had surpassed 60 years of age. Ning Rongrong was his youngest child and his only daughter, endowed with unparalleled talent in the history of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. She possessed innate full soul power and an exceedingly rare twin martial soul. It is known that while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasts the most powerful supportive abilities on the continent, the heavens are fair for every gain. There is a loss. Though the school possesses formidable auxiliary powers, it has paid a significant price. Its members can never advance to the rank of 8 title Sword Douluo. Due to the 7 layers of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, only 7 soul rings can be attached, meaning that a soul master with this martial soul can only attain a maximum level of 79 as a soul sage throughout their lifetime. However, the emergence of Ning Rongrong, with her dual martial souls, heralded a potential turning point. What does possessing dual martial souls signify? It means that while Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tile can only attach 7 soul rings, her other martial soul can attach 9, allowing her the possibility to break through to title Douluo. This would dismantle the long-standing predicament faced by the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, who could never surpass the rank of soul sage. There's even a chance that after she breaks through her limits, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile may experience some beneficial changes, such as an additional layer, becoming the fabled 8 Treasure or even 9 Treasure Glazed Tile. Though all of this remains speculative, the feasibility is immense, as martial souls can evolve due to external factors, such as the acquisition of superior soul rings or breakthroughs in soul power. Despite Ning Rongrong's dual martial souls representing the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji resolutely stated, "Uncle Jian, regardless of the circumstances, I will not go after her this time. You and Uncle Long must refrain as well. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety." The principal of Shrek Academy is none other than the foremost figure of the former Golden Iron Triangle. He would undoubtedly recognize the martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With him protecting her, Rongrong will be safe. As he concluded, his voice dropped to a somber tone. Moreover, according to the latest reliable information, that individual with ties to this academy may be there, and perhaps she will have the opportunity to meet him, if she can receive some guidance from him. Sword Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Memories from years past surged forth, and the echoes of ridicule filled his ears. "Ha ha ha! With your capabilities, how can you dare to call yourself the Sword God? It is decided. From this day forth, my title shall be Sword God. What if my martial soul is not a sword? Who decreed that a martial soul must be a sword to bear the title of Sword God? The 7 Killing Sword, claimed to be the continent's premier sword martial soul, is but a hollow reputation, unable to defeat even a trivial weed, yet it dares to boast itself as the God of Swords. You are unworthy of the name Sword God. Only when you can defeat me will we speak of it." Sword Douluo vividly remembers that at the age of 36, he was merely a Soul Douluo, while his father, at 90, held the title of Sword God at level 93. For reasons beyond comprehension, they pursued a newly ascended title Douluo, a prodigy who had astonishingly achieved this rank at merely 35 years of age. They believed victory was assured, but to their astonishment, the father-son duo was easily defeated, the opponent wielding a mere weed that seemed to transform into a divine sword. His father, the Sword God Douluo, was vanquished in his most proficient domain by a single strike. It was unfathomable, incredulous. It was at that moment that Sword Douluo grasped the truth that there are always those who surpass one in realms beyond comprehension. Following that day, his father honored his promise, relinquishing the title of Sword God and retreating to seclusion, dedicating himself to rigorous training with the hope of one day reclaiming his title. After 18 years of arduous cultivation, when his father reached the age of 108, he finally broke through to the pinnacle of level 97. Yet his potential was exhausted. His father felt the time had come and ventured forth to challenge that individual once more. Little did he know, this time the defeat was even more tragic, for the individual in question, at the age of 53, had already ascended to the pinnacle of a 99 level Limit Douluo, fervently seeking the legacy of the divine across the continent. When faced with the challenge from his father, the individual merely flicked his fingers in annoyance. "Undishin a fin swachtoha." despite his father employing every conceivable tactic, even resorting to secret techniques that drained his lifespan. He was ultimately unable to withstand this mere wisp of sword energy and was vanquished without a shred of resistance. After that encounter, his father, disheartened, returned home, and shortly thereafter, succumbed to the consequences of his life-draining magic. The Sword Douluo harbored no resentment toward him. It was merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. What lingered was a sense of unwillingness. From that moment, he vowed that one day, he would defeat that man and reclaim his father's title of Sword God. Regrettably, that man had been missing for many years, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he had ascended to godhood? Yet now, he had heard news regarding that very man. He had finally resurfaced. Where could he be? The Sword Douluo sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. "Calm down, Sword Uncle," Ning Fengji said, somewhat helplessly trying to placate him. "It's merely some news. According to reliable intelligence, it appears that he has taken on a disciple, who is currently studying at Shrek Academy." A disciple? He actually took a disciple? The Sword Douluo was astonished. In the dormitory, the unconscious Ma Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, an unparalleled aura of weariness emanating from him, as if he were an elderly man who had endured countless tribulations. However, as he became increasingly lucid, the weariness in his gaze gradually dissipated, replaced by youthful vitality appropriate for his age. Though his face still bore a boyish innocence, his demeanor had matured significantly. Previously, his eyes had appeared lewd and dissolute, but now they shone with clarity and innocence, devoid of any previous debauchery, replaced instead by a serene understanding of life as complexities. Although the memories of his tumultuous dream began to fade upon awakening, remnants still lingered, and the emotions of fear and inspiration brought forth by those dreams would forever remain etched in his heart, transforming him from within. As for his current perspective on women, they were merely fleeting shadows. The Zen turtle breathing technique was indeed an extraordinary practice. Ma Hongjun contemplated the newfound technique in his mind, his expression neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Just awakening from a nightmare, he remained in a sage-like state, likely requiring several days to fully regain his composure. With time on his hands, he decided to cultivate this technique. Although he was uncertain of its origin, he understood that it was no ordinary practice, promising benefits without drawbacks. Thus, he closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, and began to circulate his energy. As the technique flowed within him, Ma Hongjun felt his previously restless body begin to calm. The fervent heat in his lower abdomen gradually dissipating, everything progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 47. Transformation. As the technique continued to operate, Ma Hongjun sensed his agitated body gradually settling, the fiery turmoil within him fading away, all signs pointing toward improvement. The Zen turtle breathing technique is a foundational framework of the Ling turtle sea suppression technique, possessing the remarkable ability to cultivate tranquility, solidify one's foundation, and purify internal energy. It was perfectly suited to Ma Hongjun's current predicament. The torment of fiery desires stemmed solely from the impurity of his martial soul. In his situation, even drastic measures would be futile, as the lack of an outlet would only exacerbate his affliction, potentially leading to a fiery demise. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "No, the fiery desire will not allow me to find peace. I must devise a solution." An idea struck him, and he rose from his bed, donned his shoes, and stepped outside. At a clear, serene lake, Ma Hongjun surveyed his surroundings. Noting the absence of onlookers, he promptly began to disrobe, ultimately shedding all but his undergarments, neatly folding his clothes and placing them on a nearby stone before gradually stepping into the water. Splash! The moment his feet met the water, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A chilling sensation surged from his soles, coursing through his thighs and radiating throughout his body, instinctively following the flow of the Zen turtle breathing technique through his meridians. The fiery turmoil in his lower abdomen felt as if doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames instantly. Just as I suspected, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Ma Hongjun's eyes. He had surmised that the name Zen turtle breathing technique must be linked to turtles, and thus, practicing it in water would undoubtedly yield significant effects. Now it appeared his conjecture was correct. He pondered how it would feel to immerse himself completely in the water while cultivating. With that thought, He gradually waded deeper into the lake, the water enveloping him entirely, ultimately submerging him. Initially, he took a deep breath, holding it as he practiced the technique. Though it was challenging to suppress his breath, gradually, as he delved deeper into the meditative state, he naturally resumed breathing. With each inhale and exhale, he felt as if he were a fish drawing oxygen from the water, and as his meditative state deepened, he began to absorb the latent energies within the lake. At that moment, beneath the lake's surface, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, completely naked, his eyes tightly shut, his heart directed toward the heavens. With each breath, he seemed to merge with the lake itself. Small fish darted around him, as if he were merely a commonplace rock on the lakebed. Having undergone the trials of the thousand-world peach blossom tribulation, Ma Hongjun's temperament had indeed transformed. Surprisingly, he found himself progressing smoothly in the cultivation of the originally difficult Zen turtle breathing technique. Gradually, as he sank into a deeper meditative state, his initially upright posture began to lean forward, and soon his arms and legs sprawled out, transforming him into a creature resting on the lakebed, resembling a slumbering ancient turtle. With each breath, pure energies from the heavens and earth surged into his body, cleansing his blood and marrow, allowing his once turbulent soul power to refine itself continuously. Even his martial soul began to experience a gradual metamorphosis, albeit at a slow pace. Though his martial soul was named the Evil Fire Phoenix, in essence, it was merely a mutated turkey, endowed with a powerful flame. The title Evil Fire Phoenix was merely an alluring fantasy. Perhaps it had some connection to a phoenix, thus possessing a fierce flame, but fundamentally, it remained a mere fowl. Even if Ma Hongjun could one day become a title Douluo through this turkey martial soul, its essence would not change significantly. Poultry would always be poultry, incapable of transforming into a phoenix unless destiny intervened. Now, that opportunity was bestowed upon him by Old Jack. The Zen turtle breathing technique possessed the capabilities to suppress inner demons, purify internal energy, and unlock latent potential. As for its drawbacks, those would be addressed later, so they shall not be elaborated upon here. Old Jack recognized the potential within his martial soul, albeit its impurity, which led him to impart this technique. Otherwise, had he given him a technique reliant solely on external strength, this chubby boy would undoubtedly become a notorious libertine in the future. The dilemma of becoming a demon was one thing, but the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the power he attained was excessively superficial, filled with emptiness. In the future, he would likely not even be a match for Tang San, which starkly contradicts his original intentions. After all, he imparted these techniques to others primarily to provide Tang San with peers of similar age as rivals, fostering pressure that would drive him to strive forward and diligently cultivate. The earlier reference to Dai Mubai's furnace was merely a metaphor. Ultimately, it was more about creating opponents for Tang San to enhance his progress. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Old Jack ultimately decided to bestow upon him the profound Zen turtle breathing technique, refining his internal strength and solidifying his foundation. This would afford him greater possibilities in the future. Perhaps that turkey spirit could indeed evolve into a phoenix spirit someday. After a considerable time, when Ma Hongjun emerged from his deep meditation, he felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. An unprecedented tranquility enveloped his mind, and the prior heat in his abdomen had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a refreshing sensation, and he realized that he no longer had to be troubled by the malevolent fire. As long as he persevered in practicing the Zen turtle breathing technique, he would eventually eradicate the threat of the evil fire, and that day would not be far off. Suddenly, a head burst forth from the crystal-clear lake, and Ma Hongjun inhaled the fresh air, surprisingly finding it less comfortable than being underwater. It was as if he were a fish out of water. However, after a brief adjustment to his surroundings, he finally returned to normal. As he swam to the riverbank and gradually stepped ashore, Ma Hongjun was astonished to discover that he seemed to have lost weight. He quickly inspected his reflection in the water and, to his delight, found himself laughing. Not only had he slimmed down, but he had also grown taller and more handsome. He never anticipated that the Zen turtle breathing technique would possess such transformative capabilities. Emerging onto the shore, he picked up the neatly folded clothes he had prepared earlier. Upon unfolding them, he couldn't help but grimace at the oversized garments. Yet, with no other attire available, He ultimately donned the somewhat baggy but slightly short outfit. He then strolled slowly toward the dormitory when a gust of wind swept by, lifting his hair, which had transitioned from a short cut to flowing locks, adding an ethereal quality to his appearance. Now, little remained of his formerly plump and unremarkable visage. In its place stood a tall and slender figure, adorned with cascading long hair and a sharply defined face. In terms of attractiveness, he surpassed Tang San, who had yet to awaken his blue-silver emperor bloodline. The once chubby boy had now transformed into quite the handsome young man. Chapter 48. The Gathering of the Seven Monsters. The next day, at Shrek Academy, early in the morning, the resounding chimes echoed throughout the dormitory where Tang San resided. Deeply engrossed in meditation, he was abruptly roused from his slumber by the bells that resonated across the academy. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed his roommate across the room had also just awakened. This was a muscular bald man, his head exceptionally smooth, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window with a dazzling sheen. Tang San immediately discerned that this roommate had undoubtedly practiced some advanced martial arts, particularly since his head was likely the hardest part of his body. "Oscar, what's going on outside?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. He had discovered upon returning to the dormitory last night that his roommate was already back, and after a brief introduction, they had become acquainted. "Oh, that's the bell summoned by the dean, calling everyone to gather on the playground," Oscar casually remarked while gathering his toiletries to wash up. "No need to hurry. It usually takes a while after the bell rings before the dean arrives. By the time we finish washing up and have breakfast, the dean probably won't even be here yet." Tang San nodded in agreement and followed suit, collecting his toiletries to attend to his personal hygiene. Once both were ready, they exited the room together and made their way toward the dining hall. The so-called dining hall was merely a result of an agreement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was rather simple, it was plentiful, ensuring that no one would go hungry. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already visited this dining hall the previous day. Thus, when Oscar and Tang San arrived at the dining hall, they found Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the aloof Zhu Zhuqing already present. Zhu Zhuqing, who had sustained injuries during the entrance examination 2 days prior, appeared to have fully recovered after some rest. Perhaps due to their shared experiences in battle, the two ladies were engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Wu. Upon spotting Tang San and Oscar, they nodded in acknowledgement. As for Oscar, since he was unfamiliar to them, they did not greet him. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cool demeanor, while Ning Rongrong's expression was notably warm, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples that rendered her exceptionally endearing. At that moment, another figure entered through the door. It was Dai Mubai. He appeared invigorated, as if he had indulged in a rejuvenating experience the previous night. However, ever since he acquired the White Tiger's killing heart technique, his thoughts had been consumed with the pursuit of strength, and he had lost interest in romantic pursuits. His current vitality was merely a result of having vanquished some evildoers in the city the day before, supplemented by a bit of soul power. Upon noticing Oscar, Dai Mubai was taken aback and exclaimed, "Little Oscar, why have you shaved your head? And what with all these muscles? I don't recall you being this robust before." It must be said that with his shiny bald head and muscular physique, Oscar looked like a completely different person. "Dai Mubai, I just found managing my hair to be too troublesome, so I shaved it," Oscar replied, omitting any mention of his extraordinary experiences. "Is that so? By the way, you look vastly better now than when you were all dainty and delicate. I almost didn't recognize you," Dai Mubai remarked in astonishment. With a chuckle, Oscar simply smiled in response. Observing Oscar's demeanor, Dai Mubai felt a sudden intuition that something significant had transpired in the past couple of days, perhaps a fortuitous encounter. Much like his own. Otherwise, how could his outward appearance and personality have transformed so dramatically? However, noticing Oscar's reluctance to divulge details, he chose not to pry. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and those who seek to unearth them are often the most irksome. Just as he kept the White Tiger's killing heart technique as his greatest secret, he had not confided it to anyone. At this moment, 6 individuals had gathered in the dining hall, with one more needed to complete the future Shrek's 7 monsters. As if summoned by the mention of his name, a tall, slender figure strode into the room. This newcomer had long, flowing hair, a sharply defined visage, tranquil eyes, and a gentle smile that instantly inspired goodwill. "Who might you be, handsome stranger?" Dai Mubai and Oscar thought in unison as they regarded the unfamiliar yet striking figure. "This is a private academy. May I ask who you are?" Despite feeling a sense of familiarity with the newcomer, Dai Mubai still blocked his path to inquire. Dai Mubai, I've merely slimmed down a bit. You don't recognize me? It's Ma Hongjun. The tall, slender young man gazed back at him with an expression of mild exasperation, yet his voice, now imbued with a hint of magnetism due to his transformation, resonated with clarity. What? You say you're Ma Hongjun? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing incredulously at this tall, lean figure who bore little resemblance to the former chubby boy. His expression was one of utter astonishment, as if he were being teased. Upon receiving his reminder, Dai Mubai scrutinized the handsome young man before him and could indeed discern traces of the former chubby boy in his visage. However, this transformation seemed utterly absurd. How could that lewd, overweight lad emerge so strikingly handsome after losing weight? No. The crux of the matter wasn't merely his weight loss. It was the fact that he had changed so dramatically after just a day of absence. Ma Hongjun, the chubby boy from yesterday? Tang San was equally taken aback upon hearing this revelation. After further assessing his aura, he confirmed that this was indeed the same boy he had incapacitated with a mental shock just a day prior. But how could such a transformation occur in such a short span of time? Was it truly a case of girls mature at 18? Or had he consumed some elixir of vitality? Tang San and Xiao Wu stared in bewilderment at Ma Hongjun, who now bore little resemblance to his former self, struggling to comprehend the situation. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong observed the astonishment on their companions' faces, utterly perplexed, as they had never witnessed Ma Hongjun's previous rotund appearance. Fatty, how did you transform into this dashing figure? Dai Mubai stammered, feeling as though the world was undergoing drastic changes. Oscar was one such example, and now Ma Hongjun was another. It was hard to reconcile the boy he once knew with the striking young man before him. My friend, I have encountered extraordinary experiences. I shall reveal more when the time is right, Ma Hongjun replied with a serene smile, exuding a refined elegance that starkly contrasted with his previous lewd demeanor. Even as his gaze swept over the three beautiful women present, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, there was no flicker of emotion, as if they were merely weeds by the roadside, eliciting no stir within him. During the trials of the thousand-world peach blossom catastrophe, he had been a scholar, a nobleman, and even an esteemed scholar in high school. Although the memories of that dreamlike existence had faded, the cultivated demeanor and mindset from those years had left a subtle imprint upon him, endowing Ma Hongjun with a touch of scholarly grace, far removed from his former vulgarity. These must be our new juniors, Ma Hongjun remarked, addressing Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing with a gentle smile. I am Ma Hongjun, a student who entered this institution a while earlier than you. You may consider me your senior. Although given our similar ages, you may call me either by my name or my former nickname, Fatty. After a brief silence, Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San's sleeve and whispered in his ear, Brother San, is this really the same lewd, chubby boy from yesterday? The difference is astounding. Just a day has passed. What could he have possibly experienced to undergo such a transformation? Tang San's lips twitched as he turned his head to whisper back. From the aura, it is indeed the same chubby boy from yesterday. As for how he became like this, I cannot say. Perhaps he ingested some miraculous elixir. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, the eldest among them, Dai Mubai, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention before speaking. We are all members of the same academy now, and will be living and studying together. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another. I will introduce you to this handsome fellow. He is another student in our academy, named Ma Hongjun. His martial soul is the phoenix. At the mention of the phoenix, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a shiver run through them. Among beast martial souls, a few are exceptionally powerful, one of which is the phoenix, also known as the seven-color bird. The phoenix martial soul not only grants the host the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire-based offensive capabilities, making it one of the finest combat-oriented martial souls. Of course, the chubby boy's former incarnation was far from deserving the title of phoenix. Whether he could evolve into a true phoenix in the future remained to be seen. As Ma Hongjun noticed the astonished expressions of Tang San and the others, he responded with a smile, leaving them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. This is Oscar, Dai Mubai continued, gesturing towards the quietly eating Oscar. Do not be deceived by his current appearance. He is a food-type soul master with a martial soul of a sausage. Oscar nodded subtly in response, his expression unchanging. As for myself, I introduced myself yesterday, so I shall refrain from repeating it. Dai Mubai concluded before turning to Oscar and Ma Hongjun. These were newcomers who arrived 2 days ago. At this point, Tang San and the others took turns introducing themselves. I am Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass. I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit. I am Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is the seven treasure glazed tile. I am Zhu Zhuqing. My martial soul is the nether cat. After a round of brief introductions, everyone gained a better understanding of one another. Following dinner, the group of 7 made their way to the large playground. Upon their arrival, they found the area completely deserted. After waiting silently for a moment, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. It was evident that Dai Mubai and the others had timed their arrival perfectly. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctive facial structure. His chin protruded slightly, his cheekbones were wide, his face flat, and he bore a hawkish nose. If one were to liken him to an object, it might be said that his face resembled the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, there was an air of cunning about him, and he wore a pair of black-framed glasses with a rigid, square frame. Dai Mubai introduced him to the group. This is our dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. He is a soul saint at the 78th level, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. The chubby boy is his direct disciple. Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief at this. Thankfully, he was only at the 78th level. Had he been at the Sword Douluo level, he might have had the capability to see through her true identity, placing her in a precarious situation from which there would be no escape. At that moment, she suddenly recalled something and asked Dai Mubai, "Are there any Sword Douluo level soul masters at our academy?" Dai Mubai shook his head. Sword Douluo aren't as commonplace as cabbages in the market. Across the entire continent, there are no more than 100 individuals at levels above Sword Douluo. They are all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for title Douluo, the 2 great empires combined have only about 10 or so. They are not easy to encounter. Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, what is wrong?" Xiao Wu shook her head, trying to conceal her feelings. "It's nothing." At this point, Flinder had reached the group and gave Ma Hongjun, who was tall and slender, a curious look, his expression betraying his astonishment. Were it not for the aura confirming that this was indeed Ma Hongjun, he could scarcely reconcile the refined and composed young man before him with the lewd and despicable chubby boy he had known. They appeared to be entirely different species. As his gaze shifted to the bald Oscar, Flinder couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He simply could not comprehend how, after merely a day or 2 apart, these 2 children had transformed into such a state. Despite the multitude of grievances swirling in his mind, Flinder, the esteemed principal, managed to maintain his composure and customary demeanor, stating, "This year looks promising. We have acquired 4 new little monsters. I, Flinder, principal of Shrek Academy, extend my warmest welcome to your arrival. Shortly, each of you will be required to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees the finances." Dai Mubai stepped forward, showing a semblance of respect, even a hint of admiration towards Flinder. Flinder continued, "4 new juniors have joined us. Please ensure that you relay the Academy's rules to them." He then instructed the students to return to their quarters and restore themselves to peak condition for the first lesson, which would commence in the evening. "Oscar, Ma Hongjun, accompany me," he commanded. Upon hearing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stepped out of the line. Flinder waved his hand, saying, "The rest of you may take your leave. Remember to be in optimal condition before nightfall. Do not say I did not warn you. The teaching methods here differ significantly from those elsewhere, and you may encounter dangers." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong departed without a backward glance, while Xiao Wu skipped over Tang San, exchanged a few words, and then bounded after the 2 girls. Dai Mubai and Tang San cast a glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were following Flinder, before turning to retreat to their dormitories to prepare for the evening's class. Inside the principal's office, Flinder, seated in his chair, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, who appeared almost unrecognizable. Had he not been certain that they were not impersonated by others using soul skills, he would have suspected they had been swapped. "Oscar," he began, after a moment of hesitation, "please please explain what transpired? Oscar ultimately decided to speak the truth. He had gone to Soto City to sell sausages and encountered an elderly beggar, from whom he purchased a mysterious tome for 10 gold coins. Upon opening it, he became utterly captivated and inadvertently wandered into a forest, where he spent what felt like several days honing the techniques contained within the book. However, when he emerged, he discovered that only a single day and night had elapsed. Flinder listened intently to Oscar's account, not doubting his honesty. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that venerable figure? He murmured to himself. What do you mean, principal? Oscar asked, somewhat puzzled. Nothing, Flinder replied, withholding his conjecture, but feeling a strong inclination that he was onto something significant. Such occurrences had precedence. A friend of his had once received guidance from that very predecessor and had learned a technique that had led him to become a title Douluo. Flinder had felt envy and resentment at the time, wondering why he had not encountered such fortune. The ability to manipulate time in such an extraordinary manner could only belong to that legendary figure. As he contemplated this, Flinder's gaze toward Oscar shifted, filled with envy. With guidance from such an illustrious mentor, the boy's future was boundless. Why are you looking at me like that, principal? Oscar asked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Flinder's intense gaze. Nothing, Flinder replied, averting his eyes to Ma Hongjun, who had remained silent. And you? Did you also stumble into some extraordinary realm? Something like that, Ma Hongjun replied, slowly nodding. The memories of his dream were but faint impressions now, save for the torment he endured due to a woman, thoughts that still caused his heart to tremble and shudder with fear. To him, women felt like a veritable flood. Flinder nodded, choosing not to press further. After a brief silence, he spoke again. You are fortunate to have received guidance from that esteemed predecessor. Remember to diligently practice the techniques imparted to you. Your future holds immense potential. Should you encounter any queries, feel free to approach me. Though I may not fully grasp it, my years of experience in soul master training might help clarify some of your uncertainties. Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded in understanding. Very well. You may return to your rest, Flinder gestured. Yes, principal, we shall take our leave, they replied, turning to exit the office. Flinder watched their upright figures recede. His emotions complex and difficult to articulate. Whether envy or admiration, he could not quite express. Moments later, Flinder opened a drawer in his desk and retrieved a letter. Signed by Yu Xiaojiang, his lifelong friend and a kindred spirit. The Sword God, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Star Luo Empire. Flinder sighed softly, alas. The new students are increasingly remarkable. It truly complicates matters of education. As night fell, the familiar expanse of the training ground awaited. Flinder, the four-eyed cat eagle, stood before the 7 assembled students, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, who were prepared for their evening class, each brimming with vitality. Once again, the 7 students of Shrek gathered, and Flinder, with his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, declared, Very well, we shall commence. You are about to embark on your first lesson at Shrek Academy. Each of you will complete your tasks independently. Do not blame me for the consequences if you do not excel. If you fail, you may not perish, but you will certainly face hardships. With that, he lightly propelled himself forward, heading outside the academy. The others hurried to keep pace. Flinder maintained a swift speed, revealing the disparities in strength among the 5 students. Following closely behind Flinder was not the one with the highest soul power, Dai Mubai, but rather the one with the most refined and profound soul power, Tang San, followed closely by Flinder himself. Next was the agile Zhu Zhuqing, and then the transformed Ma Hongjun. The remaining trio of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar lagged behind. Flinder, while not looking back, sensed the dynamics behind him and was quietly astonished at the performances of his students, particularly Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Was the technique imparted by the Sword God truly so miraculous as to yield such profound transformations? Throughout the journey, Flinder remained silent, and the students did not utter a word either. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not great, and as they approached the southern gate, Flinder slowed his pace, allowing the 7 students to catch up. Soto City's gates were open around the clock, and the group of 8 entered the bustling city. Though night had fallen, Soto City buzzed with life, even more vibrant than during the day. The streets were aglow with lights, and vendors who only operated at night had set up their stalls, selling snacks and trinkets. Tang San and Xiao Wu had only spent 2 or 3 days in Soto City, yet they had never ventured out at night. Tang San was somewhat more composed, while Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly surveyed her surroundings, quietly drawn to anything intriguing that caught her eye. Had it not been for Tang San's steady grip on her, she might have easily wandered off. Zhu Zixing maintained her usual icy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the world around her, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Flander before her, unaffected by external distractions. Ning Rongrong, accustomed to grander, more bustling cities, exhibited no interest in her surroundings. Dai Mubai exhibited a restrained demeanor, revealing his calm nature, while Oscar beside him wore a similarly indifferent expression. Lastly, Ma Hongjun displayed a composed countenance, his gaze unwavering. Had it been the old him, he would have undoubtedly been leering at the women on the streets with a lascivious glint in his eyes. But he had long since transformed from who he once was, and would not stoop to such disgraceful behavior. Flander, leading the way, abruptly halted, glancing at the sky as he murmured to himself, "There's still some time. Follow me." He then guided the 5 into a modest tea house beside the street, where they gathered around a large round table. Flander ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, the more discerning of the group, frowned at the tea, which was frothy with leaves, yet chose to remain silent. "Director, our first class won't be held here, will it?" Tang San inquired. "Certainly not," Flander replied. "Your classroom is over there." As he spoke, he gestured outward. Following the direction of his hand, Tang San noticed a towering structure not far from the tea house, soaring nearly 100 meters high, casting a profound silhouette against the night sky, from which faint glimmers of light flickered. Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he murmured, "Director, are we really taking them there on the first day?" Flander replied coolly, "Remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, your training must reflect your unique nature." He paused, his tone turning solemn. "Your martial souls differ, each possessing its own cultivation methods. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, assist you in acquiring superior soul rings, and gain ample practical experience to unlock your potential. The remaining knowledge pertains to various aspects of martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters across the continent. Among all that you must learn, the most crucial is practical experience. It is the key determinant of victory in battles, as experience will shape your adaptability in combat. Thus, your first lesson is practical combat, and that place will serve as your classroom." Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a sense of resignation, as they evidently understood the nature of the place Flander referred to. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened with surprise, yet she refrained from speaking. Having visited the Grand Soul Arena numerous times under the guidance of her elders, she was no stranger to it, unlike Tang San and the others. Flander began to elucidate the Grand Soul Arena to the newcomers. Victors within the arena earned a badge, the rank of which was determined by the quality of minerals, ranging from the lowest iron badge to copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 levels. He informed them that to be deemed competent before graduation, they needed to obtain at least a Silver Soul badge. Chapter 51, Soaring to New Heights. The Grand Soul Arena was oval-shaped, reaching a height of 120 meters, and was divided into a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. It served not only as a venue for soul masters to engage in friendly duels, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. As Flander led the group toward the Grand Soul Arena, he shared additional insights about the arena with Tang San and the others. Here, duels were categorized into 3 types: sparring, which prohibited lethal force; life and death battles, meant to resolve irreconcilable disputes; and wagered duels, overseen by the Grand Soul Arena, where both parties would field an equal number of soul masters, with the victors claiming all that was wagered. The wagered duels effectively began as life and death matches, often employed by nobles and clans to address significant conflicts. The competitions could take the form of 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles, with the number of participants in group battles typically ranging from 7 to 10, as per the Grand Soul Arena's regulations. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, the first sight that greeted them was a massive stone tablet inscribed with an array of names, those of soul masters who had perished in battle. Registering for a duel was remarkably simple. One needed only to fill out a form with their name, age, place of birth, and martial soul to receive an initial Iron Soul badge. However, registration required each participant to pay a fee of 10 gold coins. Additionally, like at the Martial Soul Hall, a soul power test was conducted to ascertain each participant's level. Each time they attended the arena, they would undergo a soul power assessment to ensure fair matches. After Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong completed their registration, they decided to partake in one-on-one duels first, followed by two-on-two team matches, as each participant was limited to a single duel per day. Typically, support-type soul masters would refrain from engaging in one-on-one duels, given that their martial souls lacked combat prowess. They would usually team up with others for assistance. Among the 7 students, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong belonged to the support category, thus opting to wait for the others to finish before forming a team. Although Oscar initially intended to participate in a one-on-one duel, having trained in the indestructible Vajra technique, he had evolved beyond the frail support master he once was. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that his current mastery of the technique only reached the first stage of Iron Body, limiting his offensive capabilities. After all, while his head was as hard as iron, the rest of him remained vulnerable flesh. A blow could be fatal. Oscar reasoned that he should at least reach the Iron Hand or Iron Leg stage before attempting to engage in combat, as wielding iron appendages would significantly enhance his fighting capabilities compared to headbutting. The matchups in the one-on-one duel area were determined by a drawing of lots. While other soul masters participated in their duels, those waiting could choose to observe or rest. Each subsidiary arena featured designated viewing areas for participating soul masters, conveniently located near the duel platform. Ma Hongjun was the first among the 5 to take the stage, prompting Tang San and the others to opt for observation. Under the guidance of the staff, they were led to a special section beneath the audience platform, affording them a clear view of the entire arena. Despite being a soul fighting platform, the area is still considerable, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for the soul masters to demonstrate their prowess. Regrettably, the audience present at this arena for one-on-one battles is sparse, comprising only about 1/5 of its capacity. In this match, Ma Hongjun faces a level 29 soul master, whose martial spirit is the Blazing Pigeon, a mutated martial spirit that endows an ordinary pigeon with fiery attributes. It bears a resemblance to Ma Hongjun's Earth Chicken martial spirit, yet it pales in comparison to the former S mutation, lacking its formidable strength. As the host announces the commencement, both competitors step onto the platform. Ma Hongjun's opponent, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Li Fei, possesses an unremarkable appearance. As soon as the match begins, he activates his martial spirit. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, materialize beneath his feet, while a flaming white pigeon emerges behind him, merging with his being. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprout from his back, and with a powerful flap, he soars into the sky. This is troubling. He can fly. Dai Mu Bai, observing from the spectator area, furrows his brow, stating, "This complicates matters." Although the Fat One's martial spirit is also avian, he cannot fly. Against an aerial opponent, he becomes almost a stationary target. Do not fret. Observe the Fat One's demeanor. He appears composed. Oscar interjects. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong turn their attention to the arena, immediately noticing that Ma Hongjun, after a moment of surprise at his opponent's ascent, regains his composure. Fly? In the past, I would have been at a loss against you. But now, Ma Hongjun chuckles softly, a faint smile gracing his chiseled features. In the next instant, he activates his martial spirit. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings illuminate, and a fiery avian silhouette flares behind him, fusing into his form. Remarkably, he also sprouts a pair of wings, fiery red and flickering with flames. You can fly? So can I. With a powerful flap of his wings, Ma Hongjun ignites into the sky, his speed far surpassing that of the white pigeon, leaving Li Fei astounded as he scrambles to evade. In the spectator area, Dai Mu Bai and Oscar exclaim in astonishment. What is happening? The Fat One can fly. Did he not possess this ability before? Xiao Wu inquires curiously. Previously, his martial spirit manifestation did not grant him wings. At most, he had a few feathers on his arms. He certainly could not take flight, Oscar explains. Yet, for reasons unknown, his martial spirit seems to have undergone a positive transformation. allowing him to sprout wings and soar. Dai Mubai, reflecting on his own acquisition of the white tiger killing intent and Oscar's transformation, speculates that the elder who subtly imparted the techniques may have shared them with Ma Hongjun and Oscar as well. However, he is perplexed by the elder's true intentions. To clarify for those who may have found it objectionable, it has been revised from chapter 30 onward, indicating that when old Jack imparted the techniques to Dai Mubai, he explicitly warned of the severe consequences of practicing them, allowing him the autonomy to choose whether to pursue them without coercion. Ultimately, Dai Mubai, under the pressure of his brother's threats and enticed by the allure of the white tiger killing intent, decided to practice after confirming its authenticity. His belief became that rather than perish in obscurity, it was better to seek fleeting glory, even if it meant risking his life or becoming a crazed killer. He thought, once I am gone, what does it matter if floods rise? The author initially intended for Dai Mubai to lose control upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, his murderous intent nearly overwhelming. In a moment of survival instinct, he discovered that the techniques practiced by Ma Hongjun and Oscar could aid him, leading to a tragic outcome where he killed both to absorb their powers, inadvertently synthesizing a weakened version of the triumvirate. After all, their techniques formed the foundational framework of the myriad transformations, and by integrating their powers, Dai Mubai rectified his own deficiencies and established a profound foundation. After regaining his sanity following the incident, Dai Mubai fled, retreating to the city of slaughter to cultivate. By chance, he caught the favor of the Rakshasa god, ultimately returning to the Star Luo Empire, seizing power and ultimately attaining divinity. Due to the weakened version of the triumvirate, his strength surpassed that of the original Rakshasa god, positioning him as Tang San's final adversary. However, upon witnessing the enthusiastic reception of Dai Mubai's character in the comments, the author questions whether this narrative path is appropriate or if a more favorable plot development should be considered. Chapter 52. The Role of Teamwork. On the Soul fighting platform, two figures adorned with wings chase through the sky, unleashing fiery attacks upon one another. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun proved superior, striking Li Fei with a fireball. Instantly, Li Fei is engulfed in purple flames, screaming as he plummets to the ground, desperately rolling to extinguish the flames, yet to no avail. I concede. I surrender. Li Fei cries out. Ma Hongjun's mutated martial spirit is undeniably more potent, and his flames are of a higher caliber than Li Fei's ordinary fire. I declare the victor to be Master Ma Hongjun, the host proclaims. With a mere gesture, Ma Hongjun extinguishes the flames consuming Li Fei, for he can control the fire he unleashed. Thank you for the match, he remarks politely before descending from the platform. In the spectator area, Dai Mubai claps Ma Hongjun on the chest, exclaiming, "You were remarkable. What did you learn to fly?" Just recently, Ma Hongjun replies with a smile. Having initially practiced the Zen turtle breathing technique, not only has his evil fire been quelled, but his martial spirit has also undergone a degree of enhancement. Previously, his manifestation resembled an unattractive, rotund chicken, devoid of wings. Now, he possesses wings that grant him the freedom to soar through the skies. With continued practice of the Zen turtle breathing technique, he believes that one day his martial spirit will evolve into a true fire phoenix. That day is not far off. Next, Zhu Zhuqing is set to take the stage. On the soul fighting platform, we are about to witness the sixth bout of our one-on-one battles, featuring two formidable soul masters. The battle soul master Zhu Zhuqing, wielding the beast martial spirit of the Nether Cat, against the victorious battle soul master Tian Suehua, who possesses the beast martial spirit of the green bamboo snake. As we await the outcome of whether the illustrious master Tian Suehua will secure her fifth consecutive victory, or if the newcomer, the soul master Zhu Zhuqing, will emerge triumphant, let us observe closely. The host, having made his announcement, promptly exited the stage. Zhu Zhuqing gracefully ascended to the soul fighting platform, shortly followed by a woman in her 30s, possessing a hint of beauty, undoubtedly the formidable Tian Suehua, known for her 4 consecutive victories. With both contestants now positioned, the previously departed host finally proclaimed, "The match begins." At the sound of his voice, both fighters activated their martial souls. A feline silhouette flickered behind Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes shifting hues, one a deep emerald, the other a bright azure. Adorned with charming cat ears that perked up, Her fingers flicked, revealing sharp claws. Crouching low, she coldly regarded Tian Suehua as if eyeing her prey. Two yellow soul rings materialized around her, emanating a chilling and sharp aura that evoked a sense of suffocation, further accentuating her already slender figure with an alluring grace. In contrast, behind Tian Suehua, a green serpent shadow emerged. As it melded into her being, scales appeared on her arms and cheeks, her hair transformed to green, and her eyes became slit-like, enhancing her previously unremarkable appearance with an otherworldly allure. First soul skill, Poison Mist. With her white and yellow soul rings aglow, Tian Suehua unleashed a torrent of verdant mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing evaded, swiftly maneuvering to the side, intent on a surprise attack. To her astonishment, the poison mist did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly engulfed the entire soul-fighting arena. Panic surged through Zhu Zhuqing as she realized the danger. Her vision burned, prompting her to hold her breath, fully aware of the deadly nature of the mist. I must eliminate her first, she resolved, closing her eyes and listening intently, her feline senses heightened by her martial soul. With a flick of her ears, she pinpointed Tian Suehua's location amidst the fog. First soul skill, Shadow Piercer. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring flared as her claws extended, her speed amplifying as she surged toward the source of the sound. However, upon striking, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. She had inadvertently pressed against something pointed, a sensation of numbness quickly spreading through her body. This is a trap, she thought, just before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Disperse. Tian Suehua's voice resonated through the green mist. Zhu Zhuqing finally discerned the source of her injury. Tian Suehua had sprouted a series of sharp spines, resembling a grotesque cactus, adorned with fresh blood from the earlier attack. I have lost, Zhu Zhuqing admitted, her eyes filled with regret. Second soul skill, Poison Spikes. Tian Suehua's second ability not only enhanced her defensive capabilities, but also manifested a multitude of venomous spines, each capable of paralyzing foes. The potency of her poison was evident, as even Zhu Zhuqing, of equal rank, was incapacitated by mere contact. In truth, Tian Suehua's first skill, Poison Mist, primarily served to obscure vision rather than inflict lethal harm. Inhalation would only lead to temporary discomfort. As she observed the fallen Zhu Zhuqing, Tian Suehua kindly elucidated the nature of her abilities. Being a regular participant, her skills were well known, and Zhu Zhuqing had fallen victim to a lack of intelligence, striking first without proper information. In a more expansive arena, Zhu Zhuqing could have easily evaded the poison mist and waited for it to dissipate before strategizing her next move. Such is the nature of soul masters. They counterbalance each other, complementing strengths and weaknesses. One should not hastily conclude that Zhu Zhuqing is inferior to Tian Suehua based solely on this defeat. It was merely a matter of terrain and martial souls aligning in a manner that favored Tian Suehua. Had a ranged soul master, such as Ma Hongjun, been in Zhu Zhuqing's place, he could have easily incinerated the poison mist with a breath of fire, rendering Tian Suehua's spines irrelevant. Conversely, had Zhu Zhuqing faced Ma Hongjun, she could have utilized her agility to mount an offensive, potentially even countering his fiery assault, provided he did not take flight. This interplay exemplifies the intricate dynamics among soul masters. There exists no absolute dominance. The emergence of soul master teams is predicated upon this principle, where each member possesses unique strengths and weaknesses, allowing for a harmonious balance to achieve an optimal state. Chapter 53. The Legacy of Bloodlines. Following Zhu Zhuqing's match, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai subsequently took to the arena, each experiencing their own victories and defeats. Eventually, two of the five would team up with Oscar and Ning Rongrong for a pair competition. As the seven exited the soul-fighting arena, the echoes of cheers resonated behind them. Although today's battles did not yield overwhelming gains, the practical experience was invaluable for Tang San and his companions, fostering a deeper understanding of themselves. Every martial soul possesses unique characteristics. When employed adeptly, they can yield significant effects. In combat, it is imperative to discern the opponent's skills. For failure to do so necessitates a cautious approach. Even lower-tier soul masters may wield lethal abilities. "Where's the dean?" Xiao Wu inquired, noticing Flinder's absence. Dai Mubai shrugged. Who knows where he has wandered off to? He instructed us to return once the match concluded. I see, Xiao Wu replied, as the others nodded in understanding. The seven were no longer the same group they had once been, and thus, upon the conclusion of the battles, none wished to linger in Soto City for frivolities. Instead, they returned to the academy together, opting to invest their time in training. At Shrek Academy, the girls' dormitory resembled that of the boys, save for the presence of feminine touches and decorations. Given the academy's financial constraints, the living conditions and meals were far from luxurious. Room arrangements required personal investment, leaving only the most basic amenities, with even bedding being absent. Ning Rongrong, freshly bathed and clad in a charming nightgown, reclined on her soft bed, her captivating eyes gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Nearby, Xiao Wu had already succumbed to slumber, her soft, rhythmic breathing indicating a deep rest. After casting a glance in her direction, Ning Rongrong returned her gaze to the ceiling, lost in thought. This evening, the experiences and observations from the Soul Arena have greatly influenced Ning Rongrong as she watched the battles of the other 6 participants. As the youngest daughter of the clan leader, she has always been the cherished jewel of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially after awakening her twin martial spirits at the tender age of 6, which established her as the hope for the future of the sect. Thus, within the sect, she has been known as a little devil, unafraid of anything. Regardless of the mischief she caused or the prank she played, everyone would indulge and forgive her. Over time, this has cultivated her spoiled demeanor. Ning Rongrong possesses innate, full soul power, and unlike in the original story, her aptitude is indeed exceptional. Even without diligent training, she has reached level 29 and is on the verge of attaining level 30. For a long time, she believed herself to be one of the continent's top geniuses, feeling that there were at most a handful who could rival her. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy and witnessing others who were equally skilled, she has quietly experienced a sense of defeat, realizing that she seems to be the weakest among the 7. This realization has stifled her haughty attitude before it could even fully manifest, forcing her to maintain her persona as a gentle and understanding young lady. It is easy to feel superior in the presence of those who are inferior, but when faced with those who are not only equal, but perhaps even superior in certain aspects, she naturally finds herself tempering her pride. Perhaps, starting tomorrow, she should strive a little harder, carve out more time for training. Seeing how diligently others work, she feels she must not fall too far behind. Sigh, when will she be able to attach soul rings to her martial spirit? Ning Rongrong extended her hand, and with a hazy emerald glow, an unremarkable weed appeared. Gazing at this weed, she was engulfed in memories. She recalled how, upon discovering her awakening of 2 martial spirits, she had initially dismissed this frail and unassuming weed spirit. How could a mere weed compare to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower? However, to her surprise, the others in her sect looked at the weed in her hand with envy. Later, she learned that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower had a natural limitation, allowing for the attachment of only 7 soul rings, preventing any possibility of advancing to Sword God Douluo. Yet, with the awakening of her twin martial spirits, this situation changed. Even though her second martial spirit was merely a weak roadside weed, it could still attach 9 soul rings. This meant that the limitation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower, which confined its soul masters from ever reaching Sword God Douluo, would be broken through her. In such a context, this weed, which would be useless in the hands of an ordinary person, transformed into a top-tier martial spirit that could alter her destiny. Furthermore, although it was just an ordinary weed, it did not imply weakness. With proper development and the attachment of suitable soul rings, even a simple weed could become extraordinarily powerful. Defying common sense, Ning Rongrong had once heard from her father about a renowned elder whose martial spirit was similarly a fragile weed. Yet he managed to dominate an era with it, becoming the nightmare of all at that time. The tales of that elder still circulate in the soul master world today. Thus, her father advised her never to underestimate this weed and to refrain from casually attaching any soul rings to it. For now, she should focus solely on her 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower. However, Ning Rongrong has always harbored question. How exactly did she come to possess this weed martial spirit? When she asked her father, he skillfully dodged the topic, clearly reluctant to answer, which only piqued her curiosity further. Generally speaking, martial spirits are passed down through generations. Although there are instances of mutated martial spirits, They typically stem from the martial spirits of both parents. It is implausible for two weapon-type martial spirit parents to produce a child with a beast-type martial spirit. Her father, Ning Fengji, possesses the seven-treasure glazed tile tower martial spirit, and her mother's martial spirit is a highly aggressive weapon-type spirit, which bears no resemblance to a weed. So, how did this weed martial spirit come to be? The possibility of her mother being unfaithful and her father being cuckolded can be dismissed, as the seven-treasure glazed tile tower martial spirit indicates that Ning Rongrong could never be an illegitimate child. As for her current mother not being her biological parent, that is also impossible, as the resemblance between them is striking. Without a blood relation, such coincidence could not occur. This leaves only one possibility, a recessive inheritance. Perhaps in the generation of Ning Rongrong's grandparents, or on her mother's side among her maternal grandparents, there was an ancestor whose martial spirit was indeed a weed. This bloodline of the weed martial spirit has been passed down and coincidentally awakened in Ning Rongrong's generation. Such occurrences are not rare. Recessive inheritance is not an extraordinary phenomenon. There have been instances where an ancestor possessed a premier weapon martial spirit, but through generations, it gradually devolved into an ordinary staff martial spirit, relegated to the status of a legend within the family. Then, after countless generations, a child awakened the legendary premier weapon martial spirit, restoring glory to the long-forgotten family. This is the magic of bloodlines, a torch passed down through the ages, enduring eternally. Chapter 54. A world based on appearances. The following day, once again on the expansive training ground, the class was still under the guidance of Dean Flender. Tang San and the other 6 waited for a quarter of an hour before the esteemed Dean strolled over leisurely. Upon reaching the group, he scanned all 7 of them before his gaze finally settled on Oscar. All right, today's lesson begins now. Oscar stepped forward. Oscar stepped out of the line, his demeanor calm and composed. Flender surveyed the remaining 6 and stated, "Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you're the main character. Each of you, except Oscar, must eat at least one of the 2 types of sausages produced by Oscar's soul power." Among the 6, Tang San and the other 3 newcomers were somewhat puzzled, yet curious. However, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged subtle glances, clearly recalling Oscar's grotesque soul incantation and his previously lewd demeanor, subconsciously feeling a sense of aversion. "Dean, I have a question." Xiao Wu raised her hand to inquire. "What is it? Speak up," Flender replied. "Why must we eat Oscar's sausages?" she asked with curiosity. "What does eating sausages have to do with our lesson?" Tang San and the others also looked at Flender with intrigue, awaiting his explanation. "Well, you'll understand once you see how Oscar makes his sausages," Flender replied without disclosing too much, instead signaling for Oscar to begin. At that moment, dawn had just broken, with the sun peeking over the horizon. The gentle rays of sunlight illuminated Oscar's smooth forehead, and due to his successful training in the diamond body technique, his once soft features now bore a more defined masculine edge. Unfazed, he extended both hands and recited his soul incantation. "I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. One thick and one thin." 2 distinctly flavored sausages appeared in Oscar's palms as he calmly addressed the crowd. "Who wants to go first?" Silence ensued. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Tang San and the new students exchanged glances, recalling Oscar's lewd incantation, their feelings of unease palpable. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had previously attended similar courses. Although a shadow loomed in their hearts, they were able to endure it. Thus they approached, one of them picking up a sausage and promptly consuming it. Unlike before, with Oscar now exuding a calm and formidable demeanor, their resistance diminished significantly. Had he retained his former lecherous grin, they would have struggled to maintain their composure. His previous demeanor, combined with the soul curse, had conjured a repulsive psychological association. Eating his sausage felt akin to consuming something far more unsavory. Under such mental conditioning, who could possibly stomach it? Now, as Oscar recited the soul curse with unwavering composure, the others found themselves less inclined to overthink the matter. Even if their thoughts wandered, they would not express them, for that would imply a lack of purity in their minds. Upon witnessing the 2 take the lead, the remaining students exchanged glances until Tang San stepped forward, taking a sausage from Oscar's hands and biting into it. To his surprise, it was rather palatable. Following his lead, Xiao Wu, though slightly reluctant, also picked up a sausage and began to eat. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, seeing the others indulging, felt compelled to join in as well. As Xiao Wu munched on the sausage, she curiously inquired, "Dean, why must we eat Oscar's sausage?" Flander, observing the group's diminishing resistance, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated witnessing the struggle of these youngsters as they fought their revulsion. With their illustrious backgrounds, they were untouchable. Thus, he could only vent his frustrations indirectly. Unexpectedly, Oscar's transformed demeanor thwarted his expectations. "This is adaptive training," he explained. "You heard Oscar's soul curse. Had I not prompted you to eat, would you have done so?" The others pondered, ultimately shaking their heads. Although Oscar no longer displayed lecherous traits, the implications of the soul curse lingered, and while the resistance to the sausage was mild, the associations remained. Given a choice, they would still refrain from eating it. "Then let me ask you," Flander continued sternly, "which is more important, life or pride? When forced to choose, which will you select?" He asserted, though Oscar's soul curse may seem crude, he is an innate full-spirit power food-based soul master with exceptional talent. The weapon soul sausages he creates are among the finest food-based soul weapons I have encountered. During your time at the academy, he is one of you, and you'll train together. If you cannot establish a rapport with him, you will squander an invaluable ally. Furthermore, this is a test of your mental fortitude. If you cannot handle this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To survive, one must be prepared to do anything. Do not think twice about consuming a sausage. When faced with peril, even rats, cockroaches, and earthworms may become sustenance. Upon hearing Flander's final words, the three girls turned pale, their expressions souring. Initially unfazed, his remarks ignited a wave of nausea. This lesson is essential for each of you. Failure to comply renders your presence here unnecessary. Do not question my decisions. From the moment you arrived, you were informed that Shrek Academy nurtures monsters, not ordinary individuals. Ultimately, the group complied, largely due to Oscar's transformed demeanor, which made the sausages more acceptable than before. Flander, satisfied that they had completed the task, nodded approvingly. "Good. You have all passed today's lesson. Remember, from now on, Oscar will serve as your logistical support. Disregard the meaningless soul curses, preserving your lives and growing stronger. Unleashing your full potential is of utmost importance. Now, return and prepare. You have one day to rest and adjust. Tomorrow morning, we will set out, led by teacher Zhao Wujia, to the Stardow Forest, where those of you reaching level 30 will obtain your third spirit ring." As he spoke, Flander's gaze lingered on Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, the three who had reached level 30. In the past, he might have marveled at their progress, but knowing it was connected to the legendary elder diminished his astonishment. This journey to the Stardow Forest would serve as a trial for all of you. Teacher Zhao will not intervene until you confront a 1,000-year-soul beast. Everything will depend on your abilities. Now disperse. With that, the 7 students went their separate ways, some gathering supplies for hunting, while others sought rest to rejuvenate. Chapter 55. A challenge with a day to prepare. There was little to gather. The following morning, after breakfast, the group convened on the training ground, where Zhao Wujia awaited them. He clasped his hands together and surveyed the assembled 7 before declaring, "Now that everyone is present, let us depart for the Stardow Forest. Dai Mubai, you will lead." Dai Mubai nodded, his expression turning serious as he addressed his companions. The Stardow Forest is not a place for lightheartedness. It is teeming with soul beasts, all highly aggressive, harboring no fondness for humanity. Everyone must exercise caution. Tang San, you will take the lead. Oscar and Ning Rongrong follow closely behind him. Fatty and Xiao Wu, position yourselves on the flanks. Zhu Zhuqing and I will guard the rear. Once we enter the forest, maintain this formation and remain vigilant. Zhao Wujia observed coldly from the sidelines, refraining from joining their ranks. His role was solely to ensure their safety in case of danger, not to act as an all-encompassing caretaker. As soon as they exited the academy, the group began to run, highlighting the importance of support-type soul masters. Despite being the strongest, both Dai Mubai and Tang San found their stamina waning with the prolonged exertion. However, aided by Oscar's sausages and Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancements, the journey's demands proved trivial. Consuming a sausage every hour allowed their energy to remain buoyant, with even Ning Rongrong managing to keep pace with the others. Without practical application, one would never grasp the significance of support-type soul weapons. Thanks to his cultivation of the indestructible diamond technique, Oscar, despite only having attained the Iron Head realm, exhibited remarkable physical qualities. He effortlessly kept stride with the group while simultaneously channeling his energy for recovery, earning him newfound admiration from his peers. The Stardew Forest lies in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, only a mere 500 kilometers from the forest. Hence, it is the optimal choice for Shrek Academy students to acquire their spirit rings. With Oscar's sausages providing sustenance and Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancements, the Shrek Academy group covered over 400 kilometers in just over half a day, nearing the Stardew Forest. As the day waned, they realized that although they could reach their destination today, the fatigue from their extended journey was beginning to take its toll. Thus, Zhao Wujia issued the command to rest. Coincidentally, they arrived at a quaint little town, and continuing onward without supplies would be uncertain. Upon entering the town, they discovered it to be far more vibrant than they had anticipated. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Aside from the absence of city walls, it resembled a small city, with bustling streets lined with a plethora of shops catering to various needs. The group noted that the shops predominantly focused on items related to spirit masters, such as those selling weapons, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even clothing, some specialized garments featuring numerous pockets suitable for the adventurous spirit master. At this moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to an unassuming hotel ahead and stated, "Let's stay here. We shall rest for the night and set off at dawn tomorrow. The cost for lodging and meals will be your own responsibility." The hotel appeared to be a modest 2-story building, with a simple restaurant on the ground floor and accommodations above. Zhao Wujia reserved a single room for himself and ascended the stairs. After a brief discussion, Dai Mubai and the others opted for a 4-person room for the 4 boys and a 3-person room for the 3 girls. "Let us eat first. I can't stand another day of sausages." Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, and even the reticent Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The 7 found a table in a corner, and Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai, "Should we invite teacher Zhao to join us?" Dai Mubai shook his head, replying, "No need. Although teacher is with us, he will not cover any costs, nor will he accept any favors from us. That is a rule set by Dean Flender." Understanding dawned on Tang San, and he ceased further queries. Dai Mubai summoned a waiter, and the group perused the menu, sequentially ordering their preferred dishes before settling into a comfortable silence of anticipation. The atmosphere around their table was lively, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Even Zhu Zhuqing occasionally chimed in with a smile. The restaurant was nearly full, with no vacant tables remaining. However, at that moment, a group of newcomers entered, resembling Tang San and his companions in number. There were also 8 of them. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, dressed in an elegant light blue spirit master robe adorned with silver embroidery that shimmered with each movement. Following him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all around 20 years of age and clad in similar light blue robes, though lacking the silver embroidery of their leader. Each member bore a green circular emblem stitched with the characters Tsanghui, indicating their affiliation with the Tsanghui Academy. In contrast, Tang San's group wore casual attire, devoid of any formal uniform, blending in with the general populace. Upon noticing their entrance, the restaurant owner hastily approached them, bowing and offering excessive politeness. For spirit masters were not only esteemed but also affluent, and the owner did not dare to be dismissive. The Shrek group exchanged glances before calmly ignoring the newcomers, continuing their light-hearted banter. Regardless of how ostentatious or arrogant the Tsanghui members appeared, it was of no concern to them, as long as they did not provoke them. Why bother with such distractions? Yet, sometimes, avoidance only invites trouble. The Tsanghui Academy group strode toward the table occupied by the Shrek 7. One of the young men declared, "Hey, you lot, how about you vacate this table for us?" The dining area was entirely occupied, and their table remained untouched, making them seemingly easy targets to bully. Sure enough, the Tsanghui Academy members fixed their gaze upon them. As the young man spoke, he exuded an aura of pressure, formidable for ordinary individuals. The Shrek group frowned in unison. Dai Mubai slammed his hand on the table and coldly retorted, "Not a chance. Get lost." In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, prompting the others to follow suit, unleashing their own formidable presences. The simultaneous release of their auras startled the young man, causing him to stagger backward, while the expressions of the other Tang Academy members shifted to one of shock. They had underestimated the Shrek 7, who were not mere ordinary individuals, but formidable spirit masters in their own right. Had the Tang Academy members approached with civility, the Shrek group would still have refused, but they would not have reacted with such intensity. However, the Tang members had chosen to intimidate them with their aura, a grave miscalculation. Each of the Shrek members was a gifted prodigy. How could they tolerate such disrespect? The middle-aged leader of the Tang Academy sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the young Shrek members and felt a twinge of anxiety. It was evident that they possessed considerable strength, and given their ages, they could very well be prodigies nurtured by significant force. It seemed they had inadvertently stirred a formidable foe. "Which academy do you children belong to?" he asked cautiously, aware that provoking a strong adversary was unwise. Should these youths possess any powerful backing, he would certainly lead his students away without conflict. Dai Mubai, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, coldly replied, "You're not worthy to speak of us. If you prefer to avoid a beating, it's best you leave now." Zhao Wujia was resting upstairs, and even in the face of a Soul King, he showed no signs of intimidation. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned a deep shade of anger, and with a forced smile, he commanded, "Excellent. Teach them a lesson." He was a level 50 Soul King. When had he ever been insulted by mere level 20 or 30 spirit masters? It was intolerable to let this affront pass without retribution. The Tang Academy students had been awaiting his command and swiftly activated their martial souls, a dazzling array of colors illuminating the room. All 7 bore the same soul rings, one white and one yellow, representing a 10-year and a 100-year soul ring. Most of them were battle spirit masters, wielding weapons such as spears and tridents, while some possessed beast martial souls like deer, sheep, and horses. Despite their martial souls, they were not particularly formidable. Dai Mubai regarded them with utter contempt, as if a giant were looking down upon ants. Is this what the so-called elite Spirit Master Academy produces? 10-year soul rings? Brothers and sisters, let them witness our soul rings. With that, he summoned his martial soul, releasing his soul rings. White Tiger, manifest! A brilliant white light erupted from him. As Dai Mubai extended his arms, his chest puffing out, his muscles bulged dramatically, straining against his clothing, each sinew becoming distinctly visible, and the very air around him seemed to vibrate with energy. His golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, and his eyes glowed a deep, mesmerizing blue, exuding an aura of icy menace that instilled profound intimidation. Beneath his feet, 3 resplendent rings of light ascended in succession, quietly rising, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings flowed, a surging pressure of soul power surged forth like a tidal wave. Perhaps due to the inherent conflict of martial spirits, the opposing soul masters, who possessed beast-type martial souls, instinctively trembled and retreated a few steps as Dai Mubai completed his martial soul embodiment. In the presence of a carnivorous tiger, how could deer, sheep, and horses, mere herbivores, not tremble in fear? Especially the purple soul ring upon Dai Mubai, representing a millennium of power, struck a profound shock into the hearts of the 5 members of the Tang Academy. Once Dai Mubai unleashed his martial soul, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances before rising to release their own soul rings. In an instant, the hall was illuminated with a harmonious display of yellow, purple, and black, yet conspicuously absent was white. This configuration signified their recognition as the finest soul ring assembly within the realm of soul masters. On the opposing side, the members of Tang Academy were left dumbfounded, their attention wholly captured by Tang San, fixated on the 2 soul rings at his feet, 1 purple, 1 black. Even the middle-aged man at the rank of Soul King could not escape the allure of those rings. A 10,000-year soul ring. It is known that only those at least level 50 can begin to attempt absorbing such a rank, and even then, it is not guaranteed for the average person. For instance, despite being a level 50 Soul King, he had only managed to absorb a 1,000-year ring for his 5th. To him, a 10,000-year soul ring was but a distant dream. Yet now, he found himself witnessing this coveted ring on a child who appeared scarcely in his teens. The shock this revelation brought was immeasurable. As for the possibility of this 10,000-year ring being a mere illusion, it was inconceivable. He could faintly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the black ring, a sensation far too potent to be a mere figment of imagination. This indicated that someone had indeed absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring as their second. No, that was not the most critical point. The paramount consideration was the formidable foundation that must lie behind this child, one of such extraordinary strength, terrifying in its depth and unfathomable power. The mere contemplation sent shivers coursing through the middle-aged man. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. The middle-aged man suddenly bowed, uttering this phrase before hastily turning and striding towards the exit as though fleeing for his life. Such an exceptional anomaly was not to be trifled with. As for the Soul King admitting defeat without a fight, what mattered more, face or life? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and follow. The voice of the middle-aged man, now outside, roused the 7 members of Tsanghui Academy from their stupor, having been equally stunned by Tang San's soul rings. Upon realizing their teacher had vanished, they hurriedly turned and followed in his footsteps, not daring to utter a word. Witnessing the retreat of their opponents, the members of Shrek were taken aback. Was it truly necessary to flee in such fear? Their courage seemed rather lacking. Xiao San, though I have witnessed your soul ring configuration many times, each sighting leaves me questioning my own existence, Dai Mubai remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the purple and black rings beneath Tang San's feet. The others also focused their attention on him, their expressions revealing a blend of awe and curiosity. How is this even possible? The first ring being 1,000 years, and the second directly 10,000 years. This defied all common sense within the Douluo continent. As for the existence of Old Jack, it belonged to the realm of legend. Ordinary soul masters could only have heard of his name, never knowing the details of his soul, ring configuration, or abilities. Although Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong hailed from illustrious families, they were still too young to be privy to certain secrets. They had only heard whispers of the Sword God Douluo's tale, lacking deeper knowledge. Thus, witnessing Tang San's extraordinary soul ring configuration left them in astonishment. In truth, with sufficient training, one can enhance both body and spirit to absorb higher-level soul rings, much like I have, Tang San admitted, feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutinizing gazes, revealing the reason for his ability to absorb such high-age soul rings, which was not strictly a secret. That sounds easy in theory, but difficult in practice. Dai Mubai shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, as Dai Mubai said, while understanding is one thing, strengthening the body and spirit is quite another. Without unique cultivation methods or the aid of rare treasures, one could never hope to absorb soul rings beyond their age limit through mere meditation and training. Such aspirations are utterly unattainable. If it were so simple, the optimal soul ring configuration would not be recognized as the enduring truth of the soul master realm for centuries. Individuals like Old Jack are truly exceptional, a rarity that cannot be found elsewhere on the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 57. The Soul Hunt commences. On the following morning, just as dawn began to break, Zhao Wujip bellowed in his robust voice, rousing everyone from slumber. For Tang San, it was of little concern. He had long cultivated the habit of rising early to practice martial arts. However, for the others, it was quite a struggle, leaving most in a state of drowsiness during breakfast. As the sun slowly ascended from the east, the pale light gradually intensified, illuminating the sky. Though Tang San had witnessed this scene countless times, each occurrence continued to evoke a profound sense of awe within him. The light of the sun dispelled the darkness, heralding the arrival of a new day. Once they exited the town, the group quickened their pace, for they were now close to the Stardo Forest. Nestled directly south of the Tiando Empire, the forest spanned the borders of 2 great empires, teeming with soul beasts, making it the most indistinct border between the 2 nations. According to maps, the majority of the Stardo Forest lies within the territory of the Star Luo Empire. However, the Tiando Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild soul beasts, this place was the most coveted destination for soul masters, for every visit signified a step toward their advancement. The Stardo Forest has existed on the Douluo continent for countless years, though its exact age remains unknown. Yet, upon entering the forest, The dense canopies shielding the sun serve as a testament to its ancient existence. From a distance, the group could faintly sense a refreshing breeze wafting toward them, imbued with the fragrant scent of vegetation, a sensation that was indescribably comforting. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, it felt as though all 36,000 pores of their bodies unfurled, an ineffable sense of refreshment enveloping them. Tang San instinctively focused his gaze ahead, his eyes shimmering with a reddish glow. Before him lay a vast expanse of green, an ocean of verdant hues that was utterly breathtaking, the source of that soothing aroma. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Douluo forest, where towering trees soared over 20 meters high, and this was merely the periphery. The dense forest lacked any visible paths, its shadows obscuring the true landscape within. The air here felt even more refreshing, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. The invigorating sensation, laced with the earthy fragrance of damp soil, tantalized their senses. "Everyone halt," Zhao Wujia commanded. The group came to a halt, their bodies warmed by the long trek of over 100 miles. Particularly, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary soul masters, felt the strain, while Oscar managed better. Ning Rongrong's physical condition, though decent, could not compare to Tang San and the others. She was already panting. Oscar quietly chanted his rather dubious incantation, handing each person a sausage. After several days of camaraderie, everyone had grown accustomed to his sausages, consuming them with ease. Once ingested, the sausages transformed into a torrent of warmth, replenishing their strength and elevating their spirits. Zhao Wujia sternly regarded the 7 students before him. "Listen carefully," he commanded. "The Douluo forest is not a sanctuary for domesticated soul beasts. The creatures here are exceedingly perilous. At any moment, you may encounter soul beasts of a millennium or even 10,000 years. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you must stay close to me. No one is permitted to engage a soul beast without my explicit command. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied. Oscar quickly recited his incantation, and shortly thereafter, he held a large bundle of sausages and cured sausages, distributing them among the group. "My sausages can sustain vitality for 12 hours, meaning they will be effective if consumed within that time frame. The sausages restore health while also alleviating hunger, and the cured sausages primarily serve as antidotes." The group carefully accepted the provisions, understanding that Oscar was concerned they might not receive the sausages in time during a crisis. The continuous release of soul power rendered Oscar somewhat pale, though his scruffy beard concealed it. The sausages he conjured were highly effective for others, but only 1/3 as beneficial for himself, balancing the consumption of his soul power. Thus, he could only recover through meditation, although the sausages' hunger-satisfying effects were beneficial to him as well. Zhao Wujia surveyed the group, and, seeing that the 7 youths were prepared, waved his hand. "Let us depart." This time, Zhao Wujia allowed Dai Mubai and Tang San to lead the way, while he took up the rear, stepping into the Douluo forest for the first time. Once inside, the most exhilarated was Xiao Wu, who, as a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, felt as though she had returned home. She skipped joyfully, her exuberance starkly contrasting with the serious demeanor of the others. Zhao Wujia frowned at her lack of caution, visibly displeased. Yet Xiao Wu remained within the bounds of his tolerance. Thus he refrained from reprimanding her. The terrain within the Douluo forest was exceedingly complex, devoid of any clear paths. Naturally, the task of clearing the way fell to Dai Mubai. With his martial spirit activated, he wielded his claws with precision, effortlessly cutting through thorns without impeding their progress. Tang San trailed closely behind, heightening his senses to their utmost, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The wild soul beasts were notoriously aggressive and held a deep-seated animosity towards humans who sought to enhance their power by hunting them. Most alarmingly, some wild soul beasts were known to group together, posing a significant threat should they encounter a formidable pack. In such a scenario, unless the soul masters possessed extraordinary strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand an assault. As they ventured deeper, they soon encountered a group of soul beasts, specifically a pack of weasel-like creatures. Though small and not particularly strong, their teeth could pierce metal. Tang San deftly restrained Dai Mubai, who had been clearing the path, and gestured for the others to remain still, indicating that there was no danger. Drawing upon the knowledge from his token, he quickly discerned that these 30 or so weasels were merely 10-year soul beasts. The weasels, possessing keen senses, had clearly detected their presence at such proximity, yet exhibited no signs of aggression, seemingly disinterested in them. Tang San pointed off to the side, and Dai Mubai understood, continuing to clear the thorns to facilitate their passage. As they progressed, Dai Mubai quietly inquired, "Why are we circumventing them? Those weasels are weak. We could easily dispatch them." Tang San replied, "They pose no threat to us. Why resort to violence? If every soul master acted this way, eventually there would be no soul beasts left in this forest." Soul beasts were classified by their age: 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. However, it is important to understand that a 10,000-year soul beast did not necessarily live for 10,000 years, as one could easily surmise. The history of soul masters spans several millennia. If soul beasts were truly quantified by their lifespan, there would be far fewer left for soul masters to hunt. The designation of age reflects how long a soul beast has existed without significant activity, allowing it to develop its strength. In reality, soul beasts can accelerate their growth through consuming rare treasures or possessing exceptional innate abilities. Some particularly gifted soul beasts can reach 10,000-year status within mere centuries. Nonetheless, the growth of soul beasts is arduous compared to humans. After all, 10,000-year soul beasts correspond to the strength of a title Douluo among humans. How many title Douluos exist among humans? Conversely, how many 10,000-year soul beasts are there? Some exceptionally talented humans can ascend to title Douluo status in just a century, while soul beasts require thousands of years, even with favorable circumstances. Although humans have relatively shorter lifespans compared to soul beasts, title Douluos live only around 300 years, gaining an additional 100 years per level after that, with the utmost limit being a millennium. This pales in comparison to the millennia-long existence of soul beasts. In terms of longevity, humans could easily be outlasted by soul beasts. However, the sheer number of humans is staggering. Within every century, millions or even billions exist, ensuring that a few titled Douluos emerge alongside a continual influx of new soul masters. This cycle of hunting and slaughter leads to an inexorable decline in the soul beast population, ultimately paving the way for their extinction. If indiscriminate slaughter continues, it will undoubtedly hasten this process. Moreover, soul masters' ascension is inextricably linked to soul beasts. Should they become extinct, soul masters will inevitably face obliteration unless alternatives are discovered to produce soul rings. Thus, ravaging soul beasts is far from a wise course of action. The gravity of this discourse left Dai Mubai and the others in stunned silence, as they had never contemplated such implications. To them, the primary understanding was that hunting soul beasts for their rings elevated their levels, devoid of the awareness of the profound importance of soul beasts to soul masters. Without soul beasts, soul masters would cease to exist. You must have had a remarkably powerful and knowledgeable teacher. This wisdom is invaluable, Dai Mubai expressed earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Even Zhao Wujia, who could not disagree. After all, that individual was a legendary figure, deserving of all praise without reservation. Tang San recalled his master, Old Jack, recognizing his immense strength and profound knowledge, unparalleled across the continent. However, the extent of its strength remains nebulous. To this day, he is still unaware of Old Jack's true identity, only knowing that he is at least a title Douluo. Chapter 58. Memories surge to the fore. The Stardow Forest is exceedingly dense. The phrase aptly describes it, for it is no easy feat to glimpse sunlight within. After traveling for about an hour, they found themselves at noon. During this time, they encountered numerous spirit beasts, predominantly those of 10 and 100 years, and generally avoided direct conflict with them. Occasionally, some foolish creatures approached, only to be swiftly dealt with by Dai Mubai's tiger claws. Of course, he heeded Tang San's advice and refrained from killing these spirit beasts, opting instead to scare them off or inflict minor injuries. "All right, let's take a brief respite." Zhao Wujuan's voice prompted the tense group to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns, creating a clearing of nearly 100 square meters. The group leaned against the trees, taking a moment to recuperate. Naturally, Oscar contributed his sausages, and at that moment, no one had the inclination to critique the taste. They simply munched on Oscar's offerings while sipping from their water supplies. Zhao Wujuan decreed a 1-hour rest. They were still on the periphery of the Star Dough Forest, where high-level spirit beasts were scarce, thus relatively safe. Their objective was to hunt suitable 1,000-year spirit beasts, necessitating deeper exploration. The further they ventured, the greater the peril, making it imperative to optimize their state of readiness in this relatively secure location. Xiao Wu rested her head on Tang San's shoulder. Initially filled with enthusiasm upon entering the forest, she now appeared dispirited after their first encounter with the spirit beast. Witnessing her comrades engage in combat with spirit beasts, coupled with her own identity, weighed heavily on her heart. Tang San seized the opportunity to inquire discreetly. But how could Xiao Wu confess the truth? Could she possibly say, "Actually, I am a spirit beast. Please do not harm them"? Such a notion was inconceivable. Thus, she could only feign indifference and brush it off. Though Tang San remained somewhat concerned, he respected her reluctance to divulge, choosing to let the matter rest while silently noting her unusual demeanor in his mind. After approximately half an hour of rest, suddenly, both Tang San and Zhao Wujuan cast their gazes towards a singular direction. "Everyone rise. Something approaches," Zhao Wujuan bellowed. Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of the auxiliary spirit masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun took their places nearby, and in an instant, all released their martial spirits, including Zhao Wujuan. The rustling sound grew from faint to pronounced, and even Oscar and Ning Rongrong could keenly sense the swift approach of the unknown creature. "Zhuqing, ascertain what it is," Zhao Wujuan commanded gravely. Zhu Zhuqing, without a word, leapt into the air, her claws unsheathed, and swiftly ascended the neighboring tree to gaze in the direction of the sound. Cats possess exceptional vision, even at night. How much more so in broad daylight? Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated from the branches. It appears to be a flying snake, though it does not ascend high, flying roughly 3 meters above the ground. Its head bears a fleshy crest, larger than its head, blood-red in hue. Its tail is uniquely shaped, resembling a fan. Zhao Wujuan's eyes brightened. It is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a rather rare spirit beast. That crest atop its head possesses many remarkable properties. Oscar, you are in luck. This snake is perfectly suited for you. Unfortunately, we do not know its age. Zhuqing, keep a close eye on its trajectory and report any changes immediately. Understood. It is indeed heading towards us at great speed, though it seems to struggle with balance, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Tang San suddenly interjected. What is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings? Zhu Zhuqing responded. The wings are light red, and its length is approximately 6 to 8 meters. Tang San calculated briefly and asserted confidently, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The light red wings signify its millennium evolution. Based on its length, it likely possesses a cultivation between 1,300 and 1,800 years. Oscar is indeed suitable for you. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is non-venomous, a rare and formidable creature. It constricts its enemies to suffocate them, employing a singular yet lightning-fast method of attack. Additionally, its crest stores various nutrients, enabling it to instantaneously enhance its speed in critical moments. Should you acquire this spirit ring, your subsequent spirit skill will undoubtedly relate to speed, whether augmenting others or enhancing your own. The rarity of 1,000-year specimens of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake makes your fortune all the more remarkable. San, you are truly an encyclopedia of spirit martial arts. Impressive indeed, Oscar remarked, astonished. Not only he, but all eyes, save Xiao Wu's, turned towards Tang San with newfound respect, including Zhao Wujuan. Spirit beasts, much like martial spirits, are extraordinarily diverse, with age and rank difficult to ascertain. The fact that Tang San could accurately deduce the type and power of the spirit beast they faced, and articulate its specifics based solely on Zhu Zhuqing's description, attested to his profound understanding of martial spirits. Tang San smiled modestly, saying, "This is all thanks to my teacher." This statement held merit. Rather than labeling Tang San as the encyclopedia, it would be more fitting to credit Old Jack as the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Old Jack relentlessly pursued knowledge during his formative years to enhance his own strength. His extensive research into all aspects of martial spirits had reached its zenith. As his disciple, Tang San, besides being strong himself, possessed theoretical knowledge sufficient to teach at any academy. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Wujuan inquired, "Since you are familiar with this spirit beast, what is the best method for capturing it?" Tang San answered without hesitation. "All serpents fear aggressive avian creatures, particularly those with long beaks like cranes. While we lack a crane martial spirit, the plump one's phoenix spirit is certainly a king among birds. Its martial spirit aura should exert a degree of suppression over the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Although the snake's offensive capabilities are limited, we must be cautious not to allow it to escape. Here it comes." Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out just then. A massive snake, approximately 6 to 7 meters long, adorned with a vibrant red crest, charged directly toward them. In a surprising display of confidence, Zhu Zhuqing leaped from her perch, undeterred by the fact that she faced a 1,000-year spirit beast. Her claws and first spirit ring ignited simultaneously as she unleashed her phantom-piercing strike. Zhu Zhuqing's strike aimed directly for the crest atop the snake's head. Yet the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted swiftly. In its rapid advance, it managed to tilt its head, causing Zhu Zhuqing's claw to miss the crest and instead land against its body, producing a dull thud and momentarily slowing the snake's momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the others sprang into action. In close proximity, Tang San's eyes instantaneously transformed into the crimson pupils of a tiger, and his entire being swelled and elongated, morphing into a figure reminiscent of a muscular demon. Without a moment's hesitation, he bared his fangs, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave. A deafening roar erupted, the invisible sound waves coalescing into visible ripples that enveloped the phoenix-tailed chicken snake. The creature emitted a pained hiss as the onslaught of attacks from the others followed suit. "White Tiger's radiant light wave," Dai Mubai shouted, releasing a beam of light that struck the unsuspecting phoenix-tailed chicken snake. "Phoenix Fireline," Ma Hongjun soared through the air, obstructing the snake's path, activating his first spirit ring to unleash a jet of fire. The violet-red flames clung to the serpent, igniting it in a blazing inferno. With a series of relentless assaults, the phoenix-tailed chicken snake could no longer withstand the pressure and plummeted to the ground, its massive body thrashing against the surrounding trees, rolling in agony as it was engulfed by flames. Tiger's roar shockwave. Tang San seized the opportunity, his eyes glowing fiercely as he opened his mouth once more, emitting a ferocious roar. A ring of sound waves enveloped the phoenix-tailed chicken snake, infused with the power to disrupt the soul. The creature trembled under the impact and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding crash, its enormous form lay still, the flames extinguished amidst the sonic waves. The phoenix-tailed chicken snake was successfully captured. "Excellent!" Zhao Wujing, witnessing the seamless collaboration of the group, couldn't help but exclaim. The synchronization displayed by the team was nothing short of perfect. He had anticipated that he would need to intervene, yet these young individuals had delivered an unexpected surprise. However, before they could bask in their triumph for long, a howling wind heralded the swift arrival of two figures from the direction the phoenix-tailed chicken snake had come. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair meticulously arranged, holding a 3-meter-long, snake-headed cane. The 7 spirit rings that danced around her indicated her status as a level 70 spirit sage. Beside her stood a striking young girl with blue-gray short hair, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, although she might be even younger due to the rapid development often seen in spirit masters. Clad in fitted attire that accentuated her well-developed physique, her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed chicken snake in Zhao Wujing's grasp. She too wielded a snake-headed cane, adorned with 2 spirit rings that caused the eyes of the Shrek Academy members to widen in shock. The colors were yellow and purple, indicating a configuration of 100 and 1,000-year spirit ring. This girl was the second individual they had encountered who defied conventional wisdom, aside from Tang San. Zhao Wujing regarded the elderly woman's 7 shimmering spirit rings with grave concern and cautiously inquired, "What brings you here?" His demeanor was surprisingly gentle. As a fellow spirit sage, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain, and the cane held by the elderly woman reminded Zhao Wujing of someone, which explained his unexpectedly calm temperament. Tang San, however, stared at the elderly woman with an expression of recognition as memories from a few years prior flooded back. He realized that this was none other than the renowned couple of dragon and snake masters whom his mentor had rescued during a soul hunting expedition. He recalled that they had a connection with his master, who had even imparted a technique to them before departing. At that moment, the snake matriarch Tang San observed the 7 spirit rings beneath Zhao Wujing with a change in expression. A spirit sage? How could a spirit sage appear at the outskirts of the Stardo forest? Her heart sank, realizing that their chances of success were slim. Though they were of the same rank, there existed a hierarchy among spirit sages. Years of combat experience told her that in a real fight, she would not stand a chance against the young spirit sage before her. Nevertheless, unwilling to concede, she spoke up. "Greetings, esteemed spirit sage. Might you grant this child the phoenix-tailed chicken snake?" Zhao Wujing remained impassive, merely asking, "Why?" "Because we were the first to discover and initiate the hunt for this snake. Otherwise, how could we have pursued it to this point?" The snake matriarch replied evenly. "Observe the 2 wounds on the snake's abdomen. They were inflicted by my cane. There are also marks beneath its wings. I merely lost my grip, allowing this slippery creature to escape. My granddaughter has just reached the 30th level and is in dire need of this spirit ring. As you can see, she has inherited my weapon spirit. The snake staff and a high-level serpent spirit is most suitable for her." The Shrek Academy members glanced at the charred phoenix-tailed chicken snake, noting that despite its singed exterior, the wounds were unmistakably evident, corroborating the elderly woman's claims. However, it was unreasonable to expect them to relinquish their hard-won spirit beast without justification. Their gazes turned to Zhao Wujing, the leading teacher, to discern his decision. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful old Jack, in his concealed presence, observed the unexpected encounter with a bemused expression. It seemed that his teachings of the eternal spring technique had been diligently practiced. Otherwise, she would not have ascended from Spirit Emperor to Spirit Sage in such a short span. Yet, here her potential appeared to be reaching its limit. He discerned that both the snake matriarch and her granddaughter had cultivated the eternal spring technique, their vitality palpable. The girl, Meng Iran, who should be his great-granddaughter, radiated a striking energy reminiscent of his own, a sharpness that, though faint, was indeed present. He speculated that the reason he could sense it now was due to her practice of the eternal spring technique. The phenomenon of dual spirit souls was peculiar. Old Jack furrowed his brow. While it was understandable for his son to inherit the dragon spirit, it was unexpected for this great-granddaughter to inherit his errant grass spirit as well. The formation of dual spirit souls was inherently challenging, making such occurrences exceedingly rare, especially across generations, unless the issue lay within the nature of his errant grass spirit. The more he pondered, the more he became convinced of this explanation. After all, such a commonplace grass spirit was not unique to him. Many others across the continent possessed similar spirits. Yet, he had never encountered anyone else with dual spirits. The only plausible explanation was that his own strength had inadvertently altered the errant grass spirit's nature. Although the bloodline's rank had not elevated, it had become more amenable to inheritance. Due to its inherent weakness, it could more easily coexist with other spirits. In essence, while it could not overpower other spirits, its resilience ensured that it would not be easily extinguished. Thus, a rare dual spirit soul was formed. In summary, the emergence of dual spirit souls stemmed from the inherent shortcomings of his spirit's bloodline. In the realm of spirit souls, the ability to coexist with other spirits is a notable advantage that the so-called weeds possess, a trait that sets them apart from other spirits. At this moment, after a protracted debate between the Shrek team and the serpent matriarch and her descendant, both parties reached an impasse. Ultimately, they resolved to adhere to the customary rules of the Spirit Master community, allowing Oscar and Meng Yiran to engage in a duel to determine the ownership of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. However, due to Oscar's role as a support Spirit Master, Zhao Wujia decided to select one from the remaining 6 to take his place in the confrontation. Daimu Bai was immediately dismissed due to his higher rank, while Ning Rongrong, being a support Spirit Master, was also ruled out. Zhu Zhuqing, an agile attacker with a lower spirit power, was similarly excluded. Xiao Wu, too capricious for the task, was deemed unreliable and thus eliminated. In the end, Zhao Wujia's gaze oscillated between Ma Hongjun and Tang San before finally settling on Ma Hongjun. The rationale behind this choice was twofold. First, his phoenix spirit naturally countered serpent types, and second, Ma Hongjuan's ability to fly would render those on the ground vulnerable to his aerial assaults. Ma Hongjun, you shall compete against this young lady, Zhao Wujie declared. Yes, teacher, Ma Hongjun replied, striding forward as Meng Yiran stepped into the arena. The rest of the onlookers gradually retreated, providing ample space for the two combatants. I am Ma Hongjun, wielder of the evil fire phoenix, a 30-level, second-ring battle spirit master, he proclaimed calmly. Meng Yiran responded coldly, I am Meng Yiran, with the serpent staff as my spirit. Also a 30-level, second-ring battle spirit master. As they drew closer, Ma Hongjun noticed that the girl named Meng Yiran was remarkably beautiful. Although only 14, her physique was well developed, likely convincing others she was 18 or 19. In his previous self, he might have gazed at her with desire, but now he remained composed, raising his right hand to gesture for her to begin. As his words faded, he instantly summoned his spirit, unfurling his wings, and with a gust of wind, soared skyward, reaching an altitude of several meters in the blink of an eye. Do you think flying will render you invulnerable? Meng Yiran's eyes glinted with determination as she raised her serpent staff, activating her second spirit ability. As she did so, a flurry of azure poison needles shot upward into the sky. Surprised, Ma Hongjun hurriedly flapped his wings to evade, but was nonetheless struck by one or two of the needles, feeling a wave of paralysis wash over him. This is bad, he thought grimly, activating his Zen turtle breathing technique to suppress the toxins infiltrating his body before launching a fierce counterattack. Phoenix Fire Line. From the skies, Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of fire, which Meng Yiran deftly avoided. It won't be that easy. A gleam sparked in Ma Hongjuan's eyes as the flames he expelled suddenly split into dozens of smaller streams, increasing the attack's coverage despite the reduced intensity. The spectators from Shrek Academy were captivated, and Zhao Wujie exclaimed in delight, astonished at Ma Hongjuan's innovative application of his first spirit ability. Previously, he would have never imagined such a technique. Caught off guard, Meng Yiran was struck by one of the flames, and the violet-red fire enveloped her body. The serpent matriarch, witnessing this, tightened her grip on her serpent staff, nearly rushing to her aid. Fortunately, Meng Yiran's spirit power erupted, easily dispersing the flames that clung to her skin. Aside from some singed clothing, she sustained no injuries. She was able to dispel my flames. Ma Hongjuan's pupils dilated. His fire was no ordinary flame, and it was not easily extinguished by spirit masters of the same rank. He realized he had underestimated this girl. At that moment, Meng Yiran launched her counterattack, unleashing another barrage of poison needles. Ma Hongjun, in a state of panic, activated his second spirit ability, Flame Phoenix. Instantly, he was engulfed in a protective layer of searing flames, which did not harm him in the slightest. The incoming poison needles, being non-physical and composed solely of toxins, evaporated upon contact with his fiery exterior. Fire is the bane of poison, as high temperatures can purify. Most toxins could be incinerated by fire, save for a few exceptional cases. Clearly, Meng Yiran's poison did not belong to the latter category. Moreover, Ma Hongjuan's flames were far from ordinary. Seeing this, Meng Yiran's gaze darkened, but just as she felt cornered, a faint whisper reached her ears. Foolish girl. In the balance of nature, while fire may counterpoison, if the toxin's potency is great enough, it cannot be easily dispelled by flame. Compress your poison needles and amplify their toxicity. Go all in. This revelation sparked a light in Meng Yiran's eyes. She began to experiment with controlling her second spirit ability, Serpent Poison. This ability, derived from a highly venomous serpent spirit beast, could transform into toxic mist, liquid, or poison needles to attack foes. Usually, she launched the poison needles for long-range assaults, but she had never considered compressing the poison to intensify its potency. This time, she condensed a single needle, compressing the serpent poison until it transitioned from a brilliant blue to a deep black, the toxins from hundreds of needles merging into one. Let us see how long your flames can protect you. Meng Yiran feigned disbelief, again raising her serpent staff, unleashing hundreds of poison needles skyward. However, only one of those needles was truly toxic. The rest were mere decoys. Confident in his fiery protection, Ma Hongjun did not evade the incoming assault, remaining suspended in the air as the needles struck him. This proved to be his undoing. The condensed toxin, now far more potent than before, easily breached his flaming shield. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by an immediate wave of paralysis spreading throughout his body. How careless! Ma Hongjun thought urgently, mobilizing his Zen turtle breathing technique to suppress the poison within. He found it somewhat effective, but the process was slow. His body was now too numb to sustain flight, and he plummeted to the ground. Now, Meng Yiran's eyes lit up as she hurled her serpent staff forward. First spirit ability, serpent binding. The serpent staff, once thrown, began to twist and expand amidst a dazzling light, ultimately transforming into a gigantic python stretching nearly 10 meters in length. It coiled around Ma Hongjun, who was plummeting from the sky, much like a serpent capturing its prey by constricting it to death. The python, born from the serpent staff, ensnared Ma Hongjun tightly, suffocating him. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was still incapacitated by the serpent's venom, unable to move. Even if he could, escape was futile. Although the snake binding was merely a century-old soul skill, its effectiveness was far from trivial. It could bind and strangle an adversary, leading to a brutal demise. The outcome was clear. Silence enveloped Shrek's side. The snake lady smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Zhao Wujia maintained a stern expression. Yet upon witnessing Ma Hongjun ensnared by the immense python, he ultimately conceded, "Sister Zhao, you have triumphed. You may keep this phoenix tail coxcomb snake." "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your generosity," the snake lady replied with a smile, gesturing for her granddaughter to release Ma Hongjun. She was unperturbed by Zhao Wujia potentially reneging on the agreement, knowing that a confrontation would yield no victor and could lead to mutual destruction, which would be perilous in the Soul Beast Forest. Return. Meng Yiran finally allowed a smile to grace her face. With a simple motion, the massive python binding Ma Hongjun transformed into a beam of light, returning to her as a serpent staff. At that moment, thanks to the calming effects of the turtle breathing technique suppressing the venom within him, Ma Hongjun found he could move again upon landing. However, to completely rid himself of the serpent's poison, he would need to submerge in a lake and enter a deeper state of turtle breathing. Seeing Ma Hongjun's somewhat unsteady movements, Zhao Wujia turned to Meng Yiran and suggested, "Little girl, since you have one, why not assist Hongjun in dispelling the poison?" Meng Yiran readily agreed, approaching Ma Hongjun with her serpent staff. As she pointed the staff at him, her soul power surged, and the serpent's head on the staff appeared to come to life, slightly parting its mouth to gently inhale. Instantly, a pale blue light emanated from Ma Hongjun's body, drawn into the staff. His previously pale complexion began to regain its color as the residual poison was extracted. The turtle breathing technique within him activated, circulating his vital energy and gradually restoring his normal state. Once all the serpent's venom had been absorbed, Meng Yiran retracted her staff and returned to her grandmother's side. Ma Hongjun walked back to his team, dejectedly saying, "I'm sorry I lost. I couldn't help Xiao Ao when the phoenix tail coxcomb snake." "It's all right, fatty," Oscar comforted, patting his shoulder nonchalantly. "Though it's a bit disappointing, we can always seek another one." "Exactly, it's no big deal. We can find another." The rest chimed in, hastily offering consolation without placing blame for his loss. They had all witnessed the preceding battle and recognized the girl on the opposing side was indeed formidable. Ma Hongjun's defeat was entirely justified. Upon Ma Hongjun's return to the group, Zhao Wujia nodded respectfully to the snake lady, saying, "Sister Zhao, we shall not disturb you further while you absorb the soul ring. Farewell." With that, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to lead the group away slowly. In the meantime, Meng Yiran was about to absorb the soul ring, and leaving the earlier rivals behind seemed prudent, as they would undoubtedly be wary of the Shrek Academy group lingering nearby. As Shrek Academy gradually departed, the snake lady finally exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have safeguarded the phoenix tail coxcomb snake that had been pursued for so long. "Yiran, go and slay it," she instructed. "Grandmother will protect you." "All right," Meng Yiran nodded, eager to avoid any unnecessary delays. She swiftly approached the unconscious phoenix tail coxcomb snake, raising her serpent staff high and stabbing down decisively. With a splatter of blood, a violet soul ring slowly ascended. Seeing this, Meng Yiran immediately sat cross-legged, placing the serpent staff on her lap, closing her eyes, and silently channeling her eternal spring technique. Yet, her mind wandered back to the mysterious voice she had heard earlier, who had assisted her from the shadows. What was their intention? After some time, Meng Yiran successfully absorbed the soul ring of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, gaining her third soul skill, serpent wings. Once activated, wings would sprout from her back, granting her the ability to soar through the skies with remarkable speed. From this point forward, should she encounter flying soul masters like Ma Hongjun, Meng Yiran would no longer be at the mercy of ground combat. One might wonder why Meng Yiran chose to absorb an 1800-year soul ring rather than one of higher age, but after practicing the eternal spring technique, her foundation was considerably stronger, allowing her to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as her second. However, her limitations prevented her from mirroring Tang San's extraordinary feats of absorbing a 1,000-year ring first and then a 10,000-year ring. Ultimately, the eternal spring technique does not rival the comprehensive mastery of all arts that Old Jack possessed, which allows practitioners to surpass age limits and forcibly absorb soul rings of significantly higher ages. The eternal spring technique can only enhance Meng Yiran's foundation to a considerable extent, permitting her to absorb a soul ring of 3,000 to 4,000 years for her third. Thus, while the 1,800-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake ring may seem relatively low, it is not insignificant. After all, the best soul ring is one that suits the individual. Finding a suitable soul ring is a challenging endeavor for a soul master. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, once absorbed, endowed Meng Yiran with the capability of flight, compensating for her previous aerial shortcomings. In facing airborne foes, she would no longer be relegated to passive defense on the ground. This advantage alone justified the choice, rendering the lower age inconsequential. After all, flying serpents are rare. Should she have pursued other flying soul beasts, even if their age was appropriate, the likelihood of acquiring a flight-based soul skill would be slim. Only the phoenix tail coxcomb snake aligned so closely with her martial soul, the serpent staff, that it could yield a high probability of generating a flight soul skill. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the Shrek Academy group gradually lifted after a period of melancholy. Although they were disheartened by losing the soul beast they had sought, they could not dispute that Meng Yiran had legitimately won it. They could only chalk it up to bad luck. After a span of about 1 to 2 hours, fortune smiled upon them again as they encountered another soul beast. This one was a strange bird engulfed in flames, perched upon a charred tree. Even from a distance, they could feel an intense heat radiating toward them. This was a solar bird, estimated to be at least 4,000 years old. Observing from afar, Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination as he remarked, "Its characteristics are quite suitable for fatty, though the age is a bit high." For 1,000 years? Zhao Wujie frowned. That age isn't just a bit high. It's exceedingly so. Typically, for a third soul ring, one can absorb rings ranging from 1 to 2,000 years. 4,000 is far beyond that. Teacher Zhao, let me give it a try, Ma Hongjun declared, his gaze fixated on the solar bird, feeling an inexplicable sense of confidence that he could absorb it. Due to the ceaseless vitality bestowed upon him by the Zen turtle breathing technique, he was enveloped in confidence. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, prepared to firmly refuse, when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Let him absorb it. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this formidable figure had been covertly following him. Had he known earlier, he need not have been so timid when confronting the snake lady. The deed was done, and there was no room for regret. Very well, since you insist, I shall assist you in subduing it. Zhao Wujie nodded. With such a powerful endorsement, he trusted it would not end in betrayal. Let this child have a try. This time, he resolved to personally capture the firebird. Aiming for a swift resolution, this 4,000-year-old sunbird was far more formidable than the previous phoenix-tailed serpent, engulfed in flames and boasting tremendous aggression. Even if the 7 from Shrek combined their strengths, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries, and there was a significant chance it could escape, given its ability to fly. Zhao Wujie instructed the others to remain motionless, then suppressed his aura, slowly approaching the blazing sunbird. Upon reaching striking distance, he instantly summoned his martial spirit. Simultaneously, several of the 7 soul rings surrounding him ignited in succession. First, his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, weighed down the resting sunbird, preventing it from taking flight. Next, his fourth soul skill, position tracking, shot forth, encircling the sunbird. In a flash, Zhao Wujie teleported next to it, unleashing his 5th soul skill, gravity compression, The overwhelming pressure from all directions forced the sunbird to emit a piercing cry, yet could not even unleash its flames before Zhao Wujie seized its head and struck, sending a shockwave of soul power that rendered it unconscious. The battle concluded. For a soul sage to ambush a 1,000-year-soul beast was exceedingly simple. All right, you can come over now. Zhao Wujie beckoned to the others in the distance. Teacher Zhao, impressive. Daimubai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Had they been tasked with subduing this 4,000-year-old sunbird, they would have faced a grueling battle, possibly even allowing it to escape. Unlike Zhao Wujie's effortless victory. Enough with the flattery. Zhao Wujie chuckled reproachfully, yet his expression revealed he was quite pleased. Here, take it. He tossed the sunbird at Ma Hongjuan's feet. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude, then retrieved a small knife and plunged it into the sunbird's vital spot, blood splattering forth. A circle of deep purple soul rings began to ascend slowly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a bird or rabbit, instinctively turning her head away, unable to bear the sight. Everyone, I shall begin, Ma Hongjun announced, nodding to the others. He then settled into a meditative position, drawing in the soul power as the deep purple soul rings gradually integrated into his being. Instantly, Ma Hongjuan's body trembled as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. The onlookers observed with bated breath, forming a protective circle around him. Zhao Wujie watched intently, his grip tightening. Despite the powerful endorsement, unexpected events could still occur. No one could guarantee the success of absorbing a soul ring, especially one exceeding its age limit. Chapter 62, A Glimmer of Hope. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was not at ease. He felt the torrent of soul power from the sunbird forcefully surging within him. As if his body might explode, the searing energy rampaged inside him, threatening to break free. Just then, a whisper broke through his foggy consciousness. Awaken, like the sound of a temple bell at dawn. Ma Hongjuan's hazy awareness sharpened, and he quickly recalled the mental mantra of the Zen turtle breathing technique, envisioning himself as a spiritual turtle capable of calming tumultuous seas. With each slow breath, the rampaging soul power gradually subsided, becoming docile. No matter how tumultuous the ocean, beneath the celestial turtle, all would be serene and still. The surrounding crowd noticed that Ma Hongjuan's trembling body had stilled, and his breath was gradually stabilizing, allowing them to relax. Only Tang San harbored a sense of confusion, sensing an inexplicable familiarity from Ma Hongjun, yet he could not pinpoint its source. How peculiar. After a while, Ma Hongjuan's previously closed eyes slowly opened, a flicker of flame flashing briefly. Fatty, how do you feel? Oscar approached, surveying him anxiously. Is everything all right? That's a 4,000-year soul ring. Rest assured, I am fine, Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head. In fact, I feel better than ever. Following his absorption of the soul ring, he realized that his Zen turtle breathing technique had ascended to a new level, and it appeared that his martial spirit had undergone a transformation for the better. What has changed? Zhao Wujie inquired eagerly. Should anything have gone awry, he would bear the responsibility as the accompanying teacher. Never mind, I shall demonstrate for you, Ma Hongjun declared, instantly summoning his martial spirit. Beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring ascended gracefully, and the 3rd purple soul ring shone brilliantly. 3rd soul skill, Fire Phoenix Duplication. With a powerful shout, flames erupted around him, transforming into numerous small firebirds that surged in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Each firebird detonated upon colliding with an obstacle, scattering devastation around them, accompanied by soaring purple-red flames. Fatty, you are impressive, Daimubai exclaimed in astonishment. Such destructive power was indeed worthy of a 4,000-year soul ring. My 3rd soul skill, Fire Phoenix Duplication, allows me to create miniature fire phoenixes that automatically pursue and attack enemies at my command. Upon striking an enemy, they explode. Is a long-range, widespread attack. Ma Hongjun explained. Automatically tracking? Remarkable. The others cast envious glances at him. In the shadows, the ever-watchful old Jack, the clone, stroked his long beard, murmuring softly, mediocre. The Zen turtle breathing technique is a diluted version of the spirit turtle's sea-calming secret among the 3 supreme transformations. If Ma Hongjun perseveres in his practice, It is entirely possible that his martial spirit may evolve into a true fire phoenix in the future. This technique, unlike Dai Mubai's white tiger kill hard decision, which could lead to self-destruction, does have its flaws. The more one practices, the more one's mindset becomes increasingly indifferent, ultimately leading to a state akin to that of a wise monk, detached from worldly desires. As for Oscar's indestructible body technique, it is a diluted version of the bull demon's great strength fist, capable of forging an indestructible physique. Its downside is evident. The more one practices, the duller one's mind becomes, eventually transforming one into a muscle-bound brute, relying solely on sheer force to resolve issues. The techniques inherited by Dai Mu by Oscar and Ma Hongjun are all diluted versions of the three supreme transformations, each possessing individual flaws that worsen with further practice. Unless the three of them can train together, compensating for each other's weaknesses, they risk dire consequences if they attempt to go solo. This is the glimmer of hope old Jack has left for them. He is not one to sever all possibilities, always preferring to leave a sliver of hope. As for whether they can seize the opportunity, it ultimately depends on their own fortunes. If Dai Mubai and his companions can recognize the interconnections among their respective martial arts and train together, then what were once shortcomings will cease to be so. Instead, they will enhance and complement one another, achieving an alternative form of excellence. Although old Jack is not a villain in the traditional sense, he is also not a paragon of virtue. Frankly speaking, being good in the world of Douluo, where strength reigns supreme, does not guarantee longevity. Oftentimes, one may perish without even realizing how. In a world devoid of stable order, power is the ultimate truth. In his youth, old Jack, hailing from a modern and peaceful society, was once an idealist, imbued with revolutionary thoughts, hoping to transform this world into a harmonious society where everyone is equal. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of this realm and suffering numerous setbacks, he gradually stifled his inherent kindness. Old Jack became acutely aware of his own impotence and the inherent inequalities of this world. Notions of fairness and justice exist solely in the realm of fantasy. Even in his previous life, the world was rife with inequities. Why pursue such elusive ideals? It is far wiser to first ensure one's own well-being. Upon realizing this, old Jack cast aside his impractical dreams, liberating himself entirely, and began to indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle. He gradually transformed into a self-centered individual, a qualified soul master. After obtaining the third spirit ring from Ma Hongjun, the group from Shrek Academy had accomplished 1/3 of their goal. Next, they merely needed to secure one spirit ring each for Tang San and Oscar before they could return home. Fortuitously, during their subsequent exploration, the group soon encountered a suitable spirit beast, thanks to old Jack's discreet assistance in guiding the appropriate spirit beast toward them. It was a formidable giant ape, muscular and towering at about 4 to 5 meters, with sharp fangs and a coat of pale yellow fur. At that moment, the giant ape was resting against a massive tree, surrounded by a skeleton, the fresh blood on it indicating that the giant ape had recently gorged itself and was now taking a respite. Tang San's eyes glinted with red light as he scrutinized the creature and remarked, "This is a great strength King Kong ape, approximately 2,000 years old. Quite suitable for Oscar. Should he fuse with this spirit ring, the resulting spirit ability will likely enhance his attributes." "Oscar, what do you think?" Zhao Wujing inquired, turning to Oscar. "Teacher, let us go with this one," Oscar replied, gazing at the muscular giant ape in the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of suitability, though unsure of the origin of this instinct. Chapter 63. A Genius Among Spirit Beasts? "All right, since you have chosen this one, I shall assist you in capturing it," Zhao Wujing declared as he activated his martial spirit and charged toward the resting great strength King Kong ape. The once content giant ape, now suddenly alert, sensed danger as it opened its eyes to see a middle-aged human with 7 floating spirit rings charging ferociously toward it. With a roar, the giant ape instinctively responded, its body enveloped in a crimson glow as its eyes turned blood red, muscles swelling, and its stature swiftly increasing to around 7 meters. This was its innate ability, Rampage. Once activated, its strength, speed, defense, and spirit power would all surge, doubling instantaneously. However, the downside was evident. After its usage, the creature would enter a period of weakness, unable to employ the ability again until fully recuperated, a desperate measure indeed. From Zhao Wujing, the great strength king, Kong Ape sensed an unprecedented threat. It realized that this was no foe it could contend with. The instinct for survival ignited its primal nature, compelling it to unleash its rampage ability, which it typically reserved for life and death situations. Remarkable. This 2,000-year-old great strength King Kong Ape has already awakened its innate ability. Zhao Wujing was taken aback, immediately recognizing the creature's value. It is well known that spirit beasts possessing innate abilities are predominantly those with exceptionally high bloodlines or elevated levels, such as 10,000 or even 100,000 years. While this great strength King Kong Ape's bloodline was not particularly high and it was merely 2,000 years old, the fact that it possessed a talent usually reserved for 10,000-year King Kong Apes indicated that it was an anomaly within its species, akin to a genius among human soul masters, an extraordinary find. Boom! The great strength King Kong Ape collided with Zhao Wujing. As per the usual tactics, he first employed his third spirit ability, gravitational enhancement, weighing down the rampaging ape, significantly diminishing its strength. Next, he utilized his fifth spirit ability, gravitational compression, to restrict its movements. Finally, Zhao Wujing unleashed a flurry of punches upon the great strength King Kong Ape. With each punch, the giant ape, unable to react due to its constrained state, was forced to endure the assault, swiftly becoming bloodied and battered. In a matter of moments, it was left in a dire condition, gasping for breath. As Zhao Wujing delivered the final blow, the great strength King Kong Ape, now on the brink of death, reverted from its rampage state, returning to its original size. Meanwhile, the 7 members of Shrek Academy, witnessing the scene unfold, were taken aback by the overwhelming might of a soul sage, especially for the newly admitted Tang San and his companions. It dawned on them that Zhao Wujing had previously held back. Had he fought with full intent, the nearly lifeless great strength King Kong Ape would have been their fate. Oscar, come quickly. Zhao Wujing beckoned to Oscar. This great strength King Kong Ape is a rare anomaly, merely 2,000 years old and already possessing an innate ability. You've struck gold. The group hurried to Zhao Wujing's side, gazing at the bloodied giant ape, while the girls averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Even the boys found it unsettling, especially with the overpowering stench of blood, which was nauseating. Quickly, deliver the final blow, otherwise it may perish, Zhao Wujing urged. Understanding the rarity of the spirit beast, Oscar did not hesitate, taking out a small knife and approaching the battered great strength King Kong Ape to deliver the final strike to its vital area. With a swift motion, a circle of purple spirit rings slowly ascended. Oscar quickly seated himself, channeling his spirit power, allowing the purple 1,000-year spirit ring to rise above his head and gradually merge into his being. The surrounding individuals formed a protective circle, their eyes fixed intently on Oscar as he absorbed the spirit ring, their hearts filled with trepidation. Typically, the optimal age for absorbing a third spirit ring is around 1,006 to 1,800 years. 2,000 years exceeds this significantly. Moreover, as a fragile food-type soul master, the absorption would undoubtedly be challenging. Contrary to what they anticipated, Oscar found the process remarkably effortless. Absorbing the 2,000-year great strength King Kong Ape's spirit ring felt as natural as water to a fish, a phenomenon attributable to his practice of the indestructible King Kong technique. Although he had only reached the initial stage of the first realm, the Iron Head, in addition to his head, the rest of his body had also undergone fortification during his training, rendering him significantly stronger than his original physical condition. Absorbing this additional soul ring, which is 200 or 300 years old, posed no challenge at all. After a while, Oscar slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting flash of yellow light disappeared. A smile involuntarily graced his face as the faint pink glow surrounding him underwent a transformation, morphing into a soft yellow reminiscent of sunlight, enveloping him in a warm radiance. 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, in addition to the 2 original yellow rings. Another bright purple ring emerged, signifying its formidable power. Oscar had finally transcended the realm of Great Soul Master, entering the domain of Soul Master. He was now a 32-level Soul Master of the food system. Congratulations, little Oscar, Zhao Wujia said with a smile as he looked at him. After acquiring his third soul ring, Oscar had undergone subtle changes. He seemed taller, radiating vitality, and his facial features had become increasingly pronounced. Perhaps he was influenced by the mighty King Kong ape. Little Oscar, you are the third among us to surpass the 30th level. Congratulations. Show us what your third soul ring skill is, Dai Mubai said, and the others also expressed their congratulations. Clearly elated after obtaining his third soul ring, Oscar did not hesitate when Dai Mubai mentioned his new skill. All right, let me show you, he exclaimed. This time, my soul skill is truly extraordinary. Raising his right hand, he finally uttered the incantation for his third soul skill. I possess a mighty sausage. This rather amusing incantation was accompanied by the appearance of a large sausage of pale yellow hue, thick as an arm and significantly larger than his previous two sausages. This is my third soul skill, Super Mighty King Kong Sausage, Oscar declared confidently while holding the impressive sausage. Upon consumption, it temporarily amplifies physical strength, defense, speed, and overall soul power by half. It is fully effective only against opponents of the same level. Should they exceed my level, the effectiveness will diminish accordingly, decreasing with every level surpassed until it becomes entirely ineffective. A comprehensive enhancement of half. Zhao Wujia and the others gasped in astonishment. This soul skill was indeed remarkable. A half attribute boost was already extraordinary, especially when it included a temporary increase in soul power. Oscar, can this sausage be consumed multiple times? Zhao Wujia inquired, pondering its potential for extending the enhancement duration. No, Oscar shook his head. After one consumption, a day must pass before it can be taken again. Moreover, each effect lasts only 10 minutes before reverting. The more my soul power is surpassed, the lesser the enhancement effect and the shorter the duration. I'll give it a try. Zhao Wujia took the mighty sausage from him and took a bite, the remaining sausage instantly transforming into energy that flowed into him, saving considerable time. After consuming the sausage, Zhao Wujia closed his eyes, silently sensing the changes within him. Indeed, as Oscar had stated, his physical attributes had been enhanced, and even his soul power had increased. Remarkable. After a moment, Zhao Wujia opened his eyes and remarked, the effect on me is quite minimal, enhancing my abilities by only 1,000th, lasting a mere 6 seconds. Nevertheless, it is still astonishing. Remember, there is a difference of over 40 levels between us, and it still provides an enhancement effect. Truly impressive. The others looked on in awe, and even Ning Rongrong regarded him with newfound respect. At this point, the group's purpose for venturing into the Stardow Forest had been accomplished by 2/3. Next, they needed to find a suitable soul ring for Tang San. His first soul skill, derived from the 3,000-year-old green phosphor snake, granted him the ability to use toxins, known as venom. His second soul skill, taken from a 10,000-year-old evergreen willow, conferred healing capabilities, allowing him to mend physical injuries. As for his third soul skill, Old Jack had previously informed him that, given his condition, the maximum absorption age his body could withstand was 30,000 years, though it could be adjusted slightly higher with an additional 1,000 or 2 without consequence. However, anything beyond that was unfeasible. When Zhao Wujia heard Tang San's intention to hunt for a soul ring of such a high age, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. 30,000 years. Do you understand what that signifies? Among soul beasts, a 10-year soul beast ranges from 0 to 99 years, corresponding to a first-ring soul master in human terms. A 100-year soul beast, spanning from 100 to 999 years, equates to a second-ring great soul master. A 1,000-year soul beast falls between 1,000 and 9,999 years, correlating to a third-ring soul sovereign to a fifth-ring soul king. A 10,000-year soul beast ranges from 10,000 to 99,999 years, corresponding to a sixth-ring soul emperor to an eighth-ring soul Douluo. A 30,000-year soul beast essentially represents a soul saint, if not even stronger. Zhao Wujia was uncertain whether he could contend with such a foe, as some soul beasts possessed unreasonable combat prowess. Cultivation level did not always equate to fighting strength. Indeed, some special 10,000-year soul beasts could even match the combat strength of 30,000-year soul beasts. However, while some possessed formidable strength, others were weak. The variety of soul beasts was vast and eclectic. Therefore, the aforementioned classifications of soul beasts and soul masters were merely references. In actual combat, the outcome was uncertain. Now, The question remained as to which soul beast Tang San intended to hunt. When Zhao Wujia inquired, Tang San replied, I wish to hunt a type of plant like soul beast, one that leans toward support. These soul beasts typically do not possess high combat strength, and some might even lack any combat capability. With the right techniques, they can be easily dispatched. As it happened, Tang San knew of a location where a soul beast fitting his criteria resided. Old Jack had informed him of this earlier, and now that he had reached an adequate level, it was time to hunt. Old Jack had already arranged for the development of his blue silvergrass, focusing on support. As for day-to-day combat, Tang San would not lack offensive means, thanks to the marvels of the ever-changing 3 absolute techniques. Currently, he was still at a lower level, and as he ascended in rank, his methods would multiply, dazzling those around him. The ever-changing 3 absolute techniques, a culmination of Old Jack's lifelong mastery, were far from simple as they appeared. Tang San's current limitations stemmed from his youth. Being only 12 years old, his progress was gradual. By the time he reached 17 or 18, the true intricacies of the ever-changing 3 absolute techniques would reveal themselves. That would be when he truly harnessed his potential. The pace of his eventual strength-S advancement might even surpass that of his master. However, this was not a peculiar occurrence. Although Old Jack was the creator of the ever-changing 3 absolute techniques, he had developed this extraordinary tome through a slow accumulation of experiences, learning through trial and error rather than crafting it from the outset. It is indeed a tale of sorrow. Unlike Tang San, Old Jack merely reaps the benefits of established practices. Naturally, one who cultivates perfected techniques will progress more swiftly than their creator. Now that you have set your sights on a goal, let us proceed. Zhao Wujia, recalling the powerful figure hidden in the shadows, felt a sense of relief. Regardless, he thought that a esteemed individual was discreetly accompanying them. Within this forest, encountering danger was virtually impossible. The others, observing teacher Zhao's unwavering confidence, also felt reassured. After all, it was clear that Zhao possessed a solid plan, displaying no concern for their safety, a testament to his assuredness. Subsequently, Tang San began to follow the directions imparted by his mentor from memory. After discerning the direction by the sun overhead, he led the group onward. The location of the plant spirit beast suited to him was not situated at the heart of the Star Doe forest. Rather, it lay quite close to the outskirts. An hour later, the group arrived at a valley adorned with blooming flowers. The mountains were blanketed with vibrant wildflowers, and a fragrant breeze wafted toward them, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a utopian paradise. The girls in the group could not help but beam with radiant smiles upon witnessing such beauty. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong even began to gather wildflowers in the vicinity, while Zhu Zhuqing revealed a subtle smile, clearly pleased by the enchanting environment. Chapter 65. Super Restoration. Little San, where exactly is this spirit beast you mentioned? Dai Mubai inquired, surveying the sea of blossoms, unable to detect any trace of the spirit beast. Right here, Tang San replied, gesturing toward the profusion of wildflowers. These blossoms are all offshoots from a single root. In truth, there exists only one flower in this entire valley. As he spoke, he activated his tiger's eye demon gaze, scanning the entire valley until his eyes lit up. I found it. Follow me. The group followed Tang San to a rugged stone where a solitary flower swayed gently in the wind, compared to the surrounding riot of colors. This unassuming bloom appeared rather ordinary. Were it not for Tang San's guidance, they might have overlooked it entirely. Is this the 30,000-year plant spirit beast you speak of? Zhao Wujia frowned, scrutinizing the seemingly mundane wildflower. The others also regarded it with curiosity, soon discovering that upon closer inspection, the flower bore distinctive characteristics. Its bud resembled a golden crown, while the stem and leaves were covered in a multitude of sharp thorns. This flower was known as the golden crown thorn flower. As he explained, Tang San retrieved a dagger from his storage belt and cautiously knelt beside the spiny bloom. Be careful not to touch its thorns. The spikes of the golden crown thorn flower contain potent toxins. Should one be pricked, a mere breath would cause an ordinary person to dissolve into a puddle of liquid. Tang San cautioned, his left hand glowing with a jade-like radiance while he gently cut the flower from its roots with the dagger, severing it in one swift motion. In the next moment, a dark spirit ring began to rise. The group stared in disbelief. A 30,000-year spirit beast. Is that all? Dai Mubai exclaimed. That was far too easy to defeat. Oscar added, if it weren't for the spirit ring, I would have thought it was just an ordinary flower. Tang San clarified. Plant-type spirit beasts inherently struggle to develop sentience. Most remain indistinguishable from regular plants even after 50 or 60,000 years, possessing little more than instinct. Once you comprehend their traits, eliminating them is not particularly challenging. While the golden crown thorn flower is indeed poisonous, it is also a rare medicinal herb. Its crown-shaped bud can be used as a catalyst, mixed with other precious materials to enhance one's power significantly. Consuming it directly would restore all injuries, soul power, and stamina, returning one to their prime state. He then produced a jade box to carefully store the flower, knowing it would prove useful in the future. At that moment, with the demise of the golden crown thorn flower, the valley visibly lost its vitality. The once vibrant blossoms began to wither and darken, spreading outward from the flower's location, transforming into dust that settled into the earth. In the blink of an eye, the previously idyllic valley was stripped bare, devoid of any surviving flora, exuding an eerie silence. All the flowers in the valley were, in fact, offshoots of the golden crown thorn flower's roots. With the main plant's demise, the loss of energy led to the inevitable decay of the others. Tang San gazed at the desolate scene surrounding him, reflecting on the cycle of life and death. Next, Tang San sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power as the dark spirit ring slowly integrated into his being. The others, witnessing this familiar yet astonishing sight, were still left in awe. Wow, the second spirit ring starts at 10,000 years. Zhao Wujie remarked, subsequent rings will only be more formidable. How is this even possible? It's incredible. Tang San's absorption of the spirit ring proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. The golden crown thorn flower, aged 3,600 years, posed no challenge for Tang San, who possessed the ability of the 10,000 transformations. Furthermore, plant-type spirit beasts, lacking the ferocity of animal spirits due to their undeveloped intelligence, did not impose the same mental strain during absorption. Hence, such plant-based martial souls are, in fact, the easiest spirit rings to assimilate, provided one can withstand the energy influx. After a time, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, and with a mere thought, 3 spirit rings appeared beneath him, 1 purple and 2 black. Such a lavish configuration of spirit rings would undoubtedly dazzle onlookers. How is it? What soul skill did you obtain? Zhao Wujie asked eagerly, his curiosity piqued. As this was a spirit ring of 30,000 years, the others also turned their gaze toward him, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Tang San smiled faintly and extended his right hand. Amidst a soft glow, a brand new blue-silver grass materialized. The color remained green, yet notably, a golden flower had blossomed at its tip, aptly named the blue-silver flower. The martial souls of spirit masters can undergo alterations due to the attached spirit rings. The first spirit ring, from the green scale serpent, transformed the blue-silver grass into green-silver grass, while the second, from the evergreen willow, deepened its verdant hue. Now, the golden crown thorn flower had enabled the blue-silver grass to bloom with the flower. Even if Tang San's mother, the blue-silver empress, were to identify this new form, she would scarcely recognize it as her inherited plant. My third soul skill is restoration, Tang San announced as the third ring glimmered beneath him. The golden crown of the blue-silver grass emitted radiant beams that enveloped all nearby. As the group basked in the light, they felt the weariness of their arduous journey dissipate, their taut nerves unwinding. Even the soul power they had expended began to replenish rapidly. After a lengthy moment, once the light faded, everyone felt rejuvenated, their fatigue and depleted soul power completely restored. Restored to his prime, Tang San captivated everyone around him. The term restore implies the ability to recuperate expended soul power and alleviate physical fatigue, rejuvenating both energy and vitality. Tang San articulated, this third soul skill, when combined with the second, is simply a perfect match. The former heals physical injuries, while the latter dispels fatigue and replenishes soul power, effortlessly reviving a gravely wounded individual to their full strength. However, it must be noted that the severity of bodily injuries and the level of the soul master dictate the soul power consumption required for Tang San to employ these skills. Restoring a regular individual differs vastly from rejuvenating a powerful soul master. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Healer. The second soul skill, healing. This skill mends physical injuries, whether it be severed limbs or missing internal organs, provided that there are no congenital defects. The third soul skill, restoration. It revitalizes soul power and restores energy and vitality instantly upon activation, effectively resurrecting one to full health. The synergy of these two soul skills is astonishing. While they cannot resurrect the deceased, they can mend any injury sustained by the living. As long as one is alive, even if reduced to a mere head, it would be exceedingly difficult to succumb in Tang San's presence. Nevertheless, it is essential to consider the soul power expenditure for Tang San when employing these skills. It is unrealistic to expect that with these two skills, he can save any and every individual. If he were to use both skills on a gravely injured ordinary person, it would be a trivial task. However, if he were to assist a fellow soul master of equal or greater strength, the soul power required would increase significantly, making it far from effortless. In summary, Tang San is immensely satisfied with the soul skills he has acquired. With him in the team, the prospect of reviving comrades who are gravely injured or depleted of soul power is no longer a concern. He can bring them back to full strength in an instant. These two soul skills are indeed exceptional support abilities. Even the renowned Nine Hearts Si Tang, known as the continent's foremost healing martial soul, would find itself overshadowed by the effectiveness of Tang San's combined skills. While the Nine Hearts Si Tang can heal physical injuries, it lacks the capacity to replenish expended soul power. For instance, during team battles, although healed individuals could recover physically, their soul power and fatigue would remain, rendering them vulnerable once depleted. Conversely, Tang San's dual skills, healing and restoration, complement each other perfectly, allowing for an instantaneous revival to full health. There is no doubt as to which is superior. These two soul skills elicited a nuanced expression from Ma Hongjun, who remarked, with little San around in battle, "We will find it difficult to perish." Dai Mu Bai expressed complex feelings, saying, "Your soul skills are remarkably powerful, yet you possess combat capabilities comparable to battle soul masters. How are we pure support soul masters to survive?" Oscar was left speechless, while Ning Rongrong felt a pang of inadequacy, lamenting the disparity in excellence among their support souls. With all their martial souls being supportive in nature, why should Tang San excel so? Moreover, his first soul skill appears to possess offensive capabilities as well. A martial soul that can both attack and assist. Such a combination is nothing short of perfection. Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San, pondering how such an impeccable martial soul could exist. It seemed rather unfair that the heavens would bestow such gifts. However, upon reflection, he considered that it was not surprising for Tang San to be so extraordinary, given his status as a disciple of that esteemed individual. Any connection to such a legendary figure defies conventional reasoning. With this realization, Zhao Wujie's mindset finally settled. "Now that our purpose here has been fulfilled, let us return," he announced, clapping his hands to garner attention. "Though we are still in the outskirts, we are on the territory of soul beasts, which poses significant danger for us soul masters. We must depart swiftly to avoid any encounters with formidable soul beasts." The group responded affirmatively, their eyes alight with the joy of returning home, though Xiao Wu's gaze betrayed a hint of reluctance. They then began to retrace their steps, moving quickly along the path they had previously traveled. Since they were now on their way back, there was no need to clear the thorns and explore. They simply followed the route they had come, thus increasing their speed. However, despite their haste, the time spent hunting soul beasts had taken its toll, and soon darkness enveloped the forest. Zhao Wujie, seeing this, gestured for everyone to halt. Nightfall poses additional dangers in this soul beast forest. We must find a safe place to rest before continuing our journey in the morning. Once Tang San and the others nodded in agreement, Zhao Wujie led them in search of a secure location. As they walked, a campfire suddenly appeared ahead. Three figures, two elders and a young girl, sat silently by the fire, observing the unexpected arrival of the Shrek Academy group. These three were none other than the legendary couple, the dragon and serpent, and their granddaughter, Meng Iran. "Sister, it seems we meet again," Zhao Wujie said, his heart racing at the sight of familiar faces. Suddenly reminded of the formidable presence that had been following them, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Maintaining his composure, he greeted them warmly and then turned to the venerable dragon elder, bowing respectfully before saying, "You must be the esteemed dragon elder. I am Zhao Wujia, honored to meet you." "Too much courtesy," the dragon elder replied, his demeanor tranquil, lacking any hostile intent. After all, there was no real conflict of interest between them. Even if they had previously won a soul beast, it had been a fair victory, hardly warranting animosity. Moreover, the 7 students behind Zhao Wujia, with their impressive soul rings and martial souls, indicated that they were not to be trifled with. For the Dragon Elder to act against them would risk drawing the ire of their formidable backing. In the world of Douluo, with its myriad martial souls and innovative soul tools, the possibility of transmitting messages before death was not beyond comprehension. Thus, the Dragon Elder had no justification for hostility, and instead sought to cultivate goodwill, recognizing that having one more ally is preferable to acquiring one more enemy. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation continued. Long Gong subsequently took the initiative to invite Zhao Wujia and his companions to spend the night here. Zhao Wujia, aware that there were hidden allies among his ranks and lacking any grievances, found it exceedingly safe to be together with the formidable Long Shi. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, their combined strength would far surpass that of a solitary entity. Thus, Zhao Wujia naturally nodded in agreement, leading the 7 individuals to light a bonfire beside Long Shi and his spouse, where they gathered to warm themselves. Chapter 67. Long Gong's envy. The group sat around the bonfire, engaged in minimal conversation due to their unfamiliarity. The prior minor conflicts lingered in the air, prompting most to close their eyes in meditation, while others remained vigilant for potential dangers. At that moment, Long Gong, stationed beside the adjacent bonfire, approached with a greeting. "Young brother, you appear remarkably familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Long Gong inquired, gazing at Tang San with a hint of confusion. He inexplicably felt a sense of recognition towards Tang San, believing that if he could discern where they had encountered one another, it would yield immense benefits. This instinct had previously aided him in navigating perilous situations, prompting Long Gong to trust his intuition and directly ask. Taken aback, Tang San quickly realized that Long Gong's familiarity likely stemmed from their encounter years prior. However, he had changed significantly since then, shedding weight to the extent that he seemed like an entirely different individual. Could he truly be recognized despite such a transformation? The others, sensing the commotion, opened their eyes with curiosity, observing the interaction between the two. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San recalled that his master had never deliberately concealed his identity, and it appeared that Long Gong had some connection to his master. Thus, he decided to openly acknowledge, "Years ago, my master brought me here for soul hunting, and we chanced upon the two of you engaged in battle with a giant ape." Before he could finish, Long Gong instantly comprehended the situation. The slender figure before him merged seamlessly with the robust child he had encountered years ago, becoming indistinguishable. Although he was puzzled by Tang San's drastic change in physique over the years, the world of martial souls was inherently bizarre. Transformations in appearance, due to soul rings or other factors, were not uncommon. "So you were the child accompanying that esteemed elder," Long Gong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He then inquired, "It has been many years. How is your master faring now?" "Thank you for your concern," Tang San replied courteously. "My master is in good health." "That's a relief," Long Gong said, then abruptly added, "I wonder where your master is now. I have yet to formally express my gratitude for the life-saving transmission of skills from our last encounter, which has weighed heavily on my conscience over the years." Tang San's expression turned troubled as he responded, "My master is elusive, currently wandering without a trace. I am unaware of his exact whereabouts." "Ah, that is truly unfortunate," Long Gong sighed. Yet, as he gazed at Tang San, a sudden scheme formed in his mind. The presence of the disciple here implied that the master could not be too far away. Given the minimal age difference between the child and himself, it seemed fortuitous. Just as Long Gong was mulling over his thoughts, his expression abruptly shifted. Zhao Wujia and the adept Sapo beside him also changed countenance, swiftly activating their martial souls and unveiling their soul rings. "Everyone, gather around me," Zhao Wujia bellowed, his gaze fixed intently in a specific direction. Tang San, Zai Mubai, Oscar, and the other 6, recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in the faces of their companions, hastily moved behind the 3 strongest individuals, their eyes locked forward. "Teacher Zhao, what is happening?" Dai Mubai asked with confusion, standing beside Zhao Wujie. Without addressing his question, Zhao Wujie instructed, "Everyone, stay close behind me. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me. Retreat immediately from the Stardow Forest." Long Gong and Sapo readied themselves, their attention glued to the dense woods ahead. "Do you perceive this scene, my dear?" Long Gong whispered to Sapo. "Are you suggesting?" Sapo's expression shifted as she recalled their encounter years ago with the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, which bore an uncanny resemblance to their current predicament. Had they not fortuitously encountered that elder and his disciple for soul hunting, they might have met a dire fate. "Old man, do you have confidence?" Sapo inquired quietly. Uncertain, Long Gong's face grew grave. Although he had diligently trained in the eternal spring technique, significantly enhancing his prowess and adding 2 soul rings to his second martial soul, he was still aging and had exhausted his potential. Despite the wonders of the eternal spring technique, he had reached his limit. Thus, he remained merely a title Douluo, and whether he could contend with the Titan giant ape from years past was highly questionable. The disparity between a title Douluo and a mere soul Douluo was immense. Achieving the rank of title Douluo, even at the 91st level, would grant him a fighting chance. However, he was currently at the pinnacle of soul Douluo, having exhausted his potential and unable to surpass that threshold in his lifetime. Confronting a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, a soul beast far stronger than an ordinary title Douluo, was daunting. "I will employ my thunderous techniques. If I can intimidate this beast into retreating, it will be a joyous outcome. If I falter, you must flee with haste." Long Gong communicated discreetly. At that moment, the group witnessed 2 towering trees slowly parting, revealing a colossal figure silently emerging from the shadows. Upon sighting this behemoth, every breath seemed to suspend. It resembled a mountainous entity, its ebony fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight. Even on all fours, its shoulders surpassed 7 meters in height. If it stood upright, it would likely exceed 15 meters. Visually, it appeared to be a blend of an ape and a gorilla, its entire form a dark silhouette save for its lantern-sized eyes gleaming like amber. In the night, its presence was nearly undetectable unless it moved. The creature's physique was extraordinarily robust, its muscular structure more formidable than granite, each bulging muscle resembling small hills. Yet, despite its massive size, it moved without a sound. Even its breath was inaudible. Long Gong, Sapo, and Tang San exchanged glances, their expressions confirming their expectations. Indeed, it was the creature they dreaded, the king of the forest. The Titan giant ape. Zhao Wujie's complexion paled, his heart racing with trepidation. The Titan giant ape was a soul beast renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess, capable of easily contending with 1,000-year-old beasts. The one before him was conservatively estimated to be at least 10,000 years old. How could he possibly stand a chance? Wait, he suddenly recalled the powerful figure lurking in the shadows, and his anxiety abated. Hope surged within him once more. Conversely, he now regarded the Titan giant ape with a sense of sympathy. Poor soul beast, why provoke these formidable little creatures? If the Titan giant ape were merely passing through, it would be one matter. However, if it sought confrontation, Zhao Wujie could only lament its fate. Chapter 68. The Transaction. Esteemed King of the Forest. We harbor no intent to offend. If this is indeed your domain, we are prepared to withdraw immediately, although aware that we are not alone. Zhao Wujie cannot afford to reveal this knowledge. Instead, he must continue to feign ignorance. The Titan great ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words. It merely took a single step forward. Despite it being just one step, the sheer magnitude of its form significantly closed the distance between itself and the others. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. "Beast, how dare you act so brazenly?" The Dragon Lord's hair danced wildly as he held aloft a vibrant green blade of grass, beneath which 5 dark, ancient soul rings radiated an extraordinary aura. Following this, the 5 black soul rings illuminated in succession. The verdant blade of grass began to emanate a dazzling white light, transforming into a breathtaking divine sword. Behold the sword. The Dragon Lord brandished the grass with great force. The sound of a celestial sword echoed through the air. The Titan great ape let out a painful roar. It was then that the onlookers noticed a deep, Gaping wound had appeared on the Titan Great Ape's chest, revealing its writhing innards. Behold the sword. With another swing, a second wound appeared, crossing the first upon its chest. Behold the sword. This strike aimed directly at the Titan Great Ape's head. Roaring in fury, the Titan Great Ape finally reacted, channeling its soul power and evading the deadly cut with a swift movement. Feeling the surge of blood pouring from its wound, its rage intensified. The gravitational field was unleashed without restraint. The surrounding air felt as if it were burdened with over tenfold gravity, rendering everyone nearly immobile. Under this gravitational domain, the entire assembly found themselves unable to move. The Titan Great Ape's innate ability was no trifling matter. As soon as it was activated, it suppressed not only their bodies, but also their soul power. Indeed, had the Dragon Lord overexerted himself? His complexion paled slightly. One gets what one pays for. The 3 sword strikes he had unleashed had consumed considerable soul power, leaving him utterly depleted. Had he been able to wield such formidable strikes without restraint, the Dragon Lord would have no fear of this Titan Great Ape. He would have long since unleashed hundreds of strikes to obliterate the beast. Yet, it remains true that while the Dragon Lord's strikes pose a lethal threat to the Titan Great Ape, even the mightiest attack is futile if it cannot land. Do not be deceived by the Titan Great Ape's size. Do not assume it is slow in its movements. Perhaps among soul beasts of its rank, it is indeed slower, but to the Dragon Lord, a mere Sword Douluo, its speed was astonishing. The previous 2 strikes had taken the Titan Great Ape by surprise, and it was far too easy for it to evade the anticipated 3rd strike. It is over. The Dragon Lord lamented inwardly. Would anyone come to rescue now? Yet indeed, someone did. Old Jack, who had been watching from the shadows, shook his head repeatedly. The Dragon Lord's foundations were simply too shallow. The 5 additional soul rings he possessed ranged between 10 and 20,000 years, limiting their power. Unlike his martial soul, where each ring offered a multiplicative increase in strength, the Dragon Lord's strikes, while formidable, were ultimately constrained. Otherwise, had he delivered the first unexpected blow, the Titan Great Ape would have been cleaved in 2, leaving no opportunity for escape. However, did that girl Xiao Wu and this little monkey already know each other? Old Jack pondered, considering the scarcity of 10,000-year soul beasts and the likelihood of them recognizing one another in the same forest. So, is this little monkey seeking her out? Old Jack shook his head in disbelief. The chaos of soul beasts truly astounds. He then raised his hand and gave a gentle, airy slap. Smack! The Titan Great Ape, which had intended to crush the Dragon Lord with its iron fist for daring to injure it, was sent sprawling backward with a resounding sound, a bright red handprint appearing on its grotesque face. Smack! Another slap. This time, a matching handprint appeared on the opposite side of its face. Boom! The Titan Great Ape's massive body crashed to the ground. Its yellow, crystal-like eyes remained dazed, and with the 2 handprints on its face, it exuded an unexpectedly comical appearance. Begone! A nightmarish voice echoed in its ears. The Titan Great Ape jolted awake, instantly recalling the terror beneath the hooves of that day. It scrambled to its feet and hurriedly fled into the depths of the forest, as if fearing that a moment's delay would result in being flayed and roasted. Clearly, it recognized the identity of the assailant. Why is it leaving? Dai Mubai asked, bewildered. So are we saved? Oscar asked, stunned, as the others began to comprehend the situation. Expressions of relief washed over their faces. Surely, someone had intervened from the shadows. But who could it be? Which elder had lent their aid? I have no idea. Does anyone among us know such a powerful figure? The younger generation murmured amongst themselves. Only the Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, and Zhao Wujia bore inscrutable expressions. Xiao Wu's demeanor was also peculiar. So, he had been with us all along. The Dragon Lord cast a complex glance at Tang San, filled with envy and jealousy. The initial thought that had arisen in his mind had only solidified further. Zhao, may I borrow a moment of your time? He beckoned Zhao Wujia. Of course, Zhao Wujia replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiescing. The 2 stepped aside to whisper, occasionally glancing back at Meng Iran beside the Snake Lady and then at Tang San and the others, their intentions unclear. After a brief discussion, both displayed smiles that indicated a mutually beneficial agreement had been reached, their expressions betraying a hint of something unsavory. Hey, what were you and that elder discussing, Zhao? Why the sinister smiles? It feels rather dubious, Dai Mubai commented, shivering slightly as he leaned closer to Tang San. I have no idea, Tang San replied, shaking his head. Surely they aren't plotting to celebrate their narrow escape with a night of revelry? Ma Hongjun blurted out without forethought. Instantly, the others turned their gazes upon him, their stares laden with shock, disbelief, and a mixture of amusement and exasperation, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling immense pressure for having made a rare jest. Chapter 69, New Classmates. The soul-hunting journey of the Shrek Academy group has concluded triumphantly. Everyone acquired the soul rings they desired. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was favorable, filled with excitement and relief for all. The group made their way home, this time accompanied by the Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, and their grandson. Their intentions remained uncertain. Surely, they did not intend to cause trouble? However, if that were the case, Zhao Wujia would not display such amiability. Though the Shrek 7 were curious, they refrained from asking further questions, as it seemed this was still a fortuitous turn of events. Otherwise, Zhao Wujia would not be smiling so broadly. The party, now consisting of 11 members, included the Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, and their grandson. There was no rush to return to the academy. Instead, they took 2 days to rest in the nearest town, indulging in leisurely exploration and relaxation. The restoration of their soul power and physical strength did not require such an extended period. However, the tension that had enveloped their minds needed time to dissipate. During these 2 days, Tang San and his fellow students refrained from training, spending their days together in revelry and camaraderie. The girls ventured out to shop for local specialties, and even Meng Iran, who had begun to feel a bit out of place, joined in, enjoying their company. After 2 days, the group set off again, and after a day of travel, they arrived safely at the Shrek Academy, located outside Soto City. The sky had darkened, marking the onset of night. Zhao Wujia instructed Tang San and the others to rest first, and he arranged for Meng Iran to stay temporarily in Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. He then took the dragon and snake couple to find the dean, Flinder. That night, it was uncertain what agreement the couple reached with Flinder, but the next day, when they departed, Meng Iran did not accompany them. On the playground, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the other 6 students stood in a line facing Dean Flinder, while Meng Iran stood beside him. The expressions of the onlookers varied, but they could infer her reason for remaining. Today, we have a new student joining our academy, Flinder announced, a broad smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. After discussions with the dragon and snake couple the previous night, Meng Iran was officially enrolled, and the couple had also taken on the title of senior advisors to the academy without any salary obligations. Although Flinder was unaware of the couple's steadfast determination to have Meng Iran enrolled, he speculated it must be related to a powerful figure. Otherwise, why would the illustrious dragon and snake couple go to such lengths to send their granddaughter to this modest academy? Meng Iran, the young girl in question, was surely not unfamiliar to them. She'll be your new classmate, Flinder introduced, pointing at her. Hello, Meng Iran greeted, her expression neutral, clearly displeased about being left here by her grandparents, which reflected in her cold demeanor. Hello, Tang San and the others responded, and the atmosphere remained lukewarm. Meng Iran, join the line, Flinder instructed, prompting her to stand among the other girls. Yes, Meng Iran replied, moving to take her place. With 8 Shrek students now present, the group balanced out with 4 boys and 4 girls. You will be sharing a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing from now on, Flinder stated. Meng Iran nodded, having anticipated this arrangement. Now, I have one more announcement to make. We have a new teacher joining our school, Flinder declared, his approval evident as he nodded. A new teacher? The students murmured in confusion. Flinder wore a mysterious smile and said, the new teacher is waiting for you at the back mountain. You will find your way there. Back mountain? Why there? Although puzzled, the students complied and made their way to the back mountain. Upon arrival, they found a figure waiting, facing away from them. The individual was tall and robust, clad in tight-fitting attire that accentuated bulging muscles, exuding an overwhelming presence even from behind. Sensing their arrival, the figure slowly turned, revealing a pair of piercing eyes that scanned the group. Instinctively, they squinted against the brightness of his gaze, as if staring into the sun, unable to keep their eyes open against the dazzling light. After a moment, they adjusted and could finally discern the man's features. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a fierce visage, disheveled beard, and an imposing stature that radiated an undeniable sense of explosive power. "I'm your new teacher." His deep, resonant voice echoed, commanding attention. "From today onward, I will instruct you on how to become formidable warriors." Under his scrutinizing gaze, the students felt exposed, as if all their secrets were laid bare, eliciting an uncomfortable sensation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Fei, known as the Devil Muscle Man." He continued, "For the upcoming period, I will subject you to rigorous training that may feel akin to hell itself. Should you falter, it could cost you dearly." His ominous tone sent shivers down the spines of those present, hinting at the arduous days that lay ahead. Strange, why does this Zhang Fei seem so familiar? Tang San pondered, bewildered. This new teacher evoked a sense of déjà vu, as if he had known him all along, despite having never met anyone with such a distinctive appearance. Ultimately, Tang San dismissed this feeling as mere illusion, burying it deep within. "Now, each of you will introduce yourselves, your name, age, martial soul, and rank." Zhang Fei, or rather one of old Jack's avatars, instructed. He had assumed this guise to personally guide Tang San, believing that only his direct mentorship could expedite the boy's growth and set him on the right path. "I am Dai Mubai, 15 years old, with the White Tiger martial soul, ranked as a soul sovereign at level 39. The first to introduce himself was Dai Mubai, standing at the far left. Next was Tang San. "I am Tang San, 12 years old, with the blue-silver grass martial soul, ranked as a soul sovereign at level 31. Then came Oscar. "I am Oscar, 14 years old, with the sausage martial soul, ranked as a soul sovereign at level 32. Followed by Ma Hongjun. "I am Ma Hongjun, 12 years old, with the evil fire phoenix martial soul, ranked as a soul sovereign at level 32. After the boys finished, it was the girls' turn. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, with the soft-bone rabbit martial soul, ranked as a great soul master at level 29. Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, with the seven treasure glazed tile martial soul, ranked as a great soul master at level 29. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, with the nethercat martial soul, ranked as a great soul master at level 27. Lastly, Meng Iran introduced herself. Meng Iran, 14 years old, with the snake staff martial soul, ranked as a soul sovereign at level 31. Chapter 70, What is Momentum? "I have a general understanding of your circumstances," old Jack remarked, nodding after hearing their introductions. "Today's first lesson is simple. You must endure under my presence for 1 minute. I will not exert soul pressure or emit killing intent. It will solely be the weight of my pure will. This exercise will test your resolve and spirit of resistance. Can you endure for 1 minute?" His piercing gaze surveyed them all. Yes. The group instinctively straightened up and responded. "Excellent," old Jack said, a faint smile appearing on his face. However, given his formidable appearance, the smile seemed more like the grin of a fearsome beast. Tang San and his companions shivered in apprehension, gazing at their teacher, Zhang Fei, who wore a peculiar smile. "Let's begin." As the words fell, old Jack's gaze sharpened instantly. An invisible aura surged forth, enveloping them like a tidal wave. In the eyes of Tang San and his friends, the imposing figure of teacher Zhang Fei seemed to rise infinitely, transforming into a colossal mountain that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. A profound and heavy pressure descended upon them, akin to being mired in a quagmire or burdened by an insurmountable weight. They trembled uncontrollably, their knees bending as if they were about to collapse to the ground. Is this what true strength feels like? The sheer force of his presence rendered them motionless, devoid of any means to resist. The 8 of them exchanged bitter smiles, recognizing that, merely from the aura alone, Zhang Fei surpassed even Dean Flander by leaps and bounds. They surmised that his soul power must be at least that of a soul Douluo, if not a title Douluo. But it was merely an aura. How could they possibly kneel here at the onset? Faced with unprecedented pressure, their pride surged within them. Each had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. How could they allow themselves to be overwhelmed by mere presence? Such a fate would be too humiliating. Thus, the 8 of them gritted their teeth in defiance, sweat pouring down their bodies, their faces flushed with effort. Old Jack stood silently, observing their reactions. The phenomenon of pressure is indeed enigmatic. It targets only the mind. Although the 8 appeared to be under tremendous strain, it was merely a psychological effect, making them feel as though they were bearing the weight of a mountain. This mental strain manifested physically, leading to their current state. In essence, as long as their will was strong and their spirit resilient, they could see through the illusion and realize that the aura was akin to a gentle breeze, utterly harmless. Of course, when combined with soul power, the aura could create a formidable impact, seemingly unleashing a terrifying shockwave with a mere glare. However, without the requisite cultivation, mere aura would be of no consequence. How could one expect to wield presence as if it were a tangible force capable of influencing reality? Old Jack was releasing only a pure mental aura, devoid of any enhancements, offering only a weighty psychological pressure. Those whose will and spirit were inferior would feel as though they were crushed beneath a great burden. Tang San and his companions found themselves nearly powerless against this mental onslaught, compelled to endure through sheer determination. Old Jack had not unleashed his full aura. He adjusted the pressure to their individual limits, ensuring they would not be overwhelmed entirely. As long as their resolve was steadfast, they could withstand it. Otherwise, had he fully unleashed his aura, their spirits might have been extinguished in an instant. Some might even become vegetative, while others could suffer immediate brain death. Time seemed to stretch interminably for Tang San and his friends as they clung to their resolve, ultimately left with nothing but the mantra of persevere, persevere, persevere. Finally, an indeterminate duration later, the overwhelming pressure receded like a tide, and they were suddenly liberated from the weight pressing down upon them. An unprecedented sense of lightness surged within them, accompanied by an inexplicable fatigue. With a series of dull thuds, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others felt their strength dissipate simultaneously with the retreat of the aura, and they gradually collapsed to the ground. Not bad, Old Jack remarked, satisfied as he observed the unconscious forms of the eight. Their performance in this trial of mental pressure had tested not only their willpower, but also their eligibility for his training. Had any of them faltered or succumbed to the pressure, they would have been deemed unworthy and expelled from the team. He had no inclination to teach those with weak resolve. While talent is undeniably important, mental fortitude is equally crucial in the journey to becoming a formidable warrior. He himself was a testament to this. Despite his lackluster talent, he had persevered through countless trials, emerging stronger through sheer determination. Others might have faltered long before reaching this point, but he, with his indomitable spirit, had never wavered in his belief in his potential. In Old Jack's eyes, mental strength and resolve were, in many respects, more significant than innate talent. Talent could sometimes be compensated for or improved through other means. But if a person's mental fortitude is lacking, they would never attain true strength. During today's assessment, Old Jack discerned that, aside from Tang San, the other 7 possessed the fundamental qualities necessary for growth into formidable warriors. Even the most pampered among them, Ning Rongrong, exhibited a tenacity and pride that defied the odds. Perseverance and resilience are indeed essential attributes for those who aspire to be strong. If an individual gives up easily, abandoning their pursuits midway, it is evident that they will achieve little in the grand scheme of things. The performance of this group today had been commendable, and Old Jack was pleased, deciding to reward them. What should he bestow upon them? Closing his eyes, he directed his thoughts to the vast, otherworldly space he had created for storage, a boundless realm where time stood still. Within this space, items of every conceivable nature were neatly arranged on rows of shelves, including soul bones, divine herbs, and ancient soul-guiding devices. For Old Jack, who stood at the pinnacle of existence, these treasures were little more than collectibles. Beyond the shelves lay mountains larger than Everest, formed entirely of gold soul coins, a wealth beyond compare. What should I reward them with? Old Jack mused as his gaze swept across the space, lingering on shelves labeled with various techniques and treasures. His attention finally settled on one labeled spiritual refinement. Having just endured mental pressure, this would be the ideal choice to hone their spirits. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that their foundational skills were still lacking. His gaze shifted to another shelf labeled Foundation Building, which contained treasures designed to solidify and strengthen one's base. Let's start with this foundation liquid. Old Jack fixed his gaze on the corner of the shelf, where a dozen neatly arranged white jade vials resided. These unique elixirs, concocted from ancient recipes he had acquired during his early years from some long-lost relic, possessed the remarkable ability to purify soul power and solidify one's foundation, making them perfectly suited for the current state of these children. This batch of foundational elixirs consisted of dozens of vials, left over from his past alchemical endeavors, now rendered ineffective for him, yet ripe for repurposing. With a mere thought, he summoned a small vial, which materialized in his hand. He then turned his attention to the 8 unconscious individuals, contemplating before casually waving his hand, causing 8 large cauldrons, each 2 to 3 meters tall, to appear in the surrounding space. These cauldrons were enormous, large enough for a person to immerse themselves within for a bath. When Tang San awoke from his stupor, the first sensation that greeted him was a refreshing medicinal aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he seemed to be submerged in a pale green liquid, the source of that delightful fragrance. He took a moment to assess his surroundings, discovering he was indeed encased within a bronze cauldron, fully immersed. The other 7 individuals were similarly situated, each in their own cauldron, with piles of firewood crackling beneath them. "You're awake," a deep, resonant voice echoed in his ears. Turning his head, Tang San saw the newly arrived teacher, Zhang Fei, adding more firewood beneath Xiao Wu's cauldron, causing the flames to leap higher, as if to boil her alive. "What is Teacher Zhang doing?" he asked, perplexed. "The foundational elixir possesses the efficacy to purify soul power and solidify your foundation," old Jack explained, placing the remaining firewood beneath the cauldron before producing a jade vial. He uncorked it and gently allowed a drop of green liquid to fall into Xiao Wu's bathing cauldron. Instantly, the previously clear water transformed into a pale green hue, mirroring that of Tang San's own elixir bath. "Now that you're awake, begin cultivating and wholeheartedly absorb the medicinal essence," he instructed, glancing back at Tang San. "This elixir is exceedingly precious. If you do not absorb it promptly, it will lose its potency once the essence dissipates." With that, he conjured a collection of herbs, which Tang San recognized as nourishing and neutralizing agents. The elixir he was soaking in also contained some herbs, but these were distinctly tailored to their individual physical conditions, creating a customized concoction for each. At that moment, Dai Mubai, Meng Aran, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others gradually began to awaken. Xiao Wu, however, was the last to regain consciousness. Upon waking, she found herself submerged in a cauldron, next to a burly man with a fearsome countenance, tossing seasonings into the pot. This sight instantly sent her into a frenzy, as a rabbit in her true form. She had often witnessed gruesome scenes of animals being skinned and boiled in the human realm, which haunted her dreams. Thus, the scene before her mirrored her most terrifying nightmares. Prompting an ear-piercing scream, "Third brother, help me!" The high-pitched cry startled the others, who had just awakened and were still disoriented. They quickly realized they too were ensconced in a large cauldron. Initially taken aback, they instinctively stood up. Yet upon calming down, they discovered the water was not boiling hot, but rather pleasantly warm, just right. "Teacher, what is going on?" they inquired, some readying themselves to leap out of the elixir. "This is a unique and precious medicinal liquid." Old Jack rolled his eyes and replied, "It will enhance your talents and purify your soul power. I'm the only one on the entire continent who possesses such an elixir. Had you not passed the trials, you wouldn't even be able to soak in it. And you, little rabbit, stop your screeching." He turned to Xiao Wu, who was still wailing, and warned, "Scream again, and I'll truly boil you." The sound ceased immediately. Xiao Wu fell silent, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with terror, as if staring at some dreadful demon. "Now, while you're soaking in the elixir, begin your cultivation to better absorb its power," old Jack commanded, his gaze sharp. At his authoritative tone, everyone froze momentarily before obediently settling back down, their bodies submerged in the elixir while only their heads remained above the surface. Normally, one should remove all clothing to absorb such medicinal liquids more effectively. But he hesitated with the girls, adhering to conventions of modesty. As everyone began to meditate, they discovered a profound sense of ease washing over them, their bodies feeling light as if shedding weight, gradually entering a deep meditative state. Even Xiao Wu, typically the most restless, found herself entering a state of tranquility. Old Jack nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to the nearby forest to gather firewood. The medicinal liquid required the heat of flames to extract its potency. As for the concern of boiling them alive, that was an impossibility. The heat was absorbed by the elixir, which would only ever reach a comfortably warm state, never scalding. Unless the essence was fully absorbed, the liquid would remain at a level bearable for all. How could an ancient elixir formula fail to consider such a situation? Chapter 72. A sudden rise of 3 levels. Bang! Old Jack approached a towering tree, several dozen meters high, and struck its trunk with his palm. Crack! The tree began to crumble and splinter with a cacophony of cracking sounds, ultimately leaving behind a neatly stacked pile of firewood. This strike utilized pure physical strength, without the aid of soul power, merely exerting an invisible force to shatter the tree. Such a feat would be impossible without absolute control over one's body and mastery of force. To an expert, witnessing this would be nothing short of astounding. After returning with another bundle of firewood and adding it beneath the 8 cauldrons, all that remained was to wait. Old Jack casually extracted a recliner and settled down, prepared to observe the 8 individuals, ensuring no unforeseen mishaps occurred. A day and night later, once the medicinal power had been entirely absorbed, the group opened their eyes in unison, revitalized. Notably, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, both originally at level 29, had absorbed the elixir's potent essence, propelling them directly to level 30. Without any side effects, their foundations now more solid than ever. Among the group, Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially possessed the weakest strength, had leapt from level 27 to level 30 after her medicinal bath, qualifying her to obtain a soul ring. This was due to old Jack's consideration for her status as the weakest and a familiar face. He had intentionally added more precious herbs to her soak, enabling her significant leap in power. Awake? Awaken and step out. Do you wish to be boiled alive? Old Jack chuckled as he observed the astonished expressions of the group, who were momentarily taken aback by their own transformations. At that moment, they realized that the once warm water was rapidly turning scalding hot. They leaped from the cauldron, splashing water everywhere. Although the essence of the medicinal liquid had been nearly fully absorbed, the flames beneath the cauldron continued to blaze, naturally increasing the water temperature. After everyone had exited, old Jack casually waved his hand, extinguishing the roaring flames, and the 8 large cauldrons, now glowing red, cooled instantly before being stored away for future use. Old Jack looked up at the sky and then addressed the group. Let's take a moment to recuperate today. Formal lessons will commence tomorrow. You are free to engage in activities at your leisure. With that, he vanished into thin air, disregarding the reactions of the students. At this juncture, Tang San and his fellow students began to discuss their experiences. Hey Dai, how many levels have you gained? Tang San inquired. As for me, my level hasn't increased, but I can feel my soul power has become far more refined. Moreover, my ability to circulate and absorb soul power is significantly swifter than before. What about you all? Dai Mubai responded, clenching his fists and relishing the exhilarating sensation that coursed through his body, as if he had been reborn. He couldn't help but smile, realizing that his recent cultivation of the White Tiger's heartless decision had made him somewhat unstable, even causing his soul power to feel a bit unsteady. However, after this medicinal bath, his previously wavering soul power had regained its stability. The impurities within him were purged, and even his spirit felt remarkably refreshed. His current state was nothing short of optimal. I feel the same as Dai, while my soul power hasn't increased. It is indeed more refined, and the speed of absorption has also improved. Kind, Ima Ongjun. I am in a similar position. Oscar concurred. It was evident that their natural talents had indeed been enhanced by the medicinal bath. Meanwhile, among the girls, 4 of them huddled together, whispering excitedly. I've leveled up to 30. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice tinged with delight. I've also gained a level. Xiao Wu added, marveling at her body's transformation. Congratulations on your advancement. Once you acquire a soul ring, you can become a soul master like me. Meng Iran smiled, offering her encouragement. Although her soul power had not increased, its purity had certainly improved, and she sensed that her cultivation speed was also accelerating. I've advanced by 3 levels. Zhu Zhuqing, somewhat dazed, declared as she felt the changes within her soul power, incredulity evident in her voice. Now, I am at level 30, just like you all. What? You've advanced by 3 levels? The other 3 girls gasped, looking at her in disbelief. Ning Rongrong, somewhat anxious, asked, such a rapid increase in levels must leave your soul power feeling unstable. Do you feel any discomfort? That teacher Zhang is too excessive. How could he administer such a growth-accelerating potion to you? Meng Yiran frowned, concerned. Situations like this, where someone suddenly gained multiple levels of soul power, if not from acquiring a soul ring, were often indicative of a substance that sacrifices future potential for a fleeting surge, a dangerous growth-promoting drug. Such potions existed in their families, but they were reserved for those who had neglected their cultivation, middle-aged individuals whose potential had already been exhausted. It was a form of waste recycling. After using such a potion, individuals would find their lifelong achievements capped, with no further progress in their soul power, a perilous and reckless remedy. No, you all misunderstand Teacher Zhang. Zhu Zhuqing clarified after a moment of reflection, shaking her head. I can feel that my soul power is more refined than ever. Moreover, it feels remarkably stable, as if these 3 levels I gained were earned through years of diligent training. There is no sense of instability whatsoever. On the contrary, I feel better than ever. How is that possible? The other 3 girls expressed their disbelief. How could there exist a substance that allows someone to advance 3 levels without any side effects? Such a miraculous item. We've never even heard of it. Suddenly, the 3 girls recalled Teacher Zhang's earlier words. This medicinal liquid is extraordinarily precious. It can enhance your talents and purify your soul power. Only I possess such a liquid on the entire continent. Had you not passed the test, you wouldn't even have had the chance to soak in it. Could it be that what that teacher said was true? Despite their lingering skepticism, the evidence was undeniable. The liquid they had just immersed themselves in truly was an exceptionally rare elixir. Perhaps it was indeed the case that only that teacher possessed it. After all, with their backgrounds, they had never even heard of such a spirit medicine. Chapter 73, The Trial Space. The following day, the 8 Shrek Academy students reconvened at the back mountain, forming a line. By this point, they were completely convinced of the new teacher Zhang's abilities. A slap followed by a sweet date. Old Jack was well aware of this principle. He had first intimidated them with his imposing presence and then solidified their foundations with the foundational elixir, making them realize the benefits of learning under him, thus paving the way for seamless instruction ahead. Your performance yesterday was commendable, and you barely passed my test. Old Jack surveyed the group, his gaze piercing. Where his eyes fell, everyone instinctively averted their gaze, as his stare was blinding, akin to staring directly at the sun, causing their eyes to sting painfully. Seeing the students averse to looking back at him, he nodded in satisfaction and continued. Today, we shall commence formal instruction. Before we begin, I must clarify one point. At this moment, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and the other 8 students finally adjusted to his searing gaze, managing to meet his eyes. The training you are about to undertake will be incredibly arduous, beyond your wildest imaginations. There is a significant risk that you may lose your lives during this training. He emphasized the gravity of their situation. Once we commence, there will be no opportunity to withdraw. Now, I grant you one final chance. Those wishing to leave may do so now. Those who wish to stay, remain. After Old Jack's words, the 8 students exchanged glances, each assessing the others, yet ultimately, none chose to depart. They were all prodigies. How could they allow themselves to be frightened away by what sounded like a terrifying training regimen? If that were the case, they might as well return to their rural homes to farm. Observing that none of them moved, their expressions resolute and determined, Old Jack displayed a satisfied smile. Very well. If that is the case, let us begin. As his words fell, a small tower appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed to the side. Boom! The moment the small tower landed, it emitted a deep, resonating sound, causing the surrounding earth to tremble, indicating that its weight was far greater than it appeared. Next, the small tower began to grow in size, swiftly transforming into a towering structure over 100 meters high. The tower had 4 levels, and as the 8 students observed closely, they noted that its ancient design bore a resemblance to Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, exuding both beauty and intricacy. This tower was named the Heavenly and Earthly Profound Yellow Linglong Tower, and within it lay a unique training space. You will now enter this tower to undergo training. Old Jack turned to gaze at the towering structure, standing 100 meters tall, and remarked with a hint of indifference. This tower comprises 4 levels, and it is evident that there are 4 formidable trials. Once you enter, you must conquer all 4 challenges. Otherwise, you will never emerge. With that, a portal at the base of the colossal tower opened, revealing an abyss of darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Tang San and his companions stared at the ominous entrance, an involuntary shiver creeping up their spines. They instinctively sensed it as a place fraught with peril. What? Are you afraid? Old Jack turned around, fixing his piercing gaze on the 8 individuals, his voice cold. If you are afraid, you might as well leave. A bunch of cowards, don't waste my time here. Who says we're afraid? Xiao Wu retorted, unable to contain herself. We're not scared at all. Ning Rongrong chimed in. Exactly. Who dares to say we are afraid? Meng Iran echoed. Even Zhu Zhuqing, usually reserved, displayed a hint of indignation, her expression suggesting she was on the verge of exclaiming something fierce. Well then, if you are courageous, proceed, Old Jack gestured invitingly. Yet, the group remained motionless. Aren't you fearless? A sardonic smile crept across his face. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, then looked towards Oscar and Ma Hongjun, their eyes locking in silent agreement. Finally, Dai Mubai took the lead, striding confidently towards the tower. Tang San followed closely, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun trailing behind, observing the 4 boys advancing. The remaining 4 girls exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, decided to follow suit. As they drew nearer to the dark entrance, Dai Mubai felt an escalating tremor coursing through him, a primal instinct warning him of impending danger. It incessantly urged him to halt. Do not proceed. Entering would surely lead to an irretrievable fate. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more his rational mind resisted the urge to stop. If he could not conquer this modicum of fear, how could he ever hope to defeat his brother, Davis? Surrendering to cowardice would only lead him to a life of indulgence, akin to a pig being pampered in a lavish lifestyle. Such a life was not one he desired. His heart would not permit him to succumb to such weakness. 1 step, 2 steps, he inched closer to the gaping darkness until it loomed before him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, shut his eyes, and plunged into the abyss. With their leader taking the plunge, the remaining 7 followed suit, leaping in like ducks into a muck pit. Soon, all 8 had disappeared within. After their entry, the portal at the tower's base closed once more. Old Jack waved his hand, and the towering structure gradually diminished in size, eventually hovering into his palm, transforming into an ancient mirror amidst a radiant glow. This artifact was known as the Kunlun Mirror. It was not the legendary mirror of myth, but rather a soul guide device crafted by Old Jack himself. In his youth, while traversing the continent, he inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient ruin and discovered the long-lost crafting techniques for such devices. To Old Jack, these soul guide devices were akin to the magical artifacts of a previous life, possessing wondrous capabilities. After acquiring the knowledge, he kept it to himself, diligently honing his craft and, with an almost supernatural insight, innovated numerous extraordinary soul guide devices. These devices had aided him immensely during his weaker days, helping him navigate countless life-threatening situations. Even his first spirit ring was attained through the use of a soul guide device. Otherwise, how could a mere level 10 spirit master defeat a throng of 3,000-year-old bamboo spirits? It was not merely a matter of luck. The Kunlun Mirror in Old Jack's possession was the most powerful soul guide device he had ever crafted, a culmination of all his resources, imbued with extraordinary functions beyond imagination. This mirror contained a miniature world within, virtually indistinguishable from the outside realm. As a soul guide device, it was naturally controllable. With a mere thought, Old Jack could manipulate the myriad rules of this small world, creating diverse environments and altering the flow of time, wielding powers akin to that of deities. Unfortunately, he could only govern the miniature world within the Kunlun Mirror and must rely on the device itself. He did not possess such abilities independently. Otherwise, manipulating even a small world would pose no challenge to achieving divinity. As Dai Mubai stepped into the dark void, he immediately felt an immense force pulling him forward, as if he were drawn into a vortex, spinning uncontrollably. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. Time passed unmeasured until, upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a peculiar space, surrounded by a blinding whiteness, akin to being atop the clouds, with a vast platform beneath them. They had landed on this very platform, which was littered with bodies. "Boss Dai, you're awake too." Tang San's voice reached his ears, indicating he had roused a bit earlier. Gradually, the others began to awaken, murmuring softly. "Where are we? It feels like we're in the sky. Is this cloud surrounding us? Is the platform floating above?" as confusion enveloped them. A booming voice resonated from above. Trial space. First challenge. The endless staircase. Commencing now. All trial participants, prepare yourselves. With the resounding announcement, they noticed the mist before them dissipate, revealing a long staircase of white jade extending upward, its destination shrouded in mystery. Should we ascend? Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at her companions. I believe we are meant to traverse this staircase. Completing it should signify our success, Meng Yiran suggested. The others nodded in agreement, as the implication was unmistakable. Meanwhile, in the outside world, old Jack lounged lazily in a grand chair, the Kunlun mirror standing at an angle on the table before him, displaying images as if it were a television, capturing every movement of the group. With a bucket of popcorn in hand, old Jack enjoyed the spectacle, his gaze fixed on the mirror-esque display, embodying the essence of leisure. Arrayed before him were various snacks, all obtained through points he had redeemed, a testament to his indulgent lifestyle, as these everyday items were remarkably inexpensive, allowing him to feast for decades without exhaustion. Nostalgia enveloped old Jack as he munched on popcorn, occasionally taking sips from his cola, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. This is life. The combination of cola and popcorn evoked memories of his past, reminiscent of the pitiful scenes when he and his single companions would flock to cinemas. The recollection of his former life made him feel as though he had regained his youth. Long ago, after Tang San broke through the 30th level, old Jack received a system notification awarding him 10,000 points. Eagerly, he utilized these points to heal all his injuries, freeing himself from any threat to his life. He was left with a mere 1,100 points, which was far from sufficient to enhance his strength. The coveted Universal Angel series was beyond his reach, so he refrained from redeeming anything else, opting instead to purchase some snacks unavailable in this world to satisfy his cravings. Old Jack had previously inquired about the system's functionality regarding the consolidation of divine positions with points. 100,000 points could directly coalesce into a third-level deity's position, 500,000 points into a second-level deity's position, 1 million points into a first-level deity's position, and finally, 10 million points could grant him the position of a law enforcement deity, often referred to as the Divine King. The sea god was categorized as a first-level deity, second only to the Divine King of the law enforcement realm. This indicated that if old Jack wished to rescue Poseidon, he must at least attain the status of a first-level deity or even a Divine King. In the absence of the system, old Jack had contemplated adhering to the world's rules, diligently gathering faith to solidify his divine position. He understood that he could not oppose the world's regulations alone. Compliance was his only option. However, with the system that transcended the confines of this world, old Jack began to disdain the deity hierarchy of this realm, for his strength was largely self-created. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the games-like rules of the Douluo world, he would have already ascended to immortality in other martial arts realms. Why would he toil endlessly to collect millennia of faith to attain some trifling divine position? To be frank, given his mediocre martial soul, even if he painstakingly amassed a millennium of faith, the highest position he could achieve would undoubtedly be the most basic third-level deity. He could never ascend to the first level like the sea god due to the inadequacies of his martial soul and its limited potential. Thus, old Jack's disdain for the Douluo world's soul ring system stemmed not only from its game-like nature and lack of rigor, but also from the fact that his mediocre martial soul set a ceiling on his capabilities. Should he insist on adhering to the soul ring system, the energy and resources required to strengthen himself would be unfathomable to others, an utter waste. In summary, within the power structure of Douluo, old Jack's qualifications were abysmal. Yet, in other systems such as martial arts or cultivation, he possessed a significant advantage. The energy expended would be minimal, with far greater returns in the future. Furthermore, with the system granting him transcendence over worldly limitations, he could eventually traverse myriad realms and revel in various worlds. Old Jack would be foolish to confine his power system to this game-like world. Wouldn't the paths of martial arts or immortal cultivation be far more appealing? Within the system's vast exchange store, there existed an array of martial arts and cultivation manuals from other worlds, each more diverse than the last. Old Jack resolved that once he accumulated sufficient points, he would exchange for these tomes to gain insight, assured that such wisdom would undoubtedly enhance his martial prowess, paving a path that transcended the rules of this world. At that time, he could rightfully claim the title of martial ancestor. Chapter 75, The Endless Stairway. In the Kunlun Mirror Trial Space. The first challenge presented itself, the endless stairway. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and 6 others found themselves on an immense platform, gazing at the colossal staircase that seemed to stretch into the heavens. After exchanging glances, they stepped forward in unison towards the stairs. Upon stepping onto the white jade staircase, a heavy sensation enveloped them. Even their breathing became labored, as if the gravitational pull was significantly intensified. Most importantly, they discovered that their soul power was rendered useless. I knew it wouldn't be so simple, Dai Mubai gasped, taking deep breaths to gradually acclimatize to the sudden increase in gravity. The other 7 were similarly affected, panting heavily as they adjusted to the gravitational change. Under such intense gravity, traversing the staircase without the aid of soul power was arduous. If I am not mistaken, this challenge tests our physical endurance and willpower, Tang San remarked, catching his breath. I wonder how long this staircase is. It can't possibly be endless, right? Ma Hongjun panted. Who knows? Let's just keep going. We can't quit halfway, Oscar chimed in. Indeed, they agreed, and thus, the 8 began to ascend the staircase step by step, gradually moving higher. In the beginning, the gravity made their progress extremely difficult, but as they adapted, their heavy breathing began to subside. Each step became increasingly challenging, and without the ability to amplify their physical capabilities with soul power, the weakest among them, Ning Rongrong, faltered after only 10 steps. That's enough. I need a break. Em exhausted, she exclaimed, unable to bear the strain any longer. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such hardship. Even her training was moderate. But this relentless ascent under crushing gravity was torture. Most maddening was the inability to utilize soul power to alleviate her fatigue. Managing to hold out until now was a significant feat for her. Meanwhile, the boys, having advanced significantly ahead of Ning Rongrong, glanced back at her but continued their ascent. Among them, Tang San led with 26 steps, followed by Dai Mubai with 23, then Oscar with 21, and finally Ma Hongjun with 20 steps. Among the girls, Meng Yiran had progressed the furthest with 24 steps, ahead of Dai Mubai by 1 step, followed by Zhu Zhuqing with 21, Xiao Wu with 18, and Ning Rongrong with 10. From this, it was evident how martial souls influenced each individual's physical prowess. Soon, Xiao Wu, too, could no longer continue and, like Ning Rongrong, sat down on the steps. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit shortly after, and moments later, Meng Yiran joined them. This challenge merely required them to complete the staircase without utilizing soul power, and there were no restrictions against resting midway. However, the boys persisted, determined to discover their limits. 30 steps, 35 steps, 40 steps, 50. Finally, Tang San halted, acutely aware that his body had reached its threshold. A single additional step could result in injury from excessive fatigue. At this point, he had reached his limits. He gazed upward at the seemingly endless staircase, then turned to look at Dai Mubai, who lagged behind by more than 10 steps and had already seated himself to rest. He too settled down on the steps and began to silently circulate the spirit turtle tranquil sea technique. He discovered that although he could not employ his soul power to amplify his physical strength or alleviate his fatigue while ascending the stairs, once he paused to rest, there were no restrictions. He could utilize his soul power to restore his physical weariness. Tang San closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged as he quietly practiced his technique. He felt the soul power flowing within him, continuously nourishing his body, which was exhausted from the gravitational pressure. Gradually, he began to regain his vitality. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find that his physical condition had subtly improved in such a brief moment. Remarkably, every part of his body had experienced this enhancement. Even the toes, typically the most difficult to train, along with his internal organs, had benefited from the comprehensive coverage of gravity, receiving a workout. This was the marvel of gravity. No matter how comprehensive the training methods might be in daily life, there are invariably areas of the body that remain untouched. At this moment, the influence of gravity became apparent, as if an added weight enveloped him, providing a thorough exercise for both the inner and outer body. This endless staircase was indeed a treasure for body refinement. It was clear that others had also recognized the secret of this staircase. Even the pampered Ning Rongrong ceased her complaints. After recovering from her fatigue, she resumed her ascent in silence. How long had passed, step by step? A loud growl resonated from stomach. It was evident that someone was hungry. Ningrongrong, embarrassed, covered her small belly, her cheeks flushed. As the weakest among the eight, she had actually felt hunger long before, but was too shy to mention it. Seeing the others work so diligently. Rongrong, are you hungry? Xiao Wu, nearest to her, did not tease her, as she too was feeling a bit peckish. She called out loudly to the boys far ahead. Hey, boys up there, does anyone have food? Tang San and the others paused momentarily, realizing they had overlooked this aspect. They had not brought any provisions, and it seemed there was no food in sight. While short-term hunger could be manageable, prolonged deprivation would lead even soul masters to starvation. Ultimately, their gazes converged on Oscar. As a food-type soul master, he was just a person for the job. He could conjure sausages to satisfy their hunger. Just as Oscar understood the implication and was about to summon sausages, a radiant beam of light suddenly shot forth from the horizon. This beam shimmered in brilliant golden hues, striking directly into Ning Rongrong's body. An indescribable sense of relief compelled her to close her eyes. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes, astonished to find her hunger had vanished. In its place was a satisfying fullness, and even her physical fatigue had dissipated entirely. Chapter 76, The Second Trial. Rongrong, how do you feel? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. I no longer feel hungry, Ning Rongrong replied, stroking her flat stomach in astonishment. Moreover, I feel better than ever. How extraordinary! What could that beam of light be? Xiao Wu wondered in surprise. Just then, her stomach also began to rumble. Coincidentally, another golden beam descended from the sky, merging into her body. Xiao Wu gently closed her eyes, savoring the ethereal sensation, as if riding the clouds. All fatigue and hunger vanished. Moments latte. As the golden light faded, Xiao Wu opened her eyes and curiously touched her flat stomach, exclaiming, It's true. I'm not hungry anymore. Meng Yiran, who had been observing for some time, remarked, perhaps this light appears when we are hungry to replenish the nutrients our bodies need. It seems that as we traverse this endless staircase, we do not require food. We merely need to keep ascending. If this is indeed the case, then this light is absolutely essential for us. Oscar noted, if it were just about food, my sausages could suffice for our needs. However, consuming food inevitably leads to physiological requirements. While it may not concern us men should the need arise, what about you ladies? Meng Yiran, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. Hearing this, the four girls' expressions changed. Though they all claimed to be little fairies, they were not truly divine beings. As mortals, they too had to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Initially, they hadn't considered this aspect, but after Oscar's reminder, they realized that without this light, even if the issue of food were resolved, the question of physiological needs would be a dilemma. Would they truly have to resolve such matters on the endless staircase? The thought was too daunting for the girls to contemplate. Fortunately, the light was there. Meanwhile, in the outside world, old Jack munched on chips with one hand and held a soda in the other, watching the discussions of the group through the Kunlun mirror. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, given that this trial was set, how could they possibly overlook such a fundamental issue? The nourishing golden light not only replenished the body's necessary moisture, vitamins, and nutrients, but also subtly unlocked human potential and fortified the foundation of soul power. Consider it a hidden benefit he provided for them. This first trial of the endless staircase was designed to test their willpower and to strengthen their bodies. Its purpose was to cultivate their physical robustness. Moreover, this staircase was in fact endless. Though it appeared to ascend infinitely, it was a circular loop. In other words, regardless of how many steps one took, upon reaching a certain threshold, one would silently return to the starting point. This cycle would continue indefinitely, forever leading them to believe they were making progress while, in reality, they remained stationary. Hence, it was aptly named the Endless Staircase. The trial did not expect them to complete it. Its primary function was to temper their will and refine their bodies. Once their physiques reached an acceptable standard, they would automatically proceed to the second trial. It can be said that old Jack truly exerted great effort in nurturing these children. Within the Kunlun mirror's endless staircase, after a brief respite, the group resumed their ascent. Indeed, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others soon basked in the baptism of golden light, fully revitalized. This confirmed their suspicions that traversing this staircase posed no concerns regarding consumption or sustenance. Initially, they had harbored some worries, but now that these concerns had dissipated, they felt liberated to focus entirely on their journey up the staircase. In the realm of the endless staircase, there was no concept of day or night. Thus, the group lost track of how much time had passed or how many steps they had climbed. They only knew that their physical prowess had vastly improved. Take Ning Rongrong as an example. Previously, she could only manage 10 steps at a time, but now she could ascend 60 steps in one breath. One could only imagine how much stronger she had become. Admittedly, the continuous ascent was rather monotonous. However, each time they paused to rest and utilized their soul power to alleviate fatigue, they could feel their physical strength incrementally enhancing. It is this tangible enhancement that continually inspires everyone to persevere, and persevere again. Even the most pampered among them, Ning Rongrong, has never uttered a word of complaint. She understands all too well the significance of a robust physique for a soul master, given her dual martial souls. Since childhood, Ning Fengji has often reminded her that only by possessing a formidable body can she later attach sufficient soul rings to her second martial soul. Otherwise, if her constitution is too weak, even if the second martial soul can attach soul rings, they will not be of high quality. It might even lead to a situation where, despite having the requisite level, her body is incapable of bearing the soul rings. Thus, in the face of the endless staircase that can comprehensively enhance her physique, she, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity, endures the pain and persists. In the outside world, a month has passed since the group entered the Kunlun Mirror. The Kunlun Mirror can adjust the flow of time between the inside and outside. So while only a month has elapsed externally, within the internal realm, the group has already traversed the endless staircase for 3 months. Seeing that everyone's physiques have been sufficiently tempered and that he is quite satisfied with their performance, Old Jack decides to allow them to pass the first trial and proceed to the second. Within the Kunlun Mirror, a grand voice suddenly booms. The group, who had been ascending the stairs, comes to an abrupt halt. Trial space, first test, endless staircase. Assessment complete. All participants have passed. You are about to enter the second trial. Please prepare yourselves. After 3 months, upon hearing this voice again, Tang San and the others feel a sense of disorientation, particularly upon learning that they have passed the first trial and are about to enter the second. They find themselves not rejoicing, but rather feeling an insatiable desire to continue walking. The sensation of their physiques being constantly enhanced is simply too exhilarating. However, the Kunlun Mirror does not concern itself with their feelings. It directly transports them to the second trial. Buzz! The group suddenly feels as if they're stepping into thin air. Then they experience that familiar sensation of swirling dizziness. Everyone feels as though they are caught in a vortex, spinning and disoriented, unable to discern north from south. Second trial, fleeting illusion. In a state of confusion, the group hears this voice. The first trial, the endless staircase, was about strengthening the body, while the second trial, the fleeting illusion, focuses on honing the heart. In this trial, the 8 will find themselves ensnared in illusions, confronting their deepest fears. If they cannot face their inner weaknesses and overcome them to break free from the illusion, they will be forever trapped in a nightmarish cycle, endlessly repeating. First is Xiaowu. In the illusion, she is completely unaware that she is in a dream, even forgetting that she is undergoing a trial. The illusion she faces is of a day when her identity as a soul beast is exposed. All those who once treated her kindly, friends, teachers, and even her beloved third brother, now display grotesque smiles, intent on killing her for her soul ring. In the illusion, Xiaowu frantically flees, pursued by those once close to her, their faces twisted with greed and malice. Next is Zhu Zhuqing. The illusion she faces shows Dai Mubai abandoning her to flee. While she is captured by her family, left alone to confront her fierce sister and the ruthless Dai Wei, Dai Mubai as brother. Alone, pitiful, small, and helpless, Zhu Zhuqing can only tremble in fear as she watches the two. Then comes Ning Rongrong. In her illusion, one day, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School encounters a formidable opponent. Her most cherished elders, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, and her father are all slain. The entire sect is annihilated. Only she escapes, wandering alone across the continent. No longer is she the esteemed heiress of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but rather an orphan left destitute, unable to afford even a meal, as those who once flattered her now revel in her misfortune, ridiculing and mocking her in her time of despair, pushing Ning Rongrong to the brink of mental collapse. The others face similar illusions, all confronting their gravest fears. Dai Mubai dreams of a final confrontation with his brother when he comes of age, ultimately being killed without the power to resist. Tang San dreams of the Tang sect, while Meng Yiran and the others become enmeshed in their own nightmares, repeatedly facing their greatest fears. In the outside world, Old Jack holds the Kunlun mirror, its surface divided into 8 segments, each displaying the illusions faced by the group. Observing their distressing performances, Old Jack realizes that this second trial will be a true test of endurance. 2 months later, trial space, second trial, fleeting illusion. All participants have passed. You are about to enter the 3rd trial. Tang San and the others hear this voice, and then their vision blurs. When they open their eyes again, they are greeted by a sky of blue and white clouds, and upon surveying their surroundings, they find themselves seemingly within an ancient forest reminiscent of the Soul Beast Forest. The 8 have finally emerged from the illusion. After what feels like countless cycles within the illusion, their sudden return leaves them in a state of bewilderment, unable to distinguish reality from the remnants of the dream. It is only when a grand voice resonates that they regain clarity. Trial space. 3rd trial, wilderness survival. Survive here for 3 years. Achieve at least level 50 as Soul Kings. 3 years to reach level 50? How is that possible? Ningrongrong exclaims. And the others' expressions grow grave. It is well known that as one progresses, the difficulty of leveling up increases. Currently, they are merely at level 30, and to elevate themselves to level 50 within 3 short years seems an almost unattainable task. The most pressing concern, however, is the issue of soul rings. How will they obtain soul rings to level up? Meng Yiran voices the group's greatest worry. Look, over there are soul beasts. Ma Hongjun suddenly points into the distance. Following his gaze, the group indeed spots a large herd of bovine soul beasts drinking from a nearby lake. These are great horn cattle, aged between 10 to 100 years. After observing them, Tang San remarks, since there are soul beasts here, it seems this place is akin to an artificially created soul beast forest, where some soul beasts have been captured and raised. We need not worry about soul rings during our 3 years here. Everyone breathes a collective sigh of relief. It is a comfort to know that there are soul beasts here, or else hope would be utterly extinguished. Turning to the 3 women, Tang San says, you have all been at level 30 for some time now. Let's assist you in obtaining soul rings first. All right, the 3 women readily agree. However, Xiao Wu's expression is slightly uneasy, for she, being a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, does not require killing soul beasts to acquire soul rings. She can condense her own. If the others witness her creating a soul ring, her true identity would undoubtedly be revealed. It seems she will need to find an opportunity to discreetly condense her soul ring later. The 8 slowly make their way into the depths of the forest. Surrounded by exotic flowers and strange grasses, with various small animals scurrying about, forming a complete ecological chain, they discovered that the environment here bore almost no difference from the outside world as starry forest, coupled with the sun shining in the blue sky and white clouds. Had they not known that this space was formed within the exquisite Linglong Pagoda, one might easily mistake it for the external world. Speaking of which, who exactly is this Zhang Fei, the esteemed teacher? Along the way, Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim in admiration. To possess such a treasure is unclear, but one can be certain that the identity of this teacher is anything but ordinary. It must be someone of great renown, Ning Rongrong said solemnly. Perhaps even the name Zhang Fei is merely an arbitrary fabrication. The others exhibited expressions of agreement. Yet only Tang San and Meng Yiran displayed a peculiar look, as if they had already begun to form speculations about the true identity of this teacher, based on previous encounters. Could it possibly be their master, great-grandfather? Tang San and Meng Yiran pondered. Long Gong and Shipa had already revealed to Meng Yiran the purpose of her stay here when they had asked her to remain, even disclosing their lineage and the origins of the weed's martial soul to their granddaughter. Thus, Meng Yiran learned that the legendary Sword God Douluo was, by generation, her great-grandfather, Moreover, this seemingly unimposing Tang San was, in fact, a disciple of her great-grandfather. If one were to delve into the details, Tang San's standing is equivalent to that of her grandfather. By lineage, she might even have to address him as grandfather, although in reality, Meng Iran would never do so. How could she address someone younger than herself as grandfather? That would be beneath her dignity. Chapter 78, The Third Trial Outside. Old Jack held a mirror, observing the individuals searching for soul beasts within the forest. After contemplating, he decided to subtly assist them by driving suitable soul beasts towards them. Although the Kunlun realm contained a small world, it was not a true world capable of conjuring life from nothing. Hence, Old Jack captured some soul beasts from the outside and released them inside as seeds, gradually forming a complete ecological chain within this little world. As of now, soul beasts of thousands of years abound in this realm. In terms of soul beast variety, it is hardly inferior to that of the outside world, making it exceedingly simple to find suitable soul beasts for them. Be cautious. Tang San suddenly halted. The others followed his gaze forward. It saw no trace of any soul beast. However, trusting him instinctively, everyone began to focus and remain vigilant. Tang San's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. Under the influence of his tiger phantom eyes, he could clearly discern a vague shadow in an inconspicuous corner ahead. He intensified his soul power. At last, the indistinct shadow became utterly clear in his vision. He finally recognized the true visage of that mysterious creature and realized what the shadow was. It was the ghost shadow scorpion. Tang San's expression grew solemn as he spoke. This type of soul beast excels in camouflage, possesses remarkable speed, and is accompanied by potent venom. Its entire being is laced with toxins, especially its tail, which harbors the strongest poison. One must be exceedingly cautious of its scorpion tail. This ghost shadow scorpion is approximately 2,006 to 2,800 years old, making it quite suitable as your third soul ring. He turned to the usually taciturn Zhu Zhuqing. Typically, a soul master's third soul ring absorbs around 1,800 years. 2,800 years is evidently quite high. However, given their prior experience on the endless steppes, their physical qualities have significantly improved, and with the mental fortitude gained from the previous trial, they have overcome their inner fears. In both physical and mental states, they far surpass the ordinary. Therefore, Tang San judged that Zhu Zhuqing absorbing this soul ring, close to 3,000 years old, should pose no issues. It may even prove to be remarkably effortless. After all, as long as one meets the physical and mental standards, absorbing a higher-tier soul ring is hardly a challenge. He himself is the best testament to this. Nevertheless, out of respect for Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San sought her opinion first. This soul beast is around 2,006 to 800 years in age. There are certain risks associated with absorbing it, though the potential rewards are substantial. Of course, if you prefer a lower-year soul beast, that is also an option. No need. Let us go with this one. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Very well. At that moment, Dai Mubai spoke. Let us formulate a plan first. We'll act together to capture this soul beast. The ghost shadow scorpion is extraordinarily swift. Once it moves, it resembles a phantom, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Moreover, it possesses the ability to conceal itself, adapting its color to blend in with its surroundings, achieving a near-invisibility effect. Tang San began to explain the details of this soul beast. Thus, if the ghost shadow scorpion wishes to flee, we would be unable to stop it at this moment. Normally, only by catching it off guard can we secure a decisive blow. However, since we aim to acquire its soul ring, we must devise a way to encircle it, allowing Zhuqing to deliver the fatal blow. The group commenced strategizing their battle plan. Moments later, the plan was established. They began to disperse, subtly surrounding the soul beast in the center. Of course, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the two support types, did not engage in the battle, instead retreating to avoid any accidental harm or inadvertently hindering their companions. Tiger Roar, Sonic Wave. Roar. Tang San took the lead, unleashing a furious roar. A visible sound wave surged forth like lightning towards that location. Crackle. An eerie sound suddenly emerged. Where the sound wave reached, an area that appeared unremarkable suddenly twisted, and then began to blur, revealing a pitch-black scorpion. This scorpion measured approximately 0.5 meters in length, entirely black, save for its pincers and the segmented, venomous tail, which glimmered with a faint azure glow. Remarkably, after being struck by a sound wave intertwined with mental assault, the ghost shadow scorpion seemed entirely unaffected, merely shifting slightly. The others were taken aback, witnessing its astonishing speed as the scorpion vanished from sight. Hongjun, Tang San's eyes glowed scarlet, constantly tracking the position of the ghost shadow scorpion, soon determining that it was heading towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly upon hearing Tang San's warning. He wasted no time activating his second soul skill, Phoenix Flame, causing a fierce blaze to erupt from his entire being. An afterimage that was about to land upon him abruptly altered its trajectory, darting sideways. Seizing the moment, Ma Hongjun decisively unleashed his third soul skill, Fire Phoenix Clone. Surrounding him, clusters of flames materialized, transforming into numerous small fire phoenixes that autonomously pursued the afterimage. Unfortunately, despite the tracking capability of these small fire phoenixes, the ghost shadow scorpion's speed was too formidable, effortlessly evading the swarm and darting towards Dai Mubai's direction. "It's headed your way," Tang San hastily warned. Dai Mubai, alerted, quickly activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, forming a circle of white light around him. Bang! An afterimage collided against the shield, instantly being repelled. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action from a short distance, rapidly executing her second soul skill, Ghostly Claw, her body spinning swiftly, transforming her hands into sharp, penetrating claws that directly struck the ghost shadow scorpion, which had been sent airborne from the impact. In a fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing's feline claws struck the same spot on the phantom scorpion's body over 100 times. Finally, as the last strike landed, a resounding pop echoed, and the scorpion's exoskeleton was pierced by her claws. Sensing something amiss, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retracted her hand and landed gracefully. At that moment, her palm was smeared with dark purple blood, and a sharp, searing pain coursed through her, even producing wisps of smoke. The blood of the phantom scorpion was toxic. Tang San, witnessing this, hastily called out to Oscar in the distance. "Oscar, toss over a detoxifying sausage." Oscar quickly murmured a soul incantation, conjuring a small sausage in his hand. He then threw it over. Zhuqing, catch. Zhu Zhuqing, her hands stained with poisonous blood, felt somewhat at a loss. Channeling her soul power to her hands, she gave a gentle shake, causing the toxic blood to be expelled entirely. She then reached out to catch the flying sausage and devoured it in one bite. A warm current spread throughout her body, and the fiery pain in her hand gradually subsided, indicating the effectiveness of the detoxifying sausage. Chapter 79. Cultivating Soul Beasts. After consuming the detoxifying sausage and purging the toxin from her hand, the next step was to absorb the soul ring. The once formidable phantom scorpion now lay motionless as a corpse, sprawled among the withered branches and fallen leaves, its head marred by a large gash. Purple blood pooling around it. A violet soul ring began to rise slowly. Zhu Zhuqing approached, cleared a small area, nodded slightly to her companions, and then sat cross-legged, drawing on her soul power and closing her eyes. The violet thousand-year soul ring gradually floated above her head, emanating a brilliant light. It began to merge into her body. She had expected the process of absorbing this 2,800-year soul ring to be agonizing. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was astonished to find it surprisingly smooth. The violent soul power within her posed no threat to her body. It couldn't even shake her physical form. At that moment, she understood the significance of a robust physique for soul masters. Previously, absorbing soul rings felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, but now it was merely akin to feeling slightly overstuffed. The disparity was immense. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of purple light illuminating them before gradually fading back to their original hue. A hint of a smile involuntarily graced her cool visage. She had succeeded. "Zhuqing, how are you?" Ning Rongrong inquired curiously as she stepped forward. The others also turned their gazes towards her. "It went smoothly. I am now a 33rd level soul master," she replied with a smile. Rising 3 levels in one go was relatively modest. Typically, it wouldn't be unusual to see an increase of 5 or 6 levels, given that they had already reached level 30 upon entering this trial space, poised at any moment to acquire soul rings for upgrading. During the first phase of body tempering, The light that descended with each pang of hunger not only replenished their internal nutrients, but also solidified their foundations, refining their soul power day by day. Their soul power quality had significantly improved compared to before. As the saying goes, the essence is concentrated. While the refined soul power might not yield immediate visible benefits now, it would facilitate their breakthroughs as their levels increased. The cultivation of a soul master resembles constructing a towering skyscraper, layer by layer. To build higher, the foundation must be solid. If the foundation is unstable and one attempts to build upwards, the inevitable consequence is a catastrophic collapse. Everything will be lost. Zhu Qing, what soul abilities have you acquired? Xiao Wu asked curiously. This time, I have gained a powerful offensive soul skill. As she spoke, 3 soul rings emerged beneath her. 2 yellow and 1 purple, the latter radiating brilliance. Suddenly, her hands sprouted sharp claws, larger and more lethal than before, glowing with an eerie blue light. Reminiscent of the luminescence on the phantom scorpion's tail, clearly indicative of potent venom. My 3rd soul skill, Spectral Demon Claw. Once activated, my claw attacks will significantly enhance in power and penetration, accompanied by deadly poison. As she demonstrated, Zhu Zhuqing extended her right hand into a claw shape and aimed at a distant tree. With a swift motion, 5 crescent-shaped claw marks shot forth, striking the tree from a distance of at least 7 or 8 meters. The tree bore several 2-centimeter deep claw marks, the impact not particularly formidable, yet accompanied by venom. Wisps of white smoke began to rise from the claw marks, hissing ominously as corrosive marks appeared on the trunk. It's poisonous and allows for ranged attacks. This ability is quite impressive. Her companions praised in succession. Next, they turned their attention to locating soul rings for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. With old Jack's intentional assistance, their search for soul beasts proceeded smoothly, soon leading them to a suitable soul beast for Ning Rongrong, who subsequently acquired her 3rd soul skill, Soul Power Amplification. As the name suggests, this skill enhances soul power attributes, derived from a soul beast nearing 3,000 years in age. Then it was Xiao Wu's turn. Old Jack pondered, realizing that it was not yet time for her to reveal her identity. Although the others were not ill-intentioned, they were still unfamiliar with her, lacking a deep bond. Should they discover her soul beast identity, it might provoke unwelcome thoughts. Thus, he decided to aid her by concealing her identity. Suddenly, the group, while searching for soul beasts, felt a wave of oppressive energy wash over them. Soon after, a cacophony of beast roars echoed from afar. Oh no, a horde of soul beasts is charging towards us. Tang San activated his tiger-eye demon vision and was astonished to see a massive swarm of soul beasts rushing towards them. What? Have we inadvertently stumbled into the territory of a soul beast clan? The others began to panic. Wait, these soul beasts are not of the same kind. Some are even natural enemies, which logically should not gather together. Tang San furrowed his brow, his eyes glowing crimson as he scrutinized the frenzied beasts. Suddenly, he realized that the soul beasts seemed not to be assembling to attack, but rather to flee. It appeared that someone was driving them away. In that brief moment, the throng of soul beasts had drawn near, and the others could also see the figures of the beasts, confirming they were indeed fleeing, not targeting them. A resounding roar echoed from farther away, and everyone's expression shifted. They sensed an overwhelming, primal terror approaching. The fleeing soul beasts quickened their pace in fright. Soon, a colossal figure, approximately 30 meters tall and engulfed in flames, charged towards them. Tang San's countenance paled as he recognized the creature. The blazing lion. This is the blazing lion. The enormous beast, racing towards them, resembled a gigantic lion with a magnificent golden mane, its body ablaze with fierce flames. Its blood-red eyes glowed ominously, and the aura of soul power it radiated was equally crimson. All present could sense a presence from the blazing lion that rivaled the might of the legendary Titan ape. This indicated that it was a 100,000-year-old fiery lion, a 100,000-year soul beast. Flee! Tang San had no time to explain and could only turn to urge everyone to escape hastily. The others hurriedly followed suit. None of them anticipated encountering a 100,000-year soul beast in this location. Outside, old Jack's face broke into a smile. This fiery lion was indeed under his command. In reality, when it was first introduced into this small world, it was merely a 10,000-year soul beast. The transformation into a 100,000-year beast was a result of his deliberate nurturing. Long ago, Old Jack recognized the significance of soul beasts to soul masters, and after creating the Kunlun mirror, he began intentionally capturing soul beasts to cultivate within this small world. The rapid growth of a soul beast's age requires not only innate talent, but also unique treasures. This fiery lion possessed excellent potential. Although it did not quite match the Titan ape, it ranked among the top echelon of soul beasts. With the aid of various precious materials and unique potions, it transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast in just a few decades. Unfortunately, due to Old Jack's lack of experience in nurturing soul beasts, his efforts led to the fiery lion becoming deranged upon reaching its 100,000-year mark. Ultimately, despite its breakthrough, it lost all intellect and devolved into a wild beast, occasionally succumbing to fits of madness. Old Jack's endeavor to cultivate a 100,000-year soul beast was both a success and a failure. Initially, he aimed to leave it for future generations to obtain spirit rings, but mainly he sought to see if he could nurture soul beast companions, pets that would obey commands like loyal hounds. Alas, that ambition was thwarted. One should not underestimate the challenge of cultivating a 100,000-year soul beast. Talented soul beasts are exceedingly rare, and even with Old Jack's wealth, only 600,000-year soul beasts currently resided in this small world. The resources expended to nurture these 6 beasts were astronomical, beyond the imagination of the average person. Old Jack watched as Tang San and his companions were scattered by the beast tide. Subsequently, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to find a safe spot to condense her 3rd spirit ring, and the 8 of them regrouped. Upon witnessing her success, they expressed their astonishment, to which Xiao Wu claimed she had fortuitously slain a severely injured soul beast. The others accepted her tale without skepticism, allowing the lie to pass unchallenged. In the following period, Old Jack meticulously monitored the situation within the Kunlun mirror, occasionally intensifying the challenges they faced. He conjured natural disasters, volcanic eruptions, swamps, landslides, and earthquakes, and manufactured beast tides to pursue them at their most relaxed moments, instilling a constant sense of urgency and keeping them on their toes. Thus, 2 grueling years passed. At this juncture, with just a year remaining before the 3rd challenge's 3-year deadline to reach level 50, most of the group had surpassed level 40. With Tang San at level 48, followed by Dai Mubai at 46, and Mengyaran at 45. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were at level 44, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were at level 43. Their progress was remarkable. Achieving such advancements in merely 2 years was no small feat, especially considering the increasing difficulty of leveling up as one ascends. However, given their current trajectory, it seemed improbable for them to reach level 50 within the remaining year. Even Tang San, at level 48, appeared to face an uphill battle. This was untenable. It seemed necessary to provide them with a boost. Old Jack stroked his long beard, muttering to himself. Achieving level 50 within the next year through their own efforts seemed impossible. They would need external assistance. For instance, rare treasures. Fortunately, this small world was not lacking in such resources, all of which he had painstakingly transported from the outside. Thus, Old Jack began to intentionally guide Tang San and the others in a particular direction, where he had arranged for them to encounter opportunities. One day, as they were being chased by soul beasts, they frantically fled and inadvertently stumbled upon an area with a unique topography. It was an inverted conical valley, with them at the peak, from which thick, humid steam emanated, carrying a hint of sulfurous aroma. "Is there a hot spring here?" Ningronggrong exclaimed, surprised by the scent of sulfur. At her words, the other girl's eyes lit up. After 2 years in this wilderness teeming with soul beasts, their opportunities for bathing had been exceedingly rare. Although there were lakes present, any water source typically attracted formidable soul beasts, making bathing there a perilous endeavor. Thus, locations suitable for bathing had been scarce. Despite possessing soul power that kept them clean, the girls, who valued cleanliness, found it mentally unbearable to go without bathing for so long. Now, upon hearing about a hot spring, their excitement was palpable. "There must be a hot spring down there," Ning Rongrong declared confidently, pointing towards the valley below. As the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader, she was no stranger to hot springs. "But how do we get down?" Ma Hongjun said, looking at the bottomless chasm below with concern. "Leave it to me," Tang San suddenly interjected. I can use my fourth spirit skill to create a long vine as a rope. Wonderful. Hurry up, third brother. Xiao Wu urged, eagerly shaking his arm. The other girls also looked at him with hopeful eyes, as if he were their savior. They were simply too eager to bathe in the hot spring. Fourth spirit skill, binding. Tang San manifested 4 spirit rings, 1 purple and 3 black. Then the 4th ring shone brilliantly. In an instant, a thick, violet-black vine burst forth from the ground and extended downward into the valley at his command. Tang San closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting with the vine, diligently surveying the terrain below for any signs of danger. After all, it was uncertain whether any soul beasts made their home down there. The 4th spirit skill, binding. Once activated, thorny vines would sprout from the earth, ensnaring enemies like serpents, with the thorns infused with venom. This technique was derived from a 45,000-year plant-type soul beast, the thorn demon vine. Soon, the vine Tang San released reached the bottom, and after observing through its perspective, he discovered no signs of soul beasts in the vicinity. Moreover, there appeared to be a large pool that indeed resembled a hot spring. It's safe down below. Tang San opened his eyes and announced to the group. Yay, that is fantastic. The group erupted in cheers. There is a hot spring to soak in. I shall first create a slide with vines. Then we can simply slide down together. As Tang San spoke, he began to activate his 4th soul skill, manipulating some vines to grow thorns inward, rendering their surfaces smooth to avoid injuring his companions. Several vines intertwined, forming a structure reminiscent of a slide. Soon, everyone could slide down this vine-constructed slide all the way to the bottom. After a brief moment, a slide made of vines appeared before them, extending steeply down into a seemingly bottomless valley. Chapter 81. Old Jack, digging 10,000 feet deep. Once the slide was fully formed, Tang San and the others began to descend one after another. They slid down rapidly, cushioned by the vines below, and since none of them were ordinary individuals, there was little risk of collisions due to sudden stops. Moments later, they all reached the valley floor. Although a thick mist of steam shrouded the area above, the visibility below was surprisingly clear, allowing them to observe their surroundings in broad daylight. Staring at the scene before them, everyone was left in awe. The hot spring in the valley was unlike any they had envisioned. A thin mist enveloped the area, and while the hot spring was not extensive, it was divided into 2 distinct pools, one a milky white and the other a deep crimson. Strangely, despite being within the same body of water, the 2 colors remained sharply defined, never mingling, each maintaining its own space. The rising steam was generated by the interaction of the 2 springs, continuously ascending and gathering at the mountain's peak, forming a dense fog that concealed this hidden treasure. Without considering the reactions of the others, Tang San trembled with excitement at the breathtaking sight before him. He had never anticipated witnessing such a magnificent spectacle within this trial space. Although he had never seen anything like it before, a similar scene was etched in his memory. In the secret record of hidden weapons from the Tang sect, there was a section dedicated to poisons, chronicling precious and rare medicinal substances, some highly toxic, while others were extraordinary treasures of nature. At the end of this record, 3 great treasure basins were described in detail. These basins, far from being mere repositories of gold and silver, referred instead to unique natural environments conducive to the growth of rare plants. In the vicinity of these 3 treasure basins, ordinary flora could not thrive due to the peculiar climate, yet these basins served as the birthplace for countless precious plants, allowing them to mature at an accelerated rate. Simply put, if a spirit mushroom were to grow in any of the 3 treasure basins for a decade, it would possess the potency of a century-old mushroom. The exceptional conditions of these 3 treasure basins were the epitome of nature's splendor, a convergence of celestial and terrestrial energies. The sight before him was undeniably reminiscent of one of the treasure basins described in the secret record of hidden weapons. The ice and fire duality eye. Could this truly be the ice and fire duality eye? Tang San was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Ice and fire duality eye? Brother San, do you recognize this place? Little Wu inquired curiously. The others also gazed on with keen interest. Indeed, I once came across a record in an ancient text. Tang San managed to quell his excitement and began to elaborate on the significance of this wondrous sight. The ice and fire duality eye refers to this extraordinary spring, a rare gem formed over millions of years, where two opposing forces coexist in harmony. In his lifetime, how could Tang San not be exhilarated to witness one of the three great treasure basins, the embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth? Outside, old Jack observed Tang San's fervent reaction with surprise. Oh, so little San recognizes this place. The name Ice and Fire Duality is indeed fitting. This extraordinary ice and fire pool was not a product of the natural world within Kunlun, but rather a discovery he made many years ago in the Sunset Forest. Upon finding this treasure, he was so elated that he employed his spatial manipulation abilities to excavate the entire area, including the surrounding mountains, and relocate it to this smaller world. As a result, the original land had transformed into a formidable abyss. The ice and fire duality was not as simple as it appeared. While the area was not extensive, its depths were unfathomable, concealing wonders within. Old Jack had once ventured deep into this pool, descending tens of thousands of meters to uncover the secrets hidden at its bottom, where he witnessed an astonishing sight. At the very bottom of this pool lay the colossal remains of two dragons. Clearly, this ice and fire duality had arisen from the energy released by the bodies of these dragons after their demise, having formed over countless millennia. Remarkably, even in death, their remains retained the immense energy that created this wondrous place. Undoubtedly, these dragons had been divine beings in life. Beside the dragon remains, two dragon souls, one of ice and the other of fire, had emerged, evidently the lingering essences of these majestic creatures. Upon discovering old Jack's uninvited presence, they had immediately launched an attack. Fortunately, old Jack was already at the peak of his powers, and even without attaining divinity, his combat prowess was on par with that of ordinary deities. He subdued the two dragon souls, estimating them to be at least semi-divine, far surpassing even the limit of the ultimate Douluo. It would be a shame to slay them. They might prove useful in the future. Thus, after subduing the dragon souls, he chose to spare them and retreated from the depths of the pool. Did you think he simply left? No. After exiting the water, old Jack soared into the air, employing his spatial manipulation to excavate the ice and fire pool along with a vast expanse of surrounding land, transporting it entirely to the small world of Kunlun. He exemplified the phrase digging 10,000 feet deep, leaving not a blade of grass behind. He essentially packed up the entire ice and fire duality. Thanks to the existence of this treasure, the energy density of the entire small world had dramatically increased. Additionally, this location served as old Jack's cultivation ground for rare herbs, essentially a medicinal garden. After all, any plant growing near the ice and fire duality would experience a staggering acceleration in growth, coupled with the Kunlun mirror's ability to regulate the flow of time. The results were extraordinary. It is worth mentioning that while the Kunlun mirror can manipulate the flow of time, it is not limitless. The maximum adjustment is 100-fold. Nevertheless, combined with the ice and fire duality, inherent 10-fold acceleration in growth. 1 year outside would equate to 100 years inside, allowing a 1,000-year spirit herb to mature in just 1 year, or a 10,000-year herb in a mere decade. Not to mention the many years the celestial herbs around the ice and fire duality had already matured. One could only imagine the immense wealth old Jack possessed. It was precisely because of the ice and fire duality that old Jack could indulge in cultivating spirit beasts with the finest herbs, even raising several 100,000-year spirit beasts. Chapter 82. Is this reasonable? At this moment, Tang San and the others had approached the ice and fire duality observing closely. They discovered that the surface of the strangely colored hot spring water emitted neither warmth nor chill. However, the crowd, of course, would not be deceived by this superficial appearance. The ice and fire wonder pool, with its bizarre shape, was evidently not an ordinary hot spring. In the absence of clear understanding, no one would recklessly reach out to touch it. The water in this pool was perilous. Everyone must refrain from rashly approaching it. Tang San warned the others. The water's left side is icy, while the right is fiery, one cold and the other hot. Although it appears to emit no aura, it is in fact quite reclusive. To provide a more vivid impression, Tang San casually retrieved a piece of raw iron from his Chinquan belt and tossed it into the fiery half of the ice and fire wonder pool. In an instant, as soon as the iron made contact with the water, A hissing sound erupted, and the entire piece of iron vaporized under the intense heat. Gasp! The others collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes toward the ice and fire wonder pool, transforming into sheer terror. Particularly, the girls who had initially intended to enjoy a soak in the hot spring now wore expressions of dread. Goodness, if raw iron could meet such a fate, the outcome for their delicate bodies would be unimaginable. Third brother, this place is too eerie. Let us leave quickly. Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's hand, speaking anxiously. Yes, yes. Let us hurry. The others chimed in, eager to depart. Do not be hasty to leave. This place is a rare and exquisite treasure of the world. Tang San halted the crowd and gestured for them to observe closely. Take a good look over there. Following his gaze, the group discovered that the land adjacent to the ice and fire wonder pool was shrouded in mist, flourishing with a myriad of plants, each one unique, resembling a veritable paradise of flora. What are these? The others expressed their confusion, except for Ning Rongrong, who wore a peculiar expression. The seven-treasure glazed tile was a gemstone-type martial soul, which not only served as assistance, but also had the ability to identify treasures. In other words, it was a means of treasure hunting. The seven-treasure glazed tile could discern any valuable object. Although Ning Rongrong was unaware of the specific functions of the plants surrounding the ice and fire wonder pool, her martial soul instinctively informed her that these flora were treasures. Notably, some were unprecedented rarities. These are exceedingly rare medicinal herbs. Tang San gazed fervently at the plants surrounding the ice and fire wonder pool. Every plant thriving here was undoubtedly a precious rarity. The Tang sect was renowned for its expertise in poisons and medicine, a culmination of countless generations of effort. As an outer disciple, although Tang San had not mastered the essence of the inner sect, he possessed profound knowledge of various medicinal substances due to his frequent involvement in the crafting of traps and hidden weapons, which often required poison. He was exceptionally well-versed in both toxins and antidotes. With just a glance, Tang San recognized many herbs that existed solely in ancient texts, such as the celestial mushroom, the fragrant silk, the autumn water dew, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the fragrant tulip, and the jade skin bone of narcissus. As for the medicinal herbs growing around the ice and fire yin-yang eye, old Jack was indeed aware of their properties. After acquiring this treasure, he had immediately set his sights on the surrounding herbs. Do not underestimate this world. While it may seem that only Tang San knows the effects of these herbs, one must ponder whether it is fair to diminish the rich history of soul masters in Douluo continent. Douluo continent has an extensive history spanning thousands of years. Soul masters have existed for countless years. Surely, someone must have studied the effects of these herbs, especially since these celestial herbs are indigenous plants. How could we, the locals, be ignorant? Must you, an outsider, come to enlighten us? Is that reasonable? It is not. Thus, in some very ancient texts, even those nearing extinction, records of these herbs surely exist. They may simply bear different names from those Tang San recognizes, yet their effects are clearly documented. In the token old Jack gave Tang San, a wealth of knowledge was recorded, including information about herbs. Therefore, old Jack's initial intent in guiding everyone here was to allow Tang San to select some herbs for them to consume. Little did he expect that Tang San might recognize this treasure. The herbs growing here are rare treasures of the world. Tang San turned to the others, speaking with palpable excitement. Some of these are even celestial herbs that are hard to come by. Consuming them can significantly enhance our abilities. It is not impossible for us to reach level 50 in a year with these celestial herbs. What? The crowd was taken aback. Tang San, are you serious? Dai Mubai asked incredulously. Are the herbs really that miraculous? Indeed, Xiao San. These herbs won't have any side effects, will they? The others chimed in. One must not consume herbs indiscriminately. Otherwise, what should be beneficial might turn into a lethal poison. In the original text, the poison Douluo refrained from consuming these herbs due to his ignorance of their properties, ultimately left to watch helplessly as Tang San benefited from them. That is indeed true, Tang San nodded, saying, in the knowledge imparted by my master, there are records regarding these herbs. It is clearly noted what effects these celestial herbs possess. As long as we select them carefully, there will be no adverse side effects. At this point, Tang San was not being deceitful. When he first saw the knowledge about herbs and the token bestowed by his master, he discovered that some of the herbs were indeed the same as those he recognized in his previous life, possessing identical effects and appearances. It was merely due to the differing worlds that their names varied. Your master? Meng Yiran, upon hearing this, recalled that this could potentially be the domain of that elusive Elder Zong, and coupled with Tang San's knowledge of the herbs, she seemed to grasp something. Upon hearing her murmur, Tang San was momentarily stunned, connecting the dots with the knowledge of herbs recorded in the token given by his master, along with the possibility that Teacher Zhang might be a disguise of his master. It dawned on him that their arrival at this treasure might not be coincidental. It was likely orchestrated by his master, with the intent of enabling them to utilize these herbs to enhance their strength. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. The truth was increasingly apparent, for such coincidences do not exist in this world. Chapter 83. The Ultimate Challenge. Everyone, let me help you choose a celestial herb. After saying this, Tang San began to select a celestial herb for each person based on their characteristics. Naturally, he did not neglect his own selection, taking only the autumn water dew and leaving the others behind, as they were of little benefit to him. Consuming them would be a waste, and he did not wish to squander resources. Following this, the group temporarily departed from the area, as it was not a suitable place for cultivation or the absorption of medicinal substances. The ice and fire yin-yang I nurtured not only flora, but also had exceedingly unique effects on the human body. Should humans or animals dwell near the ice and fire yin-yang I for an extended period, while the short term may be tolerable, prolonged exposure would subject their bodies to the extreme energies of both elements, inevitably resulting in catastrophic consequences if they did not leave in time. Thus, the group naturally opted not to linger, but instead followed the vines they had descended from, seeking a safer location to begin consuming the celestial herbs. Old Jack observed as the others began to absorb the medicinal essence of the celestial herbs, nodding slightly in approval. It appeared that the celestial herbs chosen by Tang San were remarkably harmonious with them, enabling the full potential of the herbs to be realized. It seemed that reaching the 50th level within the next year would pose no challenge for them. A year later, as expected, all 8 of Tang San had indeed ascended to the rank of Soul King at level 50, their progress astonishingly rapid, enough to leave any knowledgeable observer agape. At that moment, a grand voice suddenly resounded. Trial space. 3rd challenge, wilderness survival. Survive here for 3 years. Level must be raised to at least Soul King level 50. Completion confirmed. Entering 4th challenge. All trial participants, please prepare. As the monumental voice faded, Tang San and his companions felt a blur before their eyes. In the next instant, they found themselves standing on a vast platform that resembled the Soul Arena, yet devoid of any audience, surrounded only by an expanse of white. Trial space. Final challenge, extreme challenge. Surpass your own limits. Defeat an opponent 1 rank higher to clear the challenge. With the announcement, they were astonished to discover 8 familiar figures had appeared across from them. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Meng Yiran, and Xiao Wu, mirroring their own likenesses perfectly. It dawned on them that this so-called surpassing of one's own limits meant battling against themselves. Realization struck them as they faced their own duplicates, each possessing 6 soul rings beneath their feet, indicating that these replicas were at least 1 major rank higher. Soul Emperors at level 60. How could they possibly win? Dai Mubai could not help but smile wryly. If these were indeed duplicates, they would possess the same soul skills, perhaps even superior to their own, along with an additional soul skill and far denser soul power, essentially an enhanced version of themselves. The greatest adversary to overcome is oneself. Moreover, they were confronted by a fortified version of themselves. Fight? What a farce. No, we still have a glimmer of hope for victory. Tang San shook his head and declared, "This challenge does not require us to fight alone. Let us not forget, we are a team, with seamless cooperation. We could potentially divide and conquer. Indeed, we're the ones who understand ourselves best and are aware of our own shortcomings. Perhaps we can leverage this to catch them off guard and launch a counterattack." Meng Yiran added. The others nodded in agreement. Battle has never been merely about who possesses a higher level. If that were the case, there would be no need for combat. Simply revealing soul rings would determine the victor. Then let us engage. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, resolutely stating. The 8 of them then conferred on their tactical approach before slowly advancing towards their replicas. As they drew nearer, they noticed that despite the identical appearances, the duplicates exhibited vacant expressions, devoid of any emotions, clearly stripped of their joys and sorrows, leaving only the most primal combat instincts. They all understood that a fight was inevitable. Once both sides stood firmly at the center of the soul arena, the grand voice announced, as if a referee, "Both sides, please take your positions. The battle is about to commence." At that moment, Tang San and his companions noticed their counterparts finally stirred, synchronously arranging themselves into a unique formation, awaiting the signal to commence combat. "Ready, begin." As the command echoed, the duplicates unleashed a terrifying surge of soul power. Instantly, a barrage of familiar soul skills inundated them, overwhelming them before they could react. Challenge failed. Would you like to continue the challenge? The grand voice continued to resonate. Tang San and the others, awakening from their stupor, observed their unscathed forms and quickly grasped that, within this arena, their injuries seemed to revert to their original state post-battle. This alleviated their concerns. If one attempt fails, we shall try again. If twice fails, we shall attempt thrice. If that fails, we will continue. 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. They were determined to uncover the patterns of their opponents, convinced that victory would be theirs in the end. Otherwise, they might as well end it all. "Ready, begin." With the grand referee's voice, the original team and their duplicates clashed once more. This time, Tang San and his companions were prepared. However, the significant gap in rank proved not so easily bridged, and they were swiftly defeated once again. The replicas seemed to have fully discerned their weaknesses. Again, gritting their teeth, Tang San and the others charged forth. Bang! They were defeated in an instant. Bang! This time, they lasted a bit longer, only to be vanquished after 2 rounds. Bang! To their delight, they managed to withstand 6 rounds this time. Endless defeats gradually yielded visible progress. With each setback, they identified flaws in their combat and errors in their coordination, continuously rectifying their mistakes and rapidly enhancing their battle instincts. Gradually, they began to adopt the battle strategies of their duplicates, refining their own deficiencies. The repeated failures did not dishearten them. Instead, they grew increasingly resolute, from being easily defeated to enduring several attacks, then dozens, hundreds. Before long, they could barely withstand the onslaught of their opponents. Unaware of how many times they had perished, but acutely aware of their growing synergy. Sometimes a mere glance was enough to convey understanding. The level of their teamwork was remarkable. This final challenge was not just about honing their combat instincts, but primarily about cultivating their team's synergy. Chapter 84, Breaking Through That Final Barrier. Boom! At last, with a final strike, Tang San's claw pierced through the chest of the last duplicate. Bang! The replica, stripped of all resistance, shattered into crystalline fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Behind Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others bore wounds, some severe enough to expose bone. A gruesome sight. Even the girls were not faring much better, bloodied and appearing woefully tragic. It was a Pyrrhic victory. However, after countless failures, they had ultimately triumphed. They had defeated the enhanced versions of themselves. Joy illuminated their faces, and some could not help but erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha! We won! We triumphed! Ha ha! The atmosphere was euphoric, everyone rejoicing as if possessed. Heaven had shown them mercy, though they revived after each defeat. The wounds and sensations of pain, along with the terror felt in their final moments, were all too real. Having experienced so many failures, they had grown desensitized to death. Their hearts burdened with a plethora of negative emotions, but at last they had emerged victorious. Ha ha ha! The scene was filled with jubilation, everyone laughing as if in a state of blissful folly. Trial space, final test, extreme challenge. Challenge passed. A resounding voice echoed, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed all the trials." With a creaking sound, a massive door appeared before the crowd, slowly opening to reveal a blindingly white interior. Clearly, this was the exit. Exchanging glances, everyone smiled in unison and stepped forward into the door. A flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves at the familiar back mountain of the academy. Instinctively, they turned to see a 4-story pagoda from which they had just emerged. "Excellent," came a booming voice. The formidable figure of teacher Zhang Fei, with a physique that was impressively muscular, appeared before them. He strode confidently towards the group, his penetrating gaze sweeping over them as if assessing their achievements. Nodding with satisfaction, he remarked, "You have not disappointed me. It took only a little over 4 years to conquer the heavenly and earthly mysteries of the pagoda. You performed admirably." With a wave of his hand, the towering pagoda behind them emitted a radiant glow before gradually shrinking, transforming into a miniature version that he held in his palm. After stowing away the small pagoda, old Jack addressed the 8 individuals. "You have just emerged from the trials. I imagine you must be feeling quite overwhelmed. The next period is free time. Feel free to do as you wish." With that, he vanished from sight, though they had spent over 4 years in the pagoda. Barely a year had passed in the outside world, and soon the group learned this news. They could only marvel at the wonders of the trial space before returning to their own activities. The girls ventured into the city together, indulging in retail therapy to relieve the frustrations of their lengthy confinement. Meanwhile, the boys, relishing their rare chance to unwind, followed Dai Mubai's lead, sneaking off to enjoy an evening of revelry. Of course, it was merely drinking and listening to music, allowing them to relax without engaging in anything further. Tang San initially hesitated to join them, but Dai Mubai's insistence, coupled with the promise of merely enjoying drinks and entertainment, proved too tempting to resist. Having never visited such places in his 2 lifetimes, curiosity ultimately got the better of Tang San, especially with encouragement from his 3 close friends, and he found himself swept along. Upon arriving, Tang San discovered that Dai Mubai had been truthful. The venue was indeed upscale, with patrons dressed elegantly and behaving with grace. It was far from the sordid establishments he had imagined, and he felt a wave of relief. He soon succumbed to the atmosphere, spending the day drinking and listening to music, allowing time to slip away unnoticed. Alas, as night fell, the 4 returned to the academy, slightly intoxicated. The moment they spotted the 4 girls waiting by the boys' dormitory, their sobriety returned with a jolt. "Disgusting. Ningrong ethklaimet. Vile," Zhu Qing added. "Little 3, I never expected you to go astray." Meng Yiran chimed in. "Third brother, did I do something wrong?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with tearful eyes, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Xiao Wu, please let me explain," he stammered. "I did nothing but drink a bit. I won't speak to you anymore." Xiao Wu turned away, covering her face. A single crystalline tear fell, glistening under the moonlight. "Xiao Wu." Tang San stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. "What are you standing there for? Go after her." Dai Mubai clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Girls are easy to soothe. Quick, pursue her. Urjid ma ongjun." "All right." Tang San snapped out of his daze and hurried in the direction Xiao Wu had fled. The onlookers smiled knowingly at the sight of the 2, one chasing the other. Finally, they might break through that barrier. Honestly, these 2 are unbearable, flaunting their affection so openly while referring to each other as siblings. They should just get married. Meanwhile, Tang San was pleading, "Xiao Wu, let me explain." "I won't listen. I won't listen." Xiao Wu shouted, covering her ears and shaking her head as she ran ahead. Seeing her determination, Tang San felt helpless, but then gathered his resolve, accelerating to overtake her and block her path. Thud! Despite her attempt to dodge, Xiao Wu collided with his chest, her head hitting solid muscle. Dazed, she resembled a rabbit that had run into a tree, and she slumped against him. "Are you all right?" he asked, cradling her. "I'm sorry, I've tried my best to behave." As she regained her senses, she felt the firmness of his chest, and, inexplicably, her cheeks flushed, especially as the mingled scent of alcohol enveloped her. But once she realized where the alcohol came from, her expression darkened, and she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Tang San's face wore a bitter smile. He truly regretted his lapse in judgment that led him to such a place. Ultimately, through sweet words and gentle coaxing, Tang San managed to appease her, though she insisted on making him promise various conditions, including a vow never to visit such establishments again, before her anger subsided. Their relationship returned to its former warmth, and they even took a significant step forward, solidifying their status as a couple. Xiao Wu had officially graduated from being a beloved sister to a cherished girlfriend. A delightful turn of events indeed. Chapter 85. Flinder's decision after a period of revelry lasting over half a month. Tang San and his companions finally released the pent-up frustrations of their 4 years. The other teachers, aware of their situation, allowed them this freedom to unwind. Until one day, The familiar sound of a summons rang out. Soon, the 8 students of Shrek Academy assembled in the large courtyard, lining up to await the arrival of their principal. Before long, Principal Flender appeared, accompanied by a young man who was unfamiliar to the 5 new students but well known to the older ones, such as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Why is Senior Chin here? Ma Hongjun wondered aloud. Senior Chin? You know him? Tang San and the others inquired, intrigued. Of course. He our senior, Ma Hongjun replied. That's Senior Chin Ming, a graduate from the first class of Shrek Academy. So he is a senior, they all realized. At that moment, Flender and Senior Chin Ming approached the group, their gazes sweeping over the students with an inscrutable complexity. Beside him, the senior student Chin Ming smiled as he observed the crowd. After a brief moment, Flender finally spoke. Dear students, you have all excelled. He gazed at the 8 of them, filled with emotion, and continued, Shrek Academy takes pride in you. At your current level, you have far surpassed the conditions for graduation. In fact, you could have graduated directly. After all, the Spirit King rank is not something to be taken lightly. It represents a significant level among Spirit Masters, forming the backbone of our community. You are now capable of holding your own and establishing a small family. He proceeded, however, as the final cohort of Shrek Academy. Wait, Director, Ma Hongjun suddenly interrupted, astonished. We are the last cohort of Shrek? The others also looked at Flander with surprise, unable to fathom such news. Flander, meeting their gazes with an unchanged expression, slowly nodded and said, Indeed, Shrek Academy has decided to cease enrolling new students henceforth. Once you graduate, the Academy will officially close its doors. Why? Director, why must Shrek close? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, filled with agitation. Yes, Director, why would you want to close Shrek? Dai Mubai and Oscar chimed in, unable to contain their dismay. They had long regarded Shrek Academy as their home. Flander's eyes reflected both appreciation and a touch of resignation as he replied, This decision has been in the works for quite some time. For years, the Academy has struggled financially, barely maintaining operations. Moreover, as the faculty ages, we have lost the vigor of our youth. It is time for us to seek a place to retire. The students fell silent. You will soon participate in the Continental Spirit Master Elite Competition and aim for the championship, Flander declared. This will serve as your graduation examination. He then introduced a dilemma. To enter the competition, only officially registered academies may participate after passing preliminary rounds. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy has never been registered in any kingdom or empire. Despite its reputation in the Spirit Master realm, the reality remains that Shrek is essentially an unrecognized institution, thus lacking eligibility to compete. Fortunately, a compromise exists. They could affiliate with a recognized academy and compete under its name. At that moment, senior student Chin Ming arrived. Currently a teacher at the Royal Academy of Tiando, Flander thoughtfully decided to lead the Shrek faculty and students to join the Tiando Royal Academy. With Chin Ming's introduction, they would not only receive the best treatment, but also avoid unnecessary complications. Flander's decision was indeed made after careful consideration. The plan to close Shrek had been conceived years ago. Today, it was merely coming to fruition. This is your senior, Chin Ming, Flander introduced, gesturing to him. He is now a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, and we will soon join the Tiando Royal Academy to participate in the Continental Spirit Master Elite Competition under its name. Greetings, juniors, Chin Ming smiled warmly. Hello, senior. The 8 students replied in unison. Director, are you truly resolved to close Shrek Academy? Have you considered it thoroughly? Ma Hongjun asked, still unwilling to accept the decision. Indeed, Director, if it is a financial issue, my family could provide support, Dai Mubai offered. As the prince of the Star, Luo Empire, and with his current prowess far exceeding that of his elder brother, he felt confident that inheriting the throne was a certainty. Supporting the academy would be a trivial matter once he became the crown prince. The newly admitted students, including Tang San, remained silent. Their bond with Shrek was not as profound as that of Dai Mubai and the others, and thus they did not express any opinions. Enough. My decision is final, Flander declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing his determination, it became apparent that there would be no change. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar could only sigh in resignation. The following day, the staff and students of Shrek Academy, including Flander and Zhang Fei, packed their belongings and set off toward the Tiando Royal Academy. A few days later, according to the map, they were nearing Tiando City. But where exactly is the Tiando Royal Academy within the city? Flander pondered, scratching his head as he studied the map. There was no indication of the academy's location. Wuji, Xiao Xin, do you know where it is? He turned to the other teachers. Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. You know we are not graduates of formal academies, let alone from a noble institution like the Royal Academy. I have only visited Tiando City once or twice, and I cannot recall the address of the Tiando Royal Academy. The other three teachers nodded in agreement, indicating their inability to assist. Even old Jack's alter ego, Zhang Fei, claimed ignorance. Although the Tiando Royal Academy was well known, it was insignificant to him, and he had no reason to memorize the location of an academy that held no relevance to him. Director Flander, I know where the Tiando Royal Academy is located. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, offering a timely solution. My family's castle is not far from Tiando City. I used to visit the city frequently with my clan and have been to the Tiando Royal Academy. Although my direct relatives study within our sect, some branches are affiliated with the Royal Academy. In fact, the Tiando Royal Academy is not within the city, but rather outside of it. Much like how Shrek Academy is located outside of Soto City. Upon hearing this, Flanders smiled with a sense of pride and said, It seems the first principal of the Tiando Royal Academy shares my insights. It proves that I indeed possess discerning vision.